Chapter 21-14. Southern Border Wu Clan's Headquarters. Quick, 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 take out the White King head flower. Wu Clan's rank 6 Gu Immortal Wu Zhu called with an anxious expression. She maintained the great formation in front of her, her mind focused. It was already a critical moment, yet she couldn't free herself from it. But fortunately she had several rank 5 Gu masters assisting her, and immediately followed Wu Zhu's instructions. White King head flower was a rank 6 immortal material. It was directly thrown into the immortal formation. The Wu clan's immortal array was also famous in history. It was called the Dead Sea Life Fishing Array. It was originally the possession of an Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortal, but this Eastern Sea Gu Immortal came to Southern Border and challenged Wu clan's authority. He was killed by Wu clan in public. Death Sea Life Fishing Formation was a healing immortal formation, but its core immortal Gu was only rank 7. That former Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortal did indeed have a rank 8 immortal Gu, but when he died he destroyed the immortal Gu. Wu clan spent 100 years before they finally managed to refine the corresponding immortal Gu and construct the Dead Sea Life Fishing Formation. Wu Ji and the rest had died on Etian Mountain. The reason why they could revive so easily was because Fate Gu was destroyed and also because of this Dead Sea Life Fishing Formation. The formation gradually stopped operating and the light faded. Wu Ji woke up at the center of the formation with a pale face. Looks like I'm alive again. Wu Ji smiled and tried to sit up, but her body was so weak that she had to try 3 times before succeeding. Take it easy, Wu Ji. This is the 5th time this month. Wu Zhu walked in front of Wu Ji and frowned. Wu Ji smiled nonchalantly. Don't we still have this formation? Even if I die I can live. Wu Zhu scoffed. Don't think of Gu Immortal's methods as so high. Wu Ji, do you know that you were so close to dying just now? You came back to life because of the Dead Sea Life Fishing Array. However, such a method would be less effective when used on the same person. You're playing with your life. You have a bright future ahead of you, so why don't you take care of yourself? If you continue to fool around like this, you'll die for real sooner or later. Wu Ji raised her eyebrows and her eyes lit up. Sir, I have died once, why should I be afraid of death? It's precisely because I've died that I cherish life even more. Wu Zhu was so angry that she rolled her eyes. You call this cherishing life? Since you've already snatched the true inheritance from Kong Ri Tian, you should be able to answer to your family. Why do you still insist on pursuing us? Why did you have to fight to the death when you were surrounded by so many people? Wu Ji laughed. This is exactly how I cherish my life. After dying once, I re-examine my life. How should people live their lives? Everyone had their own answer. And this is my own answer. The length of life is secondary, the depth of life is the most important. Even though I am not a Gu Immortal, I know the situation of a Gu Immortal. Lady Pearl, tell me, why do Gu Masters want to become immortals by all means possible? After ascending to become an immortal, he would have to face so many calamities and tribulations. Wouldn't he be courting death? How many Gu Immortals died because of tribulations? Don't they know? Didn't they come one after another to obtain the meaning of life? In such a great era, if I don't move forward bravely, wouldn't I be letting down the life that the heavens have given me? Wouldn't I be letting down my chance at rebirth? I Wu Ji also want to become an immortal. I want to see more things and gain greater strength. This is the meaning of my life. Hearing Wu Ji's words, Wu Zhu had a complex expression. She had high hopes for this junior Wu Ji, so she came to persuade her. But Wu Zhu found that not only did she fail to persuade Wu Ji, she was instead persuaded by Wu Ji. Since you have made up your mind, I will not say anything else. Wu Zhu sighed. Wu Ji had a sincere expression. She bowed deeply. Lady Pearl, I will remember your care for me. Just as she said that, another Gu Immortal appeared. Ha! Wu Ji, I heard everything you said just now. As expected of the number 1 Gu Immortal seed of our Wu clan, you did not tarnish the reputation of our clan. Wu Zhanping, you are here for? Wu Zhu asked. She had a guess in her heart. She was secretly happy for Wu Ji. Wu Zhanping nodded at Wu Zhu before looking at Wu Ji. I am the supreme elder of Wu clan's technique inheritance. Wu Ji, you have enough cultivation level and contributions. I am here to guide you on the path of Gu Immortals. Wu Ji breathed in deeply. She clenched her fists unconsciously. This moment had finally arrived. She had been waiting for it for a long time. Wu Zhanping said solemnly, Wu Ji, you are an old member of Wu clan. You have been the clan leader for many years. You know many Gu Immortal secrets. Our Wu clan has many cultivation paths. We are most proficient in Wind Path. With this path, our Wu clan is at the top of Southern Border's Gu Immortal world. Our position is unshakable. You can choose other paths, our Wu clan has almost all of them in our inventory. But I have a suggestion for you. Wu Zhanping heard Wu Ji's words and felt admiration towards this junior. He said more things. Wu Ji quickly said, "Please enlighten me, senior, I am listening." Wu Zhanping continued, "Rather than choosing a cultivation path, it is more like choosing a true inheritance. Our Wu clan has the strongest wind path true inheritance. First Supreme Elder Wu Yong cultivates wind path. He has the strongest wind path true inheritance in Wu clan. However, there are many wind path cultivators, the competition is intense. I'm not suggesting you to choose one. Right now, Wu clan has 2 new true inheritances. Even us Gu immortals are jealous, but the path has already been decided, the price to pay to change it is huge. If it were a peaceful era we might be able to do this. But now that the situation is unstable and chaotic, it is a great opportunity for juniors like you." Wu Zhenju heard this and agreed. She was also happy. This means that First Supreme Elder has really lifted the restrictions and taken out these 3 true inheritances to nurture Wu clan's descendants. That's right. Lord Wu Yong is a great strategist with great ambitions. Everyone in Wu clan is in awe of him. Wu Zhanping praised from the bottom of his heart. He said to Wu Ji, "There are 3 true inheritances now, they are of extremely high rank, even us Gu immortals are jealous. I will say them out loud, choose carefully. The first true inheritance is called Corpse Emperor True Inheritance. Corpse Emperor is not his main body, he is a southern border rank 8 Gu immortal, his lifespan is near its end, he turned into a zombie. Corpse Emperor entered the demonic path, he was powerful and ruthless, many super forces attacked him together. He was defeated and died in battle, his immortal zombie body eventually grew into a corpse mountain. The corpse mountain is hundreds of meters tall, it is covered in zombies, it produces transformation path zombie Gu and chi path zombie chi Gu. Back then, Southern Border Zombie Alliance's headquarters wanted this treasure land, they offered a high price to buy it from Wu clan and make it their headquarters, but we rejected them. Now it seems that our rejection was not wrong. Zombie Alliance is a subordinate of Shadow Sect, let's not talk about them. The most important thing is that a true inheritance appeared in Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, that is this Corpse Emperor true inheritance. This true inheritance is an enslavement path true inheritance, it is a rank 8 true inheritance. Wu Ji, if you choose this path Wu clan will definitely nurture you. Enslavement path Gu immortals who cultivate it often fight against many enemies. The weakness of enslavement path is that it requires too many cultivation resources, but the clan can bear this burden for you. The only flaw is that this true inheritance lacks immortal Gu. Wu Ji thought about it before shaking her head. Enslavement path is not my style, immortal Gu are hard to refine, I am not skilled in Gu refinement. It is very difficult to cultivate this true inheritance, even with the clan's help. I will not choose it. Alright then the next one. Wu Zhanping continued, this true inheritance is a soul path true inheritance, it has an even greater origin, it is from spectral soul demon venerable. This true inheritance is called 7-7 profound soul true inheritance, its most powerful move is to raise soul beasts into 7-7 profound soul birds. Once a 7-7 profound soul bird is successfully cultivated, it is almost immortal. Even if it is heavily injured, as long as one profound soul bird survives, it can recover to its previous state in a short period of time. Even though this true inheritance lacks immortal Gu, it is a different path to nurture soul beasts, it is easier to cultivate it. Wu Ji shook her head, even though soul path is strong I hate it. I cultivate my own body, raising soul beasts is like a nanny, it does not suit my nature. Wu Zhanping frowned slightly, choosing a true inheritance is not child's play. Wu Ji, you should think about it before making a decision. Wu Zhenju nodded in agreement, be it Corpse Emperor True Inheritance or 7-7 Profound Soul True Inheritance, they are both rare things. Wu Ji, you need to cherish this opportunity. Wu Ji was unmoved, thank you for your guidance, may I ask what is the third true inheritance? Wu Zhanping said, the third true inheritance is the Xing Tian True Inheritance that you took back. The Gu immortal who left behind this true inheritance is very famous in the history of Gu masters, he is Kong Xing Tian. Kong Xing Tian has Chi Escape Immortal Gu, this Gu is extremely amazing, it was once ranked 4th on the mystical Gu list. But in recent years because of the number 1 demon in the world, Guyue Fang Yuan, Spring Autumn Cicada was publicly recognized by the world, it rose to 3rd place on the mystical Gu list, pushing Chi Escape Gu down by 1 place. Speaking of Guyue Fang Yuan, Wu Zhanping and Wu Zhenju had complex expressions. Wu Ji acutely noticed that these 2 Gu immortals' breathing was slightly chaotic. Fang Yuan had once disguised as Wu Yi Hai and entered Wu clan, Even someone as brilliant as Wu Yong lost to him. But Wu clan no longer had the qualifications to take revenge on Fang Yuan. The Fate War, the pursuit of Fang Yuan, as well as the recent variant human chaos in Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan was the #1 demonic path person. Nobody could shake his position. Not wanting to think about Fang Yuan, Wu Zhanping quickly returned to the topic. Kong Xing Tian is a Chi Path Gu Immortal. He is most skilled in movement methods. The Chi Path movement killer move that he created is called Kong Xing Tian. It is extremely powerful. If you cultivate this true inheritance, you will be able to move freely and dominate the world. You will have the initiative. Chapter 21:15. Wu Ji's expression sank. If Kong Ri Tian did not have Kong Xing Tian's bloodline, I would not have lost this battle. Wu Zhanping shook his head. He did not lose either. Kong Ri Tian has an immortal gu, but he is just a mortal even though he escaped, so what? He cannot escape for long. Many righteous path gu immortals have already made their move. If my Wu clan's gu immortals obtain it, this true inheritance would have higher value. It would be more suitable for you, Wu Ji. But Wu Ji still shook her head. These 3 true inheritances, one is enslavement path, one is soul path, and one is chi path, they are all excellent methods. Unfortunately, they are not suitable for me. I will continue to cultivate my strength path. Wu Zhanping frowned deeply. Wu Zhenju also urged, Wu Ji, I know you obtained a strength path true inheritance, but that true inheritance was of low grade. The original owner was only a rank 6 gu immortal. It can't be compared to the 3 great inheritances at all. Seeing that Wu Ji's expression did not change, Wu Zhenju continued, most importantly, strength path has been declining for a long time. It cannot compare to enslavement path and soul path. Even though chi path was declining in the past, with the 5 regions merging and the chi tide surging, chi path is starting to regain its former glory. Choosing chi path is definitely wiser than choosing strength path. But Wu Ji still shook her head. I will choose strength path. Choosing someone else's true inheritance will save me a lot of effort, but if there is a strength path true inheritance, I will definitely choose it. I will definitely choose strength path in this life. Without anyone's foundation, I will create it myself. Wu Zhanping was unhappy. Wu Ji, you are not a gu immortal yet. You do not know the difficulties of gu immortals. The benefits brought to you by these 3 inheritances are indescribable in a short time, and you won't be able to experience them. Listen to my advice, choose one of these 3. In the long future of your gu immortal cultivation, you will always be grateful for your decision today. Wu Ji's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. She bowed deeply to the 2 immortals. Immortals, I am deeply grateful for your care and guidance. I will remember it. But if I do not choose strength path, I will regret it at the next moment. I have already decided on this. I will not change it. Even if I die in battle, I am willing to do so. Sigh. Wu Zhenju and Wu Zhanping shook their heads, feeling sorry for Wu Ji for wasting such a great opportunity. True Dream Immortal Aperture. The sky here was filled with constantly changing pink rays of light. At the center of the immortal aperture, a vast pink grassland had already formed. It was made up of several pieces of earthly dream fetus hair that Fang Yuan's main body had dug out from the southern border. There was also a smaller sea of flowers at the northern end of the immortal aperture. The flowers here were all 9 melody dream flowers. This kind of flower only had 1 petal, but it spiraled around the stem, forming a 9-layer spiral shape. It was very strange. At the southeastern part of the immortal aperture, Meng Qiuzhen specially created a lake. However, the lake water was somewhat sparse, and there was still a distance of several hundred feet from the shore. The entire lake was like a huge bowl, and there was a small water stain at the bottom of the bowl. This lake water was pure dream saliva water, and there was a strange fish living in the lake water. It looked like a tongue and was bright red. It was extremely agile, and it was called the tongue little dream fish. Finally, at the northern end of the immortal aperture, there was a desolate bone land. Hundreds of huge bones were mostly buried on the ground, but some were exposed. These bones were also dream path gu materials. They were gathered from several dream path ancient desolate beast corpses. Meng Qiuzhen placed them here and set up a gu formation to form this bone dream sand field. The sand field used the marrow of the bones to nourish the soil, gradually turning the soil into dream sand. Earthly dream fetus hair, 9 melody dream flowers, dream saliva water, tongue little dream fish, and dream sand, these were all the dream path gu materials that Fang Yuan had gathered earlier. At the current stage, dream path gu materials were still very rare. Fang Yuan had searched the entire underground of southern border to gather this much. But in true dream immortal aperture, these gu materials will definitely be developed greatly soon. there will be an endless supply of immortal level goo materials. Meng Qiuzhen was very confident about this. Even though the original locations of these Dream Path goo materials had Dream Path Dao marks, they were suppressed by the surrounding Dao marks, mainly Earth Path Dao marks. It was not easy for them to develop, their living space was like a crack in a rock. But now they were all moved into true Dream Immortal aperture. It was like a dragon entering the pugilistic world, a tiger entering the deep mountains, or a fish swimming in the vast ocean. In such a relaxed environment that mainly consisted of Dream Path Dao marks, these Dream Path goo materials would develop well. Don't forget Fang Yuan's rebirth, he had excellent nurturing methods, and the difference in the flow of time between true Dream Immortal aperture and the outside world. This way Dream Path is finally on the right track. As long as I develop it step by step, there will definitely be great results in the future. Fang Yuan evaluated. His investment in Dream Path ended here. In terms of Dream Path Mortal Goo recipes, experience in exploring dream realms, and so on, Fang Yuan had the 500 years of experience in his previous life, he still had the upper hand. In terms of Dream Path Immortal Goo, Fang Yuan had 4 Immortal Goo, he was extremely wealthy, he was definitely number 1 in his era. In terms of Dream Path attainment level, Fang Yuan was a Dream Path master. Some people might be able to match him in this aspect, but at least Fang Yuan was still at the forefront. And in terms of Dream Path Immortal Goo recipes and immortal materials, Fang Yuan's results were definitely at the top. He had 2 Dream Path Immortal Goo recipes, they were absolutely correct and excellent. And in terms of immortal materials, Fang Yuan had the absolute advantage. Feng Kim Hong was still immortal. Even if Lady Poison Scorpion was a goo immortal, she was not a pure dream reality seeker physique, she could not compare to Fang Yuan. All in all, Fang Yuan was definitely the number 1 person in the world in terms of Dream Path. Such results had already surpassed Fang Yuan's expectations. In his plan, as long as he maintained a leading position in Dream Path, it was acceptable. Now was not the time for Dream Path to truly rise. Take True Dream Immortal Aperture for example, it was the number 1 place in the world that produced Dream Path goo materials, but it could only produce rank 6 Dream Path Immortal materials, and these immortal materials were pitifully few in number. Without Dream Path Immortal materials, Fang Yuan could not advance his Dream Path Immortal goo. In fact, even if he had rank 8 Immortal Goo Dream Token and used killer moves like Dreamy Light Smoke, he could not gain an advantage against Duke Long and Spectral Soul. In peak battles, Dream Path methods could only be used as a trump card, they could at most make the enemy wary. If Fang Yuan wanted to explore Crazed Demon Cave, he might have to face the revived star constellation Immortal Venerable, as well as Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in the Door of Life and Death. Against such existences, Dream Path methods that were still in the early stages could not be his main trump card. Actually, by combining the perfect pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies and Spectral Soul Split Souls, I can create Dream Path Goo Immortals in batches. But too many Dream Path Immortal apertures are useless. The biggest gains are still the Heaven and Earth Resonance, the Dream Path Immortal Goo recipes and so on. Even if I make use of the Immortal Ascension Tribulation to refine Immortal Goo, it will not be easy. Calamities and tribulations were controlled by Providence, their power could be large or small. When the power was large there would be more Heaven and Earth Chi. After the Goo Immortal passes the tribulation, the remaining Heaven and Earth Chi could be used to refine Immortal Goo. But if Providence could reduce the power of calamities and tribulations, without Heaven and Earth Chi, it would be impossible to refine Dream Path Immortal Goo. If Providence did this, Fang Yuan's gains would be very low. Firstly, the cost of creating pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies was very high, a lot of dream realms were needed. But Providence did the opposite and changed the content of the Dream Path calamities and tribulations. Fang Yuan would be in even more danger. After all, Providence already knew about Fang Yuan's foundation in Dream Path. Thus, cultivating for a period of time and using True Dream Immortal Aperture to isolate Providence, developing rapidly and refining other Dream Path Immortal Goo before undergoing tribulation was the safest method. If he continued to invest in Dream Path, the gains would not be high. If Fang Yuan continued to invest, on one hand he would be suppressed by Providence, on the other hand he would be a pioneer, it would be very difficult and unrewarding. It would be better to wait for Dream Path to flourish and have dream realms everywhere. Fang Yuan could take advantage of it and save time and effort. Thus, Fang Yuan did not want to keep the dream realms that he had in the hands of others. The greatest value of these dream realms was that they could be the first in this era. Be it Western Deserts Tang Clan, Central Continent's Feng Kim Hong, or Northern Plains Lady Poison Scorpion, they were all the same. But for Fang Yuan, the true value of these dream realms was to increase his attainment levels, allowing him to annex more grotto heavens. Meng Qiuzhen was indeed a dream path clone that Fang Yuan created. His efficiency in exploring dream realms far surpassed Fang Yuan's main body. Fang Yuan's attainment levels rose rapidly, he had great gains. At the same time he continued to annex the two heavens grotto heavens. Each grotto heaven had at least 1,000,000 Dao marks and 1,000 heaven path Dao marks, as well as a vast amount of cultivation resources. These grotto heavens had a long history. If Fang Yuan annexed one, he would be taking the countless years of hard work of others and turning them into his own. Fang Yuan's strength rose again and again. Each improvement was so huge that it was absolutely unheard of. The uniqueness of the sovereign immortal body and the strength of unrestrained heavenly marks had already surpassed the common sense of the cultivation world. Obtaining either would allow one to dominate the world and leave their name in history. More terrifyingly, when the two were combined, they complemented each other. The power they could display was no longer as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. But no matter how much his foundation and strength rose, Fang Yuan was still a pseudo-venerable. He might be the #1 pseudo-venerable since ancient times, but it was useless. Without becoming venerable, there would be no qualitative change. Fang Yuan cultivated secretly while annexing immortal apertures. He also inspected his luck. The silver-white light pillar was getting thicker, but the clouds above were also getting bigger. Be it the black cloud that represented spectral soul demon venerable or the golden cloud that represented giant sun immortal, they were all the same. The nebula that represented star constellation immortal venerable expanded by several times, far surpassing the other two clouds. Chapter 21:16. Rotten Mud Mountain was one of the famous mountains in southern border. If it was in southern border, eastern sea or northern plains, it might be even more famous. However, southern border had many mountains. It had the highest number of famous mountains in the 5 regions. Rotten Mud Mountain was not outstanding, it gave people a feeling of mediocrity. This place produced rotten mud. It was a common goo material that contained poison path and earth path Dao marks. It was extremely common and had a very low market price. During the rainy season, Rotten Mud Mountain would form a temporary swamp. The rotten mud would turn into rotten swamp mud. The latter was a widely used goo refinement material. During winter, the rotten mud would combine with ice and snow Dao marks and turn into frozen rotten mud. It was also a very common resource. Because it was very fertile, it was mixed in the soil and could be used to grow wheat seedlings, vegetables and fruits. As a result, many southern border villages used it. Furthermore, frozen rotten mud was the food of the smelly fart fat worm. Thus, Rotten Mud Mountain also produced the smelly fart fat worm. The smelly fart fat worm was a rank 1 poison path goo worm. It looked like black boar goo and was often used by unscrupulous merchants to impersonate black boar goo in goo master markets. In terms of name, smelly fart goo was also similar to the smelly fart fat worm. It was also a rank 1 poison path goo worm. Similar to the smelly fart fat worm, smelly fart goo was also very large in Rotten Mud Mountain. Living off the mountain and living off the river, there were several villages that relied on Rotten Mud Mountain to survive. These villages were scattered around the periphery of Rotten Mud Mountain. Even though they competed with each other, they mostly cooperated. Because Rotten Mud Mountain was a famous mountain, it could produce immortal materials. There were even poison path desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts in the mountain. These villages did not have goo immortals, they were at most rank 5 goo masters. They did not dare to set up camp on the mountain. Rumble. At this point, the people in the stronghold all heard the thunder-like sound, and they were all bewildered. What happened on the mountain? Why is there thunder for no reason? The mountain is dangerous, it is not something we goo masters can estimate. Then they heard someone shouting again. Kong Ritian, you can't escape. I know you are hiding here, you can hide for now, but can you hide forever? If you obediently come out now and hand over your goo worms, I can still spare your life. But if you miss this opportunity when I search the entire mountain and drag you out, you'll wish you were dead. Wu Clan's goo immortals roared, their voices spread in all directions. The people in the villages at the edge of the mountain were in an uproar. It's an immortal. An immortal has appeared. My God. I know Kong Ritian, this devil. He specializes in harming innocent girls. Immortals actually came to find him. He's dead meat. Did Kong Ritian obtain the immortal goo and let the immortals snatch it? Bah. This isn't robbery, this is immortals upholding justice. Do you think we'll be able to see immortals if we go there? Can I obtain the method to become an immortal? The fated battle made everyone in the world aware of the existence of immortals. Before this, due to the isolation of the environment and other reasons, many people thought that immortals were just a legend. Bitter. Kong Ritian was covered in injuries. He hid in a muddy hole and his face was filled with despair. Sigh, Wu clan's immortals are too domineering. I am a burden to all of you. Kong Ritian looked at Wang Xiao Air and the 4 great obscenities of Central Continent, feeling very guilty. Back then when they came out of the pit, the situation was very chaotic. The 4 great obscenities of Central Continent wanted Kong Ritian's immortal inheritance, but they were chased down by him. Kong Ritian knew what the 4 great obscenities of Central Continent were thinking. He used the contents of the inheritance to tempt them. As a result, he joined hands with the 4 great obscenities and managed to escape. After all, Xianxia's inheritance only had some clues. It did not attract the attention of Gu immortals. Kong Ritian's opponents were rank 5 experts like Wu Ji and Xianxia. The 4 great obscenities of Central Continent had great strength, and because Kong Ritian was a famous demonic path expert in Southern Border, they managed to escape after working together. However, good times did not last long because Kong Xianxia's inheritance was exposed. All the super clans paid attention to it and sent Gu immortals. Kong Ritian and the rest were immediately put in a perilous situation. They hid in all directions and finally managed to hide in the rotting mud mountain. But now they were forced into a corner by Wu clan's Gu immortals. So what if I die? What's the big deal? Brother Kong, don't say any more, this is fate. Speaking of which, dying at the hands of an immortal is a form of glory. The 4 great obscenities of Central Continent chuckled. They were all demonic path members. At the moment of life and death, they showed some heroic spirit. Alright, don't yell like that. Who told you that you are going to die? Suddenly, a will appeared on Kong Ritian's body. Seeing this will, the 4 great obscenities of Central Continent showed complex expressions. This will was Kong Xianxia's will. Other than his will, immortal Gu and immortal essence were also left in Xianxia's inheritance. This way Kong Ritian had Gu immortal methods. This was also the reason why the 4 great obscenities did not attack Kong Ritian and snatch the inheritance. These people were able to struggle to this place under the pursuit of Gu immortals. It was all thanks to Kong Xianxia's will. Lord Ancestor, you are finally awake. Was his injury completely healed? From what you said, we can still be saved. Kong Ritian's eyes shined with bright light as he asked. Kong Xianxia's will sighed. I am not injured, but using Gu immortal methods expended too much of my will. Thus, I had no choice but to sleep and use Gu worms to replenish my will. As for whether we can be saved, that is a given. Why did I tell you to come here before I went into hibernation? Using this place, we can escape from these pursuers. Saying this, Kong Xianxian took action, using his Gu immortal methods. Everyone was astonished to see that a long passageway had silently opened up in this muddy cave. Everyone entered the tunnel and went deeper underground, arriving at an underground hall. Kong Xing Providence's will revisited this place. He sighed deeply. Back then my main body spent 100 years of hard work. He searched through all sorts of clues. He found this land after much difficulty. Unfortunately, back then my main body was already old and did not have much time left. I had to make some arrangements before leaving. Land. Is it the secluded domain of heaven and earth recorded in the Legends of Renzu? Everyone was surprised, but they had heard of it before. The Legends of Renzu was simply too widespread. Kong Xing Providence's will smiled proudly. That's right. Land is as famous as Shi Land. It is one of the top Chi Path secluded domains. Little Ritian, you know that my main body specialty is to use Chi currents to shoot out of my pores and move around. Land and Shi Land are opposite each other. They complement my killer move perfectly. They are a perfect match. Using it, we can definitely escape from our pursuers. That is great. Everyone was overjoyed. Even though they were not afraid of death, it was best if they could stay alive. Kong Xing Providence's will sighed as he said, It is a pity, little Ritian, you are not a Gu immortal yet. You cannot take this secluded domain of heaven and earth away. Once I use my killer move, I can make all of you scatter like shooting stars. Your speed is extremely fast, nobody can catch up to you. But Land can only be left for the Gu immortals outside. Kong Ritian was very open-minded. Ancestor, it is good enough that we can stay alive. The secluded domain of heaven and earth cannot be taken away. Let Wu clan take care of it. One day I will take it back. I will make Wu Ji Xianxia, and the rest suffer in my hands. Kong Ritian said this with a ruthless gaze. He revealed the lawlessness and evil aura of a demonic path member. Kong Xing Providence's will laughed loudly. Good, this is the spirit of a true descendant of mine. Kong Xianxian was also in the demonic path in the past. He admired juniors like Kong Ritian. Speaking of which, even though Kong Ritian was a sinner, he did not lack ability or temperament. Otherwise, he could not have survived in southern border for so long, and even made a name for himself as a demonic path expert. Yin Dao spoke, Lord Gu Immortal, I have a brotherly relationship with these people, I want to travel together. But from your words it seems like we are going to split up? Kong Xing Providences will nodded, that's right. If my main body was still here, I could use Hu Lan to let all of you fly away together and stay together. But I am only a will now, I can barely borrow Hu Lan's power, be it direction or location, I cannot control them. Or maybe you can stay here and hide somewhere else, when I leave with little Ri Tian, that southern border Gu Immortal might chase after us. Yin Dao and the others were troubled. If they could fly away they had to. The risk of staying here was too high. Central Continent's 10 great obscenities had experience of escaping, they knew that in this situation, staying here was suicide. But it was not hard to fly away, they had to stay with Wang Xiao'er. If they were not together, the curse would activate. Brother Kong, let's talk somewhere else. Thinking of this, Yin Dao sighed deeply, he decided to be honest. Kong Ri Tian felt strange, even though he was working with the 4 great obscenities of Central Continent, he was still vigilant. Now that his ancestors will had awakened, he was not afraid of the 4 great obscenities using any sinister methods. Kong Ri Tian and Yin Dao went to a corner as they conversed. So that's it. Kong Ri Tian said in shock. What else did you think? Yin Dao said helplessly. Kong Ri Tian blinked his eyes. I thought Central Continent liked this, speaking of which, when I saw it for the first time I was shocked, to think that you have such strong tastes. In the air their conversation could be heard. Chapter 21:17. The other 3 obscenities had unsightly expressions. Kong Ri Tian was not only in the demonic path, he was also like them, they were in the same profession. To think that he would confess to them today. This was a huge humiliation to southern border. Hearing Wang Xiao'er's words they felt even more pained. The 4 great obscenities were already in great pain, but Wang Xiao'er was enjoying it. Because of his identity as a mysterious immortal, the 4 great obscenities did not dare to say anything. Thus, the 3 obscenities could only reply, Boss must have his reasons for not saying anything. Xiao'er, we need to believe in Boss. Boss is definitely thinking for us, he just does not want us to worry, or is there another reason? It is not a problem. Wang Xiao'er was a little embarrassed. I was wrong. Brothers, please don't blame me, I was just curious. After understanding the situation, Kong Ri Tian returned to ancestor Kong Xing Tian's will and told him everything. After Kong Xing Tian's will heard it, he showed a strange expression. Let me try. Kong Xing Providence's will did not make any promises. Immortal, please do as much as you want. Yin Dao and the rest quickly said they were filled with gratitude. Kong Xing Providence's will was not in a hurry to treat them, he used a method to inspect these people's qi. After taking a look, Kong Xing Providence's will had an idea. These people's qi far surpasses ordinary people, they are not weak. Especially that Wang Xiao'er, is he really an amnesiac immortal? Kong Xing Providence's will decided to save them. The 4 great obscenities of Central Continent were only mortals, whether or not they were worth investing in depended on their qi. Kong Xing Tian was a demonic path Gu immortal, he paid attention to benefits. Using Hu Lan to let everyone escape, it did not need to expend much immortal essence. But to cure the 4 great obscenities the cost would be high. Especially the immortal essence that Kong Xing Tian left behind, they would be gone with each use. Next, Kong Xing Tian started to investigate. After a while, Kong Xing Providence's will showed a solemn expression. He shook his head. I cannot cure your injuries. Kong Ri Tian was surprised. Ancestor, you can't even deal with them? Kong Xing Tian's will sighed. This old man can heal most injuries in this world. But the immortal method on them was extraordinary, it was the work of the legendary Love Gu. Love Gu belonged to Spirit Affinity House. It seemed that the one who took action was the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. You guys are really lucky to even be able to meet a spiritual affinity fairy. The 4 great obscenities' faces instantly turned pale. Wang Xiao'er was confused. Could it be that the 4 of you have a huge hidden danger? He became anxious and said, My 4 brothers have kept it a secret from me. Didn't we agree to share fortune and misfortune together? What kind of trouble do my 4 brothers have? Although I can't do it, I'll do my best to help you. As Wang Xiao'er spoke, he became anxious and a little angry. The 4 great obscenities of Central Continent looked at Wang Xiao'er and felt their livers hurt. No, to be more precise, he felt a faint pain in his butt again. Was it the fortune or misfortune of the 4 great obscenities to have met such a person? It was indeed fortunate. Without Wang Xiao'er, they would not have lived until now. But why did the four great obscenities wish that they had never met Wang Xiao'er? This is fate. Qin Yin Dao sighed bitterly, since the immortal cannot cure us, we might as well wait for death here. Kong Xing Tianzhuo laughed and waved his hand. This old man may not be able to cure you, but I have ways to treat the symptoms and not the root of the problem. This old man can take action and temporarily suppress the illness in your bodies. I won't let it happen again for a period of time. That works. The four great obscenities were excited, they expressed their gratitude. Wang Xiao'er was also excited. Kong Xing Providence said solemnly, according to my judgment, your fate is not in southern border, it is in central continent. The four great obscenities looked at each other. Weren't they chased out of central continent? But from Kong Sheng's words, they were going back to central continent? Kong Sheng Providence snorted coldly, that is all I have to say, it is up to you whether you believe me or not. Let's go. The fact that he could talk so much with these mortals was already because of Kong Ri Tian, the successor of his sect. As for Wang Xiao'er, Kong Sheng Providence did not want to investigate. If his main body was still around he might have attacked. But now who knew what Wang Xiao'er was? Did he really lose his memories or was he pretending? Even if he had really lost his memory, it seemed like he must have some sort of defensive measure. Kong Ri Tian had not become a Gu Immortal yet, he was being chased by Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu Immortals. Kong Sheng Providence was confused for a moment. He did not intend to touch Wang Xiao'er. Let's go. Kong Sheng Tian spoke as he activated his killer move, Hu Land. Normally speaking, when Gu Immortals use killer moves, they would release a strong aura that would make others wary. But Kong Sheng Tian's method could conceal his aura perfectly. This method was very rare. In the current 5 regions only Wu Yong could do this. From this, one could deduce that Kong Sheng Tian's fighting style was very troublesome and hard to defend against. Thus, when Wu Clan's Gu Immortal found out, it was already too late. He could only watch as these people scattered, he could not catch up to them. After feeling vexed, Wu Clan's Gu Immortal was filled with shock and suspicion. Because he found Hu Land. This is a Chi Path secluded domain of heaven and earth? I'm going to make a huge contribution. After confirming it, Wu Clan's Gu Immortal was overjoyed. He immediately contacted Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder, Wu Yong. When Wu Yong received the news, he was in his study dealing with administrative matters. Wu Land. He stood up from his chair, his eyes shining with bright light. Next, he opened his mouth and blew out a mouthful of green wind. The green wind curled into a ball, it was the size of a fist. After circling around for a while, it entered Wu Yong's mind. Thoughts appeared in Wu Yong's mind, they were quickly absorbed by the green wind, causing his thoughts to collide and think rapidly. Even though Wu Yong was a wind path expert in terms of attainment level, he was able to imitate the advantage of wisdom path. Hu Land is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. If Wu Clan can obtain it, it will be the turning point for me to take over the world. Wu Yong was extremely excited, there was a fire burning in his heart, he was extremely excited. The legends of Renzu recorded many secluded domains of heaven and earth. For time path there was the river of time, for space path there was space gate also known as space cave. For chi path there was Shi Land and Hu Land. For rule path there was reverse refinement river, Qingbai mountain, minuscule mountain and others. For information path there was Chen Kuan crystal wall, whispering forest. For soul path there was Danghun mountain, Luopa valley. There were also some secluded domains of heaven and earth that had Dao marks of many paths like City Well, Blue Sea of Life, and Ordinary Abyss. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, fragments of Dao marks. Even though secluded domains of heaven and earth contained scattered Dao marks, the total number of Dao marks often surpassed rank 9 immortal Gu. These secluded domains of heaven and earth were not only recorded in the legends of Renzu, in the long river of history, they were also controlled by very few Gu immortals or forces, leaving behind many moving legends. If secluded domains of heaven and earth could be used properly, they would have huge benefits to a superforce. They were very helpful to pseudo-venerables and even venerables. Forget about the distant past, just the pseudo-venerable demon Immortal Qiju in front of him. He used Shi Land to participate in the pinnacle competition of the Gu Immortal world after rebirth. Wu Yong was clear. For superforces, if secluded domains of heaven and earth can be developed properly, they will definitely gain huge profits. They can even monopolize the trade like Danghun Mountain. For individual Gu Immortals, secluded domains of heaven and earth are a substitute for rank 9 immortal Gu. They can shake the entire era and lead the trend of the immortal world. Rank 9 immortal Gu were very hard to obtain. There were not many rank 9 immortal Gu in history. For example, Fate Gu, Celestial Court had worked hard for millions of years to preserve and repair it. For example, Wisdom Gu, Giant Sun Immortal spent a lot of effort to preserve it in 88-point Jianghu Tower. There was also Hatred Gu, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had set it up for hundreds of thousands of years before he succeeded. In history, the Venerables had the most rank 9 Immortal Gu, their Vital Gu were all rank 9. Other than that, the number of other rank 9 Immortal Gu did not exceed 5. Thus, secluded domains of heaven and earth had great value. Using secluded domains of heaven and earth as the core to use immortal killer moves often had outstanding effects. For example, Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. I have to use all my strength to take down this secluded domain of heaven and earth. I have to do it secretly and prevent the news from spreading. Wu Yong was determined. The secluded domain of heaven and earth had too many implications. If it was exposed, southern border would definitely be in an uproar, the other 4 regions might even fight for it. But now this secret had not been exposed yet. Wu Yong saw a great opportunity. The other forces only knew of Xianxia's true inheritance. They did not know of Hu land. Earlier, Wu clan's Gu Immortals had already sparred with the Gu Immortals of other clans, forcing them to retreat. There were no lone immortals or demonic cultivators at the scene of Rotten Mud Mountain. If it were in the past, the appearance of a rank 8 inheritance like Xianxia's true inheritance would definitely cause a commotion in the whole of southern border's Gu Immortal world. All sorts of people would come out to take action. But that was no longer the case now. Inheritances were appearing in the whole of the 5 regions. They were exposed by the Qi tides. Wu clan's Gu Immortals could easily repel their competitors because of this. All the super forces were actively fighting for high-quality inheritances in their own territories and the surrounding regions. Xianxia's true inheritance was only one of them. Compared to these southern border righteous path forces, Wu Yong was more worried about the pseudo-venerables. Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Qi Si Ancestor are both Qi Path Gu Immortals. This Hu land is extremely important to them. But thankfully, Demon Immortal Qi Ju has already been suppressed by Divine Emperor City. Meanwhile, Qi Si Ancestor is fighting against the Variant Human Alliance led by Fang Yuan. He has no time to leave. As for Fang Yuan, Chapter 21:18. Once, Wu Yong chased after Fang Yuan and chased him from southern border to western desert. But now Wu Yong was very worried that Fang Yuan would come and snatch Hu land. Wu Yong knew that if Fang Yuan came to snatch it, he would not be able to stop him. Immortal Gu were easy to destroy, Fang Yuan would have to be cautious. But secluded domains of heaven and earth were hard to destroy, they could be snatched easily. Fang Yuan has the sovereign immortal body and can cultivate all kinds of paths. This is truly terrifying. Hu land is definitely useful to him. If this secret is leaked, my Wu clan will not be able to keep it, it will definitely be snatched away. By then, not only will we have to sacrifice resources and time, there will even be casualties. Wu clan's reputation will also suffer a huge blow. It is better not to take Hu land. Wu Yong thought deeply. He decided to secretly send people to take Hu land away. If this information was leaked during this process, he would immediately stop. Even though Wu clan was big, it was not Fang Yuan's match. In the world it was not about numbers but strength. There are no Gu Immortals in those villages of Rotten Mud Mountain, but we need to prevent mortals and Gu masters from leaking information. Maybe we can use the beast tide to deal with them. Kong Ri Tian is not in a hurry to find him, we can just secretly investigate his traces. Hopefully he does not expose himself before I take Hu land. If he still made a big fuss, it would arouse suspicion. It was strange that your Wu clan Gu Immortals could not capture Kong Ri Tian. What method did Kong Ri Tian use to escape from Wu clan's rank 7 Gu Immortals? At that time, curious gazes would be directed towards Rotten Mud Mountain. Thus, Wu Yong hoped that Kong Ri Tian could hide himself during this period of time. To attract the attention of southern border's Gu Immortal world, I might need to activate Ba clan's arrangements in advance to create a cover for taking Hu land. Of course, there is a huge flaw in this plan. That is Kong Ri Tian. Kong Ri Tian has Kong Xing Tian's will, he can connect to jewel yellow skies. At the crucial moment, if he exposed the secret of Hu land, the Wu clan would be in trouble. However, the possibility of this isn't high. Wu Yong analyzed in his mind. Firstly, Kong Xing Tian cultivated Qi Path, so Kong Ri Tian would also cultivate Qi Path. Wu clan obtained Hu land. From their perspective, they wanted to compete with Wu clan secretly. It would be best if they could take back Hu land. He wouldn't announce it to the public and attract countless competitors. Secondly, if Kong Ri Tian exposed Hu land's secret, it would be equivalent to a life and death struggle with the Wu clan. It was a very unwise decision. because this action would provoke the Wu clan's revenge. At the same time, it would expose the crucial information that Kong Ritian was still on the run. Other Gu immortals would continue to pursue him. Although the possibility wasn't high, it was still possible that he would be exposed. For the Wu family, the risk of secretly taking away Hu land was huge. However, the benefits involved in the Hu land were too great. Wu Yong was willing to take this risk. A few days later, in the sky above Red Dragon River, Wu clan, Xia clan and Ba clan's Gu immortals were facing each other nervously. The river water was surging, the waves were like fire and explosions could be heard from time to time. This was the Fire Thunder River segment of Red Dragon River. It produced Fire Path and Lightning Path Gu worms. A newly discovered rank 8 true inheritance was hidden at the bottom of this river segment. The one who set up the true inheritance was Fire Thunder Divine Lord. He cultivated Fire Path and Lightning Path. Even though he was a lone cultivator, his luck was good and he had many fortuitous encounters. He was not a southern border Gu immortal, he came from Western Desert. He had once caused a huge commotion in Western Desert's Gu immortal world. He was chased by several Western Desert super forces. Even though he escaped, when he reached the Fire Thunder River segment of Red Dragon River, he was heavily injured and could not recover. At the moment of his death, he secretly made arrangements. Because of his arrangements, this river segment of Red Dragon River gradually became the Fire Thunder River segment. Fire Thunder Divine Lord's methods were ingenious and natural. Even though this was the border between Ba clan and Xia clan, these two super forces did not sense anything wrong, they thought it was natural. Even though the Fire Thunder River segment produced Fire Path and Lightning Path Gu worms, it had never produced Immortal Gu. Thus Ba clan and Xia clan did not care about it. 4 Mortal Gu masters, even though Fire Path and Lightning Path Mortal Gu were attractive, the environment was dangerous, few rank 5 Gu masters would take the risk. Thus, Fire Thunder Divine Lord's true inheritance was hidden for a long time, it was only exposed when the Qi tide swept the world. Fire Thunder Divine Lord was a rank 8 Gu immortal. The rank 8 true inheritance he left behind was of high quality, almost all of Southern Border's Righteous Path super forces fought over it. After some probing and competition, there were only 3 parties left. One was Wu clan while the other 2 were Ba clan and Xia clan. Ba clan's current first supreme elder Bada was 9 feet tall. He had a simple appearance. He had a muscular body with broad shoulders and back, his exposed skin was like the bark of a 1,000-year-old tree, there was even moss growing on it. He had a lion's mouth and a wide nose, his eyes were covered by a black cloth. A large dark green beard hung down to his chest, and his emerald green hair hung down to the back of his waist. Bada floated in the air, shouting at Wu Yong, "Wu clan, you have crossed the line, this is my Ba clan's territory. No matter what true inheritance appears, it should belong to my Ba clan. Wu Yong, you are the leader of the Southern Alliance, the leader of Southern Border's Gu immortals, are you not going to set an example and ignore the rules of the Righteous Path?" Wu Yong smiled and said elegantly, "Since when was this Fire Thunder River segment your Ba clan's territory? The border between your Ba clan and Xia clan is very sensitive. Bada, you need to speak carefully, at least pay attention to the thoughts of our Xia clan comrades." Before he finished speaking, Xia clan's Gu immortal Xia Zhao spoke. "Lord Wu Yong, whether this is Xia clan or Ba clan's territory, it is a matter between our 2 clans. Wu clan's headquarters are far to the south, even Xiao clan is not close to Fire Thunder River segment. Although Xia Zhao only had rank 7 cultivation, Xia clan's original first supreme elder Xiaxia had already been turned into a mortal Gu master by Fang Yuan, thus Xia Zhao was the current first supreme elder of Xia clan, his status was similar to Bada's. Xia Zhao's words were not abrupt. Xia clan and Wu clan had conflict since long ago, their relationship had never been good. Forget about the past, just look at the recent years. Xia clan and Wu clan had fought over Frosty Peak. Back then Fang Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai and defeated Xia Fei Kuai, winning this fight. Later, Xia clan even took the initiative to annex Qiao clan's empty return pit. Qiao clan was Wu clan's vassal. Invading Qiao clan was equivalent to offending Wu clan. Thus, after Wu Yong used clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building to turn the tide, Xia clan had no choice but to return empty return pit. Xia clan's external supreme elder, Immortal Yan Huang, had once possessed Moon Bowl, but this was also taken over by Wu clan. Thus, although Xia clan and Ba clan had a tense relationship, Wu clan was the strongest, thus Xia clan and Ba clan were secretly on the same side. Qiao Silu's expression changed slightly. She was one of the 3 great fairies of Southern Border, her beauty was on par with Fairy Miao Yin. Right now, her cultivation level had already risen to rank 7. This time Qiao clan, as a vassal of Wu clan, had to do something, thus they sent Xiao Silu to follow Wu Yong. Xiao Silu was well aware of the rules of the righteous path. Seeing that Ba clan and Xia clan were rejecting Wu clan, she felt anxious. Righteous path Gu immortals had their own set of rules. They were not as free as the demonic path, or as free as lone cultivators. Even though Wu Yong was strong and could be said to be the #1 person in southern border, he could not act against the Fire Thunder true inheritance because he did not have the moral high ground. At this moment, Wu Yong's reputation and his position as the Southern Alliance leader had become a restraint on Wu Yong. If Wu Yong really tried to take action, he would lose the support of the people. Southern Border's righteous path would doubt his impartiality as the alliance leader. Wu clan was powerful, they did not cultivate Fire Path or Lightning Path. A rank 8 Fire Thunder true inheritance did not have much meaning to Wu clan. If Wu Yong tried to snatch it, Wu clan's losses would be greater than what they would gain. Facing the combined resistance of Xia clan and Ba clan, Wu Yong's smile became even brighter. Take the person out, he instructed softly. The Wu clan Gu immortal behind him immediately opened his immortal aperture and took out Immortal Gu Master. Wu Yong introduced on the spot. This Western Desert Gu Master is the bloodline inheritor of Fire Thunder Divine Lord. It didn't matter whether the Fire Thunder River segment belonged to the Ba clan or the Xia clan. What is clear is that the Fire Thunder true inheritance in the river belongs to this young friend. The expressions of Ba clan and Xia clan's Gu immortals changed. Wu Yong smiled again. He said calmly, as righteous path members, how can we snatch other people's inheritances? This true inheritance has an owner, it belongs to this young friend from Western Desert. As the Southern Alliance leader, I have to be fair. If you suspect his identity, you can draw his blood to prove it. As expected of Lord Wu Yong. So he was prepared. Xiao Silu's eyes shined, she felt assured. Now Wu clan had the moral high ground, they could shut the mouths of everyone in the world, Wu Yong could use his full strength. Instead, Ba clan and Xia clan were in an awkward situation. Bada and Xia Zhao looked at each other, their expressions were ugly. Wu Yong's preparations were so thorough they were surprised. Even though Wu Yong had not been in the position for long, the whole of Southern Border's Gu immortal world knew about his methods. Bada and Xia Zhao understood deeply. Since Wu Yong publicly displayed this bloodline descendant, this descendant's identity was definitely real. Even if Wu Yong faked it, his methods were definitely superb, there were no flaws in it in a short period of time. Bada and Xia Zhao discussed for a while before taking a few steps forward. Bada had a solemn expression. How can Southern Border's things return to Western Desert? Xia Zhao added, since Fire Thunder Immortal Lord died here, leaving his legacy in Southern Border is the will of the heavens. Ba clan and Xia clan could not retreat. The true inheritance was between the two clans. If they retreated so easily, would their reputation be tarnished? Wu Yong was not surprised by these two clans' reactions. He waved his sleeves. Then let's have a match between the three of us. Now that the situation had developed to such an extent, the only way to decide the outcome was to have a competition. I would like to see your skills. Bada shouted, attacking first. Xia Zhao only had rank 7 cultivation level, he immediately retreated to the side and attacked from afar, assisting Bada and restraining Wu Yong. Wu Yong laughed heartily, intense winds blew and the world turned dark. Bada cultivated Wood Path. When he activated his killer move, countless ancient trees moved and leaves flew in the sky. But under Wu Yong's killer move, the ancient trees were cut into pieces and the leaves fell to the ground. In just 3 rounds, Bada and Xia Zhao were defeated by Wu Yong. They had an obvious advantage. Do you have anything else to say? Wu Yong laughed again. Xia Zhao's expression was ashen, he did not speak. He could not help but recall Xiaqia's situation when she was still rank 8. At least Wu Yong would not be so arrogant back then. He actually became so strong. Bada's heart shook, he clenched his fists. But I still have a trump card that I have yet to use. If I open my eyes, can I defeat Wu Yong? Bada thought about it, he relaxed his fists. For a mere fire lightning true inheritance, he would not expose the killer move that he had been cultivating for so many years. Ba clan and Xia clan retreated in the end. Wu Yong brought the Western Desert Gu Master to the bottom of the river and took out the fire lightning true inheritance. The Western Desert Gu Master knelt down on the spot, requesting to join Wu clan. Wu Yong immediately agreed. This Western Desert Gu Master was called Zhong-yi, he had good character and talent, with some nurturing he would become a Gu immortal seed, he was worth Wu clan taking in. Because of Fang Yuan, many Wu Clan Gu Immortals had been sacrificed in recent years. Wu Yong needed more Wu Clan Gu Immortals, so he took in the surrounding Gu Masters from other regions as external Supreme Elders. Congratulations Lord Wu Yong, you easily defeated Ba Clan and Xia Clan, obtaining the Fire Lightning True Inheritance. Xiao Si Lu congratulated. In the current southern border, who can compete with my lord? The morale of Wu Clan's Gu Immortals rose, they spoke excitedly. Wu Yong nodded, saying with a calm expression, "Spread today's battle report, I want the whole of southern border's Gu Immortal world to know about this." Yes. Wu Clan's Gu Immortals immediately responded. Lord Wu Yong, Mushroom Man Gu Immortal Ku Xan Hong requests an audience. Right at this time, a Mushroom Man Gu Immortal came from the southeast direction, riding on the waves. What? A Mushroom Man Gu Immortal? Is he from Mushroom Man Paradise? Such guts. The Gu Immortals around Wu Yong had a change of expression. Ku Xan Hong was dressed in white, he had an ordinary appearance. He did not conceal his appearance, there was a large mushroom on his forehead, it looked like a hat. Wu Yong's heart jumped. At the next moment, Ku Xan Hong transmitted to Wu Yong, Lord Wu Yong, I am from Mushroom Man Paradise, I am under orders from Lord Gue Fang Yuan. Wu Yong's expression did not change, he replied, What are you here for? Ku Xan Hong smiled, I am here for Xing Tian True Inheritance. Chapter 21:19. Wu Yong forced himself to calm down as he transmitted to the Mushroom Man Gu Immortal Ku Xan Hong. So Fang Yuan wanted my Xing Tian True Inheritance, he did not find who land. After Wu Yong probed, the heavy burden in his heart was lifted. In fact, as long as Kong Ri Tian did not expose this secret, there was little chance of anyone outside of Wu Clan finding Hu Land. Back then no Gu Immortals saw Kong Ri Tian and the rest using Hu Land to fly away. After Kong Ri Tian and the rest escaped, there was no news of them. Thus, Fang Yuan and the rest will think that Kong Ri Tian is in my hands. Thus, he came to ask for Xing Tian True Inheritance from me. Wu Yong thought, I did not do it properly earlier. I should have announced that Kong Ri Tian has already been captured by my Wu Clan. Even though this was not the truth, if Wu Clan announced it, Kong Ri Tian would not refute it. Once Kong Ri Tian was exposed again, the Gu Immortals who wanted Xing Tian True Inheritance would attack like hyenas, wanting to tear Kong Ri Tian's fragile body to pieces. If Kong Ri Tian knows about our Wu Clan's announcement, he will definitely understand our Wu Clan's intentions. He kept the secret of Huodi for the sake of his own safety. He should not reject it. Wu Yong thought of a good plan to make up for his previous mistake. Hu Land was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it had huge value, if Wu Clan wanted it they had to get rich secretly. I can give you Xing Tian True Inheritance. Wu Yong transmitted, replying to Ku Xian Hong. For the sake of Hu Land, it was wise to give up the true inheritance of Xing Tian. Moreover, this Xing Tian True Inheritance was just obtained by Wu Clan, it only had the contents but no immortal Gu. The immortal Gu and immortal essence were still in Kong Ri Tian's hands. Ku Xian Hong was slightly stunned. Wu Yong was so straightforward, it was out of his expectations. He was a Gu immortal expert in Mushroom Man Paradise. Lu Wei-yin brought Mushroom Man Paradise to join Fang Yuan, he became Fang Yuan's subordinate. This was the first mission that Fang Yuan had assigned him. When Xinhong received this mission he felt immense pressure in his heart. He had long heard of Wu Yong's name. On the way here he was still racking his brains to think about what he should do if Wu Yong were to refuse. Unexpectedly, when they actually met, Wu Yong agreed so readily and easily. I finally understand a thing or two about Master's Majesty. Ku Xian Hong let out a long sigh in his heart. Ku Xian Hong continued, Sir Wu Yong, my lord is willing to invest to purchase the complete Xing Tian True Inheritance. This time, it was Wu Yong's turn to be stunned. From Ku Xian Hong's tone, it seemed that Fang Yuan really wanted a fair trade? Didn't he want to ask for it directly and take it by force? Wu Yong reacted quickly and made a trade request. Ku Xian Hong frowned slightly because Wu Yong wanted a rank 9 Wind Path Immortal material, it was extremely rare in the market. Ku Xian Hong could not make the decision, he quickly contacted Fang Yuan. After getting an affirmative answer, Ku Xian Hong showed a smile towards Wu Yong again. With the help of Jewel Yellow Skies, this transaction was quickly completed. Fang Yuan obtained the entire contents of Xing Tian True Inheritance, while Wu Yong obtained a rank 9 Wind Path Immortal material. Fang Yuan has a large number of grotto heavens in the two heavens, it is not strange for him to have rare immortal materials in the market. But, he actually wanted to make a deal with me? After unexpectedly obtaining a rank 9 Wind Path Immortal material, Wu Yong's preparations to refine 8-faced prestige wind immortal goo also had a small breakthrough. But Wu Yong was not happy. Fang Yuan clearly had the battle strength to snatch Xianxia true inheritance, but he did not do so. He only sent a mushroom man goo immortal to express his sincerity for a fair trade, and then he really fulfilled the agreement and paid the rank 9 wind path immortal material. This Fang Yuan is amazing. Wu Yong sighed. As the saying went, those who were good at swimming would drown, those who were good at fighting would die. Blindly relying on one's own strength was actually a dangerous thing. Because once one became reliant, over time, they would enter a comfort zone and form a fixed mindset. When encountering problems, they would almost always use their own strength to deal with them. Over time, other methods and perspectives would disappear. Eventually, they would enter a predicament or even a hopeless situation. Fang Yuan did not do that. He had great battle strength and could directly snatch it. But that would waste a lot of time and energy and he might not even obtain it. After all, this information could be erased. But using this transaction method, Fang Yuan could easily exchange for Xing Tian true inheritance. Wu Yong analyzed, this means two things. Firstly, Fang Yuan has many immortal materials, a rank 9 wind path immortal material is not important to him. Secondly, even though he is the number 1 person in the world, he is still calm and calculative, he never flaunts his superiority. Sigh, how good would it have been if I could have killed him back then? Fang Yuan has already grown up, such a character is too terrifying. When the transaction for Xing Tian true inheritance was completed, Fang Yuan's main body had already left for Western Desert. Western Desert, Fang clan's headquarters. Fang clan's many supreme elders were gathered together, staring at Fang Yuan like they were facing a great enemy. Please don't be too nervous, I came here this time to make a transaction with Fang clan. Fang Yuan smiled. Fang clan's immortals felt immense pressure. Fang clan's first supreme elder Fang Gong asked, is it our honor or misfortune to be chosen by you? Everyone, I have a deep relationship with all of you. Fang Yuan started to activate his killer move. His aura leaked out, Fang clan's goo immortals jumped up from their seats and activated their immortal goo. A huge battle was about to erupt. Fang Yuan, what are you trying to do? This is our Fang clan's headquarters. Earlier you said you wanted to make a transaction with our clan. If you attack now, who will believe you in the future? Fang clan's goo immortals shouted, they were extremely nervous. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, if I want to harm you I can attack you directly, can your Fang clan stop me? As he said that, his appearance changed. Fang clan's goo immortals were stunned, Swan Bu Jin? Fang Yuan used familiar face again, turning into another appearance. Fang clan's goo immortals saw Fang Yuan's appearance and were shocked again. Fang Di Chang? Fang Yun frowned, he was Fang Di Chang's adopted son. Seeing that Fang Yuan had turned into Fang Di Chang, he was very disgusted. Lord Fang Yuan, you came all the way to our Fang clan just to change your appearance and toy with us. Fang Yuan looked at Fang Yun and said with deep meaning, Yun heir, when I was not around, why didn't you cultivate wisdom path? Father gave you 3 wisdom path immortal goo, as well as a wisdom path inheritance. Right now, Fang clan does not have a wisdom path goo immortal leading it, who else can we rely on if not you? You. Fang Yun pointed at Fang Yuan, his eyes were wide open in shock. The other Fang clan goo immortals' expressions also changed. They could tell that something was amiss, they guessed a certain truth, it was this truth that made them panic. That's right. I am Swan Bu Jin and also Fang Di Chang. I have interacted with you more than you think. Fang Yuan looked around as he laughed heartily. Fang Gong's expression was ashen, he could not sit still anymore, he stood up. How can you prove it? Fang Yuan spoke while throwing out a large amount of evidence to the other Fang clan goo immortals. He also transmitted to Fang Gong with a cold smile. Fang Gong, you and Fang Di Chang fought against the plan of sacrificing Swan Bu Jin to refine Divine Bean Palace, do you really want me to say it? Fang Yuan's evidence was not only abundant, it was also conclusive. Fang clan soon understood the cause and effect. So Fang Yuan had already infiltrated our Fang clan. He even became our Fang clan's external supreme elder. Oh heavens, even Fang Di Chang and second supreme elder were impersonated by him, we did not discover it until now. After Fang clan's goo immortals discovered the truth, their faces turned pale, they broke out in cold sweat. This was too terrifying. If not for Fang Yuan exposing it, they would have thought that Fang Di Chang was trapped in Divine Emperor City. Ever since the Fate War, Fang clan had been trying to negotiate with the Celestial Court, they wanted to pay a price in exchange for Fang Di Chang's return. This means that Divine Bean Palace harmed one of your clones, and my clan's second supreme elder died at your hands. and my clan's second supreme elder died in your hands. Fang Gong looked at Fang Yuan with a cold gaze. Fang Gong's white beard fluttered like a lion's mane, his body was tall and muscular, his muscles were bulging like rocks. Facing the killer of his clan's second supreme elder, if it were anyone else, Fang Gong would have attacked already. But facing Fang Yuan, he could only restrain himself. His gaze was complex, there was anger and hatred as well as helplessness and wariness. Fang Yuan was too strong, his demonic might was awe-inspiring, his battle achievements were shocking. Fang Gong did not dare to act rashly. Fang Yuan continued, "If I say that Fang Dichang died at my hands, that is true, but it could also be wrong. Fang Dichang's body was destroyed, but Fang Dichang's soul is still in my hands. Your Fang clan wants it?" Back then, in order to evade Soul Lantern Gu's detection, Fang Yuan did not kill Fang Dichang, he only separated his body and soul. Fang Dichang's soul had always been one of the captives in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang clan's Gu immortals heard this and became excited. "Fang Dichang's soul is in your hands? Great, the second supreme elder can be saved. No wonder when we contacted Central Continent, they kept on brushing us off. So they did not have the real second supreme elder in their hands. Right now, I have already destroyed fate. Fang Dichang's soul is still around. As long as we find a Gu immortal body, he can return to Fang clan and return to your side. If this Gu immortal body cultivates wisdom path, Fang Dichang's revival will bring even more help to your Fang clan. Now, everyone from Fang clan, tell me, do you want to make this transaction?" Fang Yuan gave a final ultimatum. Fang clan's Gu immortals were silent as they looked at Fang Gong. Chapter 21:20. The answer to Fang Yuan's question was self-evident to Fang clan. Fang Gong nodded and said in a solemn tone, "We are willing to make this deal, but Sir Fang Yuan, what do you want? If you want too much and exceed the limits of our Fang clan, we might." Fang Yuan waved his hand, interrupting Fang Gong. "Firstly, I need Thieves' Den. Secondly, I need Fang clan to be stationed in Green Ghost Desert and provide me with a vast number of soul cores. What I want to give to your Fang clan is not just Fang Dichang's soul. We can discuss the specifics in detail. We can talk about it slowly." Fang Yuan's relaxed conditions made the eyes of Fang clan's immortals shine, but they were also filled with doubts. Fang Yuan seemed to know what they were thinking. "If I want to deal with your Fang clan, I can just attack directly. Why use other methods? I'm not afraid to tell you that I have already made a deal with Wu clan's Wu Yong. I'm not a cruel person. Fighting and killing is just a method. Unless I have no other choice, I do not want to use force to satisfy my requests." Fang clan's immortals felt a chill in their hearts. Fang Yuan's words contained a hidden threat. He was telling Fang clan's immortals that if they did not satisfy Fang Yuan's request, he would start a war and make Fang clan suffer huge losses or even be exterminated. Fang Gong felt bitter internally. Facing such a powerful Fang Yuan, what choice could he make? Actually, the moment Fang Yuan appeared, Fang clan could not make any other choice. Fang clan had to cooperate with Fang Yuan, they had to do business with Fang Yuan. Not do it? Then die. Celestial Court could not stop Fang Yuan. Spectral Soul was killed by Fang Yuan, and further away, several southern border rank 8 Gu immortals were killed by Fang Yuan. How could a mere Fang clan resist him? Super forces could also be destroyed. The closest one was Northern Plains He clan. It was already destroyed, replaced by Baizu clan. The closest one was Qing clan. Back then, the Qing clan was also very powerful, but in the end they provoked the young Spectral Soul and were exterminated. Green Ghost Desert was the tomb of Qing clan, and it was right next to Fang clan. Sometimes, a single person could destroy an entire force. The world of Gu masters had always been ruled by the strong. Therefore, many times, even if the superpowers had deep foundations, they would still be very cautious when waging war against lone loose immortals and fiendish cultivators. In order to survive, the Fang family agreed to Fang Yuan's request. The two sides discussed for a while and came to a decision. Fang Yuan's conditions were so relaxed that everyone in the Fang family found it hard to believe. Was this still the #1 devil in the world, Gu Fang Yuan? Because reality was far better than their expectations, these Fang clan Gu immortals were in a good mood. I've said it before. I'm not bloodthirsty by nature. There are many benefits to cooperating with me. He killed all of his clansmen, killed all of Heifan Grotto Heaven's original Gu immortals, participated in the destruction of Dong Fang tribe and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, annexed his partner Langya sect and variant humans, destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower, captured a large number of southern border righteous path Gu immortals, killed Gu immortals in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, participated in the Battle of Celestial Court, and ambushed Spectral Soul, Fang Yuan said with a sincere expression. Fang Clan's Gu Immortal's eyelids twitched as they agreed. Lord Fang Yuan is right. It is our Fang Clan's fortune to be able to cooperate with Lord Fang Yuan. Actually, we know about Lord Fang Yuan's past situation. That celestial court was too much of a bully. Fang Clan's Gu Immortals spoke like they were speaking from the bottom of their hearts. They were not hypocritical at all. Fang Yun and Fang Lung were still young, they were silent now. If Lord Fang Yuan wants to establish a clan, our Fang clan will support you with all our strength. Fang Gong's final words were very convincing. Fang Yuan looked at him with a deep gaze before saying goodbye to these people. At the next moment he activated a killer move and vanished in front of the Immortals. Fang Gong persuaded Fang Yuan to establish a clan for the sake of Fang Clan. Once Fang Clan and Fang Yuan's secret transaction was exposed, Fang Clan would fall into a passive state, their reputation would fall, they might even be attacked by other super forces. However, after Fang Yuan establishes a clan, he would turn from the demonic path to the righteous path. By then, if this transaction were to be exposed, Fang Clan would at most face controversy. The Gu Masters and Gu Immortals of the demonic path and lone cultivators could change their identities and join the righteous path. Heavenly Lord Baizu was an example. Demonic path or lone cultivators had enough battle strength to make righteous path forces wary, they would not dare to attack them. After such a Gu cultivator establishes a clan, they would be adept at exchanging benefits with the surrounding forces, reaching some kind of compromise and balance, they would be able to turn into the righteous path. In fact, if one were to look back in history, many super forces in Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Southern Border were like this. Fang Yuan taking the initiative to transact with Fang Clan made Fang Gong understand that Fang Yuan had such methods and political awareness. Once a powerful demonic cultivator no longer blindly fought and killed, they would have the demeanor of a righteous path cultivator, they would be able to change their identities. Unfortunately, this is not my ambition. Fang Yuan smiled lightly in his mind. In his previous life he had created the Blood-Winged Demon sect. At its peak, it had over 10,000 members. He had long since understood that strength was the essence. In this world, an individual's strength could surpass the sum of everyone's strength, so all organizations were just icing on the cake. Only when an individual's strength was strong would they be truly strong. Even the number one super force, Celestial Court, had to rely on the methods of individual venerables to survive in times of crisis. If not for that, Celestial Court would have been destroyed by Fang Yuan already. Thieves Denver. Fang Yuan went into closed cultivation, he started to study this damaged immortal Gu house. And one of his clones in Eastern Sea, Xianxia, was also discussing a transaction with Song Clan. Right now there were only Xianxia and Xianxia in the hall. Xianxia was a rank 7 Gu immortal of Song Clan, he was ordered to guard Qi, he was the representative of Song Clan here. Right now, Xianxia had a difficult expression, he was feeling uneasy. Because he had just learned from Xianxia that the latter had a small request, Tiannan's true inheritance. Xianxia said that his descendants wanted to develop in refinement path, he wanted to make a transaction with Song Clan. Song Clan had once competed with Ruo Lai Clan and Kai Clan for the supremacy of Ascending Heaven Plane, they won and obtained Old Eccentric Tiannan's true inheritance. Old Eccentric Tiannan was an outstanding person of the remote antiquity era, he had high seniority, he was the first refinement path supreme grandmaster in history, he was on par with his descendants Old Immortal Kongju and Longhair Ancestor. Even after 3 million years, Old Eccentric Tiannan's true inheritance was still very valuable. Xianxia thought about it before saying, Ancestor, I do not dare to hide anything. Ever since we obtained this refinement path true inheritance, our Song Clan has been researching it, we specially chose Gu immortal seeds to nurture, we want Tiannan's true inheritance to become a signature of Song Clan. This is an important matter, I do not dare to make a decision, I need to report it to the higher-ups. But according to my guess this matter will not go as you wish. Xianxia spoke in a tactful tone, he said he wanted to report it, but it was a clear rejection. Xianxia smiled as he waved his hand, Song Clan friend, you do not need to worry too much, I was just casually mentioning it. Since Tiannan's true inheritance is of great significance to Song Clan, why would I snatch it away from you? Let's forget about this matter. Xianxia had a grateful expression, he quickly stood up and thanked him, he also said that there were several Eastern Sea super forces with strong refinement path experts. Xianxia had a benevolent smile as he said, I will remember your suggestion, don't be in a hurry to leave, I have some new tea leaves here. Meng Qiuzhen had recently unraveled many dream realms, Fang Yuan's food path attainment level went from blank to Grandmaster level. Qi Si ancestor was Fang Yuan's clone, they shared the same attainment level, he created some new Qi path tea leaves in his spare time. Xianxia Qi finished his tea and bid farewell to Qi Si ancestor respectfully. After returning to his residence, he immediately used an immortal killer move to contact Song clan's headquarters. This matter concerned Qi Si ancestor. It was an important matter. Song clan's immortals soon received this information. Song clan's Gu immortals stopped what they were doing and started to communicate. Back then, our Song clan spent so much resources and manpower to obtain the dominance of ascending heaven plane and obtain Tiannan's true inheritance. Qi Si ancestor wants to take away our fruits of victory with just a few words? Wishful thinking. Xianxia Qi rejected him on the spot. I feel that it is inappropriate. We should at least give Qi Si ancestor some face and listen to his offer. No, Tiannan's true inheritance is definitely not for sale. Even though our Song clan specializes in light path and water path, these two inheritances are not outstanding compared to the other super forces. But with this Tiannan true inheritance, our chances of refining immortal Gu will greatly increase. It will be a huge and lasting benefit to our Song clan. Song clan had been searching for refinement path true inheritances. In fact, all of Eastern Sea super forces were doing this. Because Eastern Sea had the most abundant resources and immortal materials, once they obtained a high-grade refinement path true inheritance, their profits would be far greater than the other four regions. Tiannan's true inheritance is unique to our Song clan. This advantage might not be apparent in the near future, but in a few decades or a century, our Song clan's strength will definitely surpass the other super forces. But is it inappropriate to offend Qi Si ancestor like this? Think about our current situation after the Qi tides, all of our inheritances will be exposed, our super forces will fight for them. Once we reach a stalemate, Qi Si ancestor, as the leader of the righteous Qi alliance, will uphold justice. We need to consider whether Qi Si ancestor will be biased because of this and make a decision that goes against our Song clan when he upholds justice. During this period of time, Qi Si ancestor was really busy. Eastern Sea's righteous path forces joined the righteous Qi alliance. Fighting for true inheritances became the righteous Qi alliance's internal affairs. Someone took the initiative to ask Qi Si ancestor to uphold justice for them, but gradually more and more forces came to ask Qi Si ancestor to uphold justice. Fang Yuan's political skills were very profound. Qi Si ancestor's upholding of justice often made all the competing forces satisfied. Thus, Qi Si ancestor's reputation grew day by day. It was not strange for Song clan's Gu immortals to have such worries. Our Song clan can satisfy Qi Si ancestor's other requests. It is not wrong to be on good terms with Qi Si ancestor. But Tiannan's true inheritance, how should I put it? Qi Si ancestor's insight is too good. No wonder he can contend against Fang Yuan. In the past, Eastern Sea super forces coaxed Qi Si ancestor, wanting to rely on him to resist Wuxia's variant human alliance. But now, after the pursuit battle with Fang Yuan, Qi Si ancestor and Fang Yuan became sworn enemies. Thus, Eastern Sea's forces, including Song clan, had many changes in their attitudes and thoughts. Xianxia Qi, you rejected Qi Si ancestor back then, how did he react? Song Qi Yuan asked. Xianxia Qi quickly replied, ancestor gave up very quickly, his attitude did not change. He was very reasonable, he even asked me to stay for a cup of tea. His new Qi path tea is truly amazing. Qi Si ancestor's new tea was called triple layer weather tea. This tea gathered heaven Qi, earth Qi and human Qi to form a wondrous tea. In the teacup, heaven Qi floated above like clouds. Human Qi condensed into a lump, like a true pill, it floated in the middle of the teacup. Earth Qi condensed at the bottom of the cup, the fragrance of the tea was contained within, only when it entered the stomach would it spread out, leaving a lasting aftertaste. Song clan's Gu immortals heard Xianxia Qi's description, their uneasiness faded away. Qi Si ancestor is very magnanimous. Our Song clan has always been very respectful towards him. Looking at ancestor's attitude, there is no need to worry. Even if he hates us, he is still the righteous Qi alliance leader, he will not go overboard. Tiannan's true inheritance has too many benefits, it will become our Song clan's core inheritance in the future, we cannot give up on it. Chapter 21-21. Several days later. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Dream realm. After an intense battle of life and death, Meng Qiuzhen's opponent finally fell to the ground. I want to see who you are. Meng Qiuzhen suddenly lost control, he was acting as a youngster, he walked up angrily and lifted his opponent's mask. But the opponent's appearance shocked the youngster. "Father, why are you here?" The youngster shouted in shock, his body trembling. The one who fell was the youngster's father. He smiled happily. "My son, you did well. You know all the killer moves of the clan, but you lack enough hatred and sorrow in your heart. I have a terminal illness anyway, I won't be able to live for long, I might as well help you." The youngster cried bitterly, "Father, why can't we give up on hatred and live in seclusion? Why must we take revenge at all costs?" His father stared at the youngster. "Our entire clan was killed by the enemy, your mother, grandfather, grandmother, as well as your siblings were all killed. This hatred is irreconcilable, why don't we take revenge? Remember, your father died for this. If you don't take revenge, your father would have died in vain and he would have died in your hands." The youngster's body and mind trembled, his voice was hoarse. "Father," he cried in pain. At the same time, a pale blue flame started to burn on his body. His father saw this flame and was overjoyed. Good, good, such a grand and abundant sad blue heart flame, it is enough for revenge, enough for revenge." After saying this, the youngster's father took his last breath. Not good. Meng Qiuzhen felt something was amiss. The youngster saw his father's death. The sad blue heart flame burning on his body expanded rapidly, it burned fiercely, its intensity increased by at least 10 times. Meng Qiuzhen's soul was still in the dream. He immediately felt a surge of sorrow, anger, and hatred. It was like a waterfall pouring down on his heart. "I cannot lose myself. This is the greatest difficulty of this dream realm." Meng Qiuzhen held on bitterly, but in just a few breaths of time, he could not hold on anymore. Dream creation. Without a choice, he immediately used a dream path immortal move to protect his mind. In the newly formed dream within a dream, he was in a huge house. The house was on fire, it was being burned by the blazing blue flames. Meng Qiuzhen immediately started to extinguish the fire and save the houses. After a flurry of activity, the fire was gradually extinguished. The originally magnificent and sturdy house was also reduced to ruins, leaving only one intact guest room. "I passed it." Meng Qiuzhen let out a breath of turbid air, dispelling the dream within the dream and returning to the dream realm. The final hurdle of the dreamland was simply life-threatening. Meng Qiuzhen was almost swallowed by his emotions. He completely forgot reality and illusion, sinking into the dream realm. Of course, every time he explored, his main body would stand guard outside. If there was any danger, the main body would also come to the rescue. He had finally passed through this dream. Combined with the gains from the previous few dreams, Fang Yuan's Flame Path realm soared to Great Grandmaster. "My Fire Path realm has risen to Great Grandmaster level, I can swallow those few Fire Path Grotto heavens in the 2 heavens." Looking at the days, Wu Shuai should have already made his move. Fang Yuan's main body estimated. The Supreme Ancient 2 heavens. Fire Plains Grotto Heaven. On a vast grassland, fiery red firebeard grass grew everywhere. It was the harvest season. The Gu masters in the Grotto Heavens started to use Gu worms to harvest the firebeard grass. Creak, creak, a bone-chilling sound suddenly came from underground. The moment the Gu masters sensed it, they suffered fatal injuries. Countless ants flew out of the ground, some were as small as a finger, some were as large as a carriage. The number of ants was huge, there were countless of them, the entire firebeard grassland fell into their hands in an instant. Skeleton Grotto Heaven. What's going on? What's going on? The Grotto Heaven Gu Immortal in charge of raising the bone armor hounds was panicking. The 1,000 bone armor hounds he was in charge of howling, some were rolling on the ground, some were biting and tearing at the hounds. The Gu Immortal had a miserable expression. "It's over, it's over. Granny repeatedly reminded me to take good care of these bone-armored hounds, but I made such a huge mistake." Some of the bone armor hounds died quickly, large numbers of ants crawled out of their corpses. The Gu Immortal gritted his teeth in anger. So it was the work of these ants. Ugh. The Gu Immortal was shocked and uncertain. Because more and more ants were crawling out of the bone armor hounds, there were even countless ants crawling out of the ground. These ants were like a tide. The Gu Immortal was shocked at the scale. There was even the faint aura of immortal Gu among them. The Gu Immortal did not dare to stay any longer, he quickly retreated. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Imperial Court. Your Majesty, Chuzhou, Qingzhou, Liangzhou, and other places have suddenly experienced an ant plague. The ant plague is terrifying. In just half a day, hundreds of thousands of mortals have died, 100 cities have been destroyed. In the ant plague, there are rank 6 and 7 immortal ants. The officials of the various provinces are feeling troubled. The current emperor frowned deeply, he had a grim expression. The ant plague is so ferocious, it is not something we can resolve. The urgent matter now is to contact Grotto Lord Song Clan headquarters. Grandfather, you are so good to me. Thank you for your immortal goo. Song Yishur held the rank 6 water path immortal goo in her hands. She was very happy. Song Clan's first supreme elder, Song Qiyuan, was her grandfather. At this moment, Song Qiyuan looked at his granddaughter lovingly, saying, "My clan researched Tian Nan's true inheritance. This water path immortal goo is the first result. But my dear granddaughter, don't flaunt it everywhere. Tell others that you accidentally captured this wild immortal goo. I am the first supreme elder of Song Clan after all. I cannot be biased towards you." Understood, understood. Song Yishur looked at the water path immortal goo in her hands. She was overjoyed. She was playing with the immortal goo when her face suddenly turned pale. She held her abdomen. It hurts, it hurts. She fell down powerlessly, her face turning snow white in an instant. Initially, it was only her abdomen that hurt, but soon, this unbearable pain spread throughout her entire body. "My dear granddaughter, what's wrong?" Song Qiyuan was pale with fright. He quickly checked. At the next moment, Song Qiyuan found that in Song Yishur's body, there were large numbers of tiny ants moving around, devouring Song Yishur's flesh. What made Song Qiyuan even more shocked and furious was that these ants were actually devouring the Dao marks on Song Yishur's body. What a vicious insect, what vicious methods. Song Qiyuan hurriedly took action. A pure white light engulfed Song Yishur. The white light split into threads that entered Song Yishur's body, killing all the ants on her body instantly. Song Qiyuan cultivated light path. He had a high attainment level, his methods were agile and profound. He immediately suppressed the situation. But good times did not last. New ants quickly appeared and started to torture Song Yishur again. Song Qiyuan frowned deeply. He felt pain and anger. He soon realized something. It turned out that these new ants were coming out from Song Yishur's immortal aperture. "My dear granddaughter, endure the pain. Quickly look at your immortal aperture." Song Qiyuan tried to speak in a gentle voice. Song Yishur looked at her immortal aperture. She was pale with fright, her eyes turned red. So many ants, Grandpa. My immortal aperture is going to be destroyed by these ants." The terrifying ant plague instantly swept through the Righteous Chi Alliance's Gu Immortals. The grotto heavens of the two heavens were the hardest hit. Old Immortal Huayu, Granny Skeleton, Fire Plane Grotto Lord, and others were the main victims. Other than them, there were Song Clan, Rua Lai Clan, and Kai Clan. The other Eastern Sea super forces also suffered from the ant plague, but it was very minor. They were just resource points in the outside world. Once the ant plague appeared, it attracted the attention of the entire Righteous Chi Alliance. "This ant plague is too strange. It is clearly targeting us. We did not discover anything. The Variant Human Alliance is safe and sound. Such powerful ants, even an idiot would know that Wu Shuai did it. To think that Wu Shuai is just a clone of Fang Yuan, he actually has such a terrifying method." The Righteous Chi Alliance soon found the culprit. They were furious and quickly discussed. Many of the victims displayed the ants in their disaster areas. The auras of these ants ranged from weak to strong, mortal to immortal. The types of ants were also of all shapes and sizes. These ants are very terrifying. The scariest thing is that they can devour Dao marks and refine themselves. They are hard to get rid of. We did not find any ant eggs at all. The most puzzling thing is, how did we get hit? The Gu Immortals discussed. Chi Si Ancestor sat at the main seat, controlling the situation. He had a worried expression, but inwardly he admired Wu Shuai. "I have always wanted to integrate the combat system and create a core killer move. Thus, I asked my main body to obtain Xing Tian true inheritance." To think that Wu Shuai had already taken a step forward and created an even more troublesome lingering poisonous ant plague killer move. Chi Si Ancestor knew some details. Even though Fang Yuan's main body and Wu Shuai did not tell him, they did not keep it a secret either. In their past interactions they revealed some information. It turned out that after Meng Qiuzhen became an immortal, the number of Dream Path Immortal Gu multiplied. His efficiency in exploring dream realms was astonishing. Fang Yuan's Food Path and Poison Path attainment levels rose to Grandmaster level. By sharing attainment levels with his clone, Wu Shuai combined his Quasi-Supreme Refinement Path attainment level, Enslavement Path attainment level, and Wood Path Grandmaster attainment level, causing a qualitative change and a breakthrough. Originally, Wu Shuai's ants came from green ant ascetic. Even though this method had great battle strength, it was too outdated after all. This time, Wu Shuai used Qing Chou as a reference and made a breakthrough on the basis of green ant ascetic, allowing the ants in his hands to devour Dao marks and refine themselves. But Wu Shuai could not use it himself, only Fang Yuan's main body could use it. Lingering poisonous ant plague was a compound killer move in essence. Poison path, enslavement path, refinement path, wood path and food path were all involved. It also expended unrestrained heavenly marks. This move had a deep concealment ability. It used the advantage of poison path at the start, concealment and infection. The killer move's Dao mark infection would infiltrate the target's immortal aperture and turn into tiny ants. These ants continued to devour the surroundings, growing and expanding rapidly. When they reached a certain scale, they would create a terrifying ant plague. To completely eradicate the ant plague, the corresponding Dao marks had to be eliminated. Currently, the Righteous Qi Alliance had not investigated this. Chapter 21-22. In a hall at the bottom of Qi Sea, the representatives of the Righteous Qi Alliance clans and many wills gathered together, discussing how to deal with the lingering poisonous ant plague. The ant plague had just been discovered. The clans could not come up with any good ideas. Thus, gradually, everyone's gazes gathered on Qi Sea Ancestor. The Grotto Lords in the two heavens gritted their teeth, asking Qi Sea Ancestor to help them. The ant plague had harmed almost all the Grotto Lords of the two heavens. These people were Qi Sea Ancestor's direct subordinates in the Righteous Qi Alliance. As for Eastern Sea's local forces, only Song Clan, Rua Lai Clan and Kai Clan were affected. Thus, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals deduced, did this method originate from the two heavens? Song Clan, Rua Lai Clan, and Kai Clan were affected because they relied on ascending heaven plane. Nobody doubted Qi Sea Ancestor. Because the true victims were Qi Sea Ancestor's direct subordinates, the people who were closest to Qi Sea in the Righteous Qi Alliance. Qi Sea Ancestor was silent for a while before saying, "We need to resolve the ant plague." In this old man's opinion, this ant plague is even more dangerous than the Qi harvest fruit from before. As long as the Qi harvest fruit does not explode, the Grotto heavens will not be damaged. But this ant plague is constantly harming the foundation of all the Gu Immortals and clans. Among everyone here there are some who are not affected yet. But if we do not find a solution in time, none of us will be spared in the future. The Immortals in the hall had bitter expressions. Gu Immortals were knowledgeable people. They agreed with Qi Sea Ancestor's words. If not for this, they would not have come to discuss this matter so enthusiastically. The ant plague was like a huge fire. Even though it only burned a portion of the people, if it was not extinguished in time, the fire would spread to everyone. Qi Sea Ancestor continued, to resolve this ant plague, it is not like the Qi harvest fruit tribulation. During the Qi harvest fruit tribulation, I was still able to put in some effort. But this ant plague is not within the scope of Qi path. Thus, we can only rely on everyone here, that is, ourselves, to work together to resolve this disaster. We need to gather the wisdom path Gu Immortals of each clan to make deductions together. In the entire process, if you need any immortal Gu killer moves or Gu Immortal great experts of a certain path, or even a certain true inheritance, you must provide them with all your strength. You cannot be conservative. Qi Sea Ancestor's expression became more solemn. If we cannot resolve it, we need to suppress and delay the ant plague for a short period of time. If we can't even suppress them, then we'll have no choice but to start another war with the Outsiders Alliance. Qi Sea Ancestor's tone was firm. He had a determined expression. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy. The Gu Immortals did not speak. Qi Sea Ancestor's actions were very reasonable. The terror of the ant plague was its negative influence on the Gu Immortals' foundation. If they could not delay or suppress the ant plague, the longer it dragged on, the stronger the ant plague would become, and the weaker the Righteous Alliance would become. Over time, the gap in strength between the Righteous Alliance and the Foreign Race Alliance would form. If they did not attack early and kill to stop the killing, they would drag the Foreign Race Alliance down with them. If this continued, the Righteous Alliance would not have the strength to fight a direct battle with the Foreign Race Alliance. Lingering poisonous ant plague included many paths. It even expended unrestrained heavenly mark. This killer move was at the strategic level. It had terrifying power. Only fight with the Foreign Race Alliance? Isn't that the same as fighting with Guiyue, Fang Yuan, Wu Shuai and the rest? How can we be Fang Yuan's match? Even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable died at his hands. But if we don't fight, are we just going to wait for death? This is not a choice we can make. This demon Fang Yuan is going too far. No, even the Celestial Court cannot do anything to Fang Yuan. Even though our Righteous Qi Alliance has the advantage in numbers. Isn't Fang Yuan recuperating? Maybe we can ask the Celestial Court for help? The Celestial Court is the leader of the Righteous Path. Lord Alliance leader has already contacted them. He wants to cooperate with the Celestial Court to deal with the Foreign Race Alliance. They have been pushing the responsibility away. In my opinion, The best situation is for us to cooperate and get rid of this ant plague. Even though Fang Yuan is causing trouble, he did not make a move personally, this is only his probing. We need to resolve the ant plague quickly and perfectly, we need to show Fang Yuan our strength. The immortals in the hall discussed and gradually reached a consensus. They did not want to fight to the death. Eastern Seas Gu immortals had different temperaments from Northern Plains Gu immortals. Furthermore, right now all the clans were plundering and competing for the exposed true inheritances, they were extremely busy, why would they not strengthen themselves instead of risking their lives? In ordinary battles there would be wins and losses, only when there was hope would they fight. But fighting to the death with Fang Yuan? This was not the other party's death, they were courting death. Even though the Gu immortals did not say it, they had the same opinion. The Celestial Court's pathetic state and Spectral Soul's life were proof of Fang Yuan's terror and ruthlessness. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals did not know that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body was still around. They thought that Fang Yuan could even kill a former Venerable, he was simply too capable, his demonic might was overwhelming. Unless absolutely necessary, they did not want to provoke such an existence. In that case, let's try to resolve the ant plague first. Qi Si Ancestor ended the discussion with a final sentence. The Righteous Qi Alliance started to put in effort to research a solution. How could lingering poisonous ant plague killer move be simple? The more the Righteous Qi Alliance Gu immortals researched, the more uncertain they felt. The several Wisdom Path Gu immortals who participated in the deduction had high expectations, their pressure was increasing day by day. Days passed but they did not have any results. All the clans were unhappy, Qi Si Ancestor personally came to ask. The Wisdom Path Gu immortals led by Huan could only say, "Don't be anxious, we have a discovery. The ant plague contains wood path profundity, these ants can grow and growth is the specialty of wood path. This is likely because Fang Yuan fought with Qingqiu, he obtained inspiration from it." Needless to say, these Wisdom Path Gu immortals had some ability, they could see this. Thus, Eastern Seas wood path experts were gathered to participate in the research. The research did not succeed. The Wisdom Path and Wood Path Gu immortals felt increasing pressure, they shouted, "Enslavement Path, Enslavement Path. The ant plague contains the profundity of Enslavement Path, these ants are very organized, they move in unison and create a huge chaos. This is the power of Enslavement Path." Thus, the Righteous Qi Alliance's Enslavement Path experts were mobilized to participate in the research. The research still did not succeed. The Wisdom Path, Wood Path and Enslavement Path Gu immortals could not bear the pressure, they shouted, "We need Poison Path experts." There were not many Poison Path experts but there were some. Under the expectations of the various clans, the Poison Path experts participated in the research together. "We also need Food Path experts. These ants need to eat to grow." The Gu immortals who participated in the research called out. But Food Path Gu immortals were very rare. The immortals discussed for a while, they only needed to invite a famous Eastern Sea lone immortal, Zui Xianwang. Zui Xianwang had a wide network, he had connections with all the Righteous Path clans. But he was not in Eastern Sea now. "We need Refinement Path help. We found that the core of the ant plague is Refinement Path." Undeniably, after annexing Langya sect, Fang Yuan's Refinement Path attainment is too deep. These ants can devour Dao marks and refine themselves into immortal Gu, it is truly shocking. Eastern Seas clans quickly sent their Refinement Path Gu immortals here. With everyone's efforts, there was some progress in the research. The elites of these clans had strength indeed. But they could not obtain the most basic results. Just one lingering poisonous ant plague could stop the entire Eastern Sea Righteous Path? That was the truth. The Righteous Qi Alliance's Gu immortals could not believe it, but they had to admit it. Shen Tsong Xing said some insightful words. "Now that things have come to this, I can also see some clues. That Fang Yuan has the sovereign immortal body, he cultivates all paths, he is an all-rounder. This compound killer move contains the profundities of Poison Path, Wood Path, Refinement Path, Food Path and Enslavement Path, he ingeniously combined the specialties of these paths together. And us? If he only cultivated one school of thought, he would at most cultivate two. We cultivate Poison Path, we don't know about Wood Path. We cultivate Wood Path, we don't know about Food Path. With so many paths, even if we work together, we cannot resolve the ant plague quickly." Even now, the Righteous Qi Alliance had not discovered that lingering poisonous ant plague contained Heaven Path profundities. However, there had never been a Heaven Path cultivator in history, so it was normal that the Righteous Qi Alliance did not discover it. How can there be such a person who cultivates all paths? Speaking of which, Spectral Soul is too useless. Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance spent hundreds of thousands of years to refine a single rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus goo. They actually lost it. Fang Yuan got a huge bargain. Creating compound killer moves is as easy as drinking water to him. After a period of time, I'm afraid that there will be new methods appearing. That fiend only used a single move, and we're already in a terrible predicament. There's nothing we can do about it. Why does our Eastern Sea have to be the first to deal with the #1 demon in the world? The Righteous Chi Alliance could not find a way out. They vented their pressure with words. They felt more disdain towards Spectral Soul, more hatred towards Fang Yuan, and even more wariness towards him. They felt like crying about their own fate. In that case, let's fight them. Chi Si Ancestor's battle intent surged, he said with a firm tone. Lord Alliance Leader, the situation has not reached that stage yet. Immediately, a Gu Immortal persuaded. Chi Si Ancestor sighed. These days our Righteous Chi Alliance has suffered huge losses. If we continue like this, we will fall into that scoundrel Fang Yuan's trap. If we delay any longer, we will not have the strength to fight anymore. These last days, the Gu Immortals of the Two Heavens had suffered huge losses. In Eastern Sea's Righteous Path, Shin Clan, Kai Clan, and Rua Lai Clan had the greatest losses. As for the other clans, even though the ant plague had spread to them, it had only just started. Thus, most of the Righteous Path clans did not want to fight yet. Chapter 21-23. We still have hope. We are not at the end of the line yet. That's right. Even though we have gathered many Gu Immortal elites, we have not taken out our true inheritances for them to use. With the contents of these true inheritances, we can exchange them and find a way to resolve the ant plague. Chi Si Ancestor was silent for a long time before nodding. The current situation is very serious. I believe everyone knows it even without me saying it. Thus, when you contribute your true inheritances, please show me your sincerity. If anyone hides anything, don't blame me for upholding justice. As long as we can resolve the ant plague, the entire Righteous Chi Alliance will benefit. All of the clans will be compensated for their efforts. I believe that the contribution board will be the best answer. To resolve the ant plague, all of the clans started to contribute. Hua Clan took out the Snake Venom Chi Thread True Inheritance. Nangong Clan took out the Supreme Profound True Inheritance. Xia Clan took out the Remnant Leaf True Inheritance. Su Clan took out the Big Belly True Inheritance. Originally, even though the Righteous Chi Alliance's contribution board was created, there were not many names on it. Earlier, Chi Si Ancestor had asked the clans to exchange their inheritances and killer moves, but these exchanges were superficial. Who would take out their own unique inheritance to exchange for no reason? But now the situation was completely different. Not only did the contribution board increase in numbers, the competition for the rankings was also very intense. Changes were happening frequently. Different inheritances had different values. They were all high and low. Normal people could not evaluate them. But Chi Si Ancestor was Fang Yuan's clone. Because they shared the same attainment level, he had high standards. His evaluation of the inheritances was very appropriate. Even if one side was dissatisfied, Chi Si Ancestor would gather the immortals to discuss it. Each time, Chi Si Ancestor's evaluation would convince all of the Gu Immortals present. The more times this happened, the more Chi Si Ancestor's reputation rose. The entire Righteous Chi Alliance was filled with admiration towards Chi Si Ancestor's knowledge. First Supreme Elder, are we really going to hand over Tian Nan's true inheritance? This is Tian Nan's true inheritance. Think about it, back then we spent so much effort to obtain Ascending Heaven Plane in this true inheritance. Song Clan's Gu Immortals found Song Chi Yuan unwillingly. Song Chi Yuan sighed deeply and said helplessly, "Don't you all know the current situation? This situation is no longer within our control. Everyone knows that we've obtained Tian Nan's true inheritance. There have long been calls for our clan to contribute this true inheritance. Being able to drag this long was already his limit. Now that the Xia clan has offered the Smelting True Inheritance and the Tang clan has offered the 10,000 Fusion True Inheritance, it would be inexcusable for our clan to not offer the Tianan Inheritance. Everyone is staring at us. Who will let us go?" Song Clan's Gu Immortals were silent. The situation had unknowingly collapsed. At first, the intentions of the various families were good. In order to avoid a war as much as possible and also to deal with the ant plague, they contributed some true inheritances. Even though these true inheritances were related to wood path, food path and others, they were not important and their value was not high. However, the value was not high and there would definitely be differences between them. Some people were high while others were low. If it wasn't obvious, then so be it. Yet, there was such a contribution ranking that listed everyone's contributions. When the families at the front of the queue saw this, they naturally felt that it was unfair. Why are we contributing so much? Why are the others contributing so little? Let's not talk about other things, just this clan, doesn't it have that so-called true inheritance? Why don't we contribute? Look at us, we are even contributing this so-called true inheritance. Because of this, the people at the back of the contribution ranking could only take out some inheritances. This way, the people at the back of the contribution ranking would become the ones at the front. They would feel that it was unfair. If they were still at the back, they would be mocked by the people at the front, they would be urged and even have some insulting words. Your so-and-so clan only has this much foundation? You can't even take out anything? You still have the face to call yourself a super clan? Gu Immortals were astute. When they took out their inheritances, they would think, take out something of equivalent value as long as the ranking was about the same. But how could that be possible? There were so many rankings on the contribution ranking. What standard could you use to feel that it was about the same? Often, Gu Immortals would feel that it was about the same, but others would feel that they were far from it. Even if everyone was satisfied for now, don't forget who was the expert who judged the inheritance's value. Xianxia was trying to mediate in the middle, he was trying to create trouble. Thus, the clans competed and mocked each other, the competition became more intense. The higher the value of the inheritances each clan took out, the more pain they felt, the more they disliked the clans at the back of the contribution ranking. Thus, the situation went out of control. The clans had no choice but to take out their top inheritances. Song clan was not the first. But Tiannan's true inheritance was already a thorn in everyone's side. I have already handed over so-and-so's true inheritance. Why is your Song clan still holding on to Tiannan's true inheritance? My clan has sacrificed so much, we need to make Song clan sacrifice some as well. Song clan's Tiannan's true inheritance has a huge value. Using this chance we can obtain it openly, it is easy and we have the right to do so, this is great. The clans did not lack Gu Immortals were also astute. The contribution of true inheritances became a political struggle of competing, suppressing, and restraining. The righteous Qi alliance was hurting each other, the one who benefited the most was the high and mighty Qi ancestor. Fang Yuan not only obtained Tiannan's true inheritance, he even obtained several other refinement path inheritances. There were also some food path inheritances, his eyes shined. Undeniably, Eastern Sea was rich, these super forces also had deep accumulations. They definitely had more good things, but this time they did not need to take them out. If they continued to provoke them, it would be as bad as going too far. What made the righteous Qi alliance feel slightly gratified was that the clans had paid such a huge price, they finally had some results. Even though they could not get rid of the lingering poisonous ant plague, they had a method to stop the ant plague's development. It was still effective to work together. Fang Yuan's killer move was unique, but with the combined efforts of the entire Eastern Sea righteous path, it was only a matter of time before it was broken. It was impossible to destroy the righteous path of a region with just one killer move. Any killer move was an inanimate object, it would have flaws. Thus, Gu Immortals continued to modify them. Fang Yuan did not place any hopes on this, his true goal was to obtain refinement path inheritances, the other inheritances were just supplementary. He wanted to become venerable through refinement path. He had to become a venerable to have a qualitative change, to be able to fight against Star Constellation, Spectral Soul, and Giant Sunday. Of course, it was not that Fang Yuan could not snatch things like Tiannan's inheritance. His current battle strength was above the entire Eastern Sea righteous path. But firstly, the efficiency was too low. How could it be faster and more convenient than asking them to hand it over voluntarily? Secondly, the true inheritance's contents would also be destroyed, there was a risk. Thirdly, it would waste Fang Yuan's energy and time, it would delay Fang Yuan's progress and cause Fang Yuan's luck to be depleted. The clans all had deep foundations and enormous luck. If he fought with them, Fang Yuan's luck would be wasted. And in this trip to Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan would have to face venerable level enemies. The safest way was to conserve his battle strength and not waste it. This was also one of the main reasons why Fang Yuan made transactions with Southern Borders Wu clan and Western Deserts Fang clan. The contents of Tiannan's inheritance were soon learned by Fang Yuan's main body. Among all the inheritances contributed by the righteous Qi alliance members, Tiannan's inheritance was still the most valuable. Thus, on the current contribution board, Song clan was ranked first. Old eccentric Tiannan had described his grand and insane scheme in this inheritance. He wanted to refine the immemorial 2 heavens and even the 5 regions, turning them into his external immortal aperture. Undeniably he failed. Even venerables could only refine Dao marks of specific paths in the outside world. But old eccentric Tian Nan wanted to refine all the Dao marks. In Fang Yuan's eyes, in theory this was completely possible. Wasn't Gu cultivation about refining all kinds of Dao marks or great Dao fragments? The biggest obstacle in front of old eccentric Tian Nan was Heaven Dao. He found that no matter what he did, he could not refine Heaven Path Dao marks. Eventually he thought of an extremely risky method, but he failed. In history, old eccentric Tian Nan had an eccentric personality. He failed in his attempt to refine the sky. Someone once said that those who were half a step ahead of an era were geniuses, those who were one step ahead of an era were lunatics. Old eccentric Tian Nan was such a lunatic. Over 2 million years passed. As time progressed, a person appeared and solved old eccentric Tian Nan's greatest problem. That was limitless demon venerable. He succeeded in refining the Heaven Dao. After another 1,000,000 years, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable entered Crazed Demon Cave to explore. He obtained limitless demon venerable's method in this aspect. Indeed, this was Unrestrained Heavenly Mark. The Unrestrained Heavenly Mark killer move that Lu Weiyin taught Fang Yuan had a long history. It was not created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Paradise Earth had only modified it. His source was limitless. What surprised Fang Yuan was that this Tian Nan true inheritance also contained Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's notes. It turned out that Reckless Savage Demon Venerable had also obtained Tian Nan's true inheritance in Ascending Heaven Plane. Even though he learned the contents of the true inheritance, he did not destroy it. Instead, he strengthened it so that it could be passed down to future generations. In his later years, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable returned here and added some of his refinement path insights into this Tian Nan inheritance. This old man Tian Nan is really daring. Speaking of which, if he could really refine the Heaven Dao, that would be too awesome. Unfortunately, refinement path is not suitable for me. I still like to clash with my body. But I can make use of those remaining beastmen. Didn't they want to use food path methods to turn the tables? Wishful thinking. They think I did not discover it. Isn't that the gluttonous demon frog? Using these notes, Fang Yuan was able to unravel a layer of the fog of history in front of him. In history, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable made use of the remaining beastmen to create Reckless Savage Grotto Heaven in his later years. He also left behind Reckless Savage's true inheritance. Chapter 21-24. Intense winds were howling in his ears. Fire Plane Grotto Lord was flying rapidly in immemorial white heaven. He was invisible, and when others looked from the outside, they could only see a blurry silhouette moving rapidly. The only special thing was that there was a clear high temperature on his path, but it was soon blown away by the wind. Fire Plane Grotto Lord had rank 8 cultivation level, but in an environment like immemorial white heaven, he had to be careful. If he acted arrogantly, he would attract the attention of immemorial desolate beasts. Especially those Fire Path immemorial desolate beasts. They were very interested in Fire Plane Grotto Lord. Fire Plane Grotto Lord had his own methods, but he did not have the mood to look for trouble now. If he wanted to hunt immemorial desolate beasts in immemorial white heaven, he needed to plan carefully and make preparations in advance. Fire Plane Grotto Lord returned to Fire Plane Grotto Heaven as he inspected himself. The ant plague in his body was already suppressed. Fire Plane Grotto Heaven had suffered from this disaster long ago. The Gu immortals inside were naturally infected by this vicious method. Poison Path was contagious and concealed. It was reasonable for the Righteous Chi Alliance to invite Poison Path experts to participate in the research. The situation is finally under control, but Fire Plane Grotto Heaven is still in deep trouble. We need a large amount of contribution points to save it. Fire Plane Grotto Lord was deeply worried. Fire Plane Grotto Heaven suffered huge losses this time. Inside the Grotto Heaven, the largest Fire Beard grassland was completely destroyed. It had turned into ruins. The Fire Beard grass that had abundant life force was gone. Even its roots that were hidden in the soil were gone. The vermilion flame wolves and red-bearded horses that lived in the grassland were almost wiped out. The ant plague was rampant, devouring these wolves and horses. Not even their bones were left. Our clan's losses are already so severe, but we still have to fork out a huge sum of money for disaster relief. Fire Plane Grotto Lord frowned deeply. The Righteous Chi Alliance's members had paid such a huge price to finally have some results. They could suppress lingering poisonous ant plague killer move. Even blood brothers had to settle their debts, not to mention a shallow alliance like the Righteous Chi Alliance. In order to survive and resist the powerful Fang Yuan, Wu Shuai, and the Variant Human Alliance, they had no choice but to create the Righteous Chi Alliance. Since the Eastern Sea's Righteous Path had paid a huge price, they naturally wouldn't hand over the fruits of their labor for free. According to the rules of the Righteous Chi Alliance, the Fire Plane Cave Master would first have to offer up a large number of resources or valuable true teachings in exchange for contributions, and then these contributions would be used to save the Fire Plane Cave. But if he didn't do that, what else could he do? The Fire Plane Grotto Master sighed deeply in his heart. He was full of worries about the present and the future. This is only the first time that devil Fang Yuan has made a move. I'm afraid that this is just a test, but it has already caused great damage to our clan. I'm sure he'll do it a second and a third time. Fang Yuan has the sovereign immortal aperture and can annex rank 8 grotto heavens. The grotto heavens of the Alien Alliance were decreasing one by one. During this period of time he had devoured many of them. My clan's fire plane heavenly abode is definitely his prey. No, to be more precise, all the grotto heavens in the black and white heavens have already become his food. Ever since Fang Yuan annexed Grand Swine Grotto Heaven and Time Difference Grotto Heaven, he had not stopped annexing other grotto heavens. The Alien Alliance had already been subdued by him, they could only watch as their grotto heavens were devoured, unable to do anything to Fang Yuan. Many of them were resentful that their homeland was annexed by Fang Yuan, but they did not dare to voice their anger. The annexation of grotto heavens could not be concealed, the commotion was too great. Thus, the Fire Plane Grotto Master and the rest knew about this. The enemy is too strong, the Righteous Chi Alliance is clearly at a disadvantage. They cannot win, their only advantage is in management. Fire Plane Grotto Master analyzed. The grotto heavens of the two heavens had limited space. After countless years of development and accumulation, they had already reached their current state, their potential for development had been exhausted. But Eastern Sea was vast. Even if these grotto heavens were added together, they could not compare to Eastern Sea's vastness and wealth. This advantage was the Righteous Chi Alliance's confidence in resisting the Alien Alliance. After all, even though the latter occupied Xia clan's territory, it was only a corner of Eastern Sea. In this aspect, the Righteous Chi Alliance had a clear advantage. We have this advantage, Fang Yuan also saw this, so he used a compound killer move to weaken us. He will not stop using his methods, by then, all of us Gu Immortals in the two heavens will be his main targets. So, when will this day come to an end? Suddenly the scene in front of Fire Plane Grotto Master changed drastically. Blue fog appeared around him, shrouding him. Fire Plane Grotto Master quickly stopped moving, activating his defensive and investigative methods. But at the next moment his expression changed. Battlefield killer move. Who dares to attack a member of my Righteous Chi Alliance? Come out, don't play tricks. Fire Plane Grotto Master shouted. However, the only response he got was a burst of childish laughter. The laughter surrounded Fire Plane Grotto Master. Even this rank 8 Gu Immortal could not tell where the voice came from. Suddenly, a child silently sneaked out from the blue mist that filled the sky. He stretched out a chubby hand, quickly reaching towards Fire Plane Grotto Master's back. Fire Plane Grotto Master had already activated his investigative killer move. Even though this killer move's investigative range was suppressed by the battlefield killer move to less than half of its original range. But it was enough for Fire Plane Grotto Master to discover the child's attack. However, Fire Plane Grotto Master was too slow, the mysterious child succeeded. Fire Plane Grotto Master grunted, he was hit. Bam. At the next moment, Fire Plane Grotto Master attacked fiercely. Sparks flew as the mysterious child exploded on the spot. The child died without any flesh or blood. He turned back into a lump of blue fog. This mysterious child is created from the battlefield. Thankfully, his attacks are not strong. My defensive killer move has also been suppressed. It is not even half as strong as before. Fire Plane Grotto Master started to feel anxious. He had to break this battlefield killer move as soon as possible. Even if he could not, he had to create an opening to ask for help. Fire Plane Grotto Master started to use his methods to attack the surroundings, trying to break the battlefield. But it was useless, his methods were useless, the surrounding blue fog seemed to be endless. From time to time, mysterious children would appear from the blue fog. They were male and female, all with blue pupils. They surrounded Fire Plane Grotto Master and continued to attack. Fire Plane Grotto Master could clearly sense their appearance, but he could not kill them in advance, they could only hit him each time. This battlefield seems to be a wisdom path battlefield. It is affecting my thoughts, causing me to be a step slower each time. I cannot attack in advance and stop them by killing. Fire Plane Grotto Master was thinking when his expression suddenly changed. He sensed that a fire path immortal goo in his immortal aperture was stolen by the mysterious child. Fire Plane Grotto Master quickly attacked this child. but the surrounding blue fog surged and swept away the exposed fire path Immortal Gu. Fire Plane Grotto Master chased for a while but could not find it. Oh no. This battlefield is theft path. These mysterious children's attacks can steal the Immortal Gu in my immortal aperture. I cannot stay here for long, there is great danger. Originally, Fire Plane Grotto Master felt that even though these mysterious children could not be defended against, their attacks were not strong, he could last for a long time. But after this change, the Fire Plane Cave Master was horrified. All the hair on his body stood up, and his expression became extremely ugly. He also had a rather bad guess in his heart. This is a compound battlefield of Theft Path and Wisdom Path. It definitely includes Theft Path and Wisdom Path. I have never heard of such a compound killer move. If this is a new killer move, then the killer move's owner is most likely. Fire Plane Grotto Master thought of a name. His heart shook uncontrollably. Just this name made him break out in cold sweat. He thought that he had guessed wrongly, but at the next moment, Fang Yuan's figure appeared. Fate was so cruel. Guyue Fang Yuan. Fire Plane Grotto Master sucked in a breath of cold air. He stared with wide eyes, looking at Fang Yuan blankly with a pale expression. The number one demon of the current era had appeared in front of him with a smile. This is my new killer move, how is its quality? Fire Plane Grotto Master, hand over your Immortal Gu and Fire Plane Grotto Heaven, I will allow you to surrender. Fang Yuan said calmly. The surrounding blue fog surrounded him, making his smile seem somewhat eerie. This battlefield killer move was Fang Yuan's latest creation. Fang Yuan had extended his demonic claws into the domain of battlefield killer moves. It was very effective. This time the killer move used Sneak Attack Immortal Gu as the core. It was a compound battlefield killer move of Wisdom Path, Theft Path, Refinement Path, Time Path and other paths. This time, after obtaining Fire Plane Grotto Master's route from Qixi Ancestor, Fang Yuan had been waiting. He used this method to see the effect of this new killer move. Guyue Fang Yuan, I am not your match. Your request, let me think about it. Fire Plane Grotto Master's voice was hoarse. He lowered his head. But at the next moment, from Fire Plane Grotto Master's body, a blazing red flame burst out. Immortal killer move, Furious Red Heart Flame. Fang Yuan. Within the flame, Fire Plane Grotto Master shouted, "Don't force me." With just a thought, my goo worms and the resources in my immortal aperture will be burned by this flame. Let me go. Let me live, let me leave this battlefield, only then can I give my goo worms to you. Fire Plane Grotto Master had a twisted expression. He knew Fang Yuan's ruthlessness and ruthlessness. He was trying to use this method to survive. But Fang Yuan snorted coldly, "You think I care about your immortal goo? Or the resources in your immortal aperture? Go ahead and burn them. If you can burn your entire immortal aperture, I will show you how capable you are." Fang Yuan, however, did not make a move personally. His figure dissipated in the vast blue fog. Soon after, a large number of blue-eyed children came out one after another, continuously attacking the Fire Plane Cave Master. Chapter 21-25. The empty immortal aperture floated in the air. Before it could open and absorb the surrounding heaven and earth chi, Fang Yuan grabbed it. This was an immortal killer move. It could capture and relocate the immortal aperture. It originated from Blazing Heaven Demoness Flaming Hand killer move. As for now, this method had already been modified by Fang Yuan into a compound killer move. Its power rose sharply and its effect became even more shocking. Next, Fang Yuan stopped the compound battlefield killer move and used heaven and earth travel to leave. Soon, the immortal aura leaked and attracted many ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts. Fang Yuan could not conceal his aura yet. He was not good at it. After arriving at a safe corner, Fang Yuan tossed Fire Plane Grotto Lord's immortal aperture into the sky. This was a rank 8 grotto heaven. It was attached to the 2 heavens and would not fall into the 5 regions. The grotto heaven's entrance opened and started to absorb the surrounding heaven and earth chi. It quickly settled down and stabilized at this spot. Fang Yuan did not move forward. He only sent his subordinates in his immortal aperture to search the grotto heaven. Fang Yuan had annexed some grotto heavens during this period of time. His Dao marks had increased greatly. If he entered this unstable grotto heaven, it would definitely explode. Not long after his subordinates returned, they did not bring back immortal goo and few immortal materials. Flames are burning everywhere, everything has been destroyed. Only these are left. Please forgive us, Master. The newly born heavenly spirit is also actively destroying everything in the grotto heaven. This seems to be the obsession of that rank 8 Gu Immortal. The subordinate Gu Immortal reported. Fang Yuan did not care. he let them return to the sovereign immortal aperture. After the grotto heaven stabilized, Feng Yuan started to forcefully annex this grotto heaven. Even if the heavenly spirit was unwilling, Feng Yuan had methods to suppress it. He had already modified them into compound killer moves. The domain that Feng Yuan modified into compound killer moves could only be used in normal killer moves and battlefield killer moves. When activating normal killer moves and battlefield killer moves, the goo worms used were all in Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. With the support of unrestrained heavenly mark, the power of compound killer moves could be unleashed. Ancient battle formations, current goo formations, and immortal goo houses all used goo worms in the outside world. Without the unrestrained heavenly mark environment, even if these methods were modified into compound killer moves, they had no practical value. Feng Yuan annexed grotto heavens as he recalled the previous battlefield compound killer moves. This killer moves offense was not enough. Its strength lay in the cooperation between wisdom path and theft path. But in practice, this battlefield killer moves effect was not very good. Fire Plane Grotto Lord was only an ordinary rank 8 goo immortal, but Feng Yuan had only stolen one immortal goo from him. Immortal goo were too easy to destroy. A goo immortal could self-destruct with just a thought. Even if Feng Yuan used his wisdom path methods to their limits, he could only disrupt the speed of a rank 8's thoughts. He could not obstruct all of his thoughts. It was extremely difficult to achieve this step, unless there was a huge gap in strength. Fire Plane Grotto Lord was a rank 8 goo immortal after all. He had dense Dao marks, he had a natural defense. Furthermore, he had a proper defensive killer move. In all of history, there were almost no wisdom path goo immortals who could do this to other rank 8 goo immortals. If one were to count, Peeping Gentleman, Sect Leader Mei, and the Steward had such achievements. Many of them had special situations that could not be replicated, but there were only 5 of them. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not one of them. Of course, it was unknown whether she could do it or not. After all, there were no clear records in history. This showed that to completely suppress the thoughts of a rank 8 goo immortal and make them unable to resist, even if it was for a short period of time, it was extremely difficult. The strongest method that wisdom path goo immortals used against their enemies was emotion. Thoughts, wills, emotions, these were the 3 elements of wisdom path cultivation. This way, Feng Yuan's compound battlefield killer move was not very practical. Feng Yuan needed to modify it further. Even the best theory needed to be tested in practice. Like a combat system. It was rather difficult to build a combat system behind closed doors for no reason. There needed to be strong and qualified opponents, or an intense battle of life and death to test whether a combat system was good or not. Thus, while Feng Yuan was thinking about his combat system, he felt gratitude towards Duke Long, Spectral Soul, and the others. Precisely because of them, Feng Yuan had the standard to evaluate and create his combat system. After devouring this rank 8 grotto heaven, Feng Yuan's fire path Dao marks rose by a large amount. Feng Yuan was still not satisfied, he continued to act. This time, he extended his demonic claws towards Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. Immortal killer move, Heaven Form. Feng Yuan opened a huge passageway to Fire Plane Grotto Heaven in a simple and direct manner. The heavenly spirit of Fire Plane Grotto Heaven was a rabbit. Because it had devoured a 9 heavens fragment, the rabbit heavenly spirit had become muddle-headed. But at this moment, it suddenly jumped around and screamed in fear. The goo immortals in Fire Plane Grotto Heaven saw this. They were all shocked and bewildered. The heavenly spirit is muddle-headed, but the previous Grotto Heaven lords used the killer move Mortal Fire and Smoke to burn it. Compared to the other Grotto Heaven's heavenly spirits, it still has a trace of clarity. As long as the Grotto Heaven faces danger, the heavenly spirit will become restless and use this abnormality to warn us. When the ant plague occurs, the heavenly spirit will feel uneasy. In the Grotto Heaven's history, there have been several disasters. They were either immemorial desolate beast attacks or huge fires that caused the heavenly spirit to feel uneasy. But we have never seen the heavenly spirit so restless. It is jumping around and shouting until its voice is hoarse. The more Fire Plane Grotto Heaven's immortals looked at the heavenly spirit, the more uneasy they felt. The heavenly spirit became even more berserk. Its face was filled with fear. It even started to bang its head on a pillar. Unfortunately, the heavenly spirit was not a real rabbit. No matter how much it slammed the pillar, it would not faint. Quickly investigate. We need to find out what the danger is. This danger is too great, it might cause our Fire Plane Grotto Heaven to be doomed. Quickly contact the Grotto Heaven Lord, only he can make such a huge decision. Will the ant plague continue to erupt? Fire Plane Grotto Heaven's goo immortals were very anxious. They quickly took action. Oh no. Lord Grotto Heaven Lord Soul Lantern Gu is extinguished, his life tablet Gu is also destroyed. What? How can this be? Fire Plane Grotto Heaven's immortals were stunned. Next they found a huge hole in the sky. Fang Yuan used heaven form, he did not want to conceal it, he used it openly. If Fire Plane Grotto Heaven Lord was still around, he could use the Grotto Heaven's terrain to resist Fang Yuan and hold on for some time, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. But now, Fire Plane Grotto Heaven Lord was dead. Fang Yuan, it is Fang Yuan. Seeing the figure outside the hole, many Fire Plane Grotto Heaven Gu immortals wanted to cry. How did we offend this demon? Even more Gu immortals had pale expressions, their bodies were shivering. Grotto Heaven Lord is dead, it is likely this demon Fang Yuan's doing. What should we do? Everyone, we have already asked for reinforcements from the Righteous Qi Alliance, now is the time for us to fight with our lives on the line. This is our home, we were born, we grew up in this place, our family and friends live here. We cannot retreat. We can't give up our homeland and let that devil devour it. After the immortals panicked, they mobilized their battle intent, they united and resisted Fang Yuan together. It is a pity that I cannot go in now. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin, looking at the huge hole created by heaven form, he could only stand outside. He had too many Dao marks on him, according to his estimation, even this Fire Plane Grotto Heaven could not hold them. As long as Fang Yuan went in, the conflicting Dao marks would cause countless cracks to appear in this Grotto Heaven, the Fire Path Dao marks would be repelled and scattered. Seeing that the Fire Plane Gu immortals were determined to fight to the death, they flew into the sky and attacked heaven form. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, he opened his immortal aperture. At the next moment, with Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit and the rest at the lead, the Gu immortals flew out of the entrance of the sovereign immortal aperture, attacking Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. The two Gu immortals engaged in an intense battle. At once, flames flew everywhere, lightning rumbled. Figures flew around in the sky, splitting and regrouping, the air exploded, killer moves bloomed like fireworks, the lives of the Gu immortals who were caught in the dazzling scene dissipated. Immortal killer move, wondrous hand, profound sound. Fairy Miao Yin wore a pink dress, her 2 arms were white as snow, the other 6 arms were translucent pink, they were formed from the killer move. The profound sound was graceful, attacking in all directions. Once Fairy Miao Yin arrived, she created a huge battlefield, trapping the 3 rank 7 experts of Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. After several rounds, the 3 rank 7 Gu immortals were still at a disadvantage. There was a reason why Fairy Miao Yin did not hesitate to expend her primeval essence to fight so desperately. She had once been captured by Shadow Sect, she had no choice but to cooperate and provide clues for Fairy Myrtle to deduce Fang Yuan's whereabouts. Her attitude was in stark contrast to Lady White Rabbit. After returning to Fang Yuan's side, she had been suppressing her anger, she wanted to perform well and make up for her previous mistakes. Fairy Miao Yin wanted to perform, the other Gu immortals also had the same thought. Bing Yuan led the Snowman Gu immortals, using Frost Chi to attack the enemies. Shi Zong commanded the Rockman Gu immortals to summon a large number of meteors, causing the enemies to be distracted. Inkman Gu immortal Mo Tan Sang also cultivated Qi Path, he waved his hands with vast Qi currents, he attacked with great force, the Fire Plane Gu immortals were unable to maintain their formation. In comparison, the Hairy Man Gu immortals were slightly weaker. After all, almost all of the Hairy Man Gu immortals cultivated Path. But there was no lack of eye-catching performances. For example, Golden Fur Immortal Monarch's hair was like golden threads, he held a large hammer and charged forward like a fierce general, he had a fierce aura and raised morale. Hair Monster Grotto Lord was covered in black hair, he activated the incomplete Immortal Gu House Black Emperor building and charged forward, he had already crushed a Fire Plane Grotto Heaven Gu immortal to death. Their Golden Fur Grotto Heaven and Hair Monster Grotto Heaven had already been annexed by Fang Yuan, becoming a part of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Chapter 21-26. There were also Mushroom Man Gu immortals. Even though Fang Yuan had not annexed the Mushroom Man Blessed Land yet, most of these Mushroom Men were moved into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The strongest Mushroom Man Gu immortal was Ku Xan Hong, his poison path methods were extraordinary. A moment later, Fire Plane Grotto Heaven's side started to crumble. Not only did they not have as many people as Fang Yuan's subordinates, their rank 7 experts were also inferior to Fang Yuan's subordinates. Fang Yuan's subordinates chased and killed many of the Fire Plane Gu immortals. Eventually, the remaining few Gu immortals lost their morale, they wanted to surrender but were killed by Fang Yuan's orders. Next was to clean up the battlefield. Fire Plane Grotto Heaven focused on Fire Path. Most of the immortal materials were Fire Path as well. Even though many were lost due to the ant plague, because the Grotto Heaven's Goo Immortals tried their best to preserve them, there were still many valuable resources left. For example, there were 28 charcoal lakes. They were scattered all over Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. Every charcoal lake's location was clearly planned meticulously. There were many advantages to it. Feng Yuan had once created a charcoal lake, but his charcoal lake could not even compare to one of Fire Plane Grotto Heaven's. These charcoal lakes were self-circulating, especially the depths of the lakes. They could produce large amounts of immortal material fire charcoal rocks. Other than the charcoal lakes, Fire Plane Grotto Heaven also had a huge forest. Fire Date Forest. Feng Yuan also found several ancient desolate plant giant calamity blazing trees. This number of burning trees made it hard for living beings to get close to them. More importantly, these giant calamity blazing trees would bring countless misfortune to living beings that got close to them. This was a combination of Fire Path and Luck Path immortal material. The two heavens Grotto Heavens under Feng Yuan had more or less Luck Path immortal materials. Fire Plane Grotto Heaven was no exception. It also had Luck Path immortal materials. Other than these, Feng Yuan also obtained a large number of flames. Most of them were date flames. These flames were red in color, they were grouped together and were very restrained. Even though they were immortal materials, even mortals could hold them with their bare hands. They would not be burned to ashes by the flames. Other than the date flame, there was also the phoenix cry flame, the black lantern flame, the ivory flame, the firefly flame, the flying flame, the dancing dragon snake flame, and so on. What made Feng Yuan slightly disappointed was that although there were many fire goo materials, there were no rank 9 heaven, earth, and human fires. The so-called heaven, earth, and human fires were the best of the best. They were the heaven fire bright radiance wheel fire, the earth fire azure spirit stone furnace fire, and the human fire raging waves rising dragon fire. After calculating the immortal materials, they started to calculate the immortal goo. There were few immortal goo gains, only 3. A fire path immortal goo, it was heavily injured, it was a goo worm that was released outside. Bing Yuan managed to obtain it by luck. The other 2 were ant immortal goo, one had a metallic luster, it was as large as a hill and looked like red copper. The other was as small as a finger, and its body was greatly elongated. It was as soft as a long strip of white flour. The red copper immortal ant could shoot out fireballs, while the white-faced immortal ant could produce a large number of ants. These were the products of lingering poisonous ant plague. The ants devoured the goo materials in Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. They would continue to refine themselves. Originally immortal goo, it could eventually be refined into an immortal goo. But as for what kind of immortal goo it was, even Feng Yuan could not estimate it. But from these 2 ants he could vaguely see their original appearance. The red copper fire ant should have been an arrow ant. The arrow ant could shoot out spikes from its mouth. After shooting out 3 spikes, the arrow ant would become extremely weak, it could not even defeat a worker ant. The white-faced immortal ant should be an ant queen. The ant queen was huge, it had no offensive or defensive abilities, but it could quickly eliminate worker ants, soldier ants, arrow ants, armor ants, and many other ants. Army ants were vicious insects in essence, but their strength could be raised from ordinary beast level to beast king level, to desolate beast level, ancient desolate beast level, and finally immemorial desolate beast level. Like the dark web spiders in the river of time, they were immemorial desolate beasts. The tiger-striped bees recorded in the Legends of Renzu were also immemorial desolate beasts. But after Wu Shuai's modifications, the lingering poisonous ant plague's ants had undergone a qualitative change. They had all become goo worms. Even though goo worms ate food, they were carriers of Dao mark fragments. The value of a mortal ant goo far surpassed an ordinary insect ant. These ant goo were all strong, they had vigorous life force and were aggressive. 100 ant goo could easily slaughter 100 ants of the same rank. Most goo worms were very fragile, they could be crushed with a pinch. But there were some goo worms that had hard shells and strong life force. For example, the chainsaw golden centipede that Feng Yuan had once used. The chainsaw golden centipede had 2 main paths of advancement. One was the rank 4 lightning tooth killer centipede, the other was the Vajra flying centipede. It had ranks 3, 4, and 5. When goo masters activated these 2, goo worms would fly out, the former would kill the enemy, while the latter would pierce through the skin and bones, drilling into the body to wreak havoc. At immortal goo level there were also such goo worms. For example, the sword-legged dragon centipede goo. The rank 7 sword-legged dragon centipede goo was 7 li long, it had the body of a centipede and the head of a dragon. Its countless limbs contained sword path Dao marks, allowing it to carry tens of thousands of swords with it. Once it coiled around its prey, these swords would attack from all directions, creating bloody holes all over the ancient desolate beast's body. It was very ferocious. Wu Shui raised the essence of army ants from insects to goo. It greatly expanded their potential. But this method had a huge flaw. The first flaw was that the expenditure was too high. Originally, insects and ants only needed to pay some resources to reproduce. But now, to create goo ants, they needed to expend goo materials to refine them. Other than that, goo ants also needed to be fed. The cost of feeding goo worms was many times higher than feeding insects and ants. The second flaw was rank 6 and above. Because immortal goo were unique, there could be many desolate beast-level ants of the same species, but immortal goo were unique, there could only be one immortal goo. If there were not many ant-immortal goo, the army ants would instead have the essence of the previous insect group. They would be easier to form and be superior. However, if I use this method, the new army ants will also have a certain scale. Fang Yuan observed the red copper fire ant and white-faced queen ant as he pondered. These two ants were indeed immortal goo, but Fang Yuan could not replicate them. He did not know the specific immortal goo recipe. These ant goo devoured goo materials and even immortal materials in Fire Plain Grotto Heaven to advance. The scale of the ant plague was huge. It spread throughout the whole of Fire Plain Grotto Heaven, but only 2 immortal goo ants were produced. Lingering poisonous ant plague contained refinement path profundities. It was the peak of the current hairy man nature goo refinement method. Nature goo refinement method used the natural Dao marks of the outside world to assist in the goo refinement. It greatly increased the success rate. The moment Fang Yuan created lingering poisonous ant plague, his attainment in nature goo refinement method had already surpassed long-hair ancestor. These ants were able to advance not only because of the goo materials from the outside world, but also because Fang Yuan expended his own unrestrained heavenly marks. Long-hair ancestor did not have unrestrained heavenly marks. Using lingering poisonous ant plague, I can nurture a large number of immortal goo ants. As long as the number is large and the resources are expended, there will be an endless supply of ants. Even though immortal goo are unique, having red copper fire ant does not mean I cannot produce red copper water ant, golden fire ant, and other goo. As long as there was a slight difference, the immortal goo would be different too. Fang Yuan deduced. He felt that the crucial obstacle was not the uniqueness of immortal goo, but the resources. Using this method to nurture immortal goo ants would expend too much resources. To refine 2 rank 6 immortal goo, red copper fire ant and white-faced ant queen, the resources used in Fire Plain Grotto Heaven were enough to create more than 10 rank 7 immortal goo. The resource utilization was too low. Other than immortal materials and immortal goo, there were also some goo cultivation inheritances among the spoils of battle. The most valuable was Fire Plain True Inheritance. Even though Fang Yuan did not obtain it from Fire Plain Grotto Lord, he had the original copy in Fire Plain Grotto Heaven. Fire Plain True Inheritance was a high-grade Fire Path True Inheritance. One of its killer moves, Furious Red Heart Flame, was very profound. It was the move that Fire Plain Grotto Lord had used earlier to force Fang Yuan to let him go, but in the end he committed suicide. There was also the Human World Fireworks. It was a Fire Path killer move that simulated the effect of Human Path. It was very valuable to Fang Yuan. Master, what do we do with these people? A subordinate Goo Immortal asked. Fire Plain Grotto Heaven was a human grotto heaven. Over 100 million pure humans lived here. If they were moved into the sovereign immortal aperture, the burden would be huge. Fang Yuan thought about it and ordered plainly, kill them all, use them to create human sea. Thereupon, the variant human Goo Immortals took action, starting a bloody and merciless massacre. Over 100 million humans were slaughtered, their bones, flesh, organs, human souls, and others were all gathered and sorted into the same type of goo materials before being moved into the sovereign immortal aperture's treasury. Their human chi was all absorbed by human sea. This artificial secluded domain of heaven and earth was obtained by Fang Yuan from Eastern Sea's Xia clan. In the future, after becoming venerable, Fang Yuan would need to break through the heavenly Dao blockade. These human path methods would need to be improved as well. After cleaning up the battlefield, Fang Yuan annexed these Goo Immortals' immortal apertures one by one. Finally, Fire Plain Grotto Heaven. He moved most of the resources in the Grotto Heaven to Mini Red Heaven. Because he had been annexing apertures recently, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had undergone a huge change. Its development rate had risen to 80%. The sovereign immortal aperture's Goo material treasury was already filled to the brim. More than 10 more were added. Be it the Mini 5 regions or the Mini 9 heavens, they had a large number of resource points, hundreds or even thousands of them. After meticulous deductions, Fang Yuan managed to arrange these resources properly. Mini Red Heaven is almost full. The entire Sovereign Immortal Aperture is almost full. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. During this period of time he felt like a big fatty with an empty stomach, overeating and eating too much at once, causing him to have indigestion. Normally, Gu Immortals cultivated one path, their immortal aperture had a single environment, it was easy to manage. Most Gu Immortals did not have large apertures, Space Path Gu Immortals usually had the largest apertures. Fang Yuan was different. He cultivated all paths, his immortal aperture's environment was very complex. Resources of all paths could be stored inside. At the same time, his sovereign immortal aperture was the largest, it was unprecedented, even a venerable's grotto heaven might not be as big as it. Chapter 21-27. Fire path resources could not be too close to water path resources. If they were too close they would affect each other, not only would their production decrease they might even perish. But it was not good to gather all the fire path and water path resources together. Because the fire path resource points affected each other, they were not all living in harmony. Moreover, there were many immortal materials like giant disaster blazing wood, which had fire path and luck path Dao marks. Many Gu cultivation resources had 2 or more types of Dao marks. Some resource points that produced immortal materials needed a large area of ordinary Gu materials to be produced. Some resources required special wind and water to be watered. There were also resources that could move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. For example, frost ice flame needed to produce a fire path immortal material from a place with dense ice and snow Dao marks. Thus, Fang Yuan had the foresight, long ago when he annexed immortal apertures, he split them up and distributed them all over the sovereign immortal aperture. All in all, Fang Yuan was imitating the structure of the 5 regions and 9 heavens. For example, mini southern border was mountainous, Fang Yuan placed his earth path resources there. Or for example, mini red heaven was fire path, Fang Yuan placed most of his fire path resources there. Fang Yuan could feel the profundity of the 5 regions and 9 heavens structure now. According to this structure he could divide the resources into different categories, it could reduce the amount of deductions he had to make, he could easily control the negative effects of these resource points. But it was far from enough. Every time Fang Yuan annexed a grotto heaven, the Dao marks of a certain path would increase sharply. The increase in Dao marks would last for a long time, it would affect the entire sovereign immortal aperture. The last time he annexed Xianxia Qi Si grotto heaven, the sovereign immortal aperture's Qi path Dao marks increased sharply, Qi currents were produced everywhere in the immortal aperture. There was the most heaven and earth Qi, the sovereign immortal aperture did not need to open its entrance to absorb heaven and earth Qi from the outside world. Next were profound Yin Qi, luck Qi, blood Qi, earth Qi, astral Qi, tyrannical Qi, life Qi, death Qi, righteous Qi, orchid life Qi, autumnal Qi and other immortal materials. Dao marks affected every corner of the sovereign immortal aperture. The empty areas of the sovereign immortal aperture would gradually produce resources. First, mortal Gu materials, after accumulating, the quantity would trigger a qualitative change, turning into immortal Gu materials. These resources were naturally formed because of the Dao marks. The sovereign immortal aperture was gradually filled up like this, reaching its current 80% development. In addition to producing resources, the surge in Dao marks would also have an impact on the existing resources. This time, after Fang Yuan devoured Fire Plain Grotto Heaven and the others, his fire path Dao marks increased by a large amount, the temperature of the entire immortal aperture rose. Many water path and wood path resource points would be greatly impacted. The metal Dao was austere. If the Dao marks increased explosively, it would quickly produce large amounts of minerals in the soil, causing the soil to deteriorate and affecting the forest above. The number of water path Dao marks increased, the amount of rain increased, and if the rain continued, it might even form a huge flood. With the increase in poison path Dao marks, some viruses and plagues that were previously limited to a small area would now erupt violently and spread rapidly, covering a large area. With the increase of transformation path Dao marks, many life forms started to mutate, their forms and temperament would change, causing their original race to suffer a calamity. Thus, recently the sovereign immortal aperture was not peaceful. From time to time, strange things would happen. For example, not long ago Yu Qin Feng had appeared in the small eastern sea. The Qin Feng blew dust everywhere, causing small islands to form on the surface of the sea. But within the range of the Qin Feng, these sea areas did not need islands, the earth path Dao marks on the islands would obstruct and suppress the waves, while the soul path Dao marks on the islands would kill the weak life forms in the sea area, gradually forming soul beasts and changing the ecology. Fang Yuan first suspected two neighboring sea areas. They were at the center of the Qinfeng Sea. They were the biggest suspects for the formation of the Qinfeng Sea. But after some tests and deductions, Fang Yuan found that the two sea areas were very far away from each other. Their Dao marks interacted with each other. It was as if they were resonating with each other, creating the Qinfeng Sea between the two. As for wild beasts that mutated, beast groups that were heavily injured, plagues that spread wildly, or veins that invaded the Rockman's territories, forests that caught on fire for no reason, icebergs that fell from the sky, and so on, they were all happening one after another. The Gu immortals who were defending their respective areas were extremely busy. They took action everywhere to make up for the situation. Fang Yuan's main body also took action frequently. He set up immortal formations around the important resource points. It was like he was patching them up. The unstable factors caused by the increase in Dao marks can only be slowly digested over time. The sovereign immortal aperture's environment will continue to change and gradually accept it. Originally, the sovereign immortal aperture had a huge space and sparse resources. It was hard for them to influence and interact with each other. But now, the sovereign immortal aperture is already 80% developed. There are too many resource points and the distance between them is too short. The interaction between them is not purely two aspects. They are all affecting each other and mixing together. What's worse is that I use time difference Grotto Heavens method to create a year essence subpool and create a time path subpool. The time flow is different in different places. It makes my deductions more complicated. If I add more immortal materials in the future, the difficulty of this deduction will increase by 100 times. It will far surpass my deduction ability. The difficulty of this deduction was increasing exponentially. Fang Yuan felt helpless. And even if I get the result, I will need to adjust the original resource points. Every adjustment is like a major surgery. It consumes a lot of resources, time, and energy. I'm afraid that 80% is my limit. After realizing this, Fang Yuan looked at the 5 regions and 2 heavens and could not help but feel admiration. The space of the 5 regions and 2 heavens was much larger than the sovereign immortal aperture. At the same time, each of its resource points was just right. They interacted with each other in a stable and harmonious manner. Even when the 5 regional walls disappeared and the earth veins and heaven veins merged, these resource points were not affected much. They were not affected much. I understand this is Heaven Dao. Fang Yuan's body and mind shook. He deeply understood the principle of balance in Heaven Dao. If my Heaven Dao attainment level could rise to master level, I would be able to resolve my current predicament. I would be able to continue developing the sovereign immortal aperture. It is a pity, a pity. In history there had never been anyone who cultivated Heaven Dao, even limitless demon venerable who created unrestrained heavenly mark cultivated rule path. As for Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, he cultivated Earth Path. Fang Yuan was likely to be the Gu cultivator who had the deepest understanding of Heaven Dao. Fang Yuan activated Cooking Luck Pot again to check his luck. He saw that on the silver-white light pillar, there were still 3 different colored clouds. They were all getting bigger. Meanwhile, the silver-white light pillar that represented Fang Yuan had expanded by more than 4 times. Originally it looked thin and long, but now it was emitting a thick feeling. This was because he had just annexed Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. Because Fire Plane Grotto Heaven and Fire Plane Grotto Heaven Lord all had luck. After Fang Yuan slaughtered them and annexed many Grotto Heavens, his luck was greatly expended. After some time, Fang Yuan's luck would recover even more. According to the increase in luck, Fang Yuan was clearly superior. It seems that my strategy of resting was correct. My development has far surpassed the 3 venerables during this period of time. But Fang Yuan pondered. He acutely realized that even though his silver-white light pillar expanded by more than 4 times, it was not as condensed as before. It was very loose. The silver-white light was also not as clear as before. The reason why my silver-white light pillar expanded so much is because I annexed many Grotto Heavens. My foundation rose sharply again and again. Other than that, I created and modified many compound killer moves. My Time Path clone also refined many rank 8 immortal Gu. But these things are only quantitative. There is no qualitative change. They are very loose. For example, the sovereign immortal aperture is very unstable. The resources have not fused together yet. I only used my methods to forcefully put them together. If I am not careful, it will lead to a disaster and huge losses, causing my luck to fall. And even though I have more rank 8 immortal Gu and compound killer moves, I do not have a combat system to organize them. I am unable to form a cohesive whole. Thus, the silver-white light pillar is loose. Fang Yuan felt the beauty of luck path cultivation again. Through luck inspection he could not only understand his current situation, he could also find out his flaws and weaknesses. Next, he had a direction to cultivate. Fang Yuan looked at the luck of his clones. Qi Si ancestor, Zhan Budu, Meng Qiu Zhen, and the rest's luck rose slightly. Their connection with Fang Dichang also became clearer. But Wu Shuai's ant dragon luck was in a disorganized state, it was showing signs of breaking apart. What is going on? Don't tell me after creating lingering poisonous ant plague there is a negative change? Fang Yuan quickly denied this guess. He was very puzzled. Among the doppelgangers, Wu Shuai's situation was the most stable. Qi Si ancestor's identity was exposed. Meng Qiu Zhen explored dream realms, they were filled with danger and fortuitous encounters. Zhan Budu had already been arranged by Fang Yuan to hide in a foreign land. Li Xiaobai was only a mortal Gu master, he had no choice. The Time Path clone was using 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool to refine rank 8 immortal Gu, but he only had rank 6 cultivation level. If there was a mishap he would die from the backlash. Even though Wu Shuai was actively looking for a way to grow stronger, he was mainly in charge of the Variant Human Alliance's governance. How could there be danger? And this danger was a huge danger that could cost him his life. Central Continent. Deep in a cave, an elderly Gu immortal with a brandy nose laughed loudly. I am finally here, my days of sleepless nights were not in vain. In front of him was a Gu immortal rank 8 true inheritance. The sleeping Wu woke up, he looked at the elderly Gu immortal. Future person, if you want to accept our true inheritance, you have to agree to a condition. What condition? The elderly Gu immortal squinted as he asked. Chapter 21-28. The elderly Gu immortal's eyelids twitched, he had already guessed it. He said, so Senior is green antiseptic, Senior's wife must be Senior Wine Fairy? The Gu immortal will nodded, indeed. The elderly Gu immortal let out a breath of air. To speak the truth, this junior is an Eastern Sea Gu immortal, Zui Xianwang. It has been more than 1,000,000 years since the two of you passed away. The Gu immortal Will was slightly dazed, sighing, so many years have passed. Back then, to prevent that traitorous disciple from plundering us, we hid our inheritance in an extremely secretive manner. To think that it backfired on us, that traitorous disciple is already dead, right? After pausing for a moment, the Gu immortal Will thought of something and said, wait, Zui Xianwang, put down your defensive method and let me detect your lie. How do I know that you're not a subordinate of my evil disciple and that you're here to deceive me? Zui Xianwang hesitated for a moment, but he still restrained his thoughts of directly taking action, because he did not have any confidence in the arrangements here. He told the truth, I'm not sure if Marshal Wu is dead or not. It's like this. Zui Xianwang quickly explained the current situation. Green Antiseptic's consciousness was stunned again and again. How did the world become like this? Was this still the Celestial Court? Fake Gu was actually destroyed. Gu Fang Yuan. It was hard to imagine that such a great devil had actually appeared in the world. It was truly a misfortune for the common people. Green Antiseptics will took a long time to accept this reality. I didn't expect a world with more than 1,000,000 people to become like this. Fate Immortal Gu was destroyed, Duke Long also lost. Whether that Wu Shuai is the reincarnation of my traitorous disciple or a clone of Fang Yuan is no longer important. Since Fang Yuan inherited the Dragon Palace, he has to bear the consequences. Green Antiseptic was determined. Then Zui Xianwang, are you willing to deal with Fang Yuan for this legacy? Green Ants will ask one last time. Zui Xianwang remained silent for a long time. In the end, he took a deep breath and gritted his teeth as he said, Junior is willing. Alright, then let's set the contract first. Zui Xianwang swore an oath according to Green Ant's will. Accept this inheritance. This inheritance contains the killer move Golden Goblet Drunken Wine that the two of us created with all our effort. The Golden Goblet sinks Green Ants, Drunken Dragon Chi disperses. The army ants were created by me, and they have a weakness that I have deeply hidden. That traitorous disciple of mine did not know about it at all. As long as I use this Golden Goblet Drunkenness killer move, the army ants will fall into chaos and devour their master. Most importantly, this killer move is a food path killer move, ordinary people cannot guard against it. So Senior was already prepared. Bright light flashed in Zui Xianwang's eyes. I cannot stay here for long, Senior, please move your will into my immortal aperture. You can slowly tell me what you need to do. All right. The green ants will flew into Zui Xianwang's immortal aperture. The latter received the inheritance and immediately left. Zui Xianwang only took a quick glance at the contents of the inheritance and could not help but feel delighted. This inheritance included green antecedents enslavement path true inheritance as well as wine fairies food path true inheritance. The enslavement path true inheritance was not very valuable to Zui Xianwang, but the Yizhou true inheritance was priceless. My hard work was not in vain, I have finally repaid myself. Zui Xianwang's lips curled into a smile. But when he left this place and stepped into the outside world, his expression changed. A battlefield killer move had already been set up, it activated and enveloped Zui Xianwang. Celestial Court. Qin Ding Ling. Zui Xianwang was shocked to find that the people surrounding him were Celestial Court Gu immortals. The leading female immortal had a tall nose bridge, thin lips and long eyes, she wore golden armor and had long legs. She wore a white cloak and had a noble aura that could not be offended. She was the current leader of Celestial Court, Luck Path Rank 8 Great Expert Qin Ding Ling. Zui Xianwang's heart fell to rock bottom, cold sweat poured out of his body. I am going to die this time. A thought flashed in his mind. Zui Xianwang gritted his teeth and cupped his fists. I am willing to offer up my entire inheritance to make a contribution to the righteous path. Qin Ding Ling laughed heartily, saying with a heroic spirit, green antecedent and wine fairies inheritances are good, but is my celestial court greedy? We have been the leader of the righteous path for over 3 million years, the #1 superforce in the world. Since you are fated with this inheritance, it is yours. If you are willing, sit down and have a cup of tea. Saying so, Qin Ding Ling sat cross-legged in the air, taking out a cushion, a tea table and a cup. Zui Xianwang braced himself and sat down. Qin Ding Ling personally poured tea for him. The fragrance of tea permeated the air, but Zui Xianwang's heart was as cold as ice, his body was shivering as cold sweat accumulated. What kind of person was Qin Ding Ling? She actually treated an Eastern Sea lone cultivator like Zui Xianwang with such respect. She was so courteous, her motive was definitely not small. Please have a drink. Qin Ding Ling stretched out her hand and smiled. Zui Xianwang braced himself and took a sip before putting down the teacup, forcing himself to remain calm as he asked, I wonder what Lady Qin Ding Ling wants? The smile at the corner of Qin Ding Ling's mouth widened. She slowly said, haven't you already guessed why I'm here? Zui Xianwang, you are a smart person. No need to be so pessimistic. Even though the demonic path is rising and righteous path is declining, it is only temporary. Looking at the millions of years of history, the righteous path has the upper hand most of the time, the demonic path can only survive in a corner. This is a special era, there will always be some monsters causing trouble. Don't be fooled by their arrogance, they are only the pioneers of the king, they are only paving the way for venerables. Zui Xianwang lowered his head, not daring to look at Qin Ding Ling. He placed his hands on the tea table, he clenched his fists unconsciously, his fists were covered in sweat. The situation is beyond my control, even if Qin Ding Ling makes any excessive requests, I will have to agree to them. Zui Xianwang sighed in his heart. Qin Ding Ling took out evidence. Not long after, star constellation Immortal Venerable will revive and return to the Celestial Court, she will restore the might of the Celestial Court. Zui Xianwang looked at the evidence and was shocked. Star constellation Immortal Venerable will revive. Qin Ding Ling smiled. Fate Gu has been destroyed, it can naturally revive the dead. Demon Immortal Qiju is an example, he has already been suppressed by my Celestial Court. Even Demon Immortal Qiju can revive, not to mention a venerable? My Celestial Court has 3 venerables. Looking at the world, which superforce can match us? Zui Xianwang was dumbfounded, his heart started to race. He had already decided to agree, but seeing the evidence of star constellation Immortal Venerable's revival, the balance in his heart immediately tilted towards the Celestial Court. Even though Fang Yuan was strong, the #1 demon in the world, he only had pseudo-venerable battle strength. He could not compare to a venerable. In the millions of years of human history, only 10 venerables had appeared, each of them had proven their invincibility. Venerables were invincible. No matter how many pseudo-venerables there were, they could not match a venerable. And Celestial Court undoubtedly had the most venerables: Primordial Origin, Star Constellation and Genesis Lotus. Other than them, the only other superforce that had venerables was Longevity Heaven. Zui Xianwang's expression gradually calmed down. I am willing to work for Celestial Court. He said solemnly, let's sign the alliance agreement now. Qin Ding Ling waved her hand, no need. What kind of person is that Fang Yuan? He can see through an ordinary alliance agreement. Moreover, you will need to join the Righteous Qi Alliance after returning to Eastern Sea. Not sign the alliance agreement? Zui Xianwang was slightly stunned. Qin Ding Ling continued, Make a copy of the true inheritance for me. Celestial Court will try to prepare the corresponding immortal goo for you. Zui Xianwang was stunned again. He sighed internally. Not signing the alliance agreement and giving me immortal goo? Qin Dingling waved her hand again. You can leave now. This subordinate will take his leave. Zui Xianwang left the battlefield killer move, feeling a little dazed. It was too unbelievable. He was free. But Zui Xianwang felt reverence. He started to revere Celestial Court from the bottom of his heart. This is the magnanimity of the #1 superforce in the world. Qin Dingling is not afraid that I will not abide by the alliance agreement. Her attitude shows that she does not care about this inheritance at all. I'm just a pawn to her. If I do not abide by this agreement in the future, even if Celestial Court cannot deal with Fang Yuan, can they not deal with me? Zui Xianwang felt a chill in his heart. Looking at his departing figure, Fang Jing could not help but ask, Lady Qin Dingling, are we letting him go just like that? If he joins Fang Yuan and betrays us, what will happen? Won't we be giving this inheritance to Fang Yuan as well? Won't we give up on restraining Wu Shuai? Fang Jing seemed to be very familiar with the contents of the inheritance. It turned out that Celestial Court had already found out about this inheritance, but before taking it, Qin Dingling had an intuition. This intuition told her not to take the inheritance immediately. It would be better to wait for 3 days before taking it. Qin Dingling acted according to this intuition. 3 days later she waited for Zui Xianwang. She immediately understood the meaning of her intuition. Qin Dingling smiled. Fang Yuan has the sovereign immortal aperture and annexed grotto heavens. He also has Paradise Earth's inheritor and the variant human alliance's support. His progress is unfathomable. Making an alliance agreement with Zui Xianwang will be a huge flaw. However, while Zui Xianwang was drinking tea, I had already secretly taken action and used a method against his luck. This method will make him become enemies with Fang Yuan. Fang Jing was not persuaded. He insisted, even so, I think it is better to monopolize this inheritance and use it as a trump card against Fang Yuan in the future. Zui Xianwang is only a lone cultivator in Eastern Sea. Qin Dingling chuckled. You are underestimating Zui Xianwang, and also overestimating the value of this inheritance. Zui Xianwang is a person who knows when to submit and when to stand tall. He is a wise man. He controls one of the 3 pools in the world, Wine Pool, and is a food path expert. This inheritance of his has been passed down steadily. His luck is very deep. Food path is about to rise, and Zui Xianwang cultivates food path. He is almost the representative of this path. This is no small matter. And this inheritance. Qin Dingling shook her head. In my opinion, the most valuable thing is not golden bottle drunken wine killer move, but that human path immortal goo recipe of the drunkard. Green Ant Ascetic and Wine Fairy created this inheritance together. There was a human path immortal goo recipe. Drunkard goo. Chapter 21-29. Fang Jing blinked, understanding a little. Lord means that even if golden bottle drunken wine is effective and kills Wu Shuai, it will only kill one of Fang Yuan's clone. It will not deal a huge blow to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan Dragon Palace is destroyed now. Wu Shuai's greatest use has already been lost. As for Wine Man Immortal Goo recipe, it is the symbol of human path's prosperity. It is the future strategy of our Celestial Court. Qin Dingling patted Fang Jing's shoulder. You are worth teaching. No matter how strong Fang Yuan is, he is not a threat unless he becomes venerable. Star constellation Immortal Venerable has already been captured in Crazed Demon Cave. The most important thing now is to welcome her back. No matter how much of a commotion Fang Yuan makes, it will only last for a few days. I am not Fang Yuan's match. Celestial Court cannot afford to lose again. Thus, I have been putting up with Eastern Sea's Righteous Chi Alliance. Right now, we need to use all our strength to fight in Crazed Demon Cave. It will not be easy to bring back the Star Venerable. We need to conserve our strength and focus on this. As long as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable enters Celestial Court again, even if there are 10 more Fang Yuans, they will not be able to do anything. Yes, Lord is right. Towards Qin Dingling's strategy, Fang Jing did not refute it, nor did he have any doubts. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, history had already proven her contributions. After Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, she stabilized the gains of humanity. She also carried on and expanded the cause of humanity's rise from Central Continent to the other 4 regions. Before her death, she schemed against the 3 demon venerables. When the 3 venerables attacked Celestial Court, she protected Celestial Court. She had made great contributions. Fang Jing sighed internally. Fang Yuan, I am not your match. The current Celestial Court is also not your match. but there will always be someone who can deal with you. Since ancient times, righteousness has always prevailed. If star constellation Immortal Venerable wants to deal with you, can you resist? You are finished. Although I understand you, I do not sympathize with you. You deserve it. The crimes you've committed are too numerous to list. Fang Yuan checked the inheritance in his hands. His speed of reading was extremely fast. With Meng Qiuzhen's help in exploring dream realms, his attainment levels of all paths increased at an astonishing rate. In Fang Yuan's eyes, the various legacies that relied on these realms were mostly superficial. Occasionally there would be some that would make his eyes light up. These inheritances mainly came from Qi ancestor and the Variant Human Alliance. Because of the Qi tide, the inheritances that were exposed in East Sea were basically all gathered into Fang Yuan's hands. Of course, there were bound to be some peak inheritances that the inheritors had hidden away, not handing them over. Fang Yuan didn't mind. At this point, most of the inheritances in the world were worthless to him. His realm was profound, and he only needed a few breaths to create a superior inheritance. These inheritances were just a small supplement to enrich his theory and knowledge base. Jewel Yellow Skies also has inheritance transactions. This is truly rare. Fang Yuan suddenly thought he could trade most of the inheritances he had. The main purpose of the transactions was not to obtain anything, but to let others obtain suitable inheritances to help them cultivate. Because this was beneficial to Fang Yuan's venerable ascension. Among the 4 conditions to become venerable, one was to break through the Heavenly Tao blockade. The Heavenly Tao emphasized balance. It had always been suppressing Gu immortals and venerables. The more these inheritances spread, the stronger the cultivators, the more effort the Heavenly Tao would have to put in to balance them. This way, when Fang Yuan breaks through to venerable in the future, the Heavenly Tao's blockade would weaken him. Throughout history there was no lack of proof of this point. The eras of the 10 venerables were filled with countless geniuses. Heroes emerged one after another. There were countless heroes in the sky. Breaking through the Heavenly Tao blockade, other than luck path, there is also human path. Divine Emperor City is the sacred land of human path. If I can obtain the human path essence inside, it will be of great help to me. Fang Yuan thought. Divine Emperor City Painting World. At the entrance of the city's market, a crowd was gathered, watching the performance at the center of the empty space. A middle-aged man with a tall and sturdy body wore beast skin. He held a leather whip in his hand and continuously swung it. The whip lashed in the air, making cracking sounds. And below the whip was a leopard. It kept crouching and jumping along with the sound of the whip. The middle-aged man suddenly put away the whip. He stretched his head into the leopard's wide-open mouth. The leopard opened its mouth. Its sharp teeth were only millimeters away from the middle-aged man's head. The crowd gasped in shock. But the leopard did not bite. The middle-aged man waited patiently for a while before slowly retracting his head. Immediately, thunderous applause resounded. The middle-aged man took out a bronze gong from his back. He walked around the crowd with the back facing up. He walked quickly, holding the bronze gong in his hand as he shouted, "Fellow villagers, if you have money, please support me. If you don't have money, please support me. Haha, if you think it is interesting, please reward me a bit more." The middle-aged man's spectacular performance had won everyone's favor. At once, a large number of yuan stones were thrown out, landing on the bronze gong and producing crisp sounds. Not far away at the upper floor of the tea house, the human path great expert Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal Xianxia watched in shock. "This is the reason why I invited you here." Fang Dichang sat in front of Xianxia, drinking tea as he spoke. Xianxia finally retracted his gaze. "Amazing, amazing." He praised endlessly. "So this divine Emperor City painting world is so amazing." The middle-aged man was a beast tamer. This profession had never appeared in the painting world before. But when the 10 children of human path led a large group to explore growling beast painting world and returned in defeat, during the process of recuperating, this profession appeared. And in the market, other than the original hero Gu, scholar Gu, soldier Gu and craftsman Gu, another type of Gu was added, beast tamer Gu. Once beast tamer Gu was activated, it could turn into a beast tamer. Beast tamers were the best at restraining wild beasts. They were most skilled at taming wild beasts and using them for their own use. Evidently, this new beast tamer Gu was created specifically for growling beast painting world. Who created this new Gu worm? Xianxia asked. Fang Dichang shook his head. Beast tamer Gu appeared naturally like this. I tried my best to investigate but did not find any target. Xianxia nodded. You are in charge of Beggar Sect. It is already the strongest intelligence gathering organization. Maybe it is not someone, but this painting world is Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangement. Fang Di Chang breathed in human will Gu, replenishing himself. Now that Beast Tamer Gu has appeared, growling beast painting world will be at a disadvantage. It is only a matter of time before it is broken. The most terrifying aspect of human path is probably here. I underestimated this path. Xianxia rubbed the cup with his fingers as he concluded. Now it seems that there are 3 types of human path Gu worms. The first type are occupational Gu like craftsman Gu, hero Gu and beast tamer Gu. The second type are organizational position Gu, like your beggar sect Gu and elder Gu. And the third type are human emotion and human grade Gu, like traveling son Gu and doting mother Gu. Human emotion and human grade Gu? It seems that Brother Xin has made some gratifying gains in your cultivation recently. The classification is very appropriate. Fang Di Chang congratulated. Xianxia waved his hand. I am ashamed, I only did some sorting. Traveling son Gu and doting mother Gu were once considered to be emotion path Gu, but their essence was closer to human path. This situation was very common in the course of history. The essence of Gu worms was gradually revealed according to the development of the path. The painting world is truly the sacred land of human path. I'm starting to look forward to it. When the 10 children of human path leave this place and bring human path to the Gu immortal world of the 5 regions, who knows how much of a commotion and shock it will cause. Many Gu worms will be classified as human path. Xianxia said leisurely, I believe that there will definitely be many human path Gu worms left in a corner that will be rediscovered by the world. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had truly made great contributions. Before him, human path was like the leaves on the tree crown, they were only related to individual Gu cultivators. But the painting world that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable created was to support and nurture the roots and trunk of the tree that was human path. Human path was no longer a castle in the air, it was a complete system. It had the most basic roots, the sturdiest trunk and the flourishing branches and leaves. Fang Di Chang was silent, feeling increasingly worried. Although he had not fully understood the profundities of Divine Emperor City and the painting world, there was one point that he was certain of. That was that human path was bound to prosper, and the Celestial Court was already focusing on developing this path. I am afraid that developing human path has already become the Celestial Court's strategy. This path is not simple. Where should my main body go? He might not know yet, but I am only a lump of will that is struggling at death's door. How should I inform my main body of this crucial information? Once fake Gu was destroyed, anything could happen. Demon Immortal Chi Ju and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already revived. The prophecy of 3 venerables of the past was no longer valid. Dream Path, Human Path and Food Path all had the possibility of prospering. Dream Path was the prophecy of the 3 venerables. It was originally the orthodox path of fate. It was destined to prosper and even rule over an era. In the past, human path was a domain that only venerables and individual great experts could enter. But after Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable filled in the foundation and trunk, human path was already extremely suitable for cultivation. The Celestial Court had Divine Emperor City, they had this huge advantage. As for food path, this path had been created since the olden antiquity era, but it had not been widely spread. Now, without the restriction of fate, it was finally showing signs of prosperity. The world was already in chaos because of Fang Yuan. Those who should die had to revive, those who should not prosper were rising up. Future? Fang Di Chang shook his head inwardly. The future was too complicated and chaotic, he could not see it clearly. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Hei Lulan was summoned by Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. Chapter 2130. Hei Lulan opened her eyes in a daze. Where is this? Her blurry vision became clear. She soon found that she was lying on a stone bed. Around the stone bed was a large leather tent. At the center of the tent, there was a metal frame supporting a large cauldron. The cauldron was gurgling as if it was boiling soup. At the bottom of the cauldron, a red rat was breathing fire. You're awake. The tent flap was suddenly pulled open. A person walked in. This was a middle-aged woman. She was dressed very simply. She wore a leather skirt that exposed her arms, stomach and most of her chest. There was a blue phoenix tattoo on her chest and back. It was not only lifelike, but also emitted a faint blue light. Hei Lulan struggled to sit up. During this process, she found that her clothing had completely changed. It was the same style as the middle-aged woman in front of her, rough and wild. I am Desolate Extremity Lu Tonglan. You are now in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. The middle-aged woman walked towards Hei Lulan and smiled. Hei Lulan was completely awake. Longevity Heaven had 8 extremities. They were ranked by heaven, earth, black, yellow, universe, and desolate. Black extremity was Sun Ming Lu, he cultivated formation path. The woman in front of her was desolate extremity, she had been hiding in myriad beast fusion color heaven. What should I do, Lord Lu? He Lulan asked. Immortal zombie giant Sun only told her to listen to desolate extremities arrangements after coming here. Lu Tonglan smiled. Here you can call me Blue Phoenix tribe leader. Your current identity is that of my illegitimate daughter. You are a descendant of my bloodline that I left behind in the outside world. Recently, when the tribe was migrating, I found you by chance and brought you back. There are countless tribes in myriad beast fusion color heaven, they live together with beasts, it is very different from the 5 regions. Every 10,000 years, all the tribes will gather and hold the myriad race ceremony. This is your fortuitous encounter. Alright, you are going to drink the soup now. Lu Tonglan scooped a big bowl of hot soup from the pot and handed it to He Lulan. He Lulan sat on the edge of the bed and picked up a hot iron bowl. A rich aroma of food wafted into her nostrils. She was also hungry, so she immediately opened her mouth and took a sip. When the hot soup entered his mouth, it tasted strange and spicy. It was not tasty at all. Cough cough cough. He Lulan was caught off guard and almost vomited. Lu Tonglan's expression was solemn. Drink it, this soup is very important to you, you have to drink every drop in the pot. Drink up. He Lulan knew that this was Immortal zombie giant Sun's arrangement. She frowned as she drank one bowl, then another. When she drank the third bowl she could not help it. Her abdomen was swollen and painful. Lu Tonglan, who had been watching over her, nodded and said, Stop for a while, your body is at its limit. He Lulan started to have diarrhea, a very serious diarrhea that almost caused her to collapse. But Lu Tonglan did not let her go. Even as He Lulan lay weakly on the stone bed, Lu Tonglan carried the big bowl and poured all the hot soup in the iron pot into her mouth. He Lulan drank while having diarrhea, it was extremely painful. What is the use of drinking this soup? He Lulan asked. Lu Tonglan said, Myriad beast fusion color heaven is different from the 5 regions, those who can survive here can eat a lot. This pot of soup is specially prepared by me to stimulate my appetite. The process of your diarrhea is the process of your body adapting to this place. Don't be fooled by the severity of your diarrhea at the start, it will become lighter and lighter. In at most 3 days you will be back to normal and will feel extremely hungry. He Lulan lay on the stone bed for 2 days and 2 nights before she recovered enough strength to get off the bed and walk around. On the 3rd day, just like Lu Tonglan said, she recovered all her strength, her diarrhea disappeared and her appetite increased, her stomach had been growling since morning. Lu Tonglan started to cook soup for He Lulan. This is meat soup, it is different from before. Lu Tonglan said as she took out 5 to 6 mice and threw them into the pot. The mice struggled in the pot, squeaking. Lu Tonglan's expression did not change, she took out a few colorful venomous snakes and threw them into the pot. The venomous snakes and mice melted in the soup, they looked like colorful mud that covered the surface of the water. Lu Tonglan took out a few black rocks that looked like charcoal and threw them into the pot as well. He Lulan's eyelids were twitching at first, but she soon realized something. Blue Phoenix tribe leader, are you refining goo? He Lulan asked curiously. She could see that when Lu Tonglan was cooking the soup, she was using many refinement path methods. Lu Tonglan continued to cook the soup as she turned around and smiled. He Lulan, you have a good eye. Look, this pot of snake and rat soup is ready. He Lulan was stunned, she saw that Lu Tonglan had stopped cooking the soup. The goo refinement failed? It is a pity. He Lulan was stunned, the snakes and rats I used earlier were ancient desolate beasts. Lu Tonglan shook her head, I said I am cooking soup, not refining goo. The broth of snakes and rats is perfectly cooked. You must drink it all. He Lulan was stunned again. Lu Tonglan scooped a bowl of soup and gave it to He Lulan. He Lulan took a sip and frowned, this soup was 10 times worse than the diarrhea soup from before. She had only taken a small sip, but her tongue was already numb, and half of her throat was already numb. When she drank all of the soup, her entire body swelled up, her skin and flesh swelled up, the hairs on her skin started to grow rapidly. These hairs grew rapidly. After several minutes, He Lulan's hairs filled the entire tent. These hairs were of different colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, white, black, all sorts of colors, some more, some less. Lu Tonglan inspected these hairs, she even counted the number of hairs. Next, with a thought, the blue phoenix tattoo on her chest floated into the air, it breathed out a lump of blue fire. The blue fire burned the hairs, almost instantly, all of He Lulan's hairs were burned away. He Lulan stared with wide eyes. She was shocked. She asked, "What method is this?" "It is so mystical it did not harm me at all." Lu Tonglan smiled, "This is my blue phoenix totem. In myriad beast fusion color heaven, totems are the main cultivation path. Even though we use goo worms, totems are the symbol of our strength and status." He Lulan's eyes shined with bright light. "If I am not wrong, this totem is extraordinary. Every pattern and line on the totem is a Dao mark. Thus, this totem is a killer move in essence. There is actually such a mystical method in this world. Does everyone cultivate totems here?" "Ah." Lu Tonglan laughed even louder. "He Lulan, you are indeed a genius favored by master. You saw through the essence of the totem at once." "That's right, we goo cultivators' killer moves are formed by using goo worms or goo materials. Goo worms are fragments of the great Dao, while goo materials are the accumulation of Dao marks. The totems here are the same. But the cultivation method relies on the help of goo worms. We still rely on our own consumption and digestion." Myriad beast fusion color heaven is the immortal aperture of reckless savage demon venerable. This demon venerable planted his immortal aperture in the gluttonous demon frog's body, allowing this grotto heaven to have a food path environment. The gluttonous demon frog was a legendary immemorial beast. It had an unimaginable number of food path Dao marks. With the influence of food path Dao marks, in myriad beast fusion color heaven, humans could devour goo materials to increase their Dao marks. Next, they could use the goo worms here to construct their own totems. He Lulan guessed correctly. The totem was a special killer move. Normally, it would be attached to the surface of the goo cultivator's body. Once primeval essence or immortal essence was injected, it would turn solid and fly to fight. Totem killer moves have a lot of advantages. Normal killer moves needed to use goo worms and expend thoughts to activate on the spot. But as long as the totem is constructed properly, it saves time, effort. In the outside world of the 5 regions, even though there are fixed killer moves like goo houses, but totems can be continuously perfected and increased. Powerful immortal goo houses have little room for improvement. Lu Tonglan continued to explain. He Lulan, however, frowned. "I have the great strength true martial physique. I cultivate strength path, but this totem seems to be a transformation path killer move?" Lu Tonglan smiled as she shook her head. "That is not the case. The other advantage of totem killer moves is that they are suitable for all goo cultivation paths. For example, I cultivate fire path by devouring all kinds of food. I used goo worms to create the blue phoenix totem killer move. This totem is a fire path killer move. It is very compatible with me. But you cultivate strength path, you can have a totem that belongs to strength path." He Lulan cupped her fists as she said solemnly, "Senior, please enlighten me." "Sure." Lu Tonglan pointed at the empty pot. "The snake and rat nest soup that I gave you earlier was to identify your physique and know what ingredients you are suited to eat. Which ingredients are the best for you to absorb and have the best nutrition. As for your totem, that is something that belongs to you. What it looks like depends on your situation." There were countless types of totems. Even if they were similar in shape, they would be different depending on the person. Lu Tonglan reminded, "He Lulan, you need to make use of every minute and second to nurture your totem. This killer move is the only method you can use in the Myriad Tribe ceremony." After He Lulan understood all the reasons, he wholeheartedly cultivated this method. Every time Lu Tonglan cooked something, she would eat it with all her strength, using this food path environment to absorb the external Dao marks. Lu Tonglan only cooked soup at first, but gradually she added meat and vegetables before adding grains. All of these foods had one similarity: they tasted terrible. Chapter 2131. He Lulan sat on the stone bed, cultivating. After a long time she slowly opened her eyes. She lowered her head and saw that there was a totem on her chest. The totem was very simple. There were only a few strokes, but the lines were powerful. With just a few strokes, it depicted a black cat. The black cat was young and naive. Its tail was raised as it squatted down. Its front paws were on the ground as if it was going to pounce at the next moment. Desolate Extremity lent me a complete set of goo worms. Using these goo worms, my totem killer move's first form has already formed. He Lulan calculated the time in her mind. From the time she came here to the time she cultivated the totem's first form, 30 days had passed. In these 30 days, He Lulan did not leave the house. Other than eating, drinking, and going to the toilet, she was cultivating. She did not relax for even a moment. She was extremely hard-working. Suddenly, there were sounds of argument outside the tent. "Blue Phoenix Tribe Leader, you are too much." "That's right. These last days, how many ingredients have you used in the tribe's storage just for your illegitimate daughter?" At the start, you used the ancient desolate beast single-horned deer's meat to make soup for your daughter. Then you cooked a snake and rat soup, using ancient desolate beast snakes and rats, just to find the most accurate recipe. Over the next few days, you almost emptied our tribe's storage. The ingredients you used were at least desolate beast level. We elected you as the tribe leader, but you are using favoritism. You have let down the tribe's expectations. He Lulan heard this and had a strange expression. It seemed like the elders of the tribe were raising an uproar to question the chief, Lu Tonglan. Speaking of which, I have used a lot of immortal materials these last few days. Is Desolate Extremity unable to control the situation? He Lulan guessed. At the next moment, Lu Tonglan's voice could be heard. Elders, don't be angry. The reason why I'm doing this is also for the sake of our tribe. Alan, come out. He Lulan heard this and walked out of the tent that she had been in for a month, making her first appearance. This was a valley with lush greenery. Not far away was a river. It was surrounded by tents of all sizes, forming a tribal gathering place. He Lulan's tent was located in the center of the colony, the safest place. At the same time, this tent was also the largest one. In the open space in front of the tent, a group of people confronted Lu Tonglan. These people were dressed in beast skin, exposing most of their bodies. Most of them were elderly. They were Gu immortals. What attracted He Lulan the most were the various totems on their bodies. Lan, come here, Lu Tonglan called out. He Lulan remained silent and walked to Lu Tonglan's side. The eyes of the tribal elders were all focused on He Lulan. No, to be more precise, it was focused on her chest. The expressions of the elders began to change. Some people found it hard to believe while others began to get excited. This is. Are my old eyes failing me? Who can tell me if this is the Yudu Power Tiger? Lu Tonglan smiled. That's right. This is the Yudu Power Tiger totem. All the elders were silent. They were so excited that their bodies began to tremble. Lu Tonglan continued, I know what you want to ask. Since my daughter has the Yudu Power Tiger totem, you should know that she has the sacred physique. Only the sacred physique can cultivate the Yudu Power Tiger totem. The elders were in an uproar. Lu Tonglan waited quietly until the voices of the elders quieted down. Then she continued, Now, do you still think that I'm playing favorites for my own benefit? Of course not. An elder shook his head. He had a firm attitude. This is the sacred physique. She can directly advance in the myriad tribe ceremony and challenge predicaments. An elder stared at He Lulan with a heated gaze. As long as the sacred physique survives the myriad tribe ceremony, our entire tribe will receive preferential treatment and become one of the candidates of the sacred race. An elder was already looking forward to the bright future. Sacred physique? Are you talking about my great strength true martial physique? He Lulan's heart calmed down. She knew that the entire situation was still under Lu Tonglan's control. Lu Tonglan's lips curled up. Why can we only be candidates and not directly become the sacred race? The elders' expressions froze before they shook their heads. Tribe leader, you can't be so impatient. Your daughter has rank 7 cultivation level, but to become the final victor of the myriad tribe ceremony, her cultivation level is still not enough. We need to be patient. As long as she grows to rank 8 in the future, there will be no challenge. According to tradition, she will be the sacred king. As long as we protect her and nurture her, we will become the sacred race. Why take the risk? Lu Tonglan was silent for a while before nodding. Elders are right, I was too impatient. But undeniably, the stronger Alan is, the higher her ranking in the myriad tribe ceremony, the greater the benefits our tribe will obtain, right? The elders nodded, of course. Lu Tonglan suddenly bowed. So from now on, please help Alan to raise her totem. The more benefits she obtains, the more benefits our tribe will obtain. The elders reacted, some nodded in agreement, while others pointed at Lu Tonglan and laughed. So everything was within Blue Phoenix tribe leader's plan. Under Lu Tonglan's meticulous arrangements, the first time He Lulan appeared, she was accepted by the entire tribe. He Lulan also understood one of the reasons why Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sent her here and valued her so much. It turned out that the great strength true martial physique was so popular in myriad beast fusion color heaven. Afterwards, He Lulan asked Lu Tonglan why the great strength true martial physique was considered a sacred physique here and was treated so well. Lu Tonglan told her, according to the rumors here, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable has the great strength true martial physique. I cannot confirm whether this rumor is true or not. This rumor was not important. He Lulan quickly threw it to the back of her mind. She continued to cultivate her totem killer move. This time, not only did Blue Phoenix tribe leader Lu Tonglan help her, the entire tribe's elders also contributed generously. Heilolan's totem quickly grew from a small cat to the size of a black panther. At this point, the support of the elders also began to weaken. During this process, a huge amount of immortal materials were consumed. But what made Heilulan extremely gratified was that when the Dark Capital Strength Tiger Totem was activated, it was extremely powerful, far surpassing all of her previous methods. The Dark Capital Strength Tiger Totem directly became her strongest killer move. But this is not enough. After a round of cultivation, Desolate Extremity Lu Tonglan said honestly, "Since Master sent you here, I will definitely nurture you with all my strength. I will not let Master down. Those elders did not use up all their resources. I do not have many resources left. But it is not a problem. In a few days the situation will change." The elders had descendants too. Even though Heilulan had the sacred physique, she was still a descendant of the tribe leader. The elders would not use up all their resources for Heilulan. This was normal. A few days later, Blue Phoenix tribe was suddenly attacked by their mortal enemy, Fire Blend tribe. They suffered heavy casualties and were forced to retreat from the valley. While retreating, Blue Phoenix tribe leader regrouped and led her troops to retaliate. Fire Blend tribe was caught off guard. They were forced out of the valley. Blue Phoenix tribe regained control of their settlement. Fire Blend tribe was not satisfied. They set up camp outside the valley, facing off against Blue Phoenix tribe, waiting for an opportunity. Late at night, Lu Tonglan brought Heilulan and secretly left the settlement. They met with Fire Blend tribe leader in a cave at the edge of the valley. Fire Blend tribe leader saw the shocked Heilulan and explained with a smile, "I am Yellow Extremity Jianghu." It turned out that this was just a show between Lu Tonglan and Jianghu. Jianghu took out a large number of immortal materials and handed them to Lu Tonglan. "These are all the goo materials that I can gather for Heilulan. Other than that, there is also this." Jianghu had a strange expression as he took out many corpses. These were the corpses of Fire Blend tribe's goo immortal elders who died in battle. Lu Tonglan also took out several corpses. These were the members of Blue Phoenix tribe who died in battle. In front of Heilulan, Jianghu started to cut the meat, while Lu Tonglan started to heat up the pot. Heilulan was shocked. "You want me to eat humans?" Jianghu cut the human meat as he chuckled. "You don't need to treat them as humans, just treat them as immortal materials. Normally speaking, when a goo immortal dies, as long as they are not immortal zombies, their Dao marks will return to their immortal apertures. But the goo cultivators here are different. Before their immortal apertures return to the ground, they are digested by myriad beast fusion color heaven. The totem killer moves on their bodies are the Dao mark engravings. They have already become the most valuable parts." Saying so, Jianghu picked a few pieces from the pile of minced meat and threw them into the pot. Lu Tonglan stirred the meat soup as she said, "Heilulan, there are not many pieces of meat that are suitable for you. But because they are all humans, they are easier for you to absorb. It will be a huge help to your totem's growth." Heilulan's expression was pale, even her tone changed. "Is it common to eat humans in the whole of myriad beast fusion color heaven?" Lu Tonglan looked at the human meat soup in the pot as she replied plainly, "Of course not. Even though eating humans can help your totem grow, it is still a demonic path practice. Tribes that openly eat humans are all demonic path tribes. They are boycotted. That's why we brought you here in secret to cover our tracks. You have a sacred body. If a sacred body is found to be eating humans, your status will be gone. But there is no helping it. Time is limited. To nurture you to the limit, eating humans is the best way. Just don't eat it." Lu Tonglan handed over the soup. Heilulan received it with a numb expression. The human meat soup was far more delicious than all the other ingredients. But Heilulan only drank one mouthful before vomiting. Lu Tonglan and Jianghu looked at her quietly. Heilulan vomited until she vomited. She looked at the two and asked, "Have you eaten human meat before?" Lu Tonglan shook her head, but Jianghu nodded. The latter said, "I was the first to come here. After some time I was found out to be an outsider and was surrounded. I ran out of food and ammunition. I was in a desperate situation. Only by eating humans could my totem killer moves advance rapidly. Because of this, I managed to survive and conceal my identity, becoming the current Horong tribe leader." Lu Tonglan urged calmly, "Heilulan, you can choose not to eat. We will not force you to do anything. We will only do our best to complete Master's orders. I have never eaten human meat before. I can understand why you can't eat it. This is just a method to become stronger. You can also eat other food to make your totem grow, but it will take more time." "More time?" Heilulan's ears twitched. she smiled bitterly, muttering to herself, I am already far from him like heaven and earth. If I don't treasure time, how can I surpass him? Human meat, if it was him, would he eat it? The answer was obvious. I'll eat it. He Lulan came to the pot with a solemn expression. She drank the soup and ate the meat. Lu Tonglan's expression changed. Jianghu nodded. Chapter 2132. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. Myriad tribes were gathered at Moonfield Slope. The Myriad Tribe ceremony is held here? He Lulan looked at the barren land in front of her, saying in a disappointed tone. Every Myriad race ceremony was held at Tianyue Plateau. But to He Lulan this place was barren, there was yellow soil everywhere. Other than that there was nothing here. When the wind blew, it lifted up the sand, causing smoke and dust to billow. Myriad Tribe ceremony is different from the Thousand Tribe ceremony. It is a grand ceremony that involves the whole of Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. It is held once every 10,000 years. This is my first time here. Blue Phoenix Tribe's leader, Desolate Extremity Lu Tonglan, who was also one of the 8 extremities, replied. Behind them were Blue Phoenix Tribe's members. Because half a year ago, Blue Phoenix Tribe fought with Fire Blend Tribe, Blue Phoenix Tribe lost many Gu Immortals and Elders. But because of this, Blue Phoenix Tribe's leader gained more control over the tribe. Blue Phoenix Tribe's leader, Sacred Child. This is the Sacred Child? Haha, I heard that Blue Phoenix Tribe has a Sacred Child. I am so envious. Deep into Moonfield Slope, Lu Tonglan met many familiar people. These people were either well-known experts, clan leaders, elders, or the like, all of them of high status and authority. He Lulan's reputation also spread. After all, the Sacred Child's identity was too eye-catching. A cold snort could be heard. Fire Blend Tribe's leader, Jianghu, had an angry expression as he stared at Blue Phoenix Tribe's leader and He Lulan. Beside him, there were also a group of clan leaders and elders. Blue Phoenix Tribe's leader, you came too late, are you afraid? Jianghu asked arrogantly. Lu Tonglan immediately retorted, smiling coldly, even if I am afraid, I will not be afraid of you. Who do you think you are? Tribe leaders, the Myriad Tribe ceremony is about to begin. Whoever attacks will be the enemy of the Myriad Tribes and will be sacrificed. An elder of a large tribe saw that the situation was bad and hurried over. Next, this elder said to Jianghu, Fire Blend Tribe leader, why are you still here? Our patriarch has already held a banquet, you can't be late. Jianghu snorted coldly and threatened Lu Tonglan, I'll let you go for now. After saying that, he turned around and led the people around him away. Chief Huarong, this guy. Only after he left did the chiefs close to Lu Tonglan speak up. Blue Phoenix clan leader, Fire Melt clan leader lost to you half a year ago and lost a lot of his strength. But you can't be careless, he has already attached himself to the Yellow Bell tribe. Yellow Bell tribe is a super tribe. Not only is the tribe leader but even the first elder has rank 8 cultivation level. In just a few words, these experts told him all the information about the Fire Melt patriarch. He Lulan listened quietly, gaining a better understanding of the situation in the Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. The situation here is actually no different from the 5 regions. It's still the weak relying on the strong. Lu Tonglan and Jianghu were 2 of the 8 extremities. Even though they were cultivating here and using totem killer moves, they were experts among rank 7s. Thus, a group of people gathered around them. But the true peak forces are still existences like the Yellow Bell tribe. It seems that Jianghu's plan succeeded. He used the weakness of the tribe as an excuse to get close to the Yellow Bell tribe. Who could have known that the 2 of them were sworn enemies on the surface but in fact the closest allies? He Lulan felt admiration towards these 2's methods. Several days later, the Myriad Tribe's ceremony began. Great God Reckless Barbarian, Purple Gold Tribe offers 30 golden sand carps. Great God Reckless Savage, the Ice Lake Tribe offers 3 baby lions. Great God Reckless Savage, Yellow Bell Tribe offers a group of vast heaven sparrows, 10 dazzling vines, and an outsider. All the tribes took turns to slaughter and offer up their offerings on the large open space in the center. Some tribes were weak, they could only offer desolate beasts. Some tribes were not as strong as Blue Phoenix Tribe, they could offer ancient desolate beasts. And the strongest forces like Yellow Bell Tribe offered large numbers of ancient desolate beasts, desolate plants, or even several immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants. From time to time, outsiders would be captured and killed in front of everyone. These outsiders were all Gu Immortals, they had rank 7 cultivation level at least. The outsiders that Yellow Bell Tribe killed even had rank 8 cultivation level. If these things were used as ingredients for me to eat, my totem would grow even more. He Lulan felt that it was a great pity. Be it the corpses of desolate beasts or Gu immortals, once they landed on the yellow soil, they would melt like wax and seep into the soil. The entire ground was like a silent giant beast, silently devouring all the offerings. This moonfield slope is hiding a huge secret. It is not as simple as it looks on the surface. He Lulan thought. She watched as these offerings seeped into the yellow soil. After a while, the blood-stained ground returned to its original yellow color. The offerings of outsiders, regardless of their cultivation level, would attract the cheers of all the tribes. The cheers were like tsunamis. It was shocking. Myriad beast fusion color heaven had existed for so many years, there were naturally rumors about it. Immortal zombie giant sun had a way to send people in, so did others. Good kill, good kill. These otherworldly demons deserve to die. History records that every time the myriad tribe ceremony is near, these otherworldly demons will appear. We should kill all of these outsiders. They actually dared to invade our world. He Lulan heard the conversations of the surrounding people as a peculiar feeling emerged in her heart. The natives of myriad beast fusion color heaven treated this grotto heaven as a large world. They treated all the outsiders as otherworldly demons. They had no idea that the outside world was even bigger. This made He Lulan involuntarily think of the marketplace in The Legends of Renzu, and the small people living in the marketplace. The offering lasted for a day. Other than the super forces that could publicly offer offerings at the central empty space, the other tribes could only offer offerings in their own territory. On the night of the sacrificial ceremony, there was a large bonfire celebration. Cowhide drums were beaten loudly, thousands of bonfires burned, countless people dressed in beast skins and feathered ornaments surrounded the bonfires, laughing, singing, and dancing enthusiastically. Many men and women looked at each other. They held hands and left the bonfires. They went to their own tents, listening to the laughter and noise outside. They engaged in the most passionate and wanton entanglement on their beds. Of course, some people came to find He Lulan. This is the myriad tribe ceremony, the most sacred moment. Lord Sacred Child, we are a match made in heaven. We will give birth to the most outstanding offspring. A tribe leader's son brought a large amount of immortal materials to find He Lulan. This youngster's tribe was a super tribe. It had the same status as Yellow Bell tribe. His father was the tribe leader. He was a rank 8 Gu immortal, while he himself had rank 6 cultivation level. He Lulan's expression was ugly. She rejected him directly. The youngster smiled instead. Great, I did not want to get close to you. You are too ugly. But my father ordered me forcefully. I had no choice but to obey. I hope we never meet again. Other than the youngster, an old rank 8 expert also came to find her. He brought a large amount of extremely valuable immortal materials. With these immortal materials, Sacred Child, your totem will be able to reach great completion immediately. The old rank 8 Gu immortal said, even though you are ugly, I am old and have no children, we can cooperate and take what we need. He Lulan had a cold expression. She rejected him as well. Before the old rank 8 Gu immortal left, he shook his head and sighed. Sacred Child, you are still too young. If you miss this opportunity, you might not get it again in the future. Not everyone can accept your ugly appearance. Only people like me are indifferent and can ignore the opinions of the world. He Lulan almost scolded him to get lost. Although she didn't care much about her appearance, she was still a great beauty in all fairness. Her parents were both beautiful. She had inherited her beauty. She could be called a fairy of northern plains. But in myriad beast fusion color heaven, the concept of beauty was very different from the 5 regions. The natives here valued muscles as beauty. Their skin could not be white and tender, it had to be dark and rough. The stronger they looked, the better it was. In this place, He Lulan could be said to be an ugly woman that was rarely seen in 100 years. Many people who saw He Lulan for the first time sighed in private. No wonder Blue Phoenix tribe leader abandoned this daughter back then. She was too ugly. But even though she was ugly, she had a sacred body. Heaven was really fair to her. On this night, He Lulan was harassed many times. She finally endured until daybreak. The myriad races grand competition began. There was an empty space in front of every tribe's entrance. This was the location of the competition. I, Blue Phoenix tribe leader, challenged Stardust tribe leader with a divine peacock feather. Lu Tonglan brought He Lulan to the entrance of Stardust tribe. She was challenging because of He Lulan. It seems that Blue Phoenix tribe leader is here for the 5 Emperor Eel's white thread tendon. Stardust tribe leader smiled bitterly as he walked into the empty space. In the myriad races ceremony, one could not reject a challenge. Please. Lu Tonglan instilled immortal essence. The blue phoenix totem on her body shone brightly and turned into a solid form. charging toward Stardust Tribe leader. Stardust Tribe leader gritted his teeth and shouted. The totem on his body rushed into the sky. It was a single-horned goat. The single-horned goat charged towards the blue phoenix, causing stardust to fill the sky. The blue phoenix dodged and let out a soft cry, spitting out bright blue flames. The blue flames were extremely hot. The single-horned goat was engulfed by the flames. It tried to break out several times. But every time the single-horned goat totem tried to break out, it was repelled by the blue phoenix in time. Lu Tonglan's totem is clearly stronger, but the main reason for this is the difference in combat between the two tribe leaders. He Lulan watched the battle from the side and understood. As expected of Blue Phoenix tribe leader Sai, I admit defeat. Not long after, Stardust tribe leader said. He needed to conserve his strength. The myriad races ceremony had just begun. If he was heavily injured, he would not be able to fight anymore. More people would challenge him and he would lose more immortal materials. Lu Tonglan decisively stopped. Stardust tribe leader immediately arranged for the 5 Emperor Eel's white thread tendon to be delivered. Both sides stopped. Stardust tribe leader, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can send a message to Blue Phoenix tribe. If it's just a small matter, Blue Phoenix tribe will definitely help, Lu Tonglan said before leaving. Stardust tribe leader's expression relaxed. Chapter 2133. With desolate extremity Lu Tonglan's help, He Lulan gathered a large number of immortal materials and devoured them. After digesting them, her totem was finally completed. Very good, your Dark Capital Strength Tiger totem is completely formed. With just this move, you are definitely a peak expert among rank 7s, even in the outside world of the 5 regions. Lu Tonglan was very pleased. Next, if you are interested, you can try it out. The Myriad Tribe ceremony had already entered a very cruel competition segment. Every day, a large number of tribes were destroyed, experts were injured, and clan treasuries suffered huge losses. Some even took the initiative to seek revenge. The condition of the challenge was not immortal materials, but someone's life. What made He Lulan feel a chill was that any Gu immortal who died in the Myriad Tribe ceremony would be sacrificed on the spot, fusing into the yellow earth. Blue Phoenix Tribe's situation was very good. Because He Lulan was a sacred child, as long as she did not die, when she became a rank 8 Gu immortal, Blue Phoenix Tribe would automatically become a sacred tribe. It would have a high status and authority. Thus, almost no one dared to provoke Blue Phoenix Tribe. Even if someone was jealous and wanted to attack the immature He Lulan, they would be very wary. They would not attack the sacred child at this crucial moment in the sacred land. This would be a huge disrespect to reckless savage god. During the day, over 10,000 tribes challenged one another. At night, countless tribe leaders and elders conversed privately, forming alliances. Lu Tonglan and Jianghu had been communicating secretly. Whoever wanted to deal with Blue Phoenix Tribe would likely contact Fire Blend Tribe, and vice versa. Blue Phoenix Tribe, which had a sacred child, was secretly envied and hated by many. Some were even people who were close to Lu Tonglan. Fire Blend Tribe was not having a good time either. Half a year ago they had lost almost half of their elders, their strength had weakened, they had to rely on Yellow Bell Tribe. But Yellow Bell Tribe had its opponents too. The experts of the various tribes continued to compete and fight. Fortunately, because they could only use totems to fight, the casualties were greatly reduced. Under normal circumstances, they would still use other killer moves in a real battle. Totem killer moves were only a trump card, normal methods were also trump card methods. He Lulan's horizons had been broadened over the past few days. She had seen all kinds of totems and had gotten to know many outstanding powerhouses. Her totem was already completed, and the next step was to continue eating. With the Yudu Power Tiger as the foundation, she would fuse the other Dao marks and gradually transform it into a totem that was suitable for He Lulan. But there was another route, which was to construct a second totem and then a third totem. Warriors with many totems had more tricks up their sleeves, but because their energy was divided, the quality of their totems would be slightly lower. When the same amount of energy and resources were invested, it was obvious that a single totem would be stronger than multiple totems. As for which path to choose, He Lulan was still pondering. According to historical records, the reckless savage demon Venerable had countless totems, and each of them was extremely powerful. They had at least rank 8 battle strength, some even had pseudo-venerable battle strength. It seems like reckless savage archdevil ancestor chose the second route. Days passed, and the situation of the myriad races changed with each passing day. Firstly, those ordinary tribes that only had Gu masters started to merge with each other intensely. Next, this phenomenon started to spread to the super forces. In the end, even a super force like the Yellow Bell tribe was defeated. When the 3 rank 8 Gu immortals were buried in Moonfield Slope, this piece of yellow earth started to emit a faint yellow light. Within this faint yellow light, a path gradually appeared. The Myriad Life Road has appeared. Huff. The Myriad Races Challenge is finally over. Only publicly recognized experts can enter the Myriad Life Road and find the immortal opportunity left behind by Great God Reckless Savage. He Lulan also realized, so all the sacrifices were used to open this Myriad Life Road. With her sacred physique, she did not need to compete, she could directly enter the Myriad Life Road. After the Myriad Races discussed, a total of 88 people were chosen. There were 8 people qualified for each cycle of cultivation. Among the Myriad Races, there were no rank 9 Gu cultivators, so only 88 people were chosen. This number made He Lulan feel somewhat sensitive. Under countless envious gazes, 88 people walked the Myriad Life Road together. From the outside, the Myriad Life Road looked like a mirage. But when He Lulan and the rest stepped on it, they had a completely different feeling. There really seems to be a path that allows me to walk on solid ground. He Lulan walked for a dozen steps as her expression changed. Beside her was Lu Tonglan. Not far behind her was Jianghu. These two were worthy of the 8 extremities. They had emerged victorious in the Myriad Races competition, becoming one of the 88 people. In this Myriad Life Road, every step expends our strength, will, and even immortal essence. He Lulan said. Lu Tonglan added, or more accurately speaking, all of our foundation and strength are being expended according to a certain ratio. Trekking on the path of thousand life was fair to everyone, and the difficulty was the same. Gu immortals were stronger than Gu masters, but the difficulty of becoming a Gu master was proportional to the Gu master's own strength. This caused many Gu masters to walk ahead of Gu immortals. I found Gu worms. There are Gu worms on the ground. As long as I pick them up, I can instantly refine them. Look here, there are so many ingredients, they are worth cities. Many people started to cheer and shout, they started to make great gains. The Myriad Races outside could not see this, they could only see the 88 figures shrunk into black dots, hidden by the heavenly road in the sky. He Lulan observed carefully and soon found some clues. The heavenly road is undulating, some slopes upwards, some slopes downwards. The slopes upwards usually have Gu worms and Gu materials, even though there is nothing on the slopes downwards, it expends less of our strength. He Lulan analyzed and suddenly gasped. Strange, this is like a certain part of the legends of Renzu. She looked at Lu Tonglan as the latter nodded with a smile. You are right. This is the uphill road and downhill road. He Lulan's mind and body shook greatly. Her eyes shined with bright light. This means I can obtain the legendary ability Gu and Effort Gu? Lu Tonglan replied, that will depend on your fortuitous encounter. If these Gu worms really exist, I am sure they are in the latter half of the heavenly road. He Lulan gritted her teeth, she had already made up her mind. I cannot let go of this fortuitous encounter. The famous Gu worms in the legends of Renzu are almost all top-quality Gu worms. They are either terrifying in power or have amazing effects. Ancestor Giant Sun is right, I can only surpass that guy Fang Yuan if I grasp this peerless fortuitous encounter. He Lulan started to trudge forward. Lu Tonglan guided her. Don't walk downhill, try to walk uphill as much as possible. This is Master's guidance. He Lulan was a little bewildered. According to common sense, walking downhill would consume less energy. The most reasonable method was to walk downhill until the latter half of the heavenly road before walking uphill again. But Immortal Zombie Giant Sun gave her a completely different hint. He Lulan hesitated for a moment before deciding to believe Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. She and Lu Tonglan tried to walk uphill as much as possible. They found Gu worms and Gu materials along the way, but they were mostly mortal materials. Not long after, immortal materials started to appear among their gains. And many Gu immortals who were traveling alongside them had walked downhill for a long time. Their gains were very little, they were also limited to mortal level. He Lulan realized at once. So the heavenly road is not measured by length, but by the quality of the journey. Heavenly road does not have a front or back, it only depends on whether we walk with all our strength or not. If we put in all our effort, we might have a good harvest. But if we slack off, we might use up all our strength and not gain anything. He Lulan and Lu Tonglan moved forward. When they found their first rank 6 immortal Gu, the first predicament also appeared. Predicaments had different shapes, they were translucent and had different colors. The predicament blocking He Lulan was light brown in color, it looked like a leopard cat, its body was like a small mountain, it blocked the heavenly road. Predicament, A wild beast recorded in the Legends of Rinzu. It is extinct in the 5 regions. To think that there would be one here. But since it is the heavenly road, it is not strange. He Lulan breathed in deeply. She attacked the predicament together with Lu Tonglan. The predicament roared as it charged towards He Lulan and Lu Tonglan. The two's vision blurred. Their vision changed as they arrived in a light brown independent space. This is the predicament. We were eaten by that predicament. Lu Tonglan immediately said. Predicaments were very mystical. Rumors said that the predecessor who created the battlefield killer move got inspiration from studying predicaments. Every predicament could be seen as a natural battlefield killer move. Within the predicaments, calamities and tribulations formed and descended. Lu Tonglan went up first. I will block the calamities and tribulations. He Lulan, you will break through the predicament. He Lulan was stunned. What should I do? You have the great strength, true martial physique. According to the Legends of Rinzu, you are the best at breaking predicaments. I don't know exactly how to do it, but you can try it. But remember, you cannot drag it out for too long. The calamities and tribulations within the predicament are endless. Lu Tonglan instructed. He Lulan gritted her teeth. She tried to use strength path killer moves and attack everywhere. A moment later, joy flashed on her face. She felt the space around her loosening. The calamities and tribulations became stronger. But Lu Tonglan was very happy. Continue like this. This predicament is already going all out. He Lulan suddenly thought. She had the great strength, true martial physique, but the others did not. What would they do if they encountered a predicament? Dark capital strength tiger, come out. He Lulan willed as she expended a large amount of rank 7 immortal essence. Within the surging black light, the black tiger condensed into solid form and charged forward. With a loud sound, a huge hole appeared. Chapter 2134. The predicament roared. It held its wounds and pain. The dark capital strength tiger totem created a huge hole. Its condition fell rapidly. Its body continued to shrink like a leaking balloon. It shrunk until it was about half its original size. Only then did the edges of the large hole close together, mending and mending. The predicament stabilized itself, but it did not dare to fight He Lulan anymore. It screamed and escaped. He Lulan did not chase it. She picked up the rank 6 immortal goo on the ground and continued to move forward with Lu Tonglan. The two walked on the uphill road with all their strength. They gained more and more. After a while, there were 2 rank 6 immortal goo and 1 rank 7 immortal goo. Their encounter made the others realize it. They started to walk on the uphill road with all their strength. Gradually, some people expended all their strength and fell from the heavenly road, landing on Tianyu tall slopes yellow soil. Some people encountered predicaments but could not break out. They died in the predicament's stomach. Even though some defeated the predicaments, their strength was greatly expended. They had a worried expression. The predicaments were mystical beasts. As long as their battle strength surpassed their limits, they would lose. But strength path methods were more effective. He Lulan found it harder and harder to walk. When she defeated 2 more predicaments, she found that out of the original 88 people, there were only 30 or so left. I can't walk anymore. I expended most of my strength, but the predicaments are getting stronger and stronger. With my remaining battle strength, I can only defeat 1 predicament. He Lulan gritted her teeth, feeling indignant. Don't worry, I have a way. Let's continue. Lu Tonglan patted He Lulan's shoulder. She had an optimistic attitude. When they encountered the predicament again, Lu Tonglan used the blue phoenix totem and the dark capital strength tiger totem to defeat the predicament. Be careful, don't let it go. This time, Lu Tonglan reminded. She attacked in time and killed the predicament before it escaped. Eat. Lu Tonglan dissected the predicament's flesh, handing a portion to He Lulan. He Lulan had read the Legends of Rinzu. She gained some understanding. Every time she ate a piece of the predicament's flesh, she could feel her strength rising. By the time she and Lu Tonglan had divided the predicament, her strength had almost recovered. However, this method would also be exposed. Many goo cultivators saw this and started to follow suit. But a portion of the goo cultivators were not surprised. They knew about this method long ago. You can't eat too much of the predicament's flesh. Eating too much isn't good either. It will cause your heart to burn and your mind to collapse. Lu Tonglan sighed. Let's keep going. Another 30 minutes later, Jianghu caught up with He Lulan and Lu Tonglan. What do you want? Lu Tonglan pretended to shout. Jianghu snorted coldly. There are only 7 of us left. Of course we want to cooperate. The enmity between us can be settled after we leave this place. But now we should look at the big picture. Lu Tonglan was silent. Patriarch Jianghu is right. The predicament is getting stronger and stronger. We should work together. Yellow Bell tribe leader also followed. He looked at He Lulan. Holy Sun, hello, you are qualified to cooperate with me and travel together. Next, Yellow Bell tribe leader looked at the others. Since we have come this far, we are qualified to work together. What do you say? Among the remaining 7, 1 was rank 6, 2 were rank 8s, and the remaining 4 were rank 7s. Everyone looked at each other. They were silent for a while. If we work together, we can go longer. But how do we split the immortal goo and immortal materials? The rank 6 goo immortal asked the crucial question. If they fought for them, he would not be able to win. Yellow Bell tribe leader pondered for a while. There is no need to fight for the immortal goo and immortal materials. We can take turns to get them. As for the order, we can discuss it. If anyone does not follow the rules, they will be our common enemy. The heavenly road only appears once every 10,000 years. Anyone who goes against the agreement will be hunted down by us. Sure. Another rank 8 goo immortal agreed. But the order was still something that everyone argued for a while. The people who got it first would naturally have lower value. The goo immortals who got it later would have higher value than the ones who got it first. But who had the confidence to last until the end? Right now, everyone was at their wits' end, otherwise they would not be forced to work together. If the order was too late, they would be eliminated before they could get it. That would be a huge loss. Everyone thought about it carefully before deciding on the order and moving forward. After defeating 2 more predicaments, the first rank 8 immortal goo appeared. According to the order, it was the rank 6 goo immortal. Under everyone's gazes, the rank 6 goo immortal picked up the immortal goo while trembling. The 2 rank 8 goo immortals did not fight for it. They were at the back of the group. At the same time, this rank 6 goo immortal had a high status. His father was a famous rank 8 expert. The appearance of a rank 8 immortal goo made the group of 7 nervous. After walking for a while, there were no more predicaments blocking their way. They found a stalk of dragonhorn grass. Dragonhorn grass was an immemorial desolate plant. It was shaped like coral and resembled a dragon's horn. Every time it was cut into a finger-length segment, it would grow another segment every month. According to the order, it was Jianghu's turn this time. Jianghu put away the dragonhorn grass, feeling helpless. He hoped it was an immortal goo. Longevity heaven did not lack such immortal materials. Everyone, I can't go on anymore. I am truly sorry. Please check carefully. I am not trying to slack off. After walking for a while, the rank 6 goo immortal's expression was pale. His body was shivering. Yellow Bell tribe leader nodded. Go back. If you continue, you will die of exhaustion. The rank 6 goo immortal bowed deeply before falling down from the heavenly road. While in the air, he fainted, but thankfully there were people on the ground who were waiting for him. The rank 6 goo immortal's departure was like a start. People reached their limits one after another. First was the rank 8 goo immortal, followed by Lu Tonglan. That rank 8 goo immortal was at the back of the group. He was eliminated before his turn. Thus he had an ugly expression when he left. Lu Tonglan was also exhausted. She could only tell He Lulan to be careful. She had no choice but to leave. Only 4 people were left: He Lulan, Jiaohua, Yellow Bell tribe leader, and another young rank 7 goo immortal. What goo is this? Everyone's eyes shined. The rank 8 immortal goo that they encountered was not ordinary. It was like an ant, fist-sized, and emitted 5-colored light. This is quantitative change goo. Yellow Bell tribe leader laughed loudly. It was his turn now. With this immortal goo, he could make one target turn into 10, 10 into 100. The number would rise sharply. Of course, the immortal essence expenditure would also rise sharply. Some targets could not be quantitative change, for example, any immortal goo. Of course, this immortal goo could be used in battle. For example, when the enemy used fire chi to fill the sky, quantitative change goo could reduce the number of flames and quickly weaken the enemy's attack. However, to take this immortal goo, they had to defeat the predicament in front of them. After a fierce battle, everyone won. They split the meat together. Yellow Bell tribe leader was the happiest. Not only did he obtain a top-grade immortal goo, his strength had also recovered. Everyone continued to move forward. There was another predicament blocking their path, but there was nothing on the ground. There was no turning back on the heavenly road. Everyone was helpless. They could only fight and kill the predicament to take the meat. Everyone recovered some of their strength as a result. As they moved up the slope, a rank 8 immortal goo appeared. It was a rhinoceros beetle. It looked like a steel ingot. It had thick armor and a muscular body. This is actually fortitude goo. Fortitude goo. Am I seeing things? It really is fortitude goo. this is an immortal goo recorded in the Legends of Renzu. Everyone was shocked. They looked at the young rank 7 goo immortal. According to the order, it was his turn to take it. This goo immortal could be said to be the biggest dark horse in the myriad tribe ceremony. Right now, his body was trembling in excitement. After an intense battle, the predicament screamed as it fell to the ground. Everyone split the food. The rank 7 goo immortal took fortitude goo. This trip was worth it. It was definitely worth it. The rank 7 goo immortal muttered in excitement. Yellow Bell tribe leader tried to recruit him. Let me think about it. The rank 7 goo immortal rejected him directly. Yellow Bell tribe leader frowned slightly before relaxing. This person's future is not going to be good. He Lulan saw this but did not say anything. This young rank 7 goo immortal had already become arrogant. He did not care about Yellow Bell tribe leader at all. He was waiting for the best offer. But it was not strange. He Lulan could easily guess that during this period of time, many people had come to recruit this rank 7 goo immortal. Maybe this rank 7 goo immortal had already heard all these words and heard them. Everyone set off again. The predicament blocked their path but did not have any immortal goo or immortal materials. They could not turn back on the heavenly road. They could only kill this predicament. But Jianghu rejected the predicament's flesh. I can't eat anymore. I have reached my limit. If I eat anymore, my heart fire will burn and I will die. Jianghu sighed, taking a deep look at He Lulan before leaving. Only He Lulan, Yellow Bell tribe leader, and that rank 7 goo immortal were left. He Lulan had already chosen it. Since Jianghu had left, according to the order, it should be Yellow Bell tribe leader's turn. But after several rounds of climbing, the three did not gain anything. Instead, they encountered two predicaments. After a tough battle, even though they had flesh, they could not make up for it. Their strength fell sharply. Don't be anxious and discouraged. I have already seen the pattern. The further we go, the more predicaments there will be. Immortal goo and immortal materials will appear less and less, but as long as they appear, they will definitely be of top quality. Yellow Bell tribe leader encouraged their morale. He was next. He did not want to fail at this crucial moment. Like he said, they finally found another rank 8 immortal goo. This immortal goo looked like a spider, but it was long and thin. It had many compound eyes that flickered with blue and fiery red light, resembling rubies. Ability goo. Another famous immortal goo from the Legends of Renzu. He Lulan was tongue-tied. This immortal goo is amazing. It is even more outstanding than my fortitude goo. That rank 7 goo immortal exclaimed. Chapter 2135. The three charged towards the predicament. This was a true battle to the death. The three of them did not have enough strength, but this predicament was unexpectedly strong. Calamities and tribulations continued. The three immortals exerted all their strength, using all their trump cards and squeezing out every bit of their potential. He Lulan's dark capital strength tiger totem was crippled. Yellow Bell tribe leader's golden bell totem was 80% damaged. The cost of repairing it was extremely high. As for that rank 7 goo immortal, he had rain eagle totem and thunderfish totem. They had both lost their battle strength. But thankfully, this rank 7 goo immortal had methods to combine these two tattered totems and form the thunder rain fish eagle totem. They barely escaped death. After 15 minutes of stalemate, the three immortals risked their lives and killed the predicament. Yellow Bell tribe leader lay on the ground. He did not even have the strength to laugh. He could only laugh dryly. Ability goo is mine now. You two are very good. Whether or not you want to join my Yellow Bell tribe, I owe you two a favor. What are you doing? Suddenly Yellow Bell tribe leader stared with wide eyes, shouting in anger. Because he saw that the rank 7 goo immortal had secretly crawled for a while, taking away the ability goo on the ground. What else can I do? Snatch the goo. The rank 7 goo immortal placed ability goo into his immortal aperture in front of Yellow Bell tribe leader. Yellow Bell tribe leader spat out a mouthful of blood. He fainted on the spot, falling down from the heavenly road. He Lulan gritted her teeth. Just one step, damn it, damn it. She wanted to snatch ability goo too, but regretfully, after getting out of the predicament, her position was not good. She was the furthest away from the immortal goo on the ground. Thus, she could only watch as the rank 7 goo immortal succeeded. The rank 7 goo immortal smiled at He Lulan, before falling down from the heavenly road. I don't have the strength to continue. He Lulan sighed deeply. Even though she had huge gains in this trip, she did not obtain any top-tier immortal goo. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly froze. Her palm touched something. It looks like a formless goo worm? He Lulan concentrated. Because she was in contact with this immortal goo, she could sense the goo worm's strength path aura. A rank 8 formless immortal goo? What was it? Don't tell me. He Lulan was overjoyed. She grabbed this mysterious immortal goo and left the heavenly road. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 5, Section 34, it was said that the human ancestor had encountered the greatest predicament of his life, thus giving birth to his seventh son, the Great Strength True Marshal. Renzu was also saved. Renzu and Great Strength True Marshal traveled together. Great Strength True Marshal asked, "Father, where are we going next?" Renzu replied, "My child, you still don't know the whole story, let me tell you. I originally wanted to save your brothers and sisters, but Fate Gu arranged everything and did not allow us to reunite. Right now, we can only reunite with our loved ones by breaking free from the shackles of fate." Great Strength heard the entire story and shouted indignantly, "This Fate Gu is too hateful." At the same time, Strong Gu shouted in his heart, "Experts hate restraints the most, especially fate." Renzu patted Great Strength True Marshal's head, consoling, "Don't worry, I have already thought of a way. I will use Self-Gu to absorb strength and wisdom, then I will obtain Freedom Gu to break free from Fate Gu's restraints. Now let's go to a place called Qiankuan Crystal Wall and find Wisdom Gu there." Great Strength True Marshal nodded, "Then let's go together." Renzu and Great Strength True Marshal continued to walk. The road became uneven, there were many uphill and downhill slopes. Strong Gu encouraged Great Strength True Marshal, "Oh human, go and walk uphill. Even though it is hard to walk uphill, there are usually good things there." Great Strength True Marshal nodded, "Experts love to walk uphill." Great Strength True Marshal finally managed to climb up the slope. He looked around and shouted, "There's nothing here at all." "No, it is right beside you, quickly pick it up," Strong Gu reminded. Great Strength True Marshal squatted down and touched the ground. As expected, he found a hard and formless goo. "There is something good here after all." Great Strength True Marshal suddenly smiled, "So it is effort goo." Renzu felt strange, "My son, how did you know? We can't even see what it looks like." Great Strength True Marshal scratched his head, "The moment I got it, I saw what effort goo looked like. As for why I know it is effort goo, it is because experts know how to work hard. This is natural, there is nothing strange about it." Others' effort could not be seen. The father and son continued to set off. "This is great, I have effort goo now, it is of great help to me." Great Strength True Marshal walked. As he looked at effort goo, he was very happy. He always chose to walk uphill. Renzu asked curiously, "Is effort goo very powerful? Can it directly bring you success?" Great Strength True Marshal shook his head, "Effort might not lead to success, but effort will definitely have a result. Regardless of the result, it is different from not working hard." Renzu was worried, "My son, you have just been born, don't be deceived by goo. I was once deceived by wisdom goo. I see that every time you walk uphill, you are covered in sweat and gasping for breath. I do not see effort goo helping you at all. I have also heard rumors that effort goo can lie at times." Great Strength True Marshal shook his head, wiping his sweat, "Father, you cannot see my effort, so you misunderstood. You cannot understand how much effort I put in to walk uphill. Actually, the result of my effort is below my feet, I can walk higher with each step. There are many good things on the uphill road, people cannot obtain them without effort." "Is that really the case?" Renzu was skeptical. Renzu and Great Strength True Marshal continued to walk. Great Strength True Marshal kept walking uphill, his status became higher and higher, thus he obtained Authority Gu and Fortitude Gu. Later, on the way he found Modesty Gu and Original Forgiveness Gu. These two Gu worms followed Great Strength True Marshal. Great Strength True Marshal asked them the reason. They replied naturally, "Because humility, forgiveness, is the privilege of experts to begin with." Because Great Strength True Marshal kept walking uphill, an Ability Gu appeared in his body. Great Strength True Marshal pointed at Ability Gu, saying to Renzu, "Father, look, this is the result of effort Gu. It unlocked my potential and allowed me to have my own abilities." Renzu asked, "Then what is the use of this Ability Gu?" Great Strength True Marshal shook his head, "I am not sure. Only by using abilities can one know what their abilities are and how strong they are. But it is definitely useful, it can help me for life." Renzu shook his head, he felt that his child was deceived by Gu. Renzu and Great Strength True Marshal continued to walk, the road conditions became worse. Uphill was easy, but there were fewer and fewer downhill paths, while there were more uphill paths. Not just that, there were more and more predicaments on the road. "Isn't there an easier path?" Renzu felt helpless. Cognition Gu flew back to Renzu, "Oh human, there is no helping it. The higher the value of the thing you are pursuing, the more uphill paths you have to walk, the more predicaments you have to overcome." Renzu and Great Strength True Marshal had to continue walking. As expected, like Cognition Gu said, they encountered more and more predicaments, to the point where they were completely blocking their path. Rinzhu said, "Don't be afraid of predicaments, we have always had hope. But hope alone cannot defeat predicaments. At this time I am needed." Great strength true marshal's ability Gu spoke. Great strength true marshal used his ability to defeat many predicaments. Rinzhu sighed, "My son, your ability Gu is too amazing, it actually reached this stage. It seems that I underestimated your hard work and ability." Great strength true marshal smiled, "Many times we do not lack abilities, we only lack opportunities to use them." Strong Gu shouted excitedly with great ambition, "Kill them, eat them all. That way we will become stronger." Great strength true marshal killed many predicaments, he started to eat their losses. "This is the suffering? It is really bitter. But I can feel that I have become stronger." He ate the losses of the predicaments again. Great strength true marshal immediately spat out the losses. Experts do not like to suffer losses. He even ate the flesh of the predicaments. Strong Gu became bigger, great strength true marshal also became stronger than before. Strong Gu was satisfied with this change. In this world, as long as you are strong enough, you will not be bullied. Great strength true marshal gave some of the flesh to Rinzhu. "Father, eat some too, you are too skinny." Rinzhu was so skinny that only bones were left. Finally, great strength true marshal threw ability Gu into the calamities. Ability Gu went through a lot of difficulties, but it got bigger and stronger. All of the calamities and difficulties were opportunities to train, stimulate, and increase one's abilities. Several days later, Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan looked at the two rank 8 Immortal Gu in his hands, they were Fortitude Gu and Ability Gu. This time, Zhan Budu's clone did a good job, he made a huge contribution. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. It turned out that not long after the Fate War, Fang Yuan had arranged for Zhan Budu to go to Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. Fang Yuan already knew about Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had relevant information. Ma Hongyun had once entered it and walked on the heavenly road, obtaining Fortitude Gu. Even though Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven was secretive, there were ways to enter it. If not for this, there would not be so many outsiders sacrificed in the Myriad Tribe ceremony. Before annexing Langya sect, even though Fang Yuan knew about Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven, he did not have a way to enter. Langya sect, however, had a way. Land Spirit of Langya had once wanted to recruit Chu Du, and even wanted to use Fang Yuan's help to achieve this. Because Langya sect also had this method, they wanted to send Chu Du in and obtain benefits from it. The most popular paths in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven were Food Path, Strength Path, and Transformation Path. Among them, Gu immortals who cultivated Strength Path were like fish in water. After Fang Yuan annexed Langya sect, this path was naturally his. He used this path to arrange for Zhan Budu to enter. The gains this time were truly beyond his expectations. Fortitude Gu is very useful to me, after developing Ability Gu, my prospects will be even greater. As for He Lulan, she joined Longevity Heaven and seems to be in an important position. Unfortunately, at that time, Zhan Budu's clone no longer had the strength to kill her. Fang Yuan did not have much regret. Chapter 2136. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Meng Qiuzhen explored another dream realm. Deep in the clouds, Meng Qiuzhen sat cross-legged at the edge of a cliff. Below him was a rumbling waterfall. Immortal, immortal. A young man covered in injuries crawled towards Fang Yuan, begging to become his disciple. "You want to become my disciple?" Meng Qiuzhen smiled, he was surprised as he tried to guess the rules of this new dream realm. If it were before, Fang Yuan could only test it with his own body. But now Meng Qiuzhen had a Dream Path Immortal Gu, Dream Butterfly. He immediately activated Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu to investigate while trying to stall for time. "You are just a mortal, since you went through so much trouble to come to me, it must be fate. I have 3 paths, I can teach you one of them." The young man was overjoyed, he kowtowed as his forehead hit the hard rock, creating a dull sound. Meng Qiuzhen continued, "The first path is Formation Path. Formation Path pays particular attention to." Meng Qiuzhen spoke slowly, he was telling the truth, there were no lies. The young man nodded hesitantly, "Lord Immortal, even though Formation Path cultivation is complicated, I will work hard to learn it." Meng Qiuzhen shook his head saying, "No rush. I have a second path, it is Strength Path. Strength Path is fierce and direct, its advantages." After Meng Qiuzhen said this, the young man became even more excited. "I want to learn Strength Path." Meng Qiuzhen smiled again, "I have a third path, Wisdom Path. Strength path is very common, but wisdom path is very rare. It has a long history. Among them. After a long speech, the young man was extremely excited. Lord Immortal, Lord Immortal. I want to learn wisdom path the most, please help me. At this time, Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu finally finished investigating the dream realm. The dream realm was not small, it had 8 scenes. It turned out that the Immortal had once unintentionally destroyed a mortal village. The young man's parents were among them. The young man was alone, he had tasted the bitterness of the mortal world, he did not know who his enemy was. The young man went through countless hardships and finally became the disciple of an immortal. He was talented and had one of the 10 extreme physiques. He was extremely compatible with wisdom path cultivation. The young man finally found out that his enemy was his master. He took revenge. The final scene was the battle between the master and the disciple, which was extremely difficult. No matter what I teach, this disciple will learn it 100%. Moreover, he will bring forth new ideas from the old, surpassing the master. Moreover, he also cultivates wisdom path and possesses powerful wisdom path methods. So, this first scene is the best chance to weaken this disciple. Meng Qiuzhen understood. Without Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu, he could only test it with his own body. According to normal calculations, he would not be able to pass the first time, his soul would be injured. Meng Qiuzhen needed to recuperate, this was a waste of time and resources. Then he would regroup and explore the dream world again. But now that he had Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu, he had the initiative and was no longer so passive. Even though Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu could only investigate, the value of crucial information was hard to estimate. Looking at the young man in front of him, Meng Qiuzhen thought about it and smiled. Then I will teach you wisdom path cultivation methods. This method isn't my original creation, but I've improved it. I call it the 9x9 multiplication formula. 9x9 multiplication formula? The young man's eyes shined, just hearing this name made him feel that it was grand and immortal. Meng Qiuzhen continued to bluff. 9 is the extreme of numbers, 9x9 is the meaning of infinity, while multiplication is the rule of all beings, it is the essence of the great Tao of nature, it cannot be understood without comprehension ability. Come, I will teach you the first killer move, 1x1x1. The young man held his breath, his ears pricked up as he muttered, 1x1, 1x1, 1x1. Not long later, the final scene arrived. Master, this is my last. Shut up. Don't call me master, you evil disciple, I am not your master. No, even so, I have to call you one last time. Shut up. I nurtured you painstakingly, I taught you the strongest 9x9 multiplication formula in my life, but you repaid my kindness with enmity. No, master. No matter how angry you are, it is a fact that I killed my family, this enmity is irreconcilable. Let me call you one last time. Meng Qiuzhen did not reply, he directly activated a killer move and attacked his disciple. The disciple felt extremely stifled, he could not say the final word, master. Meng Qiuzhen wanted this effect. Because he understood this disciple, the killer move indulgence that he created was extremely impressive, it could amplify the power of all kinds of emotions in wisdom path. If he could say it, his mind would be clear and he would be able to activate indulgence. Once he activated indulgence, he would have a huge advantage in this dream realm, it would be very difficult for Meng Qiuzhen to pass. The battle progressed as Meng Qiuzhen expected. He attacked desperately, not giving his disciple any chance. The disciple was constantly suppressed by Meng Qiuzhen, he had no choice but to give up on indulgence. He used methods like the 9x9 multiplication formula to fight for a chance. Immortal killer move, 8x8x8x88. After dozens of rounds, the disciple finally activated this killer move. He had just activated it when the killer move failed, he suffered a huge backlash and lost most of his life. This is a wrong killer move. Master, did you? The disciple looked at Meng Qiuzhen in disbelief. My foolish disciple, let me tell you the correct killer move is called 8866. Meng Qiuzhen sneered as he attacked ruthlessly. The disciple resisted for a few rounds, but his head was still chopped off, he died with a grievance. Fang Yuan's main body was comprehending a killer move. Using gu worms alone often had all sorts of drawbacks or repercussions. To make up for the drawbacks and avoid the repercussions, gu cultivators started to try to use multiple gu worms in coordination. The development of killer moves naturally started on this basis. Killer moves were used by many gu worms at the same time, it was the art of using gu among the 3 aspects of nurturing, using and refining gu worms. When gu cultivators developed killer moves, they were surprised to find that natural killer moves already existed in the natural world. Gu cultivators discovered many innate abilities from desolate beasts and desolate plants. These innate abilities had their own profundities. For example, the upper extreme heavenly eagle could enter grotto heavens and blessed lands. The upper extreme heavenly eagle had dense space path Dao marks. These Dao marks were arranged in accordance with the rules of space path, thus it had the innate ability of freely entering grotto heavens and blessed lands. Thus, the most primitive form of killer moves were Dao marks. In this aspect, totem killer moves are the closest to this primitive form. Fang Yuan praised inwardly. Totem killer moves were developed in myriad beast fusion color heaven, there was no other use for them. Totem killer moves had a high status, they were on par with normal killer moves and battlefield killer moves, they had the same status. As for using Gu, other than using single Gu, there were normal killer moves, battlefield killer moves, ancient battle formations, current era Gu formations and immortal and mortal Gu houses. But now, on top of this foundation there was a brand new category, totem killer moves. Compared to other methods of using Gu, totem killer moves had many obvious advantages. The most obvious point was that it was more convenient to use, it could be said to be used by fools. Totem killer moves required very few thoughts, they relied more on primeval essence or immortal essence. It was not like normal killer moves, when activating each Gu worm the steps were also very different. Secondly, totem killer moves had low requirements to create, the maintenance cost was also low. Normal killer moves required the Gu cultivator to feed the corresponding Gu worms. If the Gu cultivator wanted to find a suitable Gu worm, they would need to spend some time. But to cultivate totem killer moves, they only needed the corresponding food ingredients. Gu materials were naturally much easier to find than Gu worms. The cost of feeding Gu worms was huge, but once a totem killer move was created, it could be hidden in the body, there was no need to feed it. Of course, after it was damaged it needed to be repaired. At that time, the Gu cultivator would need to eat the corresponding food ingredients again. Thirdly, totem killer moves could be easily popularized, many people could use them at the same time. Totem killer moves were compatible with all paths. Of course, totem killer moves had disadvantages. For example, the cost of creating them was not low. Another example was that after a totem was added to the body, it would have a huge impact on the Gu cultivator's future cultivation, after all, they were Dao marks. Another example was that even though totem killer moves were powerful, they were fixed and could be easily countered. This was similar to Gu houses. Fang Yuan thought about it, he felt that behind the totem killer moves, there was a hint of beast strength phantoms. The talents of these demon venerables and immortal venerables are immeasurable. Even though reckless savage demon venerable's nature is somewhat unexpected, his scheming ability is also amazing. Originally, reckless savage demon venerable's grotto heaven only had strength path and transformation path Dao marks. But Fang Yuan learned from old eccentric Tian Nan's true inheritance that reckless savage demon venerable made use of the beastman's ultimate method to fuse his own immortal aperture into the gluttonous demon frog. This was simply a stroke of genius, it was indescribably wondrous. The gluttonous demon frog was a legendary food path immemorial beast. With its immortal aperture and reckless savage demon venerable's method, myriad beast fusion color heaven had a food path environment. This food path environment was extremely crucial. Precisely because of the food path Dao marks, the Gu cultivators in myriad beast fusion color heaven could use refinement path methods to create all sorts of food to cultivate totem killer moves even though their food path attainment was extremely low. If it were the outside world, without the help of a food path environment, Gu cultivators would not be able to create such food so easily. This is actually food path cultivation. Fang Yuan thought of Southern Border's Paradise Earth True Inheritance. In this True Inheritance, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had developed food path, he could perfect tea recipes into food path killer moves. Using Gu materials to create tea, after a Gu cultivator drinks it, they would gain the corresponding Dao marks. Cultivating totem killer moves in myriad beast fusion color heaven was like this in essence. Gu cultivators absorbed the Dao marks in Gu materials and added them to their bodies, gradually creating totem killer moves. Totem killer moves were very suitable for their respective Gu cultivators. In fact, during this process, the Gu cultivator's body would automatically filter and absorb the nutrients that the body could absorb. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly, his thoughts paused. Wisdom path attainment level has risen to great grandmaster level. He sensed it and made a discovery, but his expression was calm. Chapter 2137. Soon, Fang Yuan put aside the matter of raising his wisdom path attainment level, he continued to comprehend it. Be it reckless savage demon venerable or paradise earth immortal venerable, they both have deep understanding of food path. In this aspect, reckless savage demon venerable cannot compare to paradise earth immortal venerable. After all, he only used the gluttonous demon frog. But his plan to use the food path environment to nurture totem killer moves is truly ingenious. Even a person like Fang Yuan could not stop praising it. Purely cultivating totem killer moves required the Gu cultivator to constantly deduce them. But in myriad beast fusion color heaven, the Gu cultivator only needed to consume Gu materials and use the food path environment to let their body select the most suitable nutrients, then let those Dao marks form naturally and form all sorts of totems. This was like using food path to make up for the lack of wisdom path, accumulating countless totem killer moves like 100 flowers bloom. And where did the Gu materials that the Gu cultivator consumed come from? It was naturally the continuous evolution of myriad beast fusion color heaven itself. Myriad beast fusion color heaven had a lot of transformation path Dao marks, there were many beasts and plants that mutated here, it had already formed a strong ecosystem that surpassed the 5 regions. Most of the beasts and plants that lived in myriad beast fusion color heaven were unique, there were no other branches of them. When the Gu cultivator ate these constantly mutating Gu materials, the totem killer moves they formed would also transform and become stronger. From this perspective, the Gu cultivator was using the natural evolution of myriad beast fusion color heaven to allow the totem killer moves to evolve along with it. Eventually, it would accumulate into an astonishing result. Just from the information that Zhan Budu had obtained during his infiltration, there were more than 9,000 basic totems in myriad beast fusion color heaven. Dark capital strength tiger, rain eagle totem, thunderfish totem and golden bell totem were just one of them. Not to mention using these basic totems as the foundation to create personal special totems. These totem killer moves are not of much help to me, but the value of their recipes is extremely high. Fang Yuan had a portion of the food path true inheritance that came from Shadow Sect. It was the most authentic food path. Not long ago, Fang Yuan obtained Southern Borders Paradise Earth true inheritance. He obtained all sorts of food path killer moves, tea recipes which could increase the number of Dao marks on a Gu cultivator's body. Now, Fang Yuan obtained all sorts of recipes he could draw out totem killer moves. Combining all kinds of accumulations, the path of food had already opened its mind and revealed its true profundity to Fang Yuan. All along I thought that food path was best at raising Gu, it could reduce the burden of raising Gu. But in reality this was only one of the advantages of the food path. The other amazing aspect of food path is to help Gu cultivators gain Dao marks and increase their foundation. Food path's advantage was to maintain the survival of the Gu cultivator and Gu worms. They could also use all sorts of special methods to strengthen their targets. Fang Yuan already had Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster attainment level, his Wisdom Path deduction attainment had risen by a huge margin. Thus, Fang Yuan could modify and deduce all sorts of food path killer moves from countless recipes. There was a huge difference between food path killer moves and the killer moves of other paths. Most of the food path killer moves were used on one's own side. Fang Yuan had a lot of immortal materials. If he expended them to create food path killer moves and used them on the sovereign immortal body, he would gain a vast number of Dao marks. Fang Yuan estimated inwardly, in terms of gains, annexing Grotto Heavens gives me the most Dao marks, each time I gain millions of them. But now that the sovereign immortal aperture's ecology is on the brink of collapse, if I continue to do this I will suffer huge losses. Using these food path killer moves to increase my Dao marks, even though the gains are small each time as long as I use them multiple times, I can accumulate a huge amount. Furthermore, for the sake of Crazed Demon Cave, I need to create some food path defensive methods to defend against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul's bitter taste and swallow loss killer moves left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. He had to guard against them. At the same time, because food path was rare, ordinary Gu immortals could not defend against it effectively. Thus, if Fang Yuan developed food path offensive methods, he might be able to gain some benefits. Fang Yuan had some expectations for food path, but the extent was small. Because his opponents in Crazed Demon Cave were either Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The latter's food path attainment was definitely higher than Fang Yuan's. The former was a Wisdom Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, a person who had once led the Celestial Court. How could she make a mistake in a small matter like food path? The opponents are too strong. Food path is just a minor method, it is probably not useful. But I still need to develop some, at least I need to be on guard against it. In the future, when I deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, I will not be passive in food path. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan gave the task of refining another batch of Immortal Gu to the Time Path clone. During this period of time, The Time Path clone had been controlling 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, continuously refining rank 8 immortal goo. A large number of Fang Yuan's immortal goo had been refined to rank 8 level. The success rate of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool's rank 8 refinement was too terrifying. Adding on the extremely abundant immortal material inventory and the abundant immortal essence supported by the rank 8 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus, Fang Yuan did not face any difficulty in refining rank 8 immortal goo on a large scale. Most of the immortal goo had already been refined to rank 8. The Time Path clone had already started to refine some rank 6 and 7 immortal goo in his free time. Fang Yuan had a vast number of immortal goo recipes. These immortal goo recipes mainly came from Langya sect, while a portion came from other inheritances. Even without immortal goo recipes, Fang Yuan had even more powerful wisdom path deduction methods, as well as his refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level. He could make some gains with just a casual deduction. Some time ago, the Time Path clone had refined a batch of Theft Path immortal goo. Most of these immortal goo were rank 6, while a few were rank 7. Refining rank 8 immortal goo in 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool was a common thing. Refining rank 6 and 7 immortal goo was even easier. The only thing that could restrain Fang Yuan was the limitation of immortal goo. In this world, when goo immortals wanted to refine immortal goo, they had to prepare to their limits. They might not succeed no matter how much effort they put in. The success rate of their goo refinement was too low. If they knew that Fang Yuan was refining goo like this, they would be shocked to the point of disbelief. In fact, 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool was an existence that surpassed the imagination of goo immortals. As for the Theft Path immortal goo that were refined, they were used by Fang Yuan to construct a new Thieves' Den. The previous Thieves' Den immortal goo house had appeared many times. It was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's original creation. It no longer met Fang Yuan's requirements. Thus, Fang Yuan modified it on this basis. The main thing was to make up for the goo worms that he lacked. The degree of modification was very small, because this immortal goo house originated from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, be it its structure or killer moves, it was at the peak. Fang Yuan could modify it because of the advancement of time. Some new goo were produced that were more suitable for Thieves' Den Cooking Luck Pot. Thieves' Den and Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress were Fang Yuan's 3 immortal goo houses. With Fang Yuan's current goo refinement ability, he could rebuild Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship, these 2 immortal goo houses. However, after Fang Yuan thought about it, he wisely gave up on the idea of rebuilding them. These 2 immortal goo houses had appeared too many times. Almost everyone in the world knew about them. Moreover, they were both peak creations. There was little room for modification. If Fang Yuan rebuilt them, he would definitely be targeted in future battles. It was fine if he was targeted by ordinary enemies, but Crazed Demon Cave had Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, and even Limitless Demon Venerable. If Xianxia was still enslaved by Fang Yuan, there would still be some value in rebuilding Dragon Palace. Unfortunately, Xianxia was sealed by the Celestial Court. If Fang Yuan attacked the Celestial Court because of this, he would expend a lot of effort. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would have more opportunities. Rather than rebuilding an immortal goo house, I should design a new immortal goo house. Rather than designing a new immortal goo house, I should focus on my combat system. Qi Ancestor had been preparing his combat system long ago, while Fang Yuan's main body was also facing the same problem. To deal with venerables, I need an excellent combat system. It is a pity that Duke Long is already dead. Demon Immortal Qiju is also sealed. Without these people as my touchstones, my combat system will lack a test. Fang Yuan had been thinking about his combat system. In fact, he hoped that some people with similar battle strength would appear and help him create a mature combat system. Currently, Fang Yuan's most mature combat system was still the Sword Path and Time Path he displayed during the Fate War. Now that he had rank 8 Fortitude Goo and Ability Goo, he might be able to create a combat system in Strength Path as well. Buzz buzz buzz, Cooking Luck Pot suddenly shook. Fang Yuan immediately raised his head, observing the luck of his clone and himself. Soon his expression became rather strange. His main body's silver-white light pillar of luck actually formed many small gray clouds on the surface. Fang Yuan observed carefully and soon found that these clouds originated from Li Xiaobai. His other clones' luck were calm, only Li Xiaobai's luck was changing rapidly. Fang Yuan deduced in his mind, so Li Xiaobai is undergoing immortal ascension. Looking at the change in luck, he still has a small obstacle. But why would this obstacle affect my main body? Looking at this situation, it seems to be related to me. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Thunder rumbled, tribulation clouds covered the sky. Li Xiaobai was dressed in white, floating in the air, his body was covered in a thick cocoon of 3 qi. Li Xiaobai's immortal ascension had reached a crucial moment. Dearly, you have to persevere. Su Qihan was extremely worried, her beautiful eyes were fixed on the sky, on the figure that she was worried about. Swoosh! A pale green lightning ball with a long tail shot down from the dark clouds towards Li Xiaobai. Su Qihan cried out in shock. At the crucial moment, Li Xiaobai activated his killer move, turning into a poem wall that blocked the lightning ball. This Li Xiaobai, he is actually mediating the 3 qi while resisting the calamity and tribulation with ease. Far away, a young man gritted his teeth with eerie eyes. If you really ascend to an immortal, I, Du Zhishao, will never be able to make a name for myself. Oh Li Xiaobai, you can only blame yourself for being too outstanding. Being in the same generation as someone like you, the others can only serve as pitiful foils. The young man Du Zhishao said as he sent out a trace of gray smoke. The gray smoke floated into the tribulation clouds, causing the clouds to boil. Cloud chi rumbled as 3 pale green lightning balls shot out. Chapter 2138. Seeing that the tribulation lightning was about to hit Li Xiaobai, Su Qihan flew into the sky. She disregarded her own safety and charged forward, wanting to sacrifice herself to block the tribulation lightning. Sigh, silly child. A figure suddenly appeared and blocked Su Qihan. Su Qihan saw the person and was overjoyed, calling out, "Father!" The person was the current Imperial Minister Su, a rank 7 Gu immortal of profound literature Grotto Heaven. Li Xiaobai is the son-in-law of our Su clan, how can I ignore him? Just stay here and don't cause trouble. Imperial Minister Su consoled Su Qihan while sighing internally. A grown girl could not be kept at home. Even though Imperial Minister Su thought highly of Li Xiaobai's potential, he had objections to his actions. Originally, Imperial Minister Su wanted to recruit Li Xiaobai as Su clan's son-in-law and teach him Su clan's inheritance, allowing Li Xiaobai to become an immortal and arrange for him to become an official in the imperial court, paving the way for him and building a pillar for Su clan. But Li Xiaobai was always wandering around outside, he did not want to become an official, this made Imperial Minister Su feel disgusted. He had tried and worked hard, but Li Xiaobai had high standards, how could he care less about a small imperial court in profound literature Grotto Heaven? He was one of Guyue and Fang Yuan's clones, he had great ambitions, profound literature Grotto Heaven could not restrain him. Even though this lad does not understand the situation, he is still a member of my Su clan, the man my daughter loves. Even though his immortal ascension was too rash, he did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. But I still need to protect him. Imperial Minister Su sighed internally, waving his robe as a bright rainbow light shot out, intercepting the 3 pale green tribulation lightning bolts. Damn it, it is Imperial Minister Su after all. Du Zhishao saw this and trembled with anger, he shouted, I am not resigned to this. Li Xiaobai, you are too lucky to be favored by such a major character. I hate you, this is too hateful. Du Zhishao saw that his scheme was about to fail, but at this time, a figure suddenly emerged from the ground on his left. This figure flew into the sky, it was a Gu immortal. The Gu immortal had his face covered as he attacked Imperial Minister Su. Imperial Minister Su could only fight him, he had an angry expression, good. I have many political enemies. Which one of them are you? He actually has such a method. The masked Gu immortal purposely made his voice hoarse. Minister Su, you are an understanding person. You have a good son-in-law, but this son-in-law is too outstanding. It's better if your Su family doesn't become so powerful. From now on, don't even think about helping him. Someone is helping me? Aha, good, very good. Du Zhishao was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed and couldn't help but dance with joy. Father. Su Qihan exclaimed from the ground, quickly help Xiaobai. Swoosh. The tribulation lightning arrived again, Li Xiaobai could only activate his killer move and form a poem wall. Du Zhishao screamed, don't even think about blocking it. Gray smoke rose from his body once more, and he actually unleashed the power of the calamity once more. The tribulation lightning destroyed the poem wall, even though most of its power was neutralized, there were still some green flames that stuck to Li Xiaobai's body and started to burn. Xiaobai. Su Qihan turned pale with fright and was about to rush over without a care for her own safety. Even if she did not have a way to resolve this, she wanted to live and die together with Li Xiaobai. But at the crucial moment, Li Xiaobai's arm came out of the chi cocoon, he waved at Su Qihan. Don't act rashly in this situation where we are in imminent danger, my emotions are surging and inspiration is flashing in my mind, I have an urge to recite a poem. What? Su Qihan was stunned. Minister Su and the masked Gu Immortal's battle also froze for a moment. Minister Su could not help but look over. The current imperial court and pugilistic world were talking about Li Xiao by reciting a poem to turn the situation around and revive from a hopeless situation. Again. I want to see if you have the ability to surpass heaven. Du Zhijiao's expression was extremely dark. Back then he had a huge advantage and victory was in sight. But suddenly, Li Xiaobai recited a poem and turned the situation around. This experience became the deepest shadow in Du Zhijiao's heart. Everyone listened attentively. They heard Li Xiaobai recite, "Under the pine tree I asked the boy, Master went to pick herbs. But in this mountain deep in the clouds." 20 black words flew out of Li Xiaobai's mouth, forming into 4 segments that revolved around him. After a few breaths of time, these 4 segments turned into a dense fog that moved continuously. The pale green flames on Li Xiaobai's body were all absorbed by these fog. With a whoosh, the white fog vanished, the pale green flames also disappeared. They could no longer torture Li Xiaobai. Du Zhijiao was dumbfounded. Minister Su praised, "Good poem, good poem. The words are simple and direct. It is good for expressing emotions, there is profoundness in the plainness. Using simple words to write complex emotions, the emotions are sincere but there are also ups and downs." Su Qihan cupped her fists in front of her chest. She looked at Li Xiaobai with eyes shining with admiration. "Darling Li is truly extraordinary. This poem is simple and natural, but the colors are bright and the shades are appropriate. Lush green pines, floating white clouds. The lush green leaves contain endless vitality. The vast white clouds are deep and indistinct. It is hard to grasp. It makes one think of a beautiful woman in autumn waters that is nowhere to be found. It is too beautiful. This poem is truly too beautiful." The masked Gu Immortal laughed heartily. I understand now. Li Xiaobai, you are a true hermit. The white clouds in the poem show your nobility and purity. The pine trees show your strength of character. You want to break away from the mundane. You want to go to the transcendent pine trees and white clouds. I was worrying unnecessarily. How can a person like you stay in the imperial court? Forget it, I will leave now. With your talent it would be a pity to destroy you. It is a loss to the literature world. I do not want to become a sinner in history. The masked Gu Immortal said this and actually left. Minister Su was left with a complex expression. He left. He was let off just like that. Du Zhijiao coughed out a mouthful of blood. He staggered a few steps and barely supported his body. He did not fall down. This again, I was subdued by Li Xiaobai's poem talent again. I cannot accept this. This treatment should belong to me alone. Du Zhijiao screamed as a wisp of gray smoke appeared on his body again. At the same time, Du Zhijiao's youthful face turned old. He turned from a young man to a middle-aged man. The gray smoke flew into the air and was finally discovered by Minister Su. "You were the one behind this? Du Zhijiao, you were once the #1 scholar in the world. You actually did such a thing." Du Zhijiao smiled bitterly. "#1 scholar in the world? I am no longer one. I will reclaim this title." Minister Su shouted, "It seems that I have to kill you today." Wishful thinking. Suddenly, another person flew out from the valley on Du Zhijiao's right. This Gu Immortal was also masked. "Someone is helping me?" Du Zhijiao was overjoyed. The masked Gu Immortal and Minister Su fought. Minister Su was held back and could only watch as the gray smoke fused into the tribulation luck. The tribulation's power rose. This time, 3 pale green lightning balls shot towards Li Xiaobai. Minister Su was furious. "I have many political enemies. Which one of them are you?" The masked Gu Immortal smiled coldly. "So what if you guessed it? Your son-in-law will not be able to block this tribulation lightning. He is dead for sure." "Xiaobai." Su Qihan shouted. Her voice was mournful and her face was filled with despair. But Li Xiaobai stretched out his hand again. "In this situation, in the face of danger, my emotions are surging, inspiration is flashing in my heart. I have the urge to recite a poem again." "You're still doing it? I don't believe it. Du Zhijiao shook his head frantically. Minister Su was worried. The stimulation of danger can cause the Gu cultivator's inspiration to burst forth. They can create a masterpiece on the spot and change their situation. Looking at the history of the dynasties, this has happened many times. But such things usually happen when one's potential is squeezed to the limit. It is something that can only be chanced upon. Li Xiaobai is in danger now. "Xiaobai, I believe you. Quickly recite it." Su Qihan was full of confidence. Li Xiaobai coughed, sighing internally. He did not want to be so high profile, but he had no choice. His methods could not block the tribulation, he could only rely on profound literature. Grotto Heaven's killer move, aid to literary talents. This killer move was used by the original owner of profound literature, Grotto Heaven. As long as the Grotto Heaven existed, it would remain effective. The original owner's immortal killer move. Any pure-blooded human, as long as they created or recited an outstanding poem, regardless of the topic, they would be able to obtain this Grotto Heaven's perception and reward. Earlier, Li Xiaobai had recited a poem and obtained the reward, dispelling the pale green flames on his body. Thus, Li Xiaobai recited again, 1,000 mountains with no birds, 10,000 paths with no traces of humans. A fisherman on a lone boat, fishing alone in the cold river snow. Once the poem was recited, the tribulation lightning faded, the effect was incredible. Good poem, a peerless poem. Fishing alone in the cold river, tranquil and cold. 1,000 mountains and 10,000 paths with a lone boat fishing, the word extinction showed extreme silence, absolute silence. Against such a backdrop, the extreme of Yin gave birth to Yang, and the extreme of all things reversed. Fishing in the snow immediately came to life. The painting floated, and everything became exquisite and translucent, showing the poet's ethereal and pure feelings of aloofness and aloofness that transcended the mortal world. I understand, I really understand. Li Xiaobai, you never had the ambition to become an official. A person like you, such talent, I cannot bear to kill you, I'm leaving. The second masked Gu Immortal sighed deeply. After praising Li Xiaobai for a while, he left. Du Ji Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground. This again. I know his poems are good, they're really good. But the better they are, the worse my heart feels. I am tired of hearing these praises, I am sick of hearing them. I want you to die, I want you to die. Du Ji Xiao activated the gray smoke again, turning from a middle-aged man to an old man. Li Xiaobai was in danger again. Is there a need to do this? Li Xiaobai felt a headache. You want me to recite poems again? He did not want to do this, it was too conspicuous and eye-catching. It would arouse suspicion. Thus, when he became famous in the world, Li Xiaobai controlled himself and only recited 3 poems. Now that he was undergoing tribulation, he recited 2 new poems. It seemed like he was going to recite another, new poem. I really don't know what to do with you, recite it. Li Xiaobai glanced at Du Ji Xiao, who was lying on the ground, feeling helpless. Li Xiaobai recited loudly, the white sun shines on the mountain, the yellow river flows into the sea. If one wishes to see 1,000 li, one must ascend to the next level. Li Xiaobai's crisis was resolved, his tribulation luck dissipated, the 3 chi fused and formed an immortal aperture. He became an information path Gu Immortal. Oh heavens, since I was born, why was Li Xiaobai born? Du Ji Xiao shouted loudly, he was extremely miserable. He had an expression of grief, indignation, helplessness, and hatred as he breathed his last. From today onwards you are poem immortal Li Xiaobai. Imperial Minister Su floated towards Li Xiaobai with a complex expression. He sighed, the younger generation will surpass us in time, so I have been underestimating you all along. I had wanted to arrange for you to become an official in the court, but you have such great ambitions. Compared to you, I am just an ordinary person. What a joke, what a joke. From today onwards, you can travel all over the world as long as you do not let down my daughter. What? Li Xiaobai opened his mouth, he wanted to say that becoming an official was not bad, he had resources and connections. But the poem had already been recited, his ambitions had already been expressed. Thus, Li Xiaobai could only say, Father-in-law, don't worry, I will protect Han Air. Li Xiaobai and Imperial Minister Su landed on the ground. Darling Li, you are too amazing. Your talent is as vast as the sea, you cannot be judged with common sense. Su Qihan flew to Li Xiaobai's side. Imperial Minister Su heard his daughter's words and felt a little uncomfortable, but he could not refute her. After all, he had seen everything with his own eyes. Chapter 2139. On Du Ji Xiao's corpse, an immortal Gu appeared on his chest. This immortal Gu seemed to be made of crystal, it was shaped like a flea and was as big as a fist, it was curled up into a ball and did not make any sound, it was very silent. Because of this immortal Gu, a mortal like Du Ji Xiao was able to affect the calamities and tribulations? Li Xiaobai cleaned the battlefield, he naturally found this immortal Gu. To activate immortal Gu, immortal essence was needed. However, there were some special cases that were not bound by this rule. It seems that even mortals can use this mystical immortal Gu. Su Qihan said. This immortal Gu is very rare, let me check it. Imperial Minister Su looked at this immortal goo as he showed a peculiar expression, using an information path method. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was an information path grotto heaven that had always focused on searching and accumulating information. Although Profound Literature Paradise lived in seclusion, it had never been bold enough to shut itself off from the outside world. It had always maintained close contact with the outside world. Moreover, Minister Su was an important minister of the imperial court and had a high level of authority. He could investigate many secrets and important news of the imperial court. Soon he got the result. This immortal goo is actually Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo? This was the first time Su Qihan had heard of it. Imperial Minister Su explained in detail, Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo is a Heaven Path Goo worm. Similar to it are Heaven's Fury Immortal Goo and Heaven's Sorrow Immortal Goo. This type of Heaven Path Immortal Goo cannot be activated even by rank 9 Goo Venerables. Father, your information is wrong, right? We clearly saw Du Zhishao using this immortal goo earlier. We are making things difficult for Brother Li. Su Qihan immediately retorted. Minister Su shook his head. I'm not done yet. Immortal goo like Heaven's jealousy was quite special. It could resonate with jealousy and be activated by itself. But the price was huge. The lifespan of the goo cultivator needed to be shortened. Because of this, Du Zhishao turned from a young man to a middle-aged man, and from a middle-aged man to an old man. Su Qihan was stunned. She couldn't help but think of the Legends of Renzu. She said, I remember that the Legends of Renzu has a similar record. Don't tell me Strength Goo and Wisdom Goo are also Heaven Path Goo worms? Imperial Minister Su smiled bitterly. I can't be sure either. Even though this is what is written in the Legends of Renzu. But Heaven Path Goo worms could not be used by goo cultivators. The most famous example was Fate Goo. You've all witnessed the scene of the fated war. Su Qihan pouted unhappily, thinking, I thought this immortal goo would be useful to Li Lang, but to think it is a Heaven Path Immortal Goo. This immortal goo needed jealousy to activate on its own. But my dear Li is a magnanimous man, a remarkable man in the world. How could he have such emotions? Moreover, the price of activating Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo is too high. I will lose too much lifespan. Imperial Minister Su saw his daughter's disappointment. He smiled and said to Li Xiaobai, Xiaobai, this Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo is yours. How you deal with it is your business. But if you can hand over this goo to the imperial court, according to our imperial court's calendar, we will give you some compensation. Su Qihan's eyes lit up. Li Xiaobai pondered, then can we exchange for Information Path Immortal Goo? Minister Su hesitated. This? Su Qihan quickly grabbed Imperial Minister Su's sleeves and said coquettishly, Father, our Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo is rank 7, we will suffer some losses in exchange for a rank 6 Information Path Immortal Goo. Imperial Minister Su lightly patted his daughter's forehead, scolding her with a smile. You little girl, you think too highly of the Imperial Court. Do you think these Goo Immortals are so stupid? Even if a Heaven Path Immortal Goo is rank 8, its practical value is very low. It cannot compare to a rank 6 Information Path Immortal Goo. Su Qihan did not want to give up for her beloved father. You are the current Imperial Minister. Imperial Minister Su sighed. Su Qihan was his beloved daughter. I will think of a way to fight for Xiaobai. He could only say this. Su Qihan laughed happily, continuing to exert pressure. Father, I believe you can succeed. Imperial Minister Su smiled bitterly. Little girl, I have never had such confidence in your father before. Li Xiaobai maintained his calm, thinking, my father-in-law has many political enemies. If I follow his path and ask for the immortal goo from the imperial court as a reward, I will face many difficulties. The chances of success are not high. Even if I succeed in the end, father-in-law will lose a lot of political leverage. This is not a wise decision. Thinking of this, Li Xiaobai said, Father-in-law Han Air, I don't want to hand it over for now. Why don't I sell this Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo in Jewel Yellow Skies first, and see if anyone wants to buy it? Imperial Minister Su nodded. That is a way. But Xiaobai, don't be too optimistic. Even though Heaven Path Immortal Goo are rare, everyone knows that no one can directly use them. Who would use an Immortal Goo that they can use to exchange for a useless Heaven Path Immortal Goo? Su Qihan sighed. That is true. Li Xiaobai nodded. I just want to try. Imperial Minister Su reminded, don't overdo it, there is a fee to sell the Immortal Goo in Jewel Yellow Skies. Li Xiaobai suddenly had a stunned expression. Someone is buying Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. What? Imperial Minister Su was stunned. Su Qihan shouted in joy, what price did they offer? Li Xiaobai could not conceal his excitement. I have already made the transaction. The other party actually took out rank 7 poem wall immortal goo. I cannot reject this condition. During Li Xiaobai's immortal ascension, he did not have any excess heaven and earth chi to raise his vital goo. The main reason was heaven's envy immortal goo. Li Xiaobai did not have one of the 10 extreme physiques. The blessed land he obtained was only a high-grade blessed land. But because of this transaction, Li Xiaobai obtained his first immortal goo, and it was a rank 7 immortal goo. Imperial Minister Su looked at the poem wall immortal goo in Li Xiaobai's hands and stared in disbelief. Someone is really buying heaven path immortal goo? They even took out an information path immortal goo of the same rank? Which idiot could it be? The idiot that Imperial Minister Su was referring to was none other than Guiyue and Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had been paying attention to Li Xiaobai's situation all along. Even though Du Ji Xiao and Heaven's Envy immortal goo were out of Fang Yuan's expectations, and Fang Yuan did not think of interfering with Li Xiaobai's development, an immortal goo was too important to Li Xiaobai. He had to help him in this aspect. In any case, Jewel Yellow Skies was very safe. Nobody could find out the true identities of the two parties involved in the transaction. With 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, Fang Yuan had a high success rate in refining rank 8 immortal goo, not to mention rank 6 and 7 immortal goo. The Time Path clone directly refined a poem wall immortal goo and raised it all the way to rank 7. He had wanted to create an opportunity to give this immortal goo to Li Xiaobai, but he did not expect Li Xiaobai to sell Heaven's Envy immortal goo. Such a good opportunity was presented to him. Fang Yuan naturally grabbed it. The transaction soon ended. Li Xiaobai obtained rank 7 poem wall immortal goo. Even though Li Xiaobai was only rank 6 and his cultivation level could not keep up, rank 7 poem wall immortal goo was enough to become his core immortal goo. Imperial Minister Su sighed inwardly on the way back. Li Xiaobai's luck is truly unparalleled. So this Heaven's Envy immortal goo is the manifestation of my luck. Fang Yuan obtained Heaven's Envy immortal goo and immediately noticed that cooking luck pot was shaking. After inspecting it, he immediately discovered the truth. He raised his head to look at his silver light pillar, only to see that the clouds on the surface had already condensed into one, giving off a feeling of firmness and toughness. The clouds slowly revolved around the silver light pillar. Not only were they clearly guarding it, they were even rising up, directly entangling with the clouds at the top of the silver light pillar. Fang Yuan's heart shook. It seems that this Heaven's Envy immortal goo is the key to dealing with the venerables? Fang Yuan started to use wisdom path methods to make deductions. His eyes flickered with bright light for a while before he tried to inject immortal essence into Heaven's Envy immortal goo. Heaven's Envy immortal goo shook intensely, resisting with all its might. But it could not resist Fang Yuan's forcefulness. It started to fall. A moment later, Heaven's Envy immortal goo absorbed a small portion of the immortal essence and produced a lump of gray smoke. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. I actually refined a small portion of Heaven's Envy immortal goo. And I can actually activate Heaven Path immortal goo. Is it because of those unrestrained heavenly marks? Fang Yuan's unrestrained heavenly marks had already surpassed 10,000. Every time he annexed a grotto heaven, a large number of Heaven Path Dao marks would be added to the sovereign immortal aperture, before being refined into unrestrained heavenly marks by Fang Yuan. Earlier he used rank 8 immortal goo to forcefully refine Heaven's Envy immortal goo. He actually succeeded by a small portion. Next he tried to activate Heaven's Envy immortal goo. It actually worked. It did not consume Fang Yuan's lifespan. Fang Yuan calmed down and inspected carefully. He made a further discovery. Even though I can activate Heaven's Envy immortal goo, it is not complete. I have only refined a small portion of Heaven's Envy immortal goo. It can only barely recognize me. Therefore, I am unable to unleash its full power. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved rapidly. This should be due to the unrestrained heavenly marks. I am different from everyone else. If I continue to add unrestrained heavenly marks, will I be able to continue refining Heaven's Envy immortal goo until I completely refine it? Wait a moment. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. It was like lightning striking the darkness, causing a loud explosion in his mind. At this moment, Fang Yuan's lips turned dry. Heaven's Envy immortal goo is a Heaven Path immortal goo. Fate goo is the same. Since I can refine Heaven's Envy immortal goo, does that mean I can also refine Fate goo and control fate? Southern border. The calamities and tribulations were rampaging. Wu Clan's goo immortal Wu Zhen was controlling the situation. He was looking at the chi cocoon in the air. The person inside the chi cocoon suddenly shouted, exploding her immortal aperture and becoming an immortal, was Wuji. In this immortal ascension, not only did she obtain a super-grade blessed land, her vital goo also became an immortal. Wu Jun sensed Wuji's aura and sighed, "Wuji, you chose strength path in the end." Wuji did not regret it, she laughed loudly, "This is the path I want to walk." On Shangliang Mountain, Shang Yanfei gathered all his children together. He had died in the Battle of Yitian Mountain, but because Fate Gu was destroyed, he was revived by Shang Clan's Gu Immortals. Right now he was sitting on the main seat, his body was covered in a layer of blood-red light. "Congratulations to Father for your immortal ascension. You have left the mortal realm and become a blood immortal." As the eldest son, Shang Qianyo congratulated first. Next, the other children congratulated him, Shang Xianxia was among them. Chapter 2140. In the small courtyard, Shang Yanfei sat on the main seat. He was dressed in a black robe and his hair was like blood. He still had the appearance of a handsome young man. His children all took their seats and gathered together in the hall. Under the watchful eyes of his children, Shang Yanfei took out a stack of beast skins from his chest. There was a layer of patterns on every piece of beast skin, which vividly depicted some kind of dragon beast. There were also ink annotations at the corners, giving off a strong primitive aura. "This is the 9 children dragon diagram. I obtained it from a Gu Immortal's corpse when I was adventuring in my early years. It is a pity that I have no fate with this immortal fate. Even when I asked the other supreme elders of Shang Clan, I could not see through it. Now, I will hand the 9 children dragon diagram to you one by one. I hope that you will be able to decipher its mysteries and inherit the immortal destiny." At this point, Shang Yanfei shifted his gaze from the beast hide to Shang Qianyo. "Qianyo, come here," he called softly. "Father." Shang Qianyo left his seat and walked in front of Shang Yanfei. Shang Yanfei gave him the topmost beast skin. "This is the Qianyo painting. The reason why I named you Qianyo is because of this. You're the boss. You're experienced and prudent. I'm not worried. Coming back to life this time is an immeasurable treasure in your life. Don't let me down." Shang Qianyo stretched out his hands and received the beast skin. "Father, your son will do his best and not disappoint you. Yazi, come here as well." Shang Yanfei waved his hand and called for his second brother. "From now on, you need to broaden your horizons and broaden your mind. It will be good for you." "Yes, I will remember Father's teachings." Shang Yazi received the beast skin with both hands and returned to his seat. Shang Yanfei summoned his children one by one and distributed the 9 sons dragon diagram to them. He also gave them a few words of encouragement. Shang Xianxia remained seated and was not summoned. She observed carefully and discovered that the beast markings on the 9 sons dragon illustration were all different. For example, the Chaofeng painting was a divine beast that sat upright and gazed into the distance. Its aura was completely noble and inviolable. Another example was Pu Lao Tu, who looked like a coiled flood dragon. There was also the Taowu diagram, which looked like a giant turtle that could carry mountains and rivers. There was also the Swan and I Tu, who was like a ferocious tiger with a ferocious aura. There were only 9 animal skin maps and they were quickly distributed. However, there were more than 9 children. Shang Yanfei then called Shang Tuahai over. "You have been in charge of the caravan and have been managing it well. Then I will hand over this entire caravan to you." Other than that, there was also a water path inheritance here. It was a water path inheritance. Although it's badly damaged, the contents inside are invaluable to you. I hope you'll continue to strive for self-improvement in the future. A moment later, Shang Yanfei summoned Shang Yifan. "This is only a rank 5 Gu Master inheritance, but there are clues to a Gu Immortal inheritance. Your future depends on your own performance." Finally, Shang Yanfei called Shang Xianxi's name. "Father." Shang Xianxi came in front of Shang Yanfei. Shang Yanfei sighed, "My family property has been divided, only this small courtyard is left. Xianxi, out of all my children you are the one who surprises me the most. If you don't mind, you can keep this small courtyard." As soon as these words came out, there was a commotion in the courtyard. The children all looked at Shang Yanfei and Shang Xianxi. Many of them wanted to speak but suddenly found that they could not. This was clearly Shang Yanfei's doing. Thus, under everyone's gazes, Shang Xianxi agreed with a calm expression, "Daughter thanks father." After this family banquet ended, most of Shang Yanfei's children gathered together in secret. Father actually gave this courtyard to Shang Xianxi. He did not allow us to object. It seems that father really wants Shang Xianxi to be the clan leader. What do we do now? This is too unfair. What did we get? Some inexplicable things or broken inheritances. As for her, Xianxia, she will be the clan leader. This position will definitely be nurtured by the entire clan. She is a Gu immortal seed. Back then, when Shang Yanfei was still a young master, he was suppressed by the other young masters. Shang Yanfei had no choice but to give up the young master position and become an ordinary clansman. During that period of dire straits, he lived in this small courtyard. Later, when he became the clan leader, to remind himself and his descendants, he preserved this place. All the family banquets were held here. Later, when Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing had just left Qingmao Mountain to roam the world, they escorted Xianxia to Shangliang Mountain. They were also received in this courtyard. Shang Yanfei gave this small courtyard to Xianxia. It had great significance. It also meant that Shang Yanfei was handing over the clan leader position to Xianxia. Although Xianxia was already the clan leader, according to the clan's tradition, the position had to be passed down by the previous clan leader. That was the most legitimate and unquestionable. Father is so biased. That's right, he loves Xianxia the most. What position does this place us in? Everyone, are we just going to watch this happen? Xianxia is only an illegitimate daughter. Humph, after I died, you were too useless, you actually let Xianxia become the clan leader. The clan leader position was not decided by me. What can we do about the decree of the higher-ups? In my opinion, some of our Shang clan's supreme elders are also a little muddle-headed. Xianxia and Fang Yuan have a mysterious relationship. The higher-ups might think so. The children's discussion came to an abrupt end. After a moment of silence, Shang Yifan said, Fang Yuan had indeed lived in Shangliang Mountain for a period of time. But what kind of person is he? He is an existence that looks down on the entire world. Why would he care about ants like us? Shang clan's supreme elders are thinking too much. Didn't you see that Xianxia did not receive any help from Fang Yuan for so many years? These words injected life into the deathly silent atmosphere. The other children regained their vigor. They were sure that Fang Yuan had already forgotten about Shangliang Mountain. They were not willing to give up on Xianxia's clan leader position like this. Shang Yifan continued, Xianxia is powerful, but she is not undefeatable. As long as we work together, we have a high chance of victory. We can completely divide her subordinates. Shang Yizi laughed sinisterly. We need to attack from both sides to tire Xianxia out. Not long ago, I was fortunate enough to meet an expert. If I can obtain his help, Xianxia will definitely be badly battered. Her reputation will fall. Several days later, the atmosphere in the study room was heavy. Xianxia frowned. After hearing Shang Buli's report, she sighed deeply. To think that the situation is so serious in just a few days, it has already spread to the entire market of Shangliang Mountain. A few days ago, fake goo worms appeared in Shangliang Mountain's goo worm market. These fake goo looked exactly like the real goo. Even if they were used for a period of time, they would still be fine. But after a period of time, the fake goo would reveal themselves and self-destruct, causing huge losses to the buyer. The fake goo appeared in Shang clan's market. It greatly affected Shang clan's reputation. The situation was very serious. Xiao Dai had been standing beside Xianxia. She was very unhappy with Shang Buli. She said directly, Lord Shang Buli, you are in charge of the market. There must be a process for the situation to escalate to this extent. Why did you hide it? Shang Buli snorted in anger. This subordinate is too incompetent. I have disappointed you, Lord Clan Leader. The situation is so serious. This subordinate cannot absolve himself from the blame. I will resign now, Clan Leader. Please do not stop me. Xiao Dai was stunned. She shouted, Who are you trying to scare? Shang Buli looked at Xiao Dai coldly. You are just a servant. I am magnanimous and will not bicker with you. Lord Clan Leader, I will resign. Please allow me to do so. Xianxia looked at Shang Buli deeply. She had a calm expression. In that case, I will allow it. Farewell. Shang Buli chuckled, turning around to leave. Did he really just leave? Xiao Dai was dumbfounded. Lord Shang Tuahai is requesting an audience. At this moment, Xiao Lan reported from outside the study room. Xianxi's gaze flickered. She replied plainly, Invite him in. Shang Tuahai came to the study room. Seeing Xianxi's expression, he nodded. It seems that you have noticed something. Xianxi asked, Is it because of the clan leader position? Shang Tuahai, indeed. Shang Buli was in charge of the slave trade in his early years. He was doing very well, but after you became the clan leader, you could not bear to do such a cruel thing. You banned the slave trade and made Xiangbuli manage the goo worm market on Shangliang Mountain. Xiangbuli has already been persuaded by others, he is also involved in this fake goo plot. This old scoundrel. Xiao Dai gritted her teeth in anger. Shang Tuahai continued, their plan is not just this. Shangbuli is only the first person to be split, there will be more in the future. Shang Xnci nodded, what do you want? Shang Tuahai smiled plainly, we have the same status, we are both illegitimate children. Even if you fall, I will not be able to become the clan leader. I will rarely return in the future, I will spend most of my time exploring the outside world with the caravan. I also want to become an immortal. But I cannot walk the path of the clan. If you can become an immortal in the future, I hope you will reciprocate my kindness by telling you the truth. I will remember it. Farewell. Seeing Shang Tuahai leave, Shang Xnci had complex emotions. After leading Shang clan for so many years, Shang Xnci had not only trained her abilities, she had also broadened her horizons. In her opinion, among Shang Yanfei's children, Shang Tuahai was definitely in the top 3 in terms of ability, his character and talent were the best of the best. Unfortunately, his fortuitous encounters were not enough, he could not gain the favor of an expert. Fate has been destroyed, the great era is upon us. Countless people are fighting and fighting for that sliver of a chance to become an immortal. Shang Xnci sighed in her heart. Next it was like what Shang Tuahai had said. Zhu Ba and Wan Qianshan also took the initiative to resign. Xiao Yan received news that the fire goo materials he needed after so much effort had appeared far away, he was going to search for them. Xiong Tu, Xiong Hua, and Xiong Feng received some information regarding how to save their ancestor Xiong Yanhua. Zhou Quan and Wei De Exen fell ill unexpectedly, both of them were bedridden. At once, Shang Xnci's capable subordinates all left her, she was left alone. The goo masters who bought the fake goo gathered and started to cause trouble. Shang Xnci had no choice but to bring Xiao Dai and Xiao Lan to the scene to take control of the situation. These goo worms are all fake. Does your Shang clan sell fake goods? Shang clan leader, since you are here, tell me what should we do? I spent most of my wealth to buy one of your rank 4 goo worms, but it turned out to be fake. Shang clan's auspicious market festival is held once a year, but you are selling fake goods and scamming us buyers, we cannot accept this. What is even more hateful is, even though it was said to be sold at a discount, the truth is that the price was secretly adjusted, the price is no different from normal. Under the anger of the crowd, Shang Xnci was still calm. Shang clan will compensate you for your losses and double the original price. Just one sentence made the crowd go silent. Shang Yazi and the rest who were hiding in the dark were anxious, they quickly gave orders. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, if you want compensation, compensate on the spot. That's right, one thing in front of others and another behind their backs, these are all tricks of your Shang clan. Your Shang clan sells fake goods, can your words be trusted? I don't care, this shop of yours cheated us of our hard-earned money, I will destroy it. The people hiding in the crowd attacked Shang Xnci at once. Shang Xnci stretched out her hand, using a defensive killer move to protect the shop behind her, blocking all the attacks. Xiao Lan and Xiao Dai shouted and were about to attack, but were stopped by Shang Xnci. Shang Xnci's gaze flickered, her aura burst out as she used a battlefield killer move. The killer move engulfed all the troublemakers, the noisy and crowded street instantly became empty and quiet. So powerful. To think that Shang Xnci is so strong. Shang Yazi and the rest saw this and felt extremely shocked. Chapter 2141. Shang Xnci had a benevolent nature. When she attacked now, she was extremely domineering, instantly suppressing the entire situation. The goo cultivation world was like this. The strong were revered. But even though Shang Xnci imprisoned everyone, she did not punish them. Instead, she promised in front of everyone, she would compensate them with double the price. And even though she knew that there were people with ulterior motives, she did not attack them, instead she let them go. Shang Xnci actually let these people go. Soft-heartedness. She actually did not attack. If it were me, I would rather kill 1,000 innocent people than let one go. Shang Yazi and the rest discussed secretly, expressing their disdain, concealing the uneasiness in their hearts. Shang Qianyo, however, had a complex expression. Maybe this is where Shang Xnci is different from us. This is also why father values her and made her the clan leader. Shang Qianyo, what are you saying? Someone immediately retorted. Shang Qianyo said plainly, you all saw it earlier, Shang Xnci is so strong, she definitely surpasses any of us. When she was the clan leader earlier, she controlled Shang clan well, all of their businesses were doing well. Even though the slave trade was banned, Shang clan's profits only fell for a period of time before rising again, surpassing the previous time. We have to admit, Xianxia's ability surpasses us. Right now, her benevolence are even more widespread. Because of this, father passed the clan leader position to her. It is not an act of favoritism. Shang Qianyo had revived. The experience of death was his precious asset. He could look at things more rationally and calmly. But soon Shang Yifan sneered, "Boss Qianyo, even if you are speaking the truth, so what? Whoever becomes the clan leader will be nurtured by the clan to become an immortal. This is an immortal opportunity. Even if Xianxia's ability and virtue surpass us, so what? Are you going to compete for this immortal opportunity or not?" Shang Qianyo was silent for a while before nodding, saying with a solemn expression, "Compete." After Xianxia let go of the troublesome Gu cultivators, she appeased the sellers in the shop. An old man trembled as he came before Xianxia and expressed his gratitude. "If it wasn't for clan leader coming here today, I'm afraid this old man would have suffered a calamity. Alas, it's all because I'm blind and blinded by greed. I listened to rumors and bought a batch of low-priced goods. I didn't expect these goods to be fake." Little Butterfly curled her lips. "Old man, you've been in Shangliang Mountain for several years. You've been running the shop for a long time. Why are you still so short-sighted?" The old man's face was filled with shame. "Shao Dai." Xianxia expressed her understanding. "It is not easy for the Gu cultivators living here. If it were me running this business, I would naturally want to earn more. This is human nature." Shao Dai angrily looked at the old man. "Old man, consider yourself lucky to have met our young miss. From now on, keep your eyes open. Don't be greedy for petty gains, do you hear me?" I heard you, the old man replied hurriedly. "Miss, let's go. Looking at these people makes me angry. If they were not greedy for petty gains, why would there be so many fake goods in the market?" Shao Dai turned around and looked at Xianxia. But the old man suddenly said, "Lord Clan Leader, please wait a moment." Xianxia asked, "What else do you want to say?" The old man stammered, I'm truly ashamed. I bought such a large batch of fake goods, I can't sell them anymore in the future. But if I destroy them, it will be a huge loss. Lord Clan Leader, didn't you promise to compensate us earlier?" "What?" When Shao Dai heard this, she immediately exploded in anger. She pointed at the old man's nose and shouted, "You old thing, how can you be so shameless? You made a mistake and were protected by our patriarch, but instead of being grateful, you want to extort us?" Xiaolan, who was at the side, also felt disdain for such behavior. She added, "You are so old, but you are so dishonest. Are all the losses going to be borne by our Shang clan? There is no such logic in this world, right?" But Xianxia stopped the two maids from rebuking her. She looked at the old man in front of her, then at the group of sellers behind him. Xianxia's gentle tone was like before, "Good reminder, since I, Xianxia, am the Shang clan leader and have made a public promise, I will not go back on it. Since I agreed to double the compensation, I will do my best to fulfill this promise. The fake goods you brought in can be exchanged for the corresponding double compensation." "Thank you, Lord Clan Leader. Lord Clan Leader, you are the most benevolent clan leader I have ever seen. Lord Clan Leader, you've saved my entire family. Without this compensation, my entire family would have been chased out of the clan." At the next moment, all the Gu masters spoke, some cried, some knelt on the spot, thanking Xianxia. "Let's go." Xianxia pulled the two maids and left the place, walking to the end of the street. The two maids were still indignant. Shao Dai grumbled, "Miss, you are too easy to talk to. Not only did you release those troublemaking Gu cultivators, you even gave them double the compensation." Xiaolan also said, "Miss, I know you are kind-hearted and sympathize with those pitiful people. But be it buyers or sellers, there are definitely bad people lurking around. Now that you are giving them double compensation, I am afraid I have fallen for the mastermind scheme. They want to empty our yuan stone reserves first." Xianxia shook her head. "It is just some yuan stone. If we lose one, we can earn 2, 3 or even more in the future. But if Shang clan's reputation is ruined, who knows how much effort and time we will have to spend to make up for it. If I am unwilling to part with these yuan stones, I would have fallen for the mastermind scheme. Losing yuan stones is not important, but damaging Shang clan's reputation is even more serious. It is I, Xianxia, who is the clan leader who did not do a good job. They can make use of this to shake my position as the patriarch. Xianxia's tone was gentle. She spoke slowly and calmly, giving people a feeling of warmth. The two maidservants understood what he meant. Xiaolan was convinced, so it was like this. Miss is truly amazing, you can see everything clearly. Xiao Dai pouted, Miss is right, it is just that this matter is too infuriating. Maybe that old man is not a bad person, but he got hold of our weakness and took the chance to get rich. They did not find trouble with those scoundrels who harmed them, instead they bully good people like us. If Lord Feng Yuan was here, these people would be so scared that they would pee their pants and fall to the ground, they would not dare to offend us. Xiao Lan stared at Xiao Dai fiercely, she stomped her foot and stepped on Xiao Dai's foot. Xiao Dai jumped in pain, she quickly stuck out her tongue and apologized to Xianxia. Miss, sorry I said something wrong. Ever since Feng Yuan fought Lu Weiyin and was hit by the killer move 3 lifetime dream aid, Xianxia returned to Shangliang Mountain, and every time she heard Feng Yuan's name she would fall into a sorrowful mood. Thus, Feng Yuan's name gradually became a taboo among the people around Xianxia. On the way back the three of them were silent. At the end of the street, Xiaolan suddenly said, Miss, Master Wei de Xan and Master Zhou Quan have been bedridden for many days, why don't we pay them a visit and see how they are doing? Xiao Dai secretly gave Lan a thumbs up. At this time, it was better to divert Xianxia's attention to the outside world. Xianxia nodded. You're right. Let's go see them now. The three of them first arrived at Wei de Xian's residence. Stop. Who are you? Why are you acting so sneakily? Xiao Dai noticed a suspicious person at the door. The suspected Gu cultivator saw Xianxia and his expression sank, but he relaxed inwardly, he knew Xianxia was a benevolent person, thus he confessed, I am a Wu Clan Gu master, I am here to deliver a letter to Lord Wei Xinjing. Xiao Dai's expression changed as she looked at Xianxia. Miss, bad news? Lady Wei de Xan probably saw that the situation wasn't good and was going to defect to the Wu clan. Xianxia lightly knocked on Xiao Dai's forehead. Don't talk nonsense, Sister Wei is not that kind of person. Sister Wei and Xin Wei were blood-related siblings, so there was nothing strange about them communicating with each other. Both of you come in with me. Xianxia let go of that Wu clan Gu master. She entered the courtyard and saw the bedridden Wei de Xan. Wei de Xan clearly knew about the conflict at the door, she immediately handed an information path Gu worm to Xianxia. But Xianxia smiled and did not accept it. Wei de Xan explained the reason. Those people had incredible methods, they schemed against me and Zhou Quan, causing us to be bedridden all day. But I was not stumped by this, I sent a letter to my brother Wei Xinjing and asked him to help. Lan was overjoyed, that's great. Lord Wei Xinjing is known as the counterfeit master, he is famous in southern border. If he can help us, we will definitely be able to solve the problem of our Shang clan having too many fake goods. Xianxia smiled. Not long ago in Sun Moon Sinkhole I met Wei Xinjing, we worked together to kill the demon Kong Ri Tian. Wei de Xan sighed. Back then when Wei clan was persecuted, Shang clan was the mastermind. My brother was outside to protect himself, he had no choice but to join Wu clan. He had always harbored hatred towards Shang clan, he did not understand why I joined you clan leader. But this time he sent a letter saying that clan leader's character and virtue impressed him, he already understood my actions. It is a pity that he is unable to leave now. Wu clan leader Wu Ji has already succeeded in her immortal ascension, she promoted my brother not long ago. Wu clan is focusing on nurturing external elders, they actually intend to nurture an outsider to become a Wu clan external elder Gu Immortal. My brother is facing a test, he can only explain the details, he cannot come. Ah. Xiao Dai and Xiao Lan looked at each other, they saw the deep disappointment on each other's faces. Xianxia was still smiling. Brother Wei has such an opportunity, it is truly rare, if we let it go we will regret it for life. Even though we are in trouble, we cannot delay Brother Wei's bright future. But fighting for the immortal ascension opportunity will be dangerous and difficult. If Brother Wei needs any help we will definitely help if we can. Clan leader, you are so kind, it is a pity that I cannot help you. Wei de Xian sighed. Sister Wei, I need to thank you. But you are injured, don't overwork yourself. To speak the truth, just rest and recuperate, I already have a countermeasure. Xianxia's smile spread. Wei de Xan looked at Xianxia deeply, sighing inwardly again. She understood Xianxia well, seeing her expression she knew that she had not thought of a countermeasure. This situation was very difficult, after all Shang Qiunyou's group was working together. Such a huge problem, If it was not dealt with properly, Xianxia's position as clan leader would be affected. Shang Yanfei had passed the clan leader position to Xianxia, but the righteous path had its own rules. If Xianxia was chased out, Shang Yanfei, who had already passed the clan leader position once, would not be able to protect her. Xianxia cannot even protect herself. She did not want me to be overly worried, so she comforted me. Wei De Xen understood this. She smiled at Xianxia. Since clan leader has a countermeasure, I can rest assured I need to recuperate now. That's right. Xianxia smiled. You can leave, don't disturb my recuperation. Wei De Xen waved her hand. She knew that Xianxia was pressed for time. She did not want to waste her time. The three of them were chased out. They left Wei De Xen's place and went to visit Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan said, I know what happened in the market. Lord Clan Leader, you handled it well. If it was me in the past, I might not have been able to see through the situation. It was all thanks to Steward Zhou and Sister Wei's teachings. Xianxia said humbly. Zhou Quan looked at Xianxia. Initially he was forced by Fang Yuan to become Xianxi's subordinate and help her. But soon he realized Xianxi's nature. He was shocked that there was such a person in the world. If Xianxi was only kind and benevolent, Zhou Quan would look down on her and leave her. But even though Xianxi's cultivation talent was not good, she was intelligent and good at deducing many things from one instance. Under Zhou Quan and Wei De Xen's guidance, she grew rapidly. Now, not only in terms of personal ability, she was also able to manage the huge Shang clan with ease. Zhou Quan was gratified. He also felt admiration. It was because Xianxi's character was the same. She had her own bottom line. Her kindness and benevolence had never wavered because she had seen too much darkness, filth, and viciousness. Not only that, Xianxi dug out the pity and compassion from all kinds of cruelty and sorrow, thus strengthening her benevolent heart. This was too rare and precious. Before leaving, Zhou Quan reminded, Lord Clan Leader, even if you pay double the compensation, it will only alleviate the public's anger, it will not solve the root of the problem. The root of this matter is still the fake goods. How to find the source of the fake goods and kill them, this is the first. How to quickly and effectively investigate the remaining fake goods in the market, this is the second. Only by solving these two problems can we truly break out of this predicament. Deep into the night. In the room next door, Xiaolan and Xiao Dai were already asleep. Xianxi looked at the pile of fake goo on the table. Her expression was filled with worry. She smiled bitterly. To not let the people around her worry, and because she had the responsibility of the clan leader, Xianxi was usually confident and calm. Only when she was alone would she show her true emotions. At this moment she was like a delicate flower in the wind and rain, so haggard that it made one's heart ache. Facing this pile of fake goo she was helpless. The truth was Xianxi had already used all her strength to get to this point. In the silent night, she let out a long sigh of helplessness. Why is clan leader sighing? Suddenly, the fake goo shone with light, quickly forming the image of an old man. Chapter 2142. Looking at the old man's image, Xianxi thought of many things. The mysterious old man was very strong. Xianxi could not detect the methods hidden in the goo worms. His intentions were unpredictable. He might have come with good intentions or he might have come with ill intentions. He could even be the culprit behind the fake goo, or this could be another scheme of Shang Yizi's. But Xianxi was more willing to believe that this mysterious old man came with good intentions. Xianxi said solemnly, I sighed earlier because Shang Yizi and the rest wanted to drag me down from the position of clan leader in order to fight for the immortal opportunity. But they did not care about the losses and pain these schemes would bring to others. In fact, they even disregarded Shang clan's reputation for themselves. But I understand their choice. Who does not want to become a Gu immortal, to roam the world and pluck the stars and the moon? But after becoming a Gu immortal, do we have to view mortals as ants? Isn't there another, gentler way to treat the weak? The old man heard this and sighed. Xianxi, oh Xianxi, I have lived in Shangliang Mountain for many years. I believe you are speaking from the bottom of your heart. This is the reason why I am helping you. Xianxi bowed deeply, without any excitement on her face. May I ask Senior's name? The old man smiled bitterly. I am just a pitiful person who has nowhere to go and cannot show my face in public. I know you are suspicious of me, but I am helping you out of good intentions. A person like you is worth me doing something for. You have been the clan leader for many years, you should know how to trust a person, not what they say but what they do. Xianxi nodded. Please enlighten me, senior, I am all ears. The old man said, I know the identity of the person who created the fake goo, and also where he lives. His name is Feng Tianyu. Your second brother Xianxia purposely got to know him, and used benefits to entice him. Feng Tianyu? Xianxia's gaze flashed. I know this person. He is from the righteous path and was once the young clan leader of a village. He has deep refinement path attainment, and is a refinement path master with rank 4 cultivation. When he was rank 3 he had refined a rank 5 goo. Although this goo had only survived for half a day, it was enough to make Feng Tianyu famous. Unfortunately, his clan was defeated in the battle and the village was destroyed. He was reduced from a young clan leader to a rogue cultivator. Xianxia was Shang clan leader. She knew all the experts in Southern Border's Goo Master world like the back of her hand. The old man nodded. Feng Tianyu's true cultivation has already reached rank 5. But he kept it a secret, still using rank 4 cultivation level. This old man has a method that will allow you to subdue him. From then on he will be loyal and devoted to you. Xianxia was very curious. Feng Tianyu's cultivation had already reached rank 5, the same level as Xianxia, and he was also a refinement path master. He was very popular in Southern Border. Such a person would be treated with respect wherever he went. If he wanted to rebuild his clan now, he could definitely rebuild Feng clan and become the clan leader of the village, a leader of the Fangjing faction in the Goo Master world. How could such a person be easily subdued? The old man did not keep her in suspense, directly imparting the method to Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. Senior wants me to deceive Feng Tianyu? The old man smiled. It is not deceiving after all, you and Feng Yuan are old friends. Of course, strictly speaking, this is indeed deceiving. But Xianxia, if you deceive one person you can save countless people. Will you do it or not? You have no other way now. Moreover, Feng Tianyu is the culprit behind the fake goo storm. The old man's smile became even wider. In this world it is not easy to be a bad person, but it is even harder to be a good person. Because when a good person wants to defeat a bad person, they also need to hold on to their morals and conscience. Xianxia, this old man is only giving you a method. What you want to do will depend on your own will. Xianxia did not hesitate. Thank you, senior, your method is very good. I have decided to give it a try. Very good. The old man laughed. This is what I admire about you the most. You have a kind heart, but you are not inflexible. You know how to be flexible. You can use all kinds of methods to deal with evil. In this world, being a pure good person is suicidal. They might even harm themselves and their friends. But you're not. You're a practical, genuinely useful, good person. The old man finally said, this goo worm contains a goo immortal true inheritance. I think this is the most suitable cultivation path for you. You can take a look. Whether you want to cultivate it or not, it is your choice. Saying so, the old man's image quickly vanished. At the same time, a goo worm slowly flew up from the pair of goo worms on the table, floating in the air. Xianxia carefully received it and looked at it with her mind. A moment later, joy flashed on her face as she muttered, good deed goo. Shangliang Mountain was divided into outer city and inner city. And the inner city was further divided into first, second, third, fourth and fifth inner cities. The first inner city was the center of Shang clan's political power. It was also an important military area, and Xianxia's residence. The second inner city was also known as Famer City. It was only provided for Shang clan disciples to stay in. They needed tokens to enter. Feng Tianyu stayed in the third inner city. In the third inner city, every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. The whole of the inner city used star stones. Not only the buildings, even the streets were paved with stone slabs made of star stones. Looking at it, there was a sea of starlight. One's vision was clear. There were few people on the streets here. It was quiet and pleasant, like a star palace. There were no inns, only gardens. The rent for small gardens was 30 yuan stone per day. Large gardens even cost more than 100 yuan stone per day. Feng Tianyu stayed in one of the large gardens. He drank high-quality tea, lying on a soft bed with the door wide open, looking at the cool breeze and light rain in the courtyard, as well as the beautiful scenery of the swaying bamboo forest. Brother Feng is really in a good mood. Xianxia's voice suddenly resounded. Feng Tianyu's body and mind shook. He almost fell off the bed. But at the next moment he reacted. The goo worms in his aperture were ready to attack. He slowly turned around. Seeing Xianxia, he forced himself to calm down. So it is Shang clan leader who has come. It is my great fortune. Lord clan leader, your methods are really amazing. You know I have set up at least 3 layers of goo formations here. But you are so stealthy, coming and going as you please. Where in the world can't you go? Feng Tianyu inwardly mocked Xianxia's thief-like actions, but Xianxia was not angry. She retorted, "How can my methods compare to Brother Feng's? Brother Feng caused a ruckus in the entire Shang clan market yesterday because of the fake gu rampaging on the streets. I, the Shang clan leader, almost lost all my face." Feng Tianyu's heart shook. He did not expect Xianxia to discover him so quickly. How can this be? I am confident the fake gu did not leave behind any clues. Did Xiangxia make a mistake? Feng Tianyu thought to himself as he sat up, refusing to admit it. Lord Clan Leader, don't scare me. The crime of fake gu is not something a small character like me can bear. Xianxia chuckled, walking a few steps to the door, looking at it with her back facing Feng Tianyu. Brother Feng still doesn't understand? What I have confirmed, even if there is no evidence, it is the truth. Feng Tianyu was shocked. This Xianxia's benevolent reputation is widely known, but today I see that she is such a domineering person. He felt immense pressure. Xianxia suddenly spoke and revealed her true body, causing Feng Tianyu to fall into an extremely passive state. Because Feng Tianyu was lying on the couch, his posture was very bad. He could only be on guard, using words to argue with Xianxia. He then used the chance to adjust his posture, going from a half-lying position to a half-sitting position. But Xianxia did not seem to notice it. She walked past Feng Tianyu and arrived at the door, facing the courtyard with her back facing Feng Tianyu. She did not care about Feng Tianyu's secret actions. She even gave Feng Tianyu a chance to attack from behind. But Feng Tianyu did not dare to move. Xianxia's confidence made Feng Tianyu very nervous and wary. Although his cultivation level was similar to Xianxia, he had already subconsciously placed himself in a weaker position. Xianxia slowly turned around, smiling. Brother Feng, come and work for me. What? Feng Tianyu stared with wide eyes. He was stunned for a moment before he laughed. Shang clan leader, do you know how much Xiangxia paid to hire me? Xianxia chuckled. No matter how much he paid, you will not be able to reject my offer. Feng Tianyu let out a breath of turbid air. His eyes shined with bright light as he slowly stood up. The moment Xianxia recruited him, he instantly understood that Xianxia did not have the confidence to resolve the fake gu crisis. If not for that, she could have led a large group of people here to kill Feng Tianyu. So she still has something to ask of me. Feng Tianyu gained the upper hand mentally. He carefully sized up Xianxia as he said with an indescribable smile, "Then I am all ears. I believe that the Grand Shang clan leader's offer will match your status." Xianxia raised her right index finger. "First, your life." Feng Tianyu's expression changed. His voice was as cold as ice. "Clan leader is certain that you have me?" Xianxia smiled calmly. "Relax, Brother Feng, you have rank 5 cultivation level. Don't be nervous." Feng Tianyu's heart shook. She actually knew his true cultivation level. Since she came prepared, the situation might be really dangerous this time. Xianxia continued, "Besides this, if you perform well, you might even be summoned by Lord Feng Yuan." What? Feng Tianyu's expression changed again. Xianxia continued, "No need to make such a big fuss, Brother Feng, I know much more than you think. I will tell you the truth. You should know a thing or two about my relationship with Lord Feng Yuan. I was able to see through your identity this time because I asked the hairy man gu immortals under Lord Feng Yuan. I handed over a set of fake gu. That hairy man gu immortal also praised me. He said you are a talent. If you can improve in the future, you might be able to gain Lord Feng Yuan's approval and become his subordinate." Really? Is this true? Feng Tianyu was extremely excited. His face was flushed red. Xianxia laughed lightly. "Why would I lie to you? Since I can find you, I can definitely take you down. Why would I waste my time talking to you? You should be clear about my situation. The reason why I could become clan leader was because of my relationship with Lord Feng Yuan. I am not afraid to tell you, my Shang clan has already secretly cooperated with Lord Feng Yuan." Feng Tianyu scoffed. "What is Shang clan? Right now, Lord Feng Yuan is the #1 demon in the world. If Lord Feng Yuan wants to take away Shang clan's things, would Shang clan dare to say no? But what I admire the most about Lord Feng Yuan is his refinement path attainment. Back then, on Three Kings Mountain, I was fortunate enough to witness Lord refining fixed immortal travel immortal gu. This is truly a blessing that I have accumulated over several lifetimes. I had once refined a rank 5 gu worm with rank 3 cultivation level, but it only lasted for half a day. But Lord Feng Yuan, as a gu master, directly refined in immortal Gu. And under such a dangerous situation, his aptitude, his talent, his strength, his intelligence, they are all number one in the world. From then on, I believed that Lord Feng Yuan would definitely inform the 5 regions and 2 heavens in the future. As expected, Lord Feng Yuan defeated the Celestial Court in front of everyone in the world and destroyed Fake Gu. What is even more amazing is that the method he used to destroy Fake Gu was refinement path. From then on, Fake Gu will never reappear again. From now on, all of us are free from the shackles of fate. He is a fighter, a brave warrior, a great man. He has made the greatest contribution to the entire human race in history. But the world does not understand him, they even attribute him to the demonic path. Too shallow, too narrow-minded. Lord Feng Yuan is definitely an unprecedented hero, a hero that only appears once in 100 million years. But I also understand those so-called righteous path. These lowly people are afraid, this group of shameless cowards, after being unable to harm Lord Feng Yuan, they can only slander him by all means possible. They are the sinners who obstruct the rise of humanity and the development of the world. Lord Feng Yuan is truly too outstanding, too amazing, too noble. If I can follow him, follow such a noble person, I really don't know what to say. Huff huff. Amazing, this is too inconceivable. Today is simply too wonderful. Unbelievable, Lord Feng Yuan recruited me as his subordinate. This is too inconceivable, heavens. The more Feng Tianyu spoke, the more excited he became, his body trembled and he almost danced. His eyes shone with brilliance, as well as his reddened eyes filled with tears, made Xianxia feel a faint chill in her heart. That mysterious old man's information was not wrong at all. Feng Tianyu was Feng Yuan's most fanatical admirer. In fact, Feng Yuan's rise, his achievements, and the scene of him destroying Fake Gu were all widely spread. Most demonic cultivators viewed Feng Yuan as their idol, or a goal to surpass. Even in the righteous path, many people secretly admired and worshipped Feng Yuan's bravery, his style of challenging the Celestial Court's experts, his ability to advance and retreat, and his shrewdness in plotting and scheming. Feng Tianyu was not special, he was only a member of the masses. It was only because he had once interacted with Feng Yuan, and was extremely invested in refinement path, he was extremely talented. He was once a young clan leader who lived a luxurious life, but his clansmen were slaughtered, he experienced a tragic change in his life, his personality became even more extreme and narrow-minded. Thus, under such circumstances he viewed the current strongest refinement path expert, the legendary Feng Yuan, whom he was destined to never surpass, as his fanatical idol. Chapter 2143. Several days later. Second inner city of Shangliang Mountain. Xianxia and the rest had just gathered for a while when they found out they were surrounded. Zhou Quan Wei to Xian. You are so daring, you dare to gather a large number of Gu cultivators in second inner city. What are you doing? We are Shang Yin Fei's children, we are your master Shang XNC siblings. You outsiders, could it be that you want to attack us Shang clan members in Shangliang Mountain? Xianxia and the rest had furious expressions, they shouted loudly, purposely letting their voices spread to the whole of second inner city. Second inner city was where Shang clan members lived. This commotion attracted the attention of countless clansmen. Soon, several hundred clansmen arrived at the scene of the incident and surrounded Wei de Xn, Zhou Quan, and the others. What is going on? It is Commander Wei de Xn and Steward Zhou Quan, they are Shang XNC's right-hand men. They are surrounding Shang Qianyo, Shang Yizi and the rest. Zhou and Wei are too daring, they actually dared to attack our Shang clan openly. Don't be anxious, without Shang XNC's instructions, why would they attack? This is going to be a good show. This is a fight for authority. Shang clan members discussed, the commotion was huge, more clansmen were rushing over. Wei de Xian sneered. Zhou Quan announced loudly, recently fake Gu have been rampant in Shangliang Mountain Market, we have already investigated the truth. You are the true culprits, surrender now. Our master is kind and benevolent, we can punish you lightly. Shang Yizi and the rest felt their hearts jump. Shang Yi Fan stood up, bullshit. If you want to punish someone you can always find a way to do so. Shang Xianci is the one who is incapable and devoid of virtue, she did not handle this problem properly so she decided to target us. She is so ruthless. Don't worry, don't try to deny it. Wei de Xan interrupted, since we can openly arrest you, we naturally have concrete evidence. What evidence? Where is Shang Xianci? Let her speak. That's right, who do you think you are just Shang Xianci's dogs. Shang Yizi and the rest shouted angrily. Zhou Quan sneered, everyone, are you afraid? We are all descendants of Shang clan, we fear nothing. However, most of the time, forcing oneself to be brave was just foolishness. If we go with you when we reach your territory, you will torture us and force us to confess. We will always be innocent and will be framed by you. Since you say you have evidence, then let's do it here in front of everyone in broad daylight. Shang Qianniu and Shang Qiwen spoke one after another. Shang Yizi and Shang Yifan frowned. That's right, that's right. If you have something to say it clearly in front of us. Exactly. Most of the people you surrounded were once young clan leaders of our Shang clan. Even if they are no longer young clan leaders, they are not to be trifled with by you outsiders. The members of the Shang clan who were at the outermost edge of the formation started to clamor. Zhou Quan let out a hearty laugh and said, everything is as you expected, Patriarch. Alright, since you want evidence, then we'll make you give up. This is the material evidence. Zhou Quan waved his hand, and a large pile of goo worms appeared on the ground. Wei De Xen added, right now, all of the fake goo in Shangliang Mountain City are here. Shang Yifan scoffed, just this? Taking out a bunch of things and framing us for no reason? Zhou Quan laughed, of course it is not without reason. We have concrete evidence that these fake goo were refined by Feng Tianyu. And he is among you now, you are the ones who ordered him to do this. In an instant, countless gazes focused on Feng Tianyu. Shang Yizi and the rest were plotting. Feng Tianyu was a crucial person, he was naturally involved. It is Feng Tianyu after all. Why is this refinement path master here? I just recognized him. It really is Master Feng. The surrounding voices became rowdy. Shang Yizi could not take it anymore, he took a huge step forward and blocked Feng Tianyu behind him. Zhou Quan. You are slandering me, slandering my best friend. This matter will not end here. Because this matter is far more serious than you slandering me. If you don't have conclusive evidence to prove that these fake goo were refined by Brother Feng, then I will definitely request to see my father and beg him to uphold justice. Zhou Quan laughed, of course I have evidence. Speak, Feng Tianyu, did you refine these fake goo? Shang Yizi and the rest were stunned. Then this group of people heard Feng Tianyu say in a very calm and natural tone, Chief Steward Zhou is right. I was ordered by Shang Yizi and his group to refine these fake goo, to disrupt the market and harm Shang clan leader. What? Ha! Brother Feng, you? At once, the entire place went into an uproar. Shang Yifan and the rest stared at Feng Tianyu with disbelief. Shang Yizi turned around, his face filled with anger and shock. Feng Tianyu actually betrayed them? What was he after? How could this be? Did Xianxia give him a higher price? This was impossible. To get Feng Tianyu to help, Shang Yizi and the rest had almost emptied their pockets. How could Xianxia gather enough chips in such a short time? But that was exactly what had happened. This was a fatal blow to Shang Yizi and the rest. No, you are not Brother Feng. Shang Yizi's expression contorted, he wanted to struggle. You must be an imposter, even if you are real, you are probably controlled by that evil woman Xianxia. Shang Yizi's shout was so weak and powerless at this moment. Zhou Quan continued, don't worry, Master Feng Tianyu is not my only witness. What do the rest of you say? At the next moment Shang Qianniu sighed deeply, I admit we did commit such a crime. Shang Qianniu. Boss, you? Are you crazy? However, Shang Qianniu was not the only one who went crazy, Shang Qiwen also went crazy. She stood up and admitted Zhou Quan's accusation. Shang Yizi almost spat out blood on the spot. Shang Yifan's body trembled in anger. You too, this matter was ruined by you too. Shang Qiwen smiled lightly, not just us. She was once in charge of the battle stage and had a good relationship with Xianxia. Back then Xianxia's information business also helped her grow. Shang Qianniu shrugged. Not long ago Feng Tianyu and Xianxia found me together. Since Master Feng has already joined Xianxia, what else can we do? We have no chance of winning. With Xianxia's methods, the clan leader position is not something we can shake. We have failed, admit it. Thus the key to everything was still Feng Tianyu. Shang Yizi understood this, he stared at Feng Tianyu with a murderous gaze. Feng Tianyu, give me an explanation. I know that you are not a person who covets beauty. You have such a noble nature, you are only interested in refinement path. I do not believe that Xianxia's charm is so great that she can completely recruit you. Tell me, why did you do all of this? Feng Tianyu sneered. Mere mortals, how can they understand my pursuit? Hurry up and surrender. All of you die. Xianxia's mind exploded, he immediately attacked. Shang Yifan and the rest followed closely behind. Shang Qiunyou, Feng Tianyu, Zhou Quan, and Wei de Xian were already prepared. A chaotic battle erupted between the two sides. Shang clan leaders were still watching, no one intervened. The situation is clear. To think that Xianxia is so powerful. This is truly a miracle. Someone actually convinced Master Feng Tianyu. Lady Wu Ji had once tried to recruit Master Feng. She offered a high price in front of everyone. She was very sincere, but Master Feng Tianyu ignored her. Shang Yizi, Shang Yifan, and the rest soon fell into a disadvantage. Zhou Quan and the rest came prepared, Shang Qiunyou, Shang Qiwen, and the rest even defected. All of this happened too suddenly, it was too strange. Shang Yizi and the rest were caught unprepared. No. I cannot lose, I still have trump cards. You forced me, you forced me. Seeing that he was about to be captured, Shang Yifan suddenly shouted, throwing out a mortal goo house. The mortal goo house was like a cage, it exploded and released a mud monster. This mud monster was not ordinary at first glance. It had a vague human shape, the mud on its surface moved as countless faces appeared. These faces were twisted and sinister, filled with extreme hatred. Anyone who saw it would feel a chill in their heart. You wretch! The mud monster suddenly shouted, pouncing at Zhou Quan and the rest. Zhou Quan and the rest fought against it, they were immediately at a disadvantage. The situation of the battlefield was reversed. Let's go! Shang Yifan shouted. The mud monster did not differentiate friend or foe, it had terrifying strength, it charged into the crowd and slaughtered the innocent. The scene was in chaos. Using the chaos, Shang Yizi and the rest escaped. They could not stay on Shangliang Mountain anymore, they escaped and became demonic goo masters. Meanwhile, the mud monster caused huge losses and chaos in Second Inner City. Not only did it have terrifying battle strength, it was also almost unkillable, its recovery speed was very strong. Eventually Zhou Quan, Wei de Xian, and the rest used all their strength. With Shang Xi's help, they sacrificed more than 10 goo cultivators to barely seal the mud monster again. The fake goo storm calmed down. Not only did Shang Xianxia keep her position as clan leader, she even took in Feng Tianyu as her subordinate, her reputation rose greatly. But Shang Yifan's counterattack also left Shang Xianxia with a huge problem. Shang Yanfei smiled after receiving the report. Shang Xianxi's performance not only did not disappoint him, he even felt a sense of joy. He had never thought that Shang Xianxia could do this. What made him most satisfied was that Shang Xianxia did not attack Shang Yizi and the rest, she only dealt with the troublesome mud monsters. As for Shang Yifan, Shang Yizi, and the rest, since they were not strong enough, they became demonic goo masters. That was good too. They have my blood path methods in their bodies, they can protect themselves in times of danger. Chi tides have blown away the dust, immortal opportunities and inheritances are everywhere. If they want to become immortals, it will depend on their own efforts and fortuitous encounters. Shang Yanfei never spoiled his children. Back then, in order to ascend to the position of clan leader, he forced his brothers and sisters to commit suicide. He had once gone against the opinions of the masses and spent a huge amount of resources to go on an expedition, slaughtering everyone in the village. Their heads were piled up into a small mountain, placed in front of the elders who opposed the expedition. He appointed people based on merit, even his own children were no exception. Originally, Shang clan had 15 young master positions. After he took over, it was reduced by a third. This matter is settled, it is time for me to find the other Blood Sea true inheritances. Blood Sea ancestor. The more I think about it, the more mysterious I feel this person is. Shang Yanfei was completely at ease, his children had grown up, they could walk their own paths and welcome their own destinies. And it was time for him to seek his own development. Today was Fang Yuan's birthday, everyone had sent their blessings. Congratulations to Eternal Dawn for becoming the alliance leader. Thanks Samsara Chinibu for gifting it. 100,000 Chidian coins. Chapter 2144. In the number 1 inner city of Shangliang Mountain, Shang Xianxia was handling government affairs. Second, the inner city has been repaired, the fake goo incident has also been dealt with. Shang Xianxia looked at an information path mortal goo in her hands as she smiled. Next, she used her primeval essence to add new information to this information path goo worm. She set down a policy in the name of making up for the losses caused by the fake goo incident. All goods in Shang clan stores were discounted. In this way, not only can the Shang clan's reputation be greatly restored, but we can also earn a sum of yuan stone to make up for the deficit in the clan treasury caused by the double compensation. Shang Xianxi's fingers relaxed slightly, This information path mortal goo flashed with light as it flew out of the study room. Xianxia took out another information path mortal goo from the table. The information on the mortal goo came from Shang Qiwen. After Shang Buli resigned, Xianxia handed over Shangliang Mountains Market to Shang Qiwen to manage. The information in the information path mortal goo said that there was a group of sellers who were hoarding goods in the market to raise prices. Shang Qiwen's proposal was to kill them all. Alas, for the sake of their own selfishness, who knows how many commoners have been harmed by these people. Xianxia sighed. After thinking about it, she added new content to the information path mortal goo. Only kill the main culprit, let the rest go. After releasing this information path goo worm, the third letter goo sent a distress message. At the border of Shang clan's territory, a village was facing a beast tide and was in danger of being destroyed. This village was a vassal of Shang clan, but it only had a few rank 3 goo masters and its presence was rather low. Saving people is like putting out a fire. This kind of distress message should be sent urgently. Why did it go through the normal political channels? Xianxia frowned. She understood the reason behind it. The subordinates all knew Xianxia's character. They knew that she would do her best to save them. But in the current situation, all kinds of inheritances were being fought over, the great era was about to begin, Shang clan's immortals and mortals were all extremely busy. It was a huge waste of manpower to do such a thankless rescue job. It was a huge loss of future profits. Looking at the time, I'm afraid it's already too late. The human heart, the human heart. Xianxia often felt insignificant. Just like now, she could only sense the thoughts of her subordinates, but she couldn't change them. The longer she sat on the Shang clan leader's seat, the more powerless she felt. Compared to the Shang clan in the world, she was nothing. Maybe this is the reason why almost all goo cultivators desperately pursue strength. Xianxia thought about it for a while, before finally dispatching a group of goo masters to travel 1,000 li to rescue them. Even if it was very likely that by the time the rescue team arrived, the village would have already been destroyed by the beast tide. In the fourth information path mortal goo there was a good thing. Around Shangliang Mountain, they discovered a new chi path resource point. They needed to station a force in Shangliang Mountain or support a nearby village. Information path mortal goo after mortal goo were released by Xianxia, goo worms flew into the study room from time to time. Unknowingly the night passed and it was already dawn. An information path mortal goo shining with golden light flew towards Xianxia. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. It's a mission from above. Xianxia quickly received it and probed it with her mind. This information path mortal goo was indeed talking about a huge matter. It was related to the fight for the fur paradise. This fur-blessed land was located in the central part of southern border. It contained the fur true inheritance and was exposed because of the chi tides. Because it was remote and did not belong to any southern border superforce, it was fought over by all the super clans. After the righteous path goo immortals discussed, they decided to send out goo master experts. According to the rules, goo immortals could not interfere when the victor was decided. The information path mortal goo had some secret information regarding the owner of the blessed land, Fur Immortal. This immortal was a wood path and transformation path goo immortal. But she did not have any outstanding methods, she only cultivated them randomly. As a result, wood path and transformation path Dao marks conflicted with each other, her battle strength was low and she was bullied in the goo immortal world. None of the super forces are interested in such a true inheritance. But the location of the blessed land is very important. Even though it is not connected to our Shang clan, even if we win this time and obtain this blessed land, it will only be an enclave, it will not be easy to manage. However, this kind of territory can be completely traded. I believe the super forces around the blessed land will have the motive to buy it. The prelude to the great era had begun, there would definitely be great turmoil and chaos in the future. By then, such a blessed land would be the bridgehead for the expansion of the super forces, or the front lines of defense. It had extremely high value. After all, these southern border super forces did not have any methods to relocate their immortal apertures. Xianxia assessed the situation. Thanks to the environment of this era, she had much more information about goo immortals than when Shang Yanfei was the clan leader. Thus, even though Xianxia was only a rank 5 goo master, she had a deep understanding of the situation in the goo immortal world. This is Shang clan's current situation. Time is pressing, I need to deal with it immediately. Xianxia felt troubled. Even though she had recruited Shang Qionyou, Shang Qiwen and others at the crucial moment, she had too few capable subordinates. Feng Tianyu is not only a refinement path master, he also has rank 5 cultivation. He can be the leader this time. Xianxia thought of this and summoned Feng Tianyu. Soon, Feng Tianyu received the message and came to the study room. Come in. Xianxia willed as the door of the study room opened. This study room of hers was a mortal goo house. Feng Tianyu had an excited expression. Lord Clan Leader, I have good news to tell you. What news? Xianxia smiled and asked. Feng Tianyu said, These days I have been researching that strange mudman. In the end I discovered a shocking secret. It turns out that although this mudman was crazy and had chaotic thoughts, as long as I asked him a question he would respond rationally. I asked one question after another like this until I found out about his origin. His name is Ni Jian. He was originally the young clan leader of a village, but the village was massacred by demonic path experts. Everyone in the village including him died. But after he died he was revived by a Chi Path Gu Immortal. This Chi Path Gu Immortal inquired about the true culprit of the village, and after asking about it, he left him alone. This Ni Jian mudman was originally extremely strong, having half immortal battle strength, but as time passed he fell to this stage. To think that this mudman had such a mystical origin. Xianxia sighed, It is just an ordinary village, how can it be related to a Gu Immortal? Feng Tianyu became even more excited. Precisely because of this I continued asking and found out that this Ni clan member had a huge secret. Every once in a while, a certain Ni clan Gu master would experience a phenomenon of bloodline condensation. After passing through it, an immortal Gu would form in their body. Immortal Gu? Xianxia raised her brows. It is because of this immortal Gu that Gu immortals covet it. Feng Tianyu's eyes shined, this is too mystical. A mortal Gu master's body can actually give birth to an immortal Gu. More importantly, the Ni clan village that was exterminated was only a branch of their bloodline. In several locations in southern border, there are still clansmen who are related to them by blood. Xianxia, so you want to? Feng Tianyu nodded. That's right, I want to ask clan leader to investigate this huge secret. If we can grasp this refinement path method, we will be able to refine immortal Gu as mortals. Xianxia pondered for a while before saying, Then go, I will assign a few more people to you. No need, no need. Feng Tianyu waved his hand, I have rank 5 cultivation. Even if I send rank 4 Gu masters, they will only hold me back. Moreover, if I can make such a contribution, it will definitely be a huge contribution. I need to accumulate contributions so that I can have a chance to meet Lord Feng Yuan in the future. Xianxia nodded. Feng Tianyu's attitude was so firm, she could only let him go. Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Yellow Heaven. A group of Gu masters with the same surname arrived at the Gold Fragment River. An old clan leader with white hair and rank 5 cultivation shouted in front of the group with his back facing the Gold Fragment River. It has been more than 10 years since I mysteriously came here from southern border. Although I don't know the reason, it is definitely a Gu immortal level existence. Our Ni clan's bloodline has gathered here. In these 10 years our Ni clan has grown stronger, the number of Gu masters has increased by more than 10 times. But recently this mysterious place's weather has become unpredictable and dangers keep appearing. Right now, everyone is facing a life and death crisis. Chapter 2145. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Western Desert. A huge pitch-black city was spread across the desert. This was a majestic city with a grand layout and strict structure. The entire city wall was hexagonal, it was weathered by wind and rain. The city wall was over 100 li in circumference, it was over 100 feet tall and several feet thick. Ordinary people could see this black city from far away when standing in the desert, it was like a giant pitch-black beast crawling on the yellowish-brown ground. And when standing close by, one would have to raise their head to barely see the towering city wall and the huge city gate. There were towers at every corner of the city walls, and they were densely packed with holes for shooting arrows. Every few li there was a wide path for horses to enter the city. There were also hidden weapon caves in the city wall. After passing the city wall, one would see the bustling world inside the city. The streets in the city were crisscrossed, there were shops, palaces and houses everywhere. There was an endless flow of people and carriages. It was bustling with noise and bustling. This was Inkman City. It was created by the legendary Inkman Gu Immortal Yen. It was equivalent to half of Emperor City, but was later taken over by Feng Yuan and moved to Mini Western Desert. At this moment, 2 Inkman Gu Immortals, Mo Tan Sang and Mo Chi Yi, were floating in the air, looking at the surroundings with solemn expressions. In the past 3 days, these poison vines and windmill trees have spread for over 10 li. They are only 10 li away from Inkman City now. Emo Tansang said. Mo Chi frowned. We have already tried to clean them up over 10 times, but every time we clean them, they will grow back again. Are we really going to have to move again? Right now, around Inkman City, there was an astonishing amount of vegetation. These vegetation consisted of purple-black poison vines and huge green-gold windmill trees. It was like a terrifying tsunami of vegetation that wanted to swallow everything in its surroundings. Mo Chi sighed. Desolate plants have already started to grow in this area. It will be more difficult for us to deal with them. If we cannot deal with the root, even if we clean them up thousands of times, it will not solve the root problem. I thought we had moved to a good place, but to think that the living environment here is 10 to 100 times worse than northern plains. Mo Tansang patted Mo Chi's shoulder. Master has already sent people to help us. It is better if you don't complain. Mo Chi immediately kept quiet. His master was the #1 devil in the world. He was cold and merciless, and his methods were ruthless. Look, our reinforcements are here. Mo Tansang suddenly revealed a joyful expression as he pointed at the distant horizon. Mo Chi looked over and saw 4 Gu Immortals flying over. 2 Snowman Gu Immortals, 1 Hairy Man Gu Immortal, and 1 Mushroom Man Gu Immortal. One of them was a snowman female immortal. She was tall and slender, she had blue eyes and hair, and her skin was as fair as jade. It was Shuer. Mo Tansang and Mo Chi hurriedly bowed. Snow's identity was very special. Back then, Feng Yuan had a chance encounter with her, and Shuer was Feng Yuan's fiancée on the surface. Of course, Feng Yuan had never admitted it, but he did not deny it either. The snowman race, especially Bing Yuan who was behind Shuer, had been spreading this relationship. Everyone in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Gu Immortal world knew about it. I didn't expect to trouble Lady Snow to come here personally. With everyone's help, it seems like our Inkman City's crisis can be resolved. Mo Tansang and Mo Chi said respectfully. Shuer spoke. Even though the Inkmen and Snowmen are of different races, we have already cooperated since we were in Northern Plains. I came here this time to help both of you, and also to ask you to return and help our Snowman race after the matter is over. The Snowman race was currently residing in Kokitahara. They were also in trouble. The 2 Inkman Immortals quickly expressed that they would do their best to help. Bing Yuan said, on the way here we have already inspected the area. Shuer and I will use our full strength to activate our ice and snow killer moves to freeze and slow down the growth of the vegetation. We will buy time for you. The Hairy Mangu Immortal said, I brought a large number of Hairy Mangu masters this time. We will do our best to modify Inkman City and turn it into a single entity, forming a huge Gu house. In the future it will be very convenient to relocate. The Mushroom Man Gu Immortal said, I can resolve the problem of the poisonous vines. These poisonous vines are a disaster to you, but to my Mushroom Man race they are a great cultivation resource. Furthermore, I have already found the source of the poisonous vines. I can use the poisonous vines to fight poison with poison. This area of vegetation will be stabilized temporarily. The 2 Inkman Gu Immortals heard this and were both joyful and worried. Mo Tansang asked the Hairy Man Gu Immortal. During Northern Plains era, Inkman City had over 800,000 people. Now it has over 1,200,000 people. Modifying Inkman City might affect the people's livelihood. Master has been instructing me to do my best to protect the lives of the people and help them develop. The Hairy Man Gu Immortal stretched out his hand, interrupting Mo Tansang. Don't worry too much. Our Langya sect has already received Master's orders to modify all the cities in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Each city has a specific blueprint. Most of the cities will become Mortal Gu houses, while several large cities will become Immortal Gu houses. I have to congratulate you. Inkman City will become one of these Immortal Gu houses. Mo Tansang and Mo Chi looked at each other, seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. Mo Tansang was tongue-tied. He could not help but ask, isn't this investment too huge? Master is actually so resolute. I naturally hope that such a thing will happen more often, but if this delays Master's cultivation and occupies too many of Master's Immortal Gu, wouldn't that be our sin? The Hairy Man Gu Immortal laughed loudly. You are underestimating Master. How can you guess the Lord's great talent and strategy? Master's refinement path attainment has already surpassed the predecessors. It has reached a level that you and I cannot estimate. This evaluation was not made by me, but by my tribe's land spirit of Langya. Right now, it is extremely easy for Master to refine Immortal Gu. You did not see those blueprints, they are all different and exquisite. Any one of them would require those ordinary Gu immortals to spend several years or even more than a decade to think about it. But these were all randomly thought up by the Lord after spending half a cup of tea. My Lord's attainments and wealth are like the mountains and the seas. The investment you see is just a drop in the bucket for my Lord. When this hairy man Gu immortal mentioned Fang Yuan, his eyes were filled with fanatical worship. I said the wrong thing, I deserve to be punished. Mo Tan Sang quickly apologized. That mushroom man Gu immortal added, even though we mushroom men have just moved to this world, we immediately recognize that this world has endless potential. To create the sovereign immortal aperture, Shadow Sect has used up all of its resources. Most importantly, it can display its unparalleled might in the hands of a brilliant master like Master. Every time Master annexes Grotto Heavens or Blessed Lands, the Tao marks in the sovereign world would increase sharply, countless territories would appear out of nowhere. Let's not talk about other places, just look at these poisonous vines. Do you know? These poisonous vines have never appeared in the 5 regions, they are extremely poisonous. The mushroom man Gu immortal addressed Fang Yuan as master smoothly, he had no qualms about it. Even though they had just joined him, they were very optimistic about their future, they were filled with passion. Mini southern border. At the base of Firebird Mountain, Shi Cheng Zong, and the other Rockman Gu immortals were controlling an immortal Gu formation. The immortal Gu formation slowly displayed its might, the restless Firebird Mountain unwillingly calmed down. Success. Shi Cheng let out a breath of air, he relaxed. Shi Zong said, Master annexed Fire Plain Grotto Heaven as well as the immortal apertures of Fire Plain Grotto Heaven Lord and many other Gu immortals, causing the sovereign immortal aperture's fire path Tao marks to increase sharply. This Firebird Mountain was originally a volcano, it almost erupted, thankfully we discovered it in time and set up an immortal formation to suppress it. But from now on, we need to send one person to control the immortal formation, we cannot leave. Shi Cheng nodded, we have to do this, but this way the number of Gu immortals that our tribe can deploy is very small. Now we have one less. Shi Zong sighed, that's right. Our tribe's control of these territories is already so tight, you can imagine how troublesome it is for Master to take care of the entire sovereign immortal aperture. Shi Cheng, didn't Master gather many members of the Variant Human Alliance and station them in the sovereign immortal aperture to put out fires? It can't be helped, Master has been devouring apertures too frequently recently. The increase in Tao marks is too much, countless resources and paths cannot be accounted for. Shi Zong shook his head, what kind of person is Master? He should have known about these problems beforehand. We don't need to worry about Master, we need to take care of our territories. Like this Firebird Mountain, it is not enough to suppress it with an immortal formation. We need to modify this Firebird Mountain and make it adapt to the environment. Shi Cheng agreed, that's right, in the past the resources evolved bit by bit over a long period of time. But here the Tao marks are increasing again and again, even the volcano is about to erupt. We need to modify it artificially to speed up the volcano's adaptation process. But in terms of fire path, we Rockmen are not proficient, we need to ask for help from Star Collection City. Mini Blue Heaven, Star Collection City. This place was managed by the previous Combat Beast King. Not long ago, this rank 8 Gu immortal had resisted the tribulation formed by 3,000 Heaven Path Tao marks during the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan. He had made a huge contribution. After that, Fang Yuan woke him up and personally healed him. Fang Yuan had annexed too many apertures, causing the sovereign immortal aperture to become unstable. Fang Yuan then made Star Collection City the main city and appointed him to manage the sovereign immortal aperture's internal affairs. The problem of Inkman City in Mini Western Desert has been resolved, good. Mini Southern Borders Firebird Mountain is also suppressed by the immortal formation. But we need Fire Path Gu immortals to modify the volcano? We need to coordinate. At this time an information path Gu worm flew over with a long cry. The old Combat Beast King's expression changed. Where did the rank 8 calamity appear? He quickly inspected the Gu worm and found that the source of the calamity was a huge wave of fire rain in Mini Red Heaven. Fire rain often appeared in Mini Red Heaven, and after the increase in fire path Tao marks, the fire rain appeared even more frequently. But this fire rain was different, it continued to grow and pierce through a lake of charcoal, forming a rank 6 killer move level meteor rain. The meteor rain entered Mini Orange Heaven and its power rose to rank 7 level. It then penetrated Mini Yellow Heaven and interacted with the metal path Tao marks, its power rose to rank 8. Oh no. Only I can deal with such a calamity. But it is too late to go now. The old combat beast king's face turned pale. He came from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, the Gu Immortals there viewed protecting mortals as their responsibility and honor. Chapter 2146. Ni Clan's Gu Masters were resisting the Gold Fragment River with all their strength. They first used mortal Gu to build a grand dam, then dug a ditch and diverted a portion of the river. The rising Gold Fragment River's surface level gradually decreased. However, there were many living beings living in the Gold Fragment River. Ni Clan's army invaded the territory of the fish beasts in the river. The diversion made these fish beasts even more terrified. All sorts of fish beasts came out of the river to attack from afar, while some ran ashore and roared as they attacked Ni Clan's Gu Masters. Ni Clan mainly cultivated Earth Path. Their most basic Gu worm was the rank 1 Mud Gu. Earth Path was good at defense. Ni Clan's Gu Masters had already formed defensive lines and were ready for battle. But the fish beasts were not only numerous, there were also powerful myriad beast kings. Under the frenzied attacks of the fish beast army, Ni Clan's Gu Masters' defensive lines were broken one by one. Persevere. Go. Take revenge for our clansmen. Persevere to the end and create the future of our clan. Mud and blood splattered. Gu Masters took turns to resist the fierce attacks of the fish beasts. Ni Clan's clansmen had come to the sovereign immortal aperture and were secretly nurtured by Feng Yuan. Thus there were many Gu Masters. Together with the strong pressure of survival in Mini Yellow Heaven, these Ni Clan clansmen had no choice but to unite and quickly developed a harmonious clan atmosphere where they helped each other. In this defensive battle, Ni Clan's army displayed astonishing battle strength and tenacious fighting spirit. Finally, the fish beasts gradually thinned out and Ni Clan's army managed to hold on. Ni Clan's army started to counterattack. The fish beasts did not have much internal organization to begin with, and now their situation turned for the worse. They were quickly defeated. Ni Clan's Gu Masters chased and left behind countless fish beast corpses along the way. These corpses were Gu materials, they were rich battle spoils. Ni Clan's Gu Masters fought their way to the Gold Fragment River's surface. All sorts of Gu worms attacked the river, creating countless golden waves. We won. Quick, set up the Gu formation, now is not the time to celebrate. Yes, we need to set up the Gu formation as soon as possible. Otherwise, new fish beasts will come from the main river. Ni Clan's Gu Masters set up the formation with all their might. They had prepared for this operation for over half a year. They already had a mature plan and deployment. However, just as their Gu formation was about to succeed, the whole of Gold Fragment River and even the cloud soil under their feet started to shake. What's going on? Are there more fish beasts attacking? Something's wrong. Something is very wrong. Look up, my God. The Gu Masters gasped. They raised their heads towards the sky and froze like rocks. Because they saw the meteor shower falling from the sky. Some of these meteorites were only 1 mu wide, while others were as large as mountains. There were tens of thousands of meteorites. A large number of meteors whistled through the air, dragging long scarlet flame tails behind them. They pressed against the air, carrying with them an unstoppable momentum as they heavily smashed down. It's over. Countless Ni Clan Gu Masters had pale expressions, without a trace of blood. Does heaven want my Ni clan to perish? In the deathly silent battlefield, an elderly Ni Clan Gu Master suddenly cried out in grief and anger. I can't accept this. The current Ni family's clan leader, who was also the current Ni Xiang, clenched his fists tightly. The plan is already halfway successful. Our clan has made such a tragic sacrifice to finally stop the flood, and a beautiful tomorrow is already waving at us. But today we are going to perish. Everyone felt despair in their hearts. The might of heaven and earth was so terrifying, these Ni Clan Gu Masters could not resist it at all. They felt their own insignificance, the deepest sorrow and helplessness of the weak. But right at this time, the bright sky that was illuminated by the meteor shower suddenly turned dark and eerie. Howl, 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 Ni Clan's Gu Masters heard waves of cries that seemed to come from the depths of hell. The temperature of the air seemed to be falling rapidly. Countless Gu Masters felt intense palpitation. What is that? Oh my God. A black giant. Ni Clan's Gu Masters were horrified. They stared at this scene with wide eyes. A giant slowly appeared. It was pitch black and eerie. Its body was so huge that when it bent its back and legs, it cast a huge shadow on the ground. The giant seemed to be moving slowly, but it was actually very fast as it stood up. Its height became even more terrifying. It truly had the posture of holding up the sky. Its shoulders were like floating clouds. The black giant had 2 heads. It stared with 4 terrifying ghostly eyes. The ghostly eyes were shining malevolently, the eerie black light was like a pillar that pierced through the sky. Its hundreds of arms were raised high, terrifying ghostly claws were spread out. It was like an extremely vicious and sinister black forest had formed in an instant. One of the pitch-black giant's heads opened its mouth and spat out a pitch-black soul river. The soul river surged and created huge waves, sweeping up a large number of meteors. The pitch-black giant's other mouth opened and sucked. Many small meteors were directly sucked into its stomach. Bam bam bam. His ghostly claws and giant arms moved, catching the meteorites that were the size of small mountains. Waves surged in the Ni clansmen's hearts. This is truly holding up the sky, stepping on the earth, plucking the stars and moon. There is such a terrifying monster hidden in this world. Compared to this giant, our Ni clan is not even an ant. The meteor shower was almost completely blocked by the black giant, only some fragments fell to the ground. These fragments fell bit by bit, some fell into the gold fragment river, some landed on the cloud soil continent. It was bound to have many unpredictable effects on the ecology of the continent. The meteor shower had no effect in the end. The black giant also retreated, its mountain-like body slowly disappeared in front of the Ni Clangu masters. After a long while, the Ni Clangu masters who had survived the calamity burst into earth-shattering cheers. And the greatest contributor, the black giant, turned into a ray of soul light and entered Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body again. That's right. This black soul giant was the soul of Fang Yuan's main body. After Fang Yuan inherited the Shadow Sect true inheritance, he obtained the supreme cultivation method of soul path. This method specialized in the cultivation of the soul. It was divided into 2 levels. The first level was man soul. It started from 10-man soul, 100-man soul, 1000-man soul, and so on, up to 100 million man soul at the highest. 100 million man soul was the limit of the human body. It started to turn from phantom to solid, interfering with matter. The second level was desolate soul. Because Fate Gu was destroyed by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable found a way to break through the limits of man soul. After breaking through to desolate soul, the essence of the soul had already changed. Just the soul alone could have the battle strength of a desolate level soul beast. Fang Yuan's soul had already reached desolate soul level. His soul cultivation had never stopped. It had already reached 60 million desolate soul. 10 desolate soul, 100 desolate soul, 1000 desolate soul, 10,000 desolate soul, 100,000 desolate soul, 1 million desolate soul, 10 million desolate soul, 100 million desolate soul. At 100 million desolate soul, there were 3 6,000 arms demon souls with quasi-rank 9 battle strength. They could directly resist all kinds of myriad tribulations, defy heaven and earth, slaughter deities and ghosts, shocking the world. This was also the peak of the entire soul foundation. It was the limit that the whole world could contain. 100 million desolate soul had 3 heads and 1,000 arms. Fang Yuan had not reached it yet. Fang Yuan's soul cultivation was similar to Spectral Soul Demon Venerables. They both had 2 heads and over 600 arms. Spectral Soul's cultivation method is truly amazing. This soul alone has the battle prowess of a pseudo-immortal paragon. If it uses immortal essence, it can even activate a killer move. Most importantly, this killer move is not activated by goo worms. It is an arrangement of Dao marks. It is almost an innate ability. Fang Yuan pondered. When his soul manifested earlier and fought alone, the surging soul river he spat out was a reference to Spectral Soul's ability during the pursuit battle with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan followed Spectral Soul's method and turned the soul core killer move he learned into soul path Dao marks, imprinting them on his soul. Thus, this soul river killer move became an innate ability of Fang Yuan's soul. In the future, as long as the relevant Dao mark arrangement was not destroyed, Fang Yuan could quickly activate it without using any goo worms. This was an extremely simple, convenient and quick method. Soul cultivation innate ability, totem killer move, formation path great grandmaster using natural Dao marks to set up formations. All sorts of methods will eventually lead to the same goal. With Fang Clan's supply, I do not lack soul cores. It is not difficult to cultivate to the peak of 100 million desolate soul. This method can be used as one of my trump cards. I cannot use it casually outside. The 5 regions and 2 heavens were monitored by Providence. If Fang Yuan used this method, Providence would know. But there was no such threat in the sovereign immortal aperture. Let's see how the situation is. Fang Yuan activated cooking luck pot again, inspecting his luck. Fang Yuan frowned. His luck was not good. During this period of time, his silver light pillar was getting looser. It was showing signs of collapsing. At the top of the silver light pillar, the 3 clouds were also changing. The starlight cloud held the upper hand. This indicated that star constellation Immortal Venerable was the biggest threat. And below them was Spectral Soul's pitch-black luck cloud. Although it was suppressed by the starlight cloud, some of the black chi that spread out was like roots that penetrated Fang Yuan's silver light pillar. It seemed like it was going to sprout. As for the golden cloud that represented Giant Sun, it had become much thicker. Although it was suppressed by the other two clouds, it was showing signs of accumulating power. Around the silver pillar of light, apart from the previous clumps of clouds, another strange phenomenon appeared. A small mound that seemed to be there and not there was a faint shadow on the surface of the silver light pillar. Southern border. Feng Tianyu was travel-worn. He stopped his footsteps. He breathed roughly. We are finally here. Feng Tianyu's journey was very difficult. He wanted to find the other branches of Ni clan, but he could not find anything. This was natural. Before he came, Fang Yuan had already moved all the Ni clan clansmen away. Feng Tianyu was very disappointed that he did not make any contribution. But along the way he unexpectedly discovered that this Ni Jian sludge monster could devour earth goo materials and continuously increase its battle strength. Those Ni clan clansmen have disappeared mysteriously. If I return with my tail between my legs, it will be hard to explain. It is also not my style. I should raise this sludge monster's battle strength. When Xianxia asks me questions I can answer them. Thereupon Feng Tianyu rushed all the way to Rotten Mud Mountain. Although the putrid mud mountain was not famous, it was still a famous mountain when one truly considered it. Although there were poison path Dao marks, most of them were earth path Dao marks. These earth goo materials could be found all over the mountain. They were suitable for feeding in Jian. There seems to be a beast tied here. The goo master village at the foot of the mountain was destroyed. Forget it, I will explore by myself. Feng Tianyu had rank 5 cultivation level, and with Ni Jian by his side along the way, he let Ni Jian devour any suitable earth goo materials. Feng Tianyu stayed on the mountain for several days and nights. He arrived at a certain place. Suddenly, Ni Jian spat out the earth goo materials. Chapter 2147. This luck. Feng Yuan frowned slightly. During this period of development, his luck had also developed, but it was already suppressed by the 3 venerables, and now this trend was even more obvious. My development and improvement are truly rapid, but the 3 venerables are truly extraordinary. They are actually able to stabilize the situation. If my luck condenses, the situation might change. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. He needed to stabilize the Sovereign Immortal Aperture now. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's troubles were increasing. It was not like what Feng Yuan had expected. The abnormalities would decrease as time passed. Without a choice, Feng Yuan let in many of the variant human alliance's goo immortals. Relying on these goo immortals to work around day and night, along with his frequent actions, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's turbulent situation was temporarily stabilized. On the other hand, he needed to create a suitable combat system. Most importantly, he needed to become a venerable in refinement path. Becoming a venerable would undergo a qualitative change. Refinement path was divided into 2 goo refinement paths, Hairy Man Nature Style and Human Isolation Style. Feng Yuan's Hairy Man Nature Style was already at the peak. He could not improve any further. He was currently exploring the peak of Human Isolation Style. He had seen Qingchao's glory, and also had the refinement method of accumulate virtue goo from Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance. He had a deep understanding of this. Ni clan's bloodline could condense immortal goo. It was also because Ni clan's goo immortal Ni Ren used a human path goo refinement method. In fact, this was very similar to the method Red Lotus Demon Venerable used to destroy fake goo to prevent it from appearing again. If I can reverse deduce Ni Ren's goo refinement method from Ni clan, I will be able to fill a huge gap in refinement path. I might even be able to become a refinement path supreme grandmaster. The best situation was for Feng Yuan to advance to venerable before Feng Yuan entered Crazed Demon Cave. This was the safest option. If he could not become a refinement path venerable, he would settle for the next best thing, to raise his strength to his current limit. One was to get rid of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's hidden dangers and annex all of the 2 heavens grotto heavens, to reach its greatest foundation. The second was to form his own combat system. Crazed Demon Cave was the biggest challenge Feng Yuan faced, because he wasn't facing just one immortal exalt, but several. Currently there were Star Constellation, Spectral Soul, Giant Sun, Paradise Earth, and Limitless. But almost all the other venerables had also entered the Crazed Demon Cave to explore. At that time it was hard to say who would jump out. Especially now that the River of Time was in chaos, Even if Fang Yuan's spring-autumn cicada was refined to the 8th rank, he could not use it. Fang Yuan only had one chance. Finally, Fang Yuan shifted his gaze to the surface of the silver light pillar. The cloud earlier represented heaven's envy immortal goo. Fang Yuan already knew about it. But what's with this vague projection of a protruding hill? Fang Yuan couldn't figure it out. Southern border, rotten mud mountain. Nature is really wonderful. There are actually chi path goo materials in this rotten mud mountain. Feng Tianyu clicked his tongue in amazement. These goo materials had no value to Nijian, because Nijian needed to increase his earth path Dao marks to recover his strength. What Feng Tianyu didn't know was that this soil contained chi path and was not natural. Not long ago, Kong Sheng activated the killer move Providence Will and used Hu Lan to create it. Kong Ri Tian, Central Continent's 4 great obscenities, and Wang Xiao Air had escaped successfully. Now they were nowhere to be found. It's a little strange, this chi path soil is a little too much. Is there a chi path immortal material buried deep underground? It has no source, how can there be so much chi path soil? Feng Tianyu trudged along the way, feeling more and more suspicious. He was a refinement path master after all, he had great knowledge. He looked around and finally stopped at a place, ordering an IGN to dig with all his might. However, after spending 2 days and 2 nights, Feng Tianyu did not find anything good after digging deep underground. After Wu Clan's Gu Immortals secretly took away Hu Land, they had naturally dealt with it. Even Gu Immortals would not be able to find anything by just looking at the chi path soil here. After all, during this period of time, chi tides had swept the world, chi path Gu materials were growing everywhere. Western Desert. Sand heap blessed land was constantly being explored because of the chi tides. However, the environment here was very dangerous. In the sky, intense winds raged, carrying sand and cutting people's faces like knives. On the ground, there were undulating waves of sand. If one was careless, they would be buried by the sand waves that were several meters tall. The only place people could step on were the sandbags that were exposed in the sand waves. There were big and small sandbags, even the smallest one was the size of a small mountain. In the space inside the sandbag, not only was it peaceful, there were also large amounts of cultivation resources. At this time, in a sandbag, a group of Gu masters were surrounding a rank 5 Gu material. The atmosphere was solemn. I saw this wisdom bead grass first. Bullshit. We were the ones who discovered it first. Everyone who saw it has a share. What is the point of talking about who discovered it first? The Gu masters were arguing when suddenly one of them attacked. The others were caught off guard. The one who was sneak attacked was heavily injured on the spot, shouting in anger, "Emoli, you have guts, you actually dared to attack me." The other Gu masters immediately scattered, guarding against each other while staring at the Gu master who attacked. This Gu master had a middle-aged appearance, his head was wrapped in a white headscarf, he had a beard and triangular eyes that shone with a cold light. He sneered, "Among everyone, I am most wary of you. Now that you are heavily injured, my biggest obstacle is gone. Haha, you are all going to die." The Gu masters present were stunned before erupting in anger. "Emoli, you have gone mad. All right. Let me see what ability you have to say such words. Hehe, you have angered everyone. Everyone, let's attack together and kill this bastard first." Facing the encirclement, Emoli was eager to give it a try, his battle intent surging. "Come, I will show you my true strength." His whole body started to flicker with blue lightning. Next, he slowly floated up into the air. The originally chaotic and disorderly lightning arcs turned into clear wires that formed the shape of clothes, wrapping around Emoli's body. The killer move activated successfully. Emoli shouted, "Golden red armor." Crack crack crack. Pieces of armor immediately appeared on his body. Over 100 pieces of armor were arranged according to the lines of the wires and connected into a whole body. In the blink of an eye, Emoli had already put on a full body armor. This armor shone with a metallic luster. The red and gold colors looked mighty and domineering. Emoli activated his battle armor and charged towards the group of Gu masters like an eagle. The Gu masters first attacked crazily, but the golden red armor did not budge, it was not damaged at all, only a layer of black ash appeared on its surface. The Gu masters were pale with fright, they quickly dodged and defended. Emoli only activated the armor to charge around, but many Gu masters were killed on the spot. The remaining Gu masters lost their fighting spirit, they split into several directions and escaped in a sorry state. Emoli sneered inside the armor, activating the killer move that came with the armor. At the next moment, the golden red armor stretched out its palms, a circular pattern shining on its palms. From the circular pattern, several blue lightning arrows suddenly shot out. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The lightning arrows were like a clap of thunder, killing all the Gu masters who were frantically trying to escape, not leaving a single one alive. The battlefield immediately calmed down. Immortal slowly landed on the ground, the golden red armor broke apart into pieces and disappeared. Then the wire clothes that served as the lining also slowly dissipated into the air. Immortal half knelt on the ground, he was sweating profusely and breathing roughly. Although this golden red armor killer move has unparalleled power, the consumption is too high. In just a few dozen breaths of time, my primeval essence, stamina, mental energy, and thoughts are all depleted. If not for you helping me wholeheartedly, I would only be able to last half of the time with my own strength. Immortal muttered. Peng Da's soul appeared. Don't we have the wisdom bead grass now? With it we can refine computer goo. In the future, with the help of computer goo, the golden red armor killer move's consumption of mental energy and thoughts will be reduced by more than half. The duration of the killer move will be extended by at least 2 times. That's right. Immortal smiled, taking the wisdom bead grass. After Immortal killed Peng Da and snatched his thieving heaven true inheritance, he had been cultivating bitterly. The golden red armor killer move was his greatest achievement. With this killer move, Immortal's battle strength could surpass rank 5 Gu masters for a short period of time. And the reason why Peng Da cooperated with Immortal was because Immortal had encountered a life and death crisis in the previous journey. Immortal died, Peng Da's soul also perished. Immortal promised Peng Da that as long as he helped, Immortal would help Peng Da revive. Peng Da and Immortal thus reached an agreement to cooperate. Let's go, this place has already been plundered. Immortal drilled out of the sandbag and came outside. The sandstorm surged, almost blowing him into the sand waves. Immortal activated his defensive method, enduring the raging sandstorm as he sized up the surroundings. He could not see any other sandbags, only the sand waves. Immortal persevered for several minutes before finally seeing a new sandbag. Such a huge sandbag. This is the biggest sandbag I have ever seen. There must be a lot of resources inside. Immortal was overjoyed, he was about to fly over. Suddenly the sandbag exploded. A few figures flew out. Gu Immortals. Immortal's heart shook, he immediately shrunk back. Several Gu Immortals fought in the sky, their battle shook heaven and earth, even the sandstorm in the sky was dispersed. This is the might of Gu Immortals, it is truly terrifying. Even though I have the golden red armor, I cannot block the aftershocks of their battle. Immortal peaked, his heart was pounding and his mouth was dry. Immortal observed carefully and gradually found out the specific situation. Several Gu Immortals were attacking one person. This besieged Gu Immortal was laughing loudly and provoking others. He was not worried about his own situation at all. In the chaotic battle, another figure suddenly joined the battle. But this newly joined Gu Immortal quickly retreated, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The Gu Immortal who was attacked by this figure shouted anxiously, "Ling Husu, you dare to steal my Fang clan's things." Ling Husu laughed loudly, "Who asked you to be the closest to me? To think that you have so many soul cores. It seems that Fang clan's actions in Green Ghost Desert were very effective." Fang clan's Gu Immortal was anxious and furious. "Ling Husu, I advise you to put down these soul cores. Otherwise you'll be in big trouble." Chapter 2148. Ling Husu was a Western Desert demonic path Gu Immortal who cultivated theft path. Fang clan's Gu Immortal Dong Fang, she was furious. Sand Heap Blessed Land's opening was too sudden. Fang clan could not spare any manpower in a short period of time, he had to participate in this matter. He didn't expect that the batch of soul cores he had collected in the Cyan Ghost Desert would be stolen by Ling Husu during the chaotic battle. "These soul cores are for Fang Yuan. You must not lose it." Fang Dong was quite unlucky, he had a lot of resources in his immortal aperture, to think that the ones stolen were the indispensable ones. The secret of the cooperation between Fang clan and Fang Yuan could not be exposed. Fang Dongzi could not shout out loud, so he had no choice but to chase after Ling Husu. Ling Husu's cultivation had risen to rank 7 recently, his speed was extremely fast. Fang Dongzi had already made up his mind to not give up until he caught up to him. But just as he was about to leave, Shi Kong blocked him with a killer move. "Shi Kong, what are you trying to do?" Fang Dongshi was furious. Shi Kong sneered, "Fang Dongshi, you and these people have been besieging me for so long, and now you want to leave?" Dong Fangshi was so angry that the corners of his eyes twitched. "Shi Kong, you should be glad that I'm not participating in the siege. Have you reached some kind of agreement with Ling Husu? So it turns out that the Shi family is openly collaborating with the Devil Dao." As soon as Fang Dongxi opened his mouth, he splashed a basin of dirty water on him. However, Ling Husu had already disappeared after Shi Kang's interference. Shi Kang laughed wildly, full of vigor. I've been in seclusion for several years, and this is my first battle after coming out of seclusion. I must be famous throughout the world. Don't even think about running, come and fight. All of you will be the stepping stones for my fame. These words made the other Gu immortals' expressions turn grim. Fang Dongxi gnashed his teeth in anger. Shi Kang, you spoke rudely to us earlier, provoking us. That's why we surrounded you. However, since we are all on the righteous path, we all used our full strength. Now, not only did you make peace with Ling Husu, but you're also looking down on us. You're really courting death. Let's go. Alright, I also want to see what kind of technique fellow immortal Shi Kang has cultivated. Shi Kang, I haven't seen you for a few years, but you've become so bold. Do you think you're the only one who's improved? This time Dong Fangxi attacked first, the other Gu immortals got serious and fought by the side. Dong Fangxi fought for a while before another Gu immortal took over. Several Gu immortals started to take turns fighting Shi Kang. Shi Kang didn't even have a chance to catch his breath. The pressure suddenly soared, and it was several times higher than before. The battle situation was rapidly deteriorating for him, but he laughed loudly in excitement. Come on, come on. The Gu immortals fought intensely. Mo Li, who was watching from below, gritted his teeth and jumped, flying towards the largest sandbag. Earlier, the Gu immortals flew out of this sandbag. The resources that the Gu immortals did not want were definitely left behind. Fortune is found in danger. Mo Li was originally a businessman, so his gambling and adventurous spirit were stimulated. After entering the sandbag, the sounds of Gu immortals fighting outside could still be heard. Mo Li soon found that his decision was correct. He continued to move deeper, collecting large numbers of Gu materials along the way. Originally, there were many wild beasts and vicious plants in the sandbag, but because the Gu immortals had explored it, the ecology was completely destroyed. There were corpses of wild beasts everywhere. There were no ordinary thousand beast kings or even myriad beast kings. Gu immortals did not want these resources and could casually throw them away, but to Mo Li they were incomparably abundant. It was as if he had picked up countless battle spoils for free. I'm rich, I'm really rich. Mo Li was extremely excited. He also discovered many huge pits as well as terrifying poisonous blood. Clearly, desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts were taken care of by the Gu immortals, but the huge ruins were silently telling the horror of the immortal war. If I had explored it, I would have become the food of these vicious beasts. Thanks to the Gu immortals' exploration, Mo Li went deep into the core area of the sandbag. This place originally had the most valuable resources in the entire sandbag, but Mo Li did not find any. Evidently, the Gu immortals had already found this place. If there really was an immortal material left behind, even if it was just a leaf, it would be a huge fortune. Mo Li was not resigned to this. Since he was already here, he might as well search the entire place. In the end, he really found a huge rock buried underground. This is a rank 4 Gu material, flying rock. It contains Chi Path and Earth Path Dao marks. Mo Li sighed. This harvest was far from what he had expected, but it was better than nothing. Mo Li was just about to carry this huge flying rock away when the flying rock suddenly cracked. A young man fell down from the rubble. What is this? Mo Li was shocked. His curiosity was piqued. This young man was clearly immortal. How could he appear here and be sealed by the flying rock? Mo Li woke up this mortal young man. The young man revealed his identity. I am Central Continent's Wang Xiao heir. Uncle, thank you for saving me. Where is this? Mo Li laughed sinisterly, grabbing Wang Xiao heir's collar. Speak, how did you get here? Wang Xiao heir stammered. I don't know either. It turned out that back then on southern borders Rotten Mud Mountain, Kongxing Providence will activated an immortal killer move and used to land to transport everyone away. But he had said that this killer move could only be used to transport people at will. He could not determine the location. Wang Xiao heir flew like this until he arrived in Western Desert, and coincidentally landed here. For some reason, he was sealed by the flying rock and mysteriously fell into a deep sleep for a period of time. Although Wang Xiao heir understood some of the reasons, he wanted to keep the secret of the 4 great obscenities of Central Continent a secret. Mo Li was experienced. Seeing Wang Xiao heir's expression, he immediately knew he was lying. Bam! Mo Li punched Wang Xiao heir's nose. Blood flowed out as he said fiercely, Speak the truth, tell me everything you know, otherwise I will make you wish you were dead. Peng Da's soul suddenly appeared and stopped Mo Li. Stop! Mo Li looked at Peng Da's soul with a fierce light flickering in his eyes. Brat, what are you trying to do? Peng Da's soul gritted his teeth. Uncle Immortal, you are a rank 5 Gu master while he is only a child, a mortal. Why are you trying to kill him? I once met Uncle Immortal, he was the one who saved me from the desert, he was the one who told me to help each other when making a living outside. Uncle, don't let hatred cloud your conscience. You are not such a person. Shut up. Immortal was furious, he waved his hand and sent Peng Da's soul flying. How do you know I am not such a person? Even if I was not in the past now, people change. Immortal walked towards the petrified Wang Xiao heir. Since you do not want me to speak, I will search your soul. Wang Xiao heir suddenly screamed, pointing at Peng Da's soul. Ghost, a ghost appeared, it is a ghost. Peng Da's soul, making a fuss over nothing. Do you believe that I will turn you into a ghost later? Immortal punched Wang Xiao heir, sending him to the ground. The moment he said that, a mystical existence suddenly appeared and laughed. Good, very good. Young man, I have high hopes for you. Immortal, Wang Xiao heir and Peng Da's soul's expressions froze. 3 pairs of eyes stared at this existence that suddenly appeared. Wang Xiao heir shouted, a pig that can talk? But why does it only have a pig's head and no body? Immortal, however, was shaking in excitement. Fool, this is Sand Heap Blessed Land's land spirit. Immortal walked towards the land spirit. Speak, land spirit, what are your conditions for becoming a master? The pig-headed land spirit floated above Wang Xiao heir's head, looking down at him. My condition is very simple, whoever can take the most beating will be my master. Next it smiled at Wang Xiao heir. Young man, I have high hopes for you. Peng Da's soul came to a realization. I understand, no wonder that Gu Immortal outside called Shirkong was so arrogant, trying all ways to take a beating. The pig-headed land spirit smiled. That Gu Immortal was beaten up by an ancient desolate beast for a while, thus he met me and learned about the conditions. But he did not understand, it was not the person who was beaten up more fiercely and suffered more injuries that could become the blessed land's master. Taking a beating is a great undertaking. Not only does it require the ability to take a beating, it also requires perseverance and an indomitable spirit to take a beating. Look at this young man, he is clearly lying, but even when he is being beaten up, he is still stubborn in front of an existence so strong that he cannot resist. This kind of spirit to take a beating is very admirable. So there is such a saying. Immortal's eyes immediately shined with bright light. At this moment he saw hope in competing for the blessed land's master position. The continuous battle in the sky was still going on. But as the attacking Gu Immortals fought, they felt something amiss. Shirkong, this is your strength after closed cultivation? You are already having difficulty speaking. If we did not hold back, you would have been beaten to death already. A Gu Immortal sneered. Shirkang's face was already swollen from the beating, his vision was blurry but he laughed loudly. Fu Shura. I'm very good at it. My claws are very good, let's meet up again in the fog, it is an unwritten rule. Another Gu Immortal said, seeing that our tribe and Shir tribe have a close relationship and have an alliance agreement, Shirkong, step down. How many times have you vomited blood from the beating? If you continue you will vomit everything. Shirkong wanted to retort, but he suddenly lowered his head and vomited a mouthful of blood. Fang Pai. I have too many acupoints, I can only vomit 1 or 2 acupoints. Fang Dong, she sneered. Shirkong, even if you are most proficient in defensive killer moves and can turn into a rockman, you cannot hold on anymore. This battle has already made you the laughingstock of Western Desert's Gu Immortal world. If you continue you will lose your limbs. If you know what is good for you, obediently hand over a sum of resources to make up for my losses. My Fang clan can let bygones be bygones. Western Desert's righteous path had rules, everyone should stop when competing for inheritances. Sand Heap Blessed Land's resources were not worth the Gu Immortals risking their lives. Shirkong was beaten up so miserably, it was already beyond the scope of an ordinary contest. They could not kill him and let Shir clan take revenge, escalating the conflict, right? This was a situation that none of the Gu Immortals, including Fang clan, wanted to see. Shirkong raised his head, he had just opened his mouth when his body slightly exerted force, causing his right thigh to fall with a loud thud. Shirkong quickly grabbed his right thigh and pressed it against the broken area, activating a killer move. The rock crack quickly closed, his rockman form was temporarily whole again. Chapter 2149. At this point Dong Fangshi and the rest stopped. Something is strange. This is too strange. This does not follow common sense. Shirkong is not someone who wants to die, he is so reluctant, there must be a greater benefit behind this. As for what benefit, the Gu Immortals had the same guess. Shere Khan came in with us and he only entered the sandbag just now. Don't tell me? The Gu immortals suddenly flew down, charging into the sandbag again. Shere Khan was really anxious now. He quickly chased after them. He continued to shout, but the immortals ignored him. The immortals arrived at the center of the sandbag at lightning speed. They saw an unsightly scene at the same time. They saw Immortal lying on the ground with his legs spread apart. He was trembling in pain and gritting his teeth. Meanwhile, Xianxia was standing in front of him, constantly stepping on the center of Immortal's legs, the most vital part of a man. On the other side, Pring Da's soul was also attacking Immortal. And the one who attracted the Gu immortals' attention the most was the pig-headed land spirit. The pig-headed land spirit cheered loudly. Good, such a method of getting beaten is truly amazing. What moved me even more was his spirit. What kind of spirit was this? What kind of spirit was this? He exposed his vital parts and allowed the outside world to attack him brutally. But you, Immortal, persevered and never had any thoughts of giving up. This is such fearless courage. Your spirit is so bright, I am deeply moved. Then you, are you so moved that you wanna, are you going to recognize me as, master? Immortal cried out while crying in pain. The pig-headed land spirit had a solemn expression. Soon. You have already surpassed that Shere Khan. Immortal was about to cry. You said that earlier, Stop them. Dong Feng, she shouted first. Mere mortals want to encroach on the blessed land? The Gu immortals attacked one after another. Shere Khan was among them. He was covered in cold sweat, rejoicing. Even though the other Gu immortals discovered his secret, if not for this, he would have been defeated by this audacious mortal. The immortal moves were like a tsunami, engulfing everything. Immortal and the rest turned pale from fright. Oh my God. Xianxia covered his head and scurried away. Land spirit, save me. Immortal laid on the ground, his legs trembling as he shouted. The pig-headed land spirit shook his head and fled. I won't save you. If you want to be my master, you have to have the spirit to take a beating, and even more so, you have to have the strength to take a beating. But the moment Immortal was about to die, there was a loud explosion as all the killer moves were broken. Who is it? Come out. 3 mysterious figures slowly appeared in the corner. Their bodies were enveloped by a layer of profound light, and their appearances and figures were extremely blurry. They maintained their silence, standing there quietly. However, their auras were closely linked together, suppressing the Western Desert righteous path. The pupils of Dong Fengshi and the others constricted as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Such profound light and such a figure. You are the legendary Yi clan. Western Desert Yi family? Is there really such a super family? In the Western Desert there existed a hidden super clan. They were extremely powerful and had a long history. They seemed to have existed since the ancient times and were unfathomable. But this was only a rumor among Western Desert super forces. There was no concrete evidence to prove this. Since you know it is our Yi clan, then leave. One of the 3 mysterious figures suddenly spoke. His voice had also been processed. It was neither male nor female, it was very hoarse. Dong Fengshi snorted coldly. Hiding in the shadows, whether you are Yi clan or not is another matter. You want us to leave like this? Aren't you being too arrogant? You are even more arrogant than Shere Khan. Shere Khan rubbed his nose. He was just about to speak when someone said, Look at the price of Shere Khan's arrogance. This is your outcome. Shere Khan. A chaotic battle broke out again. Yi clan's 3 Gu immortals cooperated very well. They had clearly trained together for many years. They immediately gained the upper hand when they attacked together. Although Western Desert's righteous path side was at a disadvantage, they clearly had the advantage in numbers. The pig-headed land spirit floated at the edge of the battlefield, excitedly watching the battle, adding a crucial element to this chaotic battle. In order to become the owner of the blessed land, the Gu immortals focused on defense. If they could dodge, they would not evade, instead they would attack head-on. They even fought over Immortal. After all, he was the most favored person by the land spirit. If they could help him ascend, they would be able to win this battle. Finally, after a strange battle, Immortal was taken away by Yi clan. Xianxia was casually captured by Dong Fengshi. And the person who became the owner of the blessed land was Gu immortal Shere Khan. This result did not let down his previous hard work. Dong Fengshi returned to Feng clan and reported the results. This matter concerned Feng Yuan. Feng clan's first supreme elder Feng Gong immediately gathered the clan's Gu immortals to discuss this matter. Ling Husu deserves to be killed. The problem now is how to explain this to Feng Yuan. Tell us the truth and let Feng Yuan kill you, Ling Husu. but conceal the transaction between our clan and Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is the #1 demon in the current world. He cultivates all paths. The reason why we cannot do anything to Ling Husu is because he cultivates theft path and is proficient in escaping. If Fang Yuan makes a move, Ling Husu will definitely die a miserable death. No. Fang Dichang shook his head, directly rejecting this suggestion. His soul was traded to Fang clan by Fang Yuan and he regained his freedom. Right now, he had already seized a rank 5 Gu Master's body and was preparing to undergo immortal ascension again. He was one of the members of the discussion. Fang Dichang continued to analyze. Do you think this is more likely? Or is it more likely that Fang Yuan will come to find trouble with us? What did Fang Yuan value in the transaction with our clan? It is because our clan is closest to Green Ghost Desert. He needs a vast number of soul cores to cultivate his soul. After all, he is someone who inherited Shadow Sect's true inheritance. If our Grand Fang clan can't even do this well, in Fang Yuan's eyes, we will no doubt lose the value of cooperation and exploitation. At that time, what will he do? Fang clan's immortals felt a chill in their hearts after hearing this analysis. Fang Gong nodded. I agree with Fang Dichang. Fang Yuan can trample Celestial Court underfoot. It is absolutely easy for him to deal with our Fang clan. Fang Yuan cannot be defeated. Besides this, our clan's transaction with Fang Yuan is also fruitful. Fang Yuan has many immortal materials. He is currently our clan's most important trading partner. Fang Dong, she said awkwardly, but the number of soul cores this time is not enough. Tomorrow is the time to deliver the goods. What reason can we use to delay it? If Fang Yuan investigates, he will understand the truth. But if we don't lie and tell the truth, won't the value of cooperation in Fang Yuan's eyes greatly decrease? Fang Dichang pondered. We need to tell the truth. But since we are not familiar with the soul cores, we will use other things to make up for it. As long as we can satisfy Fang Yuan, isn't it fine? Fang Huasheng was extremely vexed. Fang Yuan has a large number of venerable true inheritances and has extremely high standards. Our Fang clan indeed has some things that can satisfy Fang Yuan. But all of these things are our Fang clan's foundation. We can't hand over our foundation just because it was stolen by Ling Husu, right? Fang Dichang laughed heartily. Your thinking is too serious. In my opinion, this matter is very easy to resolve. Fang Gong asked, what's the plan? Fang Dichang said, didn't we already soul search that Wang Xiaoer's body? Even though he is only immortal, he is filled with mysteries and his experiences are quite wondrous. We have information about Hu Land. This secluded domain of heaven and earth should already be in Wu clan's hands. We might as well tell this information to Fang Yuan. He should be satisfied. Will this work? Someone was doubtful. Fang Dichang shook his head. Don't think of Fang Yuan as one of us. Spectral Soul and Qingqiu are already dead. Demon Immortal Qiju was suppressed and Qixi Ancestor was also defeated by him. He is now the #1 person in the world. Even if Wu clan is the #1 super force in southern border, it cannot protect Hu Land. Fang Gong nodded. Then let's do this. If Fang Yuan is not satisfied, we can only bleed again. Next he sighed. It is a pity about Hu Land. If only our clan knew about it, we would hide it and excavate it secretly. But now we can only give it to Fang Yuan. Fang Dichang had a solemn expression. Fang Yuan should be satisfied. This person is very terrifying. What is terrifying about him is not just his strength but also his breadth of mind. Those who achieve great things do not bother with trifles. His breadth of mind and shrewdness are simply unfathomable. What makes me shudder is that even though he is the #1 person in the world, he is still willing to make a deal with us. He will not show off if he can. This person is not someone our Fang clan can deal with, and also not someone the Celestial Court can deal with. I'm afraid only the resurrection of a legendary venerable can deal with such a terrifying demon. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Mini Yellow Heaven. In a certain corner of Ni clan, a Gu master who had been unconscious for several days finally woke up in a daze. I have also condensed an immortal Gu in my body. The Gu master's face was pale, but he could not conceal his joy. From today onwards, am I going to reach the peak of my life? The Gu master was very excited. He had rank 4 cultivation level and had come into contact with Ni clan's secrets. He had a good understanding of them. In the whole of Ni clan, there are 3 Gu masters who survived after the difficulty of bloodline condensation, including me, that is 4 people with immortal Gu. Once I have an immortal Gu, I will be Ni clan's 4th elder, even if my cultivation level has not reached rank 5. The Gu master's mind was filled with plans for a beautiful future, but he did not know that his condition these days and even his current thoughts were all seen by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan pondered, Ni Ren's method is indeed a refinement method of human isolation style. Ever since the split of Gold Fragment River, although Ni clan lost many Gu masters, the remaining Gu masters went through the cruel test of war and returned to the clan, showing signs of bloodline condensation. A total of over 40 people fainted from fever, but only 2 of them successfully woke up and refined immortal Gu in their bodies. Right at this time, a piece of information disrupted his thoughts. Chapter 2150. Southern Border Wu Clan. Over 50 Gu masters were gathered here. Greetings to First Supreme Elder. Greetings to First Supreme Elder Wuxia. Greetings to Mountain Moving Supreme Elder. The Gu masters greeted in unison. Their expressions were solemn, but they could not conceal their excitement. Wei Shen was among them. He had finally won in the cruel competition and obtained the opportunity to become an immortal, becoming one of them. Besides him, there was also Divine Dr. Xianxia and Wu Shintong. The latter had been revived by the Dead Sea Life Fishing Formation. There was also Zhong Yi, that Gu master from Western Desert, the lucky person who inherited the Fire Thunder True Inheritance. These 50 Gu masters were all geniuses of their time, but they were all elites that Wu clan had carefully selected. All of you rise. Wu Yong sat on the main seat, and to his left was Old Monster Mountain Moving. On his right was Wu clan's rank 7 Gu immortal Wu Qiao. How to ascend to immortal? I have already told you the important matters. For the next period of time, go into close cultivation. When you feel you can ascend to immortal, you can come out. Our Wu clan Gu immortals will do our best to help you resist the immortal ascension tribulation. You may leave. Wu Yong waved his hand. The 50 Gu masters retreated. Wu Yong smiled at Mountain Moving Old Monster. I will leave the matter of these Gu masters undergoing immortal ascension and tribulation to Mountain Moving Old Monster. Mountain Moving Old Monster was not a Wu clan Gu immortal. His name was Qin Jingsheng and he was originally a lone immortal. When Fang Yuan was disguised as Wu Yihai, the matter of Mount Snail happened and he made an agreement with Mountain Moving Old Monster. Mountain Moving Old Monster obtained most of Mount Snail's profits, but in name Mount Snail still belonged to Wu clan. Afterwards, Fang Yuan's identity was exposed and he was chased by Wu Yong. Mountain Moving Old Monster's situation became awkward. Wu Yong was a formidable character of the present age. How could he let go of this chance? He immediately took action and pressured Mountain Moving Old Monster. Using both carrot and stick, he finally made Mountain Moving Old Monster an external supreme elder of Wu clan. Facing Wu Yong's appointment, Mountain Moving Old Monster quickly agreed. First Supreme Elder is broad-minded, this subordinate admires you greatly. I will do my best to ensure that the calamity does not harm anyone. All right. Wu Yong laughed heartily. I, Wu Yong, will also guarantee that when I take control of the Wu clan, I will definitely ensure fairness in rewards and punishments. This subordinate will take his leave. I will make preparations as soon as I return. Old Monster Mountain Moving left. He knew the deeper meaning behind Wu Yong's actions. He was a guest elder of the Wu clan, and a guest elder of a clan would definitely be ostracized. But Wu Yong's actions were too amazing. He actually nurtured so many Gu immortal seeds at once. What worried Mountain Moving Old Monster the most was that most of these 50 or so Gu masters were from other tribes. Wu Yong appointed Mountain Moving Old Monster to handle this matter. On one hand, he was afraid that Wu clan's Gu immortals would secretly cause trouble. On the other hand, he wanted to appease Mountain Moving Old Monster. He wanted to use his actions to tell him, I, Wu Yong, am completely different from ordinary leaders. After Mountain Moving Monster left, Wu Yong turned his gaze back to Wu Qiao. Wu Qiao had been maintaining his silence, feeling restless under Wu Yong's gaze. Wu Qiao was once one of Wu clan's 3rd supreme elders. He had a high status and authority. But after being infiltrated by Qiao clan Fang Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai, he was the one in charge of providing support. This was a betrayal of Wu clan's benefits. Wu Qiao then went to guard Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, but could not defend him, causing him to fall into enemy hands. This became a huge stain on his reputation. After Wu Yong ascended to the position, he suppressed Wu Qiao to the extreme. Wu Qiao's situation worsened day by day. He had already been stripped of his position as the 3rd supreme elder. He was in a terrible state. Wu Qiao. Wu Yong spoke. I have nurtured so many Gu immortal seeds this time, what do you think? Wu Qiao's forehead was already covered in sweat under Wu Yong's gaze. He breathed in deeply and stood up, cupping his fists and bowing, replying with extreme sincerity, reporting to Lord Wu Yong, this subordinate thinks that this action will go on for generations to come. the benefits far outweigh the disadvantages. This subordinate fully supports this. Wu Yong smiled. He picked up his cup and took a sip. Then he asked slowly, "Then tell me, how should I fully support this?" Wu Qiao breathed in deeply, saying the words that he had prepared long ago. Wu Yong did not deny it, he only nodded and put down his cup. "Go ahead." Wu Qiao was overjoyed. He quickly took his leave. When he left, he did not turn around and leave like mountain-moving old monster. He retreated to the door and bowed deeply to Wu Yong before leaving. His attitude could be said to be extremely respectful. In the discussion hall, only Wu Yong was left. He was expressionless, but he was sighing inwardly. This time he used all of Wu Clan's resources to nurture over 50 Gu masters for immortal ascension. It was an insane expenditure. Even with his current prestige, many of Wu Clan's Gu immortals were dissatisfied. The main reason was that out of the 50 Gu immortals that Wu Yong nurtured, only a small half were Wu Clan members, the rest were outsiders. Including Wu Ba Chong, many of Wu Clan's supreme elders thought that Wu Yong's actions were shaking Wu Clan's foundation. These short-sighted people. Wu Yong thought about these days these people were advising him openly or secretly, he could not help but snort coldly. Wu Clan's biggest problem was that they had few Gu immortals, they did not have enough manpower to defend their current territory, they were stretched thin. Not to mention expanding in the future. However, Wu Clan's Gu immortal seeds were few in number. Even though this standard had dropped by a bit, and some Wu Clan Gu master elites were revived, Wu Clan's Gu immortal candidates only numbered 18. Gu immortals could deal with calamities and tribulations, but for immortal ascension, the most crucial thing was the balance of 3 qi. Outsiders could not help with this, the Gu master could only rely on himself. 18 Wu Clan seeds, according to history, there might only be 1 or 2 who could succeed in immortal ascension. This could not happen. What was the use of adding 1 or 2 rank 6 Gu immortals to Wu Clan? It could not satisfy Wu Yong's ambitions. Thus, Wu Yong ignored his subordinates' objections and insisted on recruiting external Gu masters to be Wu Clan's Gu immortal candidates. Moreover, Wu Clan treated them fairly and supported them fully. It is not that these people cannot see the situation clearly, it is just that when it involves their own benefits they obstruct us. They are truly disappointing. They are too narrow-minded. Now that there are no regional walls, our Wu Clan's enemy is not just southern border, but the entire 5 regions. And in the entire 5 regions, the most terrifying enemy is Central Continent. Central Continent's sect system. Wu Yong sighed. With his foresight, he had already seen the superiority of the sect system. Thus, he nurtured external Gu immortal candidates with all his might, and recruited them to be Wu Clan's external supreme elders. But even with his huge reputation he was met with such opposition and resistance. One could imagine the situation of the other super forces. Wu Yong had great political skills. In order to deal with this situation, he immediately made arrangements and invited Mountain-Moving Old Monster to revive Wu Qiao. Mountain-Moving Old Monster was an external supreme elder. In consideration of his own future in Wu Clan, he would definitely do his best to protect these external Gu immortal candidates. And Wu Qiao was a smart person. He could see Wu Clan's situation and Wu Yong's plan. In order for him to return to the Wu Clan's political stage, even if he didn't approve of Wu Yong's actions, he still had to seize this opportunity to become Wu Yong's lackey and stand on the stage in front of those supreme elders who strongly opposed it. This way Wu Clan's internal strife was quickly resolved by Wu Yong. Among these people there will be 5 or 6 who succeed in their immortal ascension. I hope that someone in Wu Clan can become a Qi Path Gu immortal. This way Hulan can be used. In the future, if I am lucky enough to refine 8-faced prestige wind immortal Gu, my strength will rise to another level. Together with Hulan, among the super forces of the 5 regions, my Wu Clan will be among the top. Thinking of Hulan, Wu Yong's mood turned for the better. He had high hopes for Hulan. If not for him cultivating Wind Path and having a huge accumulation of Wind Path Dao marks, he might have turned to cultivating Qi Path for Hulan. Wu Ji did not cultivate Qi Path, she insisted on Strength Path. This made Wu Yong quite disappointed. Hulan's value was extremely high. Just look at Demon Immortal Qiju. This secluded domain of heaven and earth, as long as a killer move was created, it would have pseudo-venerable battle strength. Hulan could be seen as a quasi-rank 9 Immortal Gu, but it would be extremely difficult for Wu Clan to obtain a rank 9 Immortal Gu. Even refining a rank 8 Immortal Gu would be a huge test for Wu Clan. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Be it Mini Blue Heaven Star Collection City, Mini Western Deserts Inkman City, or Kokitahara's 3 Sacred Mountain, all the Gu Immortals were excited. A moment ago, Fang Yuan had released the newest contribution board, mission board and exchange board. The contribution board and mission board had been created long ago, but this was the first time the exchange board was released. It was this exchange board that made all the Gu Immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture excited. The exchange board not only had a large number of rank 6 and 7 Immortal Gu, there were also countless Immortal moves and Immortal Gu recipes, as well as a vast amount of Immortal materials. For the Gu Immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, they only needed to spend their accumulated contribution points to exchange for all the cultivation resources on the board. So many Immortal materials, I have never seen such an abundant and huge amount of Immortal materials. Land Spirit of Langya was knowledgeable, he was dumbfounded after seeing the exchange board. These Immortal killer moves range from rank 6 to rank 9. They include normal killer moves, battlefield killer moves, current generation Gu formations, Gu houses and even ancient battle formations. What is this totem killer move? I have never heard of it. Many Gu Immortals exclaimed. The Gu Immortals from the Variant Human Alliance were more concerned about the Immortal Gu on the exchange board. These Immortal Gu can be exchanged? I'm not dreaming, am I? Refining Immortal Gu is so difficult. But here, we only need to accumulate a certain amount of contribution points to exchange for an Immortal Gu. The Gu Immortals were extremely excited. They suddenly realized how fortunate it was to become Fang Yuan's subordinates. Following Master, our future will be so bright. This is great, it seems that Lord Fang Yuan wants to nurture us. I've never seen a force that could be so extravagant. Master's foundation is truly unfathomable. The Gu Immortals' eyes shined with excitement, their faces were red. Some were even crying. A portion of them who reacted quickly looked at the mission board. In the past, they had to complete missions by force, they did not have much enthusiasm. But now it was completely different. Chapter 2151. Fang Yuan secretly observed his subordinates' reactions. The establishment of the exchange list was a result of his careful consideration. Originally, Fang Yuan thought that the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's chaotic situation would be alleviated over time. But in reality the situation was getting more and more intense. Sometimes, when abnormal situations occurred, even Fang Yuan's main body had to take action to deal with them. If the strength of the Gu Immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was raised by 1 or 2 levels, then the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's chaotic situation would be better dealt with. Fang Yuan could not treat the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's problem at its root, he could only treat the symptoms. Of course, no matter how he nurtured them, these subordinates did not have the ability to participate in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan did not have such extravagant hopes. Nurturing these subordinates required a lot of resources. Fang Yuan had annexed many grotto heavens of the 2 heavens and plundered their countless years of foundation. He naturally did not lack these resources. In terms of cultivation resources, Fang Yuan had already surpassed most of the super forces in the world. Even Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven, even though their foundation was stronger than Fang Yuan's, they could not do as much as him. Fang Yuan had 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, he could refine rank 6 and rank 7 Immortal Gu easily. This was why he could be so domineering as to place all kinds of Immortal Gu on the exchange list for his subordinates to exchange for. If Fang Yuan wanted to use some of these Immortal Gu in the future, he could directly give them a compulsory mission, who would dare to defy Fang Yuan's orders. By then, Fang Yuan could give more contribution points who knew the subordinates who had their Immortal Gu taken might be very happy. The subordinates' reactions were very enthusiastic. This was within Fang Yuan's expectations. Stimulated by the exchange list, the Gu Immortals started to accept missions in a frenzy, they were like diligent bees, appearing at various places in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Regarding the first mission on the mission list, the Gu Immortals were discussing, did Lord Fang Yuan make a mistake? However, after a few days the mission's contents did not change. The Gu Immortals were getting more and more envious, this mission's contribution points were very high. Zong studied the new exchange list for the longest time. Recently, Zong had always been vexed over a major matter. He was the Grand Elder of Northern Plains Rockman tribe, he had rank 7 cultivation level and was currently facing the 3rd Grand Tribulation. Rank 7 Gu Immortals faced an earthly calamity every 10 years, a heavenly tribulation every 50 years, and a grand tribulation every 100 years. Earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations weren't much of a problem for Zong. However, the calamity was a huge problem. The previous 2 calamities had almost shattered Zong's confidence. The 3rd calamity was imminent, and Zong was thinking of ways to delay the arrival of the calamity. But after flipping through the entire exchange list, he couldn't find any new hope. In the entire exchange list, there's no way to delay the calamity and tribulation. Shizong frowned. Is it because Master doesn't have such a technique? Obviously not. Shizong's gaze was firmly fixed on the first mission on the mission board. It seems like the Lord is encouraging us to accept this mission. Shizong was tempted. The Rockman tribe he led originated from the northern icy plain of northern plains. Back then, he had no choice but to be dragged onto this pirate ship by Fang Yuan. But now Shizong found that this ship had already become a huge one, the future was bright, and the benefits were beyond imagination. Since ancient times, the first principle of a leader was almost always one: show kindness and authority. Fang Yuan didn't lack authority, so once the exchange list appeared, many people's hearts were changed. Shizong absolutely didn't dare to betray Fang Yuan, and also saw the benefits of following Fang Yuan. He thought for a long time and decided to take the risk and accept this mission. He didn't do it sneakily but openly. Thus, soon, the news of him accepting the first mission spread throughout the entire sovereign Immortal Aperture's Gu Immortal world. Shizong is an experienced rank 7 Gu Immortal. If he can pass the tribulation this time, he can advance to rank 8. Let's see what this mission is all about. I also want to accept this mission. But to think Shizong actually took the initiative. This is a great chance to express my loyalty to Master. Not long after Shizong accepted the mission, he was summoned by Fang Yuan's Time Path clone. The Time Path clone ordered on the spot to manage Shizong's Immortal Aperture and make preparations for the tribulation. Shizong opened his Immortal Aperture. Fang Yuan's Time Path clone personally took charge and stuffed Earth Path Immortal materials into his Immortal Aperture. Worry soil, green lake rotten soil, drill soil, extreme lake soil, heaven shrouding dust, great bright mud, impermanence rock, smoky warm jade, 1,000-year jade essence, dark ink stone, marrow-sucking rock, hate water rock, round koan stone, hibiscus stalactite milk, stone heart liquid, 8 parts jade, and so on. A large number of Earth Path Immortal materials made Shizong dumbfounded. After reacting, Shizong's heart jumped in fright. The cause of Gu Immortal calamities and tribulations is the Heavenly Tao's restriction. My Earth Path foundation has risen to such a shocking level, the Grand Tribulation will become even more terrifying. Ordinary Gu Immortals wish for their calamities and tribulations to be as weak as possible, but Master is the complete opposite. He wants the Grand Tribulation to become a myriad tribulation. Several days later, the day of tribulation arrived. Fang Yuan's main body came to an ordinary sea surface in Eastern Sea. He opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance and let Shizong out. After Shizong met with Fang Yuan, he quickly placed his Immortal Aperture and placed his blessed land in this world. The blessed land's entrance opened and began to absorb a vast amount of heaven and earth qi. Fang Yuan stood outside the door. He could not enter. He had too many Dao marks. He had once attacked Fire Plain Grotto Heaven, but he could not enter, not to mention this tiny rank 7 blessed land. The Grand Tribulation appeared on time. First, Heaven Path Dao marks descended, then these Heaven Path Dao marks turned into Dao marks of other paths according to Shizong's blessed land situation. These Dao marks were mainly of Earth Path. The converted Dao marks used and consumed heaven and earth qi to form the calamities and tribulations. During this process, if Fang Yuan used Big Family Qi Gu, he could absorb the calamity qi and weaken the power of the Grand Tribulation. But now, Fang Yuan hoped that the Grand Tribulation would be as strong as possible. The Grand Tribulation completely formed, Shizong's expression changed. Yellow heaven dust cloud. Amazing, they saw that my Immortal Aperture is being developed too well. There are too many Earth Path resources, so they are targeting them. The yellow heaven dust cloud would emit stronger and stronger suction force, sucking all the Earth Path resources in the Immortal Aperture into the cloud. The more Earth Path resources were absorbed, the stronger the Grand Tribulation, the larger the range of the yellow heaven dust cloud, the denser it was, the stronger the suction force would be. Among all the Grand Tribulations, the yellow heaven dust cloud was one of the most hated ones. Shizong tried several killer moves. Even though they were effective, against such a huge yellow heaven dust cloud, their effect was negligible. I can only rely on Master now. Shizong's expression was pale. Right at this time, Shizong saw dazzling and colorful totems flying out of Fang Yuan's body, entering the yellow heaven dust cloud through the blessed land's entrance. There were many types of totems, they were of all shapes and sizes. There were ferocious tigers and leopards, nimble deer and rabbits, lush trees and rolling rocks. But no matter which one it was, they all had the aura of rank 8. Shizong's mind and body shook. Oh heavens! These 20 or so killer moves are all at rank 8 level. Master strength is so terrifying. These were all totem killer moves. Fang Yuan had obtained the method to nurture thousands of basic totems from Zhan Budu. He had been cultivating this move in his free time. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven was the sacred ground for cultivating totem killer moves. It would be very difficult to cultivate totems outside this place. Because there was no such environment, almost all recipes would lose their effect in the outside world. But Fang Yuan was different. He had deep food path attainment. He modified these recipes and meat soups to form all sorts of killer moves. Using these food path killer moves, Fang Yuan expended a vast amount of goo materials to form over 20 totems. These totems were all rank 8 level. After careful selection by Fang Yuan, they naturally had great power. What was even more amazing was that once these totem killer moves were formed, they were simply too easy to activate. Fang Yuan willed and instantly activated these 20 or so totems at the same time. That was to say, he activated over 20 rank 8 killer moves in an instant. It was because he had the sovereign immortal body that he could cultivate so many totems of different paths without any restraints. Other Gu immortals would not be able to do this. Shizong was tongue-tied. Because in an instant, the originally incomparably thick yellow dust clouds that covered the sky and covered the earth were completely torn apart by these totems. Too cruel, too terrifying. Shizong's mind was in turmoil. But even though the Grand Tribulation was violently destroyed, it did not stop. It was still trying to gather. But the moment a trace of the yellow dust cloud was formed, it was torn to pieces by the totems at almost the same time. Providence did not give up, but the totems were even more ferocious. For some reason, Shizong felt that the Grand Tribulation was somewhat pitiful. Immortal Killer Move, Heavenman Sensation. Immortal Killer Move, Heaven's Worker's Substitute. Immortal Killer Move, Unrestrained Heavenly Mark. Fang Yuan stood outside the door and refined all the Heaven Path Dao marks that formed the Grand Tribulation. But the unrestrained heavenly mark was inside Shizong's blessed land. It was not a problem. Fang Yuan took out another immortal Gu house, a brand new thieves' den that he had modified. Thieves' den activated the killer move, Theft Path. The principle of the Theft Path killer move was to use a Theft Path immortal material as a primer to expend the Theft Path Dao marks in the immortal material, before stealing the outside world's Dao marks. The stolen Dao marks had to be attached to this Theft Path immortal material. Thus, if the stolen Dao marks were too disorderly, the immortal material would have no value, like the immortal materials that were everywhere in Crazed Demon Cave. In other words, Thieves' Den had the ability to steal outside world Dao marks, but it did not have the method to use them. But Thieves' Den was already a peak creation, it could not be changed, there was no room for improvement or potential. These unrestrained heavenly marks were all stolen and formed into a Heaven Path immortal material. Fang Yuan took out this Heaven Path immortal material and activated the Food Path killer move, Devouring Heaven and Earth. This move was the result of Fang Yuan's recent efforts. Chapter 2152. After expending this Heaven Path immortal material, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture gained 9 Heaven Path Dao marks. The Grand Tribulation that made Shizong despair turned into Heaven Path Dao marks, but there were only 9. And this Grand Tribulation's power was far above average. After a Grand Tribulation's transformation, the number of Heaven Path Dao marks was less than 9. About 7. Fang Yuan estimated. This was incomparable to the gains from annexing the 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens. Every time he annexed 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens, Fang Yuan gained thousands of Heaven Path Dao marks. Fang Yuan continuously annexed Grotto Heavens, his sovereign immortal aperture had already reached its limit, it was developed to 80%. Right now he had more than 200,000 Heaven Path Dao marks. Because of Fang Yuan's Refinement Path Venerable Plan, he annexed Refinement Path Grotto Heavens, he had the most Refinement Path Dao marks, over 6 million. Currently the Sovereign Immortal Aperture cannot annex other Grotto Heavens. Thus I can only use this method to increase the Heaven Path Dao marks. Although the increase is small each time, Gu Immortals undergo tribulations without end. Using this method you can completely accumulate a little into a mickle, and a drop of water into an ocean. In the long run, helping Gu Immortals undergo tribulations was a brighter path. The 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens had accumulated for hundreds of thousands of years to have this foundation. But every time Fang Yuan annexed one, there would be one less. And Gu Immortals had an endless supply. Shizong succeeded in his tribulation, advancing from rank 7 to rank 8. When he returned to the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, he was immediately congratulated by many people as they inquired about the situation. Shizong was already prepared. On the day of the tribulation, he used an information path Gu worm to record the entire scene. These scenes spread and caused an intense shock and impact to the sovereign Immortal Aperture's Gu Immortal world. Master is so powerful. In an instant he used over 20 rank 8 killer moves. Is he still human? This is a totem killer move? It seems very convenient. The Gu Immortals were attracted by the totem killer move at first, but when they saw Thieves' Den they exclaimed in surprise. Eventually, the yellow dust cloud was completely eliminated by Fang Yuan. The Gu Immortals were deeply moved. Master's methods are unimaginable. He can really eliminate the calamity ahead of time. Throughout history, these calamities and tribulations have to be vented before they can be pacified. However, Lord Fang Yuan is so unfathomable that he was able to eliminate the calamity in advance. If that's the case, then this mission is a big win. Not only can you increase your cultivation, but you can also receive a considerable amount of contribution points. Don't rush. Didn't you hear what Xianxia said? Even though he passed the tribulation and became a rank 8 Gu Immortal, he did not gain any new Dao marks. Ah? There was such a thing. No wonder this mission is to compensate us for our contribution points. Xianxia didn't hide the result. He was still a little hesitant at first. However, after the tribulation, Fang Yuan personally ordered him to reveal the truth to the public. No increase in Dao marks. This news was like a bucket of cold water that was poured on the excited Gu Immortals. The Gu Immortals gradually calmed down. He had to consider this outcome carefully. If there was no increase in Dao marks, the Gu Immortal would suffer a huge loss. After all, undergoing tribulation was the main source of Dao mark growth. There were no movements for the next few days. But after Xianxia used this amount of contribution points to exchange for 2 rank 7 Earth Path Immortal Gu and 3 Earth Path Killer moves, a second person started to take the tribulation mission. Next, more and more Gu Immortals started to follow suit. Soon, a trend was formed in the sovereign Immortal Aperture's Gu Immortal world. These Gu Immortals were astute, they had calculated it clearly. Even though they lost the sum of Dao marks, the value of the contribution points far outweighed the loss. The Gu Immortals' battle strength and Immortal Aperture's environment would indeed weaken due to the loss of Dao marks, but Dao marks were only one of the factors. There were many factors that determined a Gu Immortal's battle strength. For example, Immortal Gu were the main factor, and Immortal killer moves were far more important than thousands of Dao marks. The Immortal Aperture's environment was affected, but the Gu Immortal could exchange for all kinds of immortal materials and cultivate more resource points to make up for it. The reason why the Gu Immortals chose this path was that the exchange board had a specialized section that allowed the Gu Immortals to provide their own immortal materials and expend a certain amount of contribution points to get Fang Yuan's clone to use food path killer moves to increase their Dao marks. With all these reasons, the number of Gu Immortals undergoing tribulation increased continuously. Fang Yuan's heaven path Dao marks also continued to increase as a result. Southern border. Xianxia was traveling in the clouds. He was communicating with his good friend. You don't know, the surrounding Gu Immortals are all accepting this tribulation mission. Some Gu Immortals are still far from the tribulation, but they have already chosen a section on the exchange board to get Master's time path clone to speed up the flow of time in their Immortal Aperture. They are using all sorts of methods to accept this mission. Xianxia saw this and used information path Immortal Gu to reply. Because the contribution points for this mission are very high, whoever obtains this amount of contribution points first will be able to take the lead and activate it first, entering a virtuous cycle. Look at that Xianxia, he must be doing quite well recently. His strength has risen greatly, he can take on more difficult missions and do more missions, gaining more contribution points faster. It is a pity that I received a mandatory mission this time. I have to go to Wu clan. Otherwise, I would have been the first person to accept this mission. His good friend quickly replied, "Be careful, you are going to Wu clan's headquarters to ask for Hu land. That is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Wu Yong is also the leader of the Southern Alliance." Xianxia was very confident. "I have high hopes for this trip. Even if I fail, Wu Yong will not do anything to me. You have not experienced it yourself, you have not truly understood Master's might. Alright, I have arrived, I will contact you later." Xianxia slowly descended. Wuyi Mountain was next to Fangjing. Wu clan's headquarters was located here. Seeing Xianxia, 2 Gu Immortals flew up from Wuyi Mountain. Leading them was Wu clan's second supreme elder, Wu Bachong. Xianxia had already informed them before coming. Wu clan sent Wu Bachong to welcome him, it showed their sincerity. "Envoy, please enter." Wu Bachong led Xianxia to Wu clan's headquarters. "Envoy, you must be tired after such a long journey, why don't you rest first?" Wu Bachong was very polite. But Xianxia waved his hand. Let's settle the official matters first. All right. Please wait a moment, my clan's first supreme elder is handling some administrative matters. Wu Bachong replied. Xianxia nodded, waiting patiently. He could understand. The grand leader of Wu clan could not be met so easily. Regardless of whether he was really busy or not, he had to put on airs. 15 minutes later, Wu Bachong came to Xianxia again, leading him to the guest hall. There Xianxia saw Wu Yong. Xianxia did not speak nonsense, he went straight to the point. Lord Wu Yong, I have come with master sincerity to make another transaction with your clan. Wu Yong and Wu Bachong looked at each other. In the previous transaction, Wu clan had benefited greatly. This made Wu Yong ask with a smile, what transaction is it? Xianxia smiled. Master is willing to pay a price to buy your clan's Hu land. Instantly Wu Yong's pupils shrunk, killing intent surged in his heart. What? Wu Bachong could not sit still, he stood up. What Hu land? When did my Wu clan obtain this secluded domain of heaven and earth? Fang Yuan must have made a mistake. Xianxia smiled slightly, he did not refute. Wu Yong's face was gloomy, he interrupted Wu Bachong's words. All right Bachong. Wu Bachong immediately stopped defending, his face was full of unwillingness and anger, he clenched his fists, the muscles on his arms bulged, he stared at Xianxia. If gazes could kill, Wu Bachong would have killed Xianxia hundreds of times with his gaze. Xianxia only looked at Wu Yong, he turned a deaf ear to Wu Bachong. He bowed. Lord Wu Yong, what is your response? Wu Yong's face suddenly bloomed into a smile. If Fang Yuan wants to make a transaction, of course it is possible. I believe he will be able to take out a bargaining chip that will satisfy our Wu clan. Xianxia looked at Wu Yong like this, his heart could not help but tremble. Wu Yong was truly too terrifying in such a short time, he accepted this fact and made the most sensible response. Xianxia breathed in deeply, saying his bargaining chip. Master knows Lord Wu Yong's desire for rank 8 Immortal Gu Prestige 8 sides. Master is willing to personally refine this rank 8 Immortal Gu for Wu clan. What? Wu Bachong's expression changed again, he shouted angrily, Hu land is a quasi-rank 9 Immortal Gu, but Fang Yuan is not even willing to take out a rank 8 Immortal Gu, you are taking out such a condition to exchange. You are too insincere. Wu Yong gritted his teeth saying, this is indeed too much. Xianxia smiled, Wu clan is proficient in Wind Path, but their Qi Path attainment is only in Xing Tian True Inheritance. Even though Hu land is a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it does not have much value to Wu clan. Wu Bachong immediately retorted, you cannot say that any path's attainment is developed. Since my Wu clan is proficient in Wind Path, can't we be proficient in Qi Path in the future? With Hu land, I would rather cultivate Qi Path and replace my vital Gu. This prospect is so vast, which superforce would be willing to give it up? Xianxia glanced at Wu Bachong. Second Supreme Elder is very insightful, your words are also very direct. That is indeed the case with Hu land, Qi Path's prospects are very vast. But, saying so, Xianxia purposely paused for a moment before saying with a heavy tone, the prerequisite is, we need Hu land. You. Wu Bachong shouted, his killing intent surged, he was ready to attack. Xianxia's meaning was that Wu clan could not protect Hu land. Since they could not protect Hu land, there was no need to talk about Qi Path's prospects, everything was empty. Xianxia looked at Wu Yong, he bowed again and said respectfully, Lord Wu Yong, I will speak frankly. If your clan is not satisfied with this bargaining chip, we are willing to refine 3 rank 8 Immortal Gu for your clan. Xianxia smiled bitterly, he had a sincere expression. This is our bottom line, we cannot give in. I hope Lord Wu Yong can make a wise decision. I'm only a messenger, I cannot make the decision. Wu Yong was silent for a moment, he suddenly smiled, you are an excellent messenger. I agree to this condition Wu Bachong, bring Xianxia to get Hu land and the rank 7 Fan Win Gu, let him bring them back. First Supreme Elder. Wu Bachong was unwilling. Go. Wu Yong had a solemn expression. Sigh. Wu Bachong sighed deeply, he looked at Xianxia and gritted his teeth in hatred. Follow me. Wu Bachong quickly walked past Xianxia, walking out of the small hall. Wu Yong had been sitting in his seat, not moving at all. The small hall was brightly lit, but Wu Yong's face was very dark. Losing Hu land was a heavy blow to him. How does Fang Yuan know of Hu land's existence? Did he capture Kong Ri Tian? Wu Yong had many questions in his heart, but he did not want to investigate further. Because the situation had already developed to this stage, What was the point of discussing this? A long while later Wu Bachong returned to report, Kuexan Hong has left. Milord, should we send an expert to disguise his identity and intercept him midway? Wu Yong shook his head. With Fang Yuan's intelligence, how could he not expect such a loophole? Don't do unnecessary things. Wu Bachong gritted his teeth. Damn it. My Wu clan can't even protect a piece of land. Chapter 2153. Fang Yuan held Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo in his hands. As rank 8 white lychee immortal essence was injected, Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo let out a faint crystal-like light. This immortal goo was like a flea made of crystal. It was the size of a fist and was curled up. Suddenly Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo's crystal light exploded, turning into countless specks of crystal light. It was very dazzling. Success. Fang Yuan's heart shook. In that instant earlier, this rank 7 Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo was completely refined by him. The crystal flea that was curled into a ball had completely stretched out its body, lying on Fang Yuan's palm softly. I am probably the first person in history to completely refine Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. At this moment Fang Yuan created history. However, in the blink of an eye, the joy in his heart calmed down. He had already created history many times. Recently, I have been helping my subordinate Goo Immortals undergo tribulation to ascend to Goo Immortal. Even though the Heaven Path Dao marks gained from each tribulation are small, they accumulate. With these Heaven Path Dao marks, I finally refined Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo and broke through my previous limit. My guess was right after all. The facts in front of him proved, as long as one had enough unrestrained heavenly marks, they could refine Heaven Path Immortal Goo. Throughout history there were countless Goo cultivators. The elites were like stars in the sky, the 10 venerables were like 10 suns. But none of these people truly cultivated Heaven Path. Even though Limitless Demon Venerable and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had unrestrained heavenly mark, according to Fang Yuan's knowledge, they did not have a deep understanding of Heaven Path. The former cultivated Rule Path while the latter cultivated Earth Path. Maybe Limitless Demon Venerable had researched unrestrained heavenly mark and wanted to cultivate Heaven Path, but by then he had already become a Rule Path Demon Venerable. There was no turning back. From this, the advantage of Sovereign Immortal Aperture Goo could be seen. Cultivating all paths. A brand new unknown path appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Heaven Path. Unrestrained heavenly mark was the key to unlocking Heaven Path cultivation. The prospects of this path of cultivation were vast and its advantages were terrifying. Even mortals could understand a thing or two. The heavenly Tao encompasses everything and balances everything. All living beings, be it immortals or mortals, high or low, are all within the heavenly Tao. All sorts of immortal Goo and secluded domains of heaven and earth were restricted by the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao controls calamities and tribulations. It controls lifespan Goo. Even though venerables dominated a great era, they are only a burning torch compared to the heavenly Tao. If I walk this path, Fang Yuan could not help but fall into a reverie. Ignoring everything else, just lifespan Goo and fate Goo were enough to make him feel a trace of excitement. All the venerables were troubled by lifespan Goo, and the celestial court had never directly controlled fate Goo. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had no choice but to merge with the Tao to interfere with providence and distort the effect of fate Goo. Among all the sects, the heavenly Tao's starting threshold is definitely the highest. I must first grasp unrestrained heavenly mark. I have only just stepped on the path of heavenly Tao. I still need to travel a long distance before I can come into contact with profound profundities like lifespan Goo and fate Goo. The battle in Crazed Demon Cave is approaching. I won't be able to do anything before that. Even though he had officially stepped on the path of heavenly Tao cultivation and had a bright future ahead of him, Fang Yuan did not intend to fully invest in it. The situation did not allow him to do so. At most, I can invest in the crucial aspect of Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo once more. Cooking Luck Pot gave Fang Yuan huge convenience. He knew that Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo might be the key to the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. The path of heavenly Tao cultivation was very long. Fang Yuan had just started. But Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo could be developed more. Even if I completely refine Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo now, it is only rank 7. Even if I develop a killer move and can display my strength at rank 8 level. But when I fight against a Goo Venerable, rank 7 is still too low. I need to raise Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo to rank 8. Fang Yuan had 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, but it was a little troublesome this time. In terms of Heaven Path Immortal materials, Fang Yuan had a batch. Investing in many other Heaven Path Immortal Goo might be a problem. But if he only used Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo, it was enough. However, Fang Yuan's heaven path attainment level was ordinary, he was not even at master level. Even though Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment level was at quasi-supreme grandmaster, it was still very difficult to develop the rank 8 immortal goo recipe of Heaven's Envy immortal goo. It was not that there was no possibility of success, but the amount of time and effort needed was too much. His initial estimation was that he would need at least 2 to 3 years to deduce. This was clearly not possible for Fang Yuan. It seems that I need to learn from Wu Yong and nurture some goo immortal seeds to help them undergo tribulation. Fang Yuan quickly found a way. When rank 5 goo masters undergo immortal ascension tribulation, the heaven path Dao mark gains were very little. Fang Yuan did not care about them at all. But when goo masters undergo tribulation, they would have a peerless opportunity to learn from the natural world. During this opportunity, the goo master could ask heaven and earth, and almost all questions could be answered. Since heaven and earth could produce Heaven's Envy immortal goo naturally, it definitely had Heaven's Envy immortal goo's recipe. Fang Yuan did not want much. As long as he had the correct Heaven's Envy immortal goo recipe, he could use his refinement path attainment to modify it to suit himself. Moreover, Fang Yuan could also think about the method of asking heaven and earth. For example, he could directly ask, with a certain heaven path immortal material as the foundation, what is the easiest and most suitable Heaven's Envy immortal goo recipe for refining? Thinking of this, a new mission appeared on the mission board. It was ranked first. Search for loyal goo immortal seeds suitable for undergoing tribulation. Almost at the next moment, all the goo immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture knew about this mission. Ever since the exchange list was opened, these goo immortals went crazy. Many had not slept or rested for several months. They relied on goo worms to maintain their condition and complete missions to earn contribution points. Fang Yuan provided the most convenient environment, making the cultivation difficulty of these goo immortals fall to rock bottom. Almost every day they could feel the improvement in their strength. Even if it was just a small increase every day after several days, it was already terrifying enough. It was this pleasant feeling of their cultivation level and strength rising rapidly that made countless goo immortals unable to stop. What made Fang Yuan surprised was that one of the human goo immortals created an incomplete transformation path immortal goo recipe, hard liver goo. This human goo immortal cultivated transformation path, it was Rock Warrior. He came from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Hard liver goo could make the goo immortals' liver harden in exchange for long-lasting and vigorous energy, allowing them to complete all sorts of difficult tasks without sleep or rest. But if it was used excessively, when the liver hardens to the extreme, it would explode and heavily injure the goo immortal, even killing them on the spot. After Fang Yuan learned about it, he immediately modified it, not only perfecting the original immortal goo recipe, he even expanded it into a complete set of rank 6 to 8 goo immortal goo. After refining it using 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, the rank 8 hard liver immortal goo became the core of the goo formation. This goo formation was named Liver Life Formation by Fang Yuan. It operated all year round and collected fees from the outside. If the subordinate goo immortals were interested, they could hand over a portion of their contribution points and enter. When they came out, they would always be full of energy and fighting spirit. Did you work hard today? How much longer can you work for? I feel like my liver is about to explode. Such words had already become a common greeting among goo immortals. Thus, when Fang Yuan's mission appeared, the goo immortals were like sharks that smelled blood, their eyes turned red. This is a good mission. It was personally given by Master. The rewards are very generous. I can't take it anymore. I have not slept for 3 months already. I want to rest. What rest? Get up and work hard. The great era is coming. We need to grasp this peerless cultivation opportunity. The goo immortals rushed out and started to gather goo immortal seeds in their respective clans. In just a short while, this mission had already been accepted. The goo immortals who did not accept it were very vexed. Some beat their chests and stamped their feet. Sigh, this mission was so good. I missed it just like that. Every mission on the mission board had a limited quota to prevent goo immortals from competing for the missions with the highest rewards, which would result in an unreasonable allocation of manpower and waste. The collection of goo immortal seeds was handed over to Fang Yuan's subordinates. He estimated that there should be a lot of seeds. They were definitely above super forces like Wu Clan. Because these forces that Fang Yuan annexed, like Langya Sect or the Two Heavens Grotto Heavens, they had deep foundations and long histories. There were definitely many goo immortal seeds. While he had some free time, Fang Yuan personally helped Ni Clan. He secretly set up a year essence subpool in Ni Clan's territory, forming a time path region. Ni clan's time would pass faster, they would produce immortal goo more frequently, it would make it easier for Fang Yuan to comprehend the profundity of human isolation-style goo refinement. There are countless variant humans in the sovereign immortal aperture, but there are not many pure humans. Beast Calamity Grotto Heavens people are the majority of humans, but I can foresee that many Yellow Heavens Ni clan will become a top human force in the future. Fang Yuan thought to himself. He had just finished setting up the time path region when Koexan Hong sent a message. The latter's mission to Wu clan was successful, he had obtained Hu land. Immortal killer move, heaven and earth travel. At the next moment, Fang Yuan arrived at southern border from Eastern Sea, appearing in front of Koexan Hong. After stuffing him into the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan returned to Eastern Sea. He concealed his traces and arrived at a nameless sea area. After playing around with Hu land, he waited for Qi Si ancestor. For you. Fang Yuan threw Hu land to Qi Si ancestor. The Qi Si clone quickly caught it and said excitedly, Good, I have a premonition. With Hu land, my combat system will be complete. Then I look forward to it. Fang Yuan's main body left. Chapter 2154. Immortal Killer Move, Landscape as before. Fang Yuan activated his killer move. Previously, Landscape as before Immortal Goo was only rank 6. But 2 months ago, Fang Yuan had successfully raised it to rank 8. Rank 8 was the limit of Landscape as before Immortal Goo. Most Immortal Goo's limit was rank 8. After reaching rank 8 they would reach the end, they could no longer raise their rank. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth, they were fragments of the Great Tao. These fragments had their own limits, large ones could reach rank 9 after accumulating, while small ones could only reach rank 6. There were many Immortal Goo, even though Immortal Goo were unique, there were all kinds of them. For example, when Fang Yuan used the killer move Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague, he refined 2 Immortal Goo, Red Copper Immortal Ant Goo and White Face Immortal Ant Goo. If they were slightly modified they might become another type of Immortal Goo. Like Black Gold Immortal Ant, Black Face Immortal Ant and so on. Among all the Immortal Goo, only a small portion of Immortal Goo could advance to rank 9. Rank 8 Landscape as before Immortal Goo was still a time path Immortal Goo. But the killer move that Fang Yuan used now was a compound killer move. Not just time path, it also contained the profundities of earth path, water path, rule path, soul path and other paths. Under the influence of this compound killer move, Reverse Flow River emitted soft sounds as it expanded at an observable speed. After Fang Yuan's nurturing, the compound killer move showed its effect after dozens of times. Reverse Flow River, which only had a trace left, was now a long and narrow river. Fang Yuan had been trying to repair Reverse Flow River, and at this time he finally had some results. He had wanted to use Orderly Pattern Killer Move. This killer move was rank 9, it came from Shadow Sect's True Inheritance. This move used City Well as the core, it could modify secluded domains of heaven and earth, making their Tao marks non-conflicting and easy to repair. Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley and Minuscule Mountain had all benefited from this move. But Fang Yuan had not been able to grasp this killer move, because he lacked the crucial core Immortal Goo. Immortal Goo were unique, and the crucial core Immortal Goo were already in someone else's hands. Fang Yuan had thought of modifying this killer move, but it was very difficult. This was a rank 9 killer move belonging to Rule Path. It had already reached the peak of being impossible to change, there was no room for improvement. At least, Fang Yuan couldn't tell. His Rule Path realm was Grandmaster, not Quasi-Supreme. There was still a gap from this rank 9 killer move. Right now Reverse Flow River's recovery speed is very fast, but once it recovers to its later stage, Landscape as before's compound killer move's effect will continue to decrease until it is almost negligible. The compound killer move Landscape as before was only at rank 8 level, while the complete Reverse Flow River was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it was at rank 9 level. Because there were too many Tao marks, it could even be used as a quasi-rank 9 Immortal Goo. Of course, this depended on the Goo cultivator's ability. Being able to come up with related killer moves was just the basics. The key was to use the mystic realm of heaven and earth as the core, to see how outstanding the killer move would be, and whether it could make full use of the mystic realm of heaven and earth. For example, Fang Yuan's reverse current protection seal was only average in terms of utilizing the reverse current river. His Luopa seal's usage was low. Orderly Well was different, it used City Well to its maximum extent, reaching an advanced level. It did not completely use the killer move of the mystic realm of heaven and earth. Secluded domains of heaven and earth were not Immortal Goo after all. Immortal Goo were living beings as long as immortal essence was injected, they could display their full power. But secluded domains of heaven and earth were dead, they were not living beings, how much could they use? Immortal Gu were Tao mark fragments, they were connected. And secluded domains of heaven and earth were the accumulation of a vast number of Tao marks. These Tao marks were piled up, they were twisted and turned, some places were clearly separated, some places were intertwined, it was impossible to use all of the Tao marks. Even venerables were the same. This could be seen from the killer move Orderly Well. I already have many secluded domains of heaven and earth. Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, Reverse Flow River, City Well, Hu Land, Incomplete Refinement Sea, Incomplete Human Sea, Incomplete Qianquan Crystal Wall. Danghun Mountain was obtained by Fang Yuan first. For it, he had to enter northern plains to find a way to heal it. The killer move Luopa Seal, which used Luopa Valley as the core, had once helped Fang Yuan kill Gu Immortal experts. There was no need to talk about Reverse Flow River, when old ancestor Shui Hu refined fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. Under the pursuit of longevity heaven and celestial court, Fang Yuan used reverse flow protection seal to shock the world. City Well was obtained from the turbulent flow sea area. Fang Yuan used it as a trap to kill many eastern sea Gu immortals. Hu Land was the easiest to obtain, he had to forcefully buy it from Wu Yong. Of course, he was able to do this because of Fang Yuan's immense strength and reputation. Since his rebirth, he had always been walking on the edge of life and death, and he had experienced countless battles to accumulate these things. The incomplete refinement sea came from Langya blessed land, it showed long-hair ancestors' ambition. Unfortunately, even though Fang Yuan obtained it, he did not have enough energy, time and resources to perfect it. Right now, the incomplete refinement sea was being consumed intensely in 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. And the incomplete human sea came from Eastern Sea Xia clan. Wu Shui led the variant human alliance and invaded Xia clan's territory, killing and expelling Xia clan. He obtained this incomplete human sea according to his previous life's memories. Finally, there was the incomplete Qianquan crystal wall. Simply put, it was a gray-white stone slab. On the surface of the gray-white stone slab, there were black ink lines, some straight and some curved, some thick and some thin. The ink lines were tangled together, some resembled words while some resembled landscapes. Rumor said that when all the stone slabs were gathered together, Qianquan crystal wall could be reconstructed, allowing Gu cultivators to enter Book Mountain again. If one looked at human history, they would find that generations of Gu masters, Gu immortals, and even immortal venerables and demon venerables had collected records of these stone slabs. Fang Yuan obtained a vast number of gray-white stone slabs from Great Wisdom Immortal Mother. According to Great Wisdom Immortal Mother, these stone slabs could form 50% of Qianquan crystal wall. Fang Yuan also obtained a batch of gray-white stone slabs from other sources, like Langya sect and the 2 heavens grotto heavens. Of course, the quantity of these stone slabs could not compare to Great Wisdom Immortal Mother's batch. There were even fakes among them. The gray-white stone slabs in Great Wisdom Immortal Mother's hands were the Inkman race's true inheritance. Most of the stone slabs circulating in the market were fake. But the gray-white stone slabs in the Inkman race's true inheritance were all real. According to the Legends of Renzu, the legendary primordial domain was inside Qianquan crystal wall. It is a pity that limitless demon venerable took it away and placed it in Crazed Demon Cave. Even if I rebuild Qianquan crystal wall now, I will not be able to encounter primordial domain. Fang Yuan wanted to raise his battle strength by all means, he had to make good use of these secluded domains of heaven and earth. Reverse Flow River was being repaired, killer moves with Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley as the cores were also being developed. Hu Land was left to the Qi Si clone, Fang Yuan did not have enough energy to deal with it. Among all the secluded domains of heaven and earth, the one that attracted Fang Yuan's attention the most was the incomplete human sea. Back then he chose to attack Eastern Sea Xia clan mainly because of this artificial secluded domain of heaven and earth. Venerables all have human path killer moves, I need to have some foundation in human path as well. Even if I do not have an advantage, I need methods to defend against them. Fang Yuan had suffered losses in the Fate War. Many of the methods left behind by the Venerables were human path methods. Each move could affect the whole situation, they had terrifying power and amazing effects. Previously, Fang Yuan's subordinates slaughtered billions of humans in Fire Plain Grotto Heaven to create Human Sea. But this was not enough. The resources from before were all used up, and Human Sea was still far from completion. The variant human alliance has many human grotto heavens, there are many pure humans inside. But it is not convenient to make a move on them. Firstly, these human grotto heavens Gu immortals will be disloyal. Secondly, these humans will migrate to the sovereign immortal aperture in the future, they will be the foundation for me to develop human path. Thirdly, there are so many humans in the world, why do I need to sacrifice my own people? Fang Yuan issued another mission: slaughter humans and collect resources. Compared to the previous tribulation mission, this mission was much more bloody and cruel. Master is a demonic path member after all. Many human Gu immortals sighed. But I like slaughtering humans in the outside world. These variant human Gu immortals like this mission very much. Forget it, as long as our grotto heavens do not face tribulation, what does it have to do with us if others die? These human grotto heaven lords were glad. Soon more than 10 Gu immortals left Eastern Sea Xia clan and moved out. On the islands of Eastern Sea there were many fishing villages. Chickens were crowing and dogs were barking, smoke was rising from chimneys. A mini-man Gu immortal, Fang Yuan's subordinate, flew above these fishing villages and activated his immortal Gu mercilessly. Leaves rained down like a storm, killing countless people of all ages and genders. Blood flowed everywhere. Back then, us mini-mans were hunted by you humans. My mother was crushed to death by you human Gu immortals right in front of me. Now I am only collecting some interest. The mini-man Gu immortal had a look of hatred. On some islands in Eastern Sea there were large cities. 2 variant human Gu immortals attacked together, creating a tsunami that was tens of feet tall. At the crucial moment of life and death, an Eastern Sea lone immortal stepped forward and blocked the tsunami. Stop, I am Gu Mingsu. This is my homeland, I wonder why you 2 Gu immortals are here? Why are you implicating these innocent people? This Gu immortal shouted angrily. The 2 variant human Gu immortals descended from the clouds and showed their true forms. So it is Warm Sun Immortal Lord. Immortal Lord, you are wrong. Back then this place was the homeland of us hairy men. Unfortunately it was occupied by you humans. We hairy men had the protection of a supreme elder. From then on, we lived in the 2 heavens. Gu Mingsu saw the 2 variant human Gu immortals and immediately became furious. So it is 2 variant humans. You really have guts. This is close to Eastern Sea's Tang clan. Just earlier I have already sent a request for reinforcements. Get lost, if you escape now you might still be able to make it. The 2 variant human Gu immortals laughed loudly, speaking one after the other. Immortal Lord, are you pretending to not know where we come from? Our master is Lord Gue Fang Yuan. Not to mention Tang clan, even if the whole of Eastern Sea's righteous path attacked together, our master would only treat them like chickens and dogs. Gu Mingsu, stop bluffing. We are going to kill your fellow tribesmen here, to let you have a taste of our pain. Gu Mingsu cried out in his heart. How could a demon like Fang Yuan appear? He actually recruited variant humans to deal with his own race. This is a traitor, he has no bottom line, he has no sense of honor or shame. Damn it. Damn it. Chapter 2155. Qixi. Because of Qixi ancestors' decision, Qixi area had become the headquarters of the Righteous Qi Alliance. Right now, inside the Qixi formation, a banquet was being held. Qixi ancestor sat at the main seat, while the other Eastern Sea Righteous Path Forces representatives sat on his left and right. And on Qixi ancestor's left was a food path Gu immortal. He was an old man with a red nose. He raised his wine cup and toasted Qixi ancestor. Ancestor, this spring sea flower wine is for you. Qixi ancestor nodded slightly. His main position was higher than the others. He looked at these people with a naturally condescending gaze. Qixi ancestor took a sip and said plainly, Zui Xian Wang, the spring sea flower wine that you brewed personally is really good. It has a youthful poetic feel to it. This food path Gu immortal was Zui Xian Wang. After inheriting wine fairy and green antecedents true inheritances from central continent, he was secretly persuaded by Qin Dingling and became a pawn. According to Qin Dingling's arrangements, Zui Xian Wang returned to Eastern Sea to rest for a while before joining the Righteous Qi Alliance. The entire Righteous Qi Alliance welcomed him. Because Zui Xian Wang was one of the most outstanding lone cultivators in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Zui Xian Wang had a wine sea. He held a banquet every year to invite heroes from all over. He had a wide range of connections. He had good relations with all of Eastern Sea's Righteous Path Forces. For a representative like him to join the Righteous Qi Alliance, there was a huge political significance. Just this layer of meaning alone was very valuable. Because even though the Righteous Qi Alliance was created, most of its members were from Eastern Sea's Righteous Path superclans. Other than that, there were the 2 Heavens Grotto Heaven Gu immortals under the Qixi clone. Very few Eastern Sea lone immortals joined the Righteous Qi Alliance. It was even more so for demonic path Gu immortals. Zui Xian Wang joining would definitely set an example. He would guide a portion of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world, It might even make other lone immortals or demonic path Gu immortals join him. Other than this, there was another reason. It was related to Fang Yuan. The lingering poisonous ant plague killer move that Fang Yuan used earlier caused Eastern Sea's righteous path to be in a terrible situation. They had no choice but to hand over their treasured true inheritances and study it with all their strength. Only then did they find a way to contain it. During this process, the Righteous Qi Alliance had wanted to invite Zui Xianweng. However, at that time, Zui Xianweng had already gone to Central Continent to secretly fight for the true inheritance of Green Ant. Zui Xianweng specialized in food Dao. Food Dao was very rare even in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. The rarer a thing is, the greater its value. Zui Xianweng was worth recruiting. After Qi Si ancestor discussed with Eastern Sea's super forces, they decided to hold a welcoming banquet. It was not only to win Zui Xianweng's favor and approval, but also to spread the Righteous Qi Alliance's attitude toward the loose immortals and demonic immortals. When Zui Xianweng saw Fang Yuan, he was extremely respectful and even flattering. Like now. Zui Xianweng's wine was clearly called Spring Sea Flower Wine. But Qi Si ancestor called it Spring Breeze Flower Wine. Be it because Qi Si ancestor did not hear it clearly or it was a slip of the tongue, Zui Xianweng did not think much about it. He bowed deeply and cupped his fists. Thank you ancestor for the name. Amazing, amazing. Spring Breeze Flower Wine not only brings out the characteristics of this wine, it is also poetic. It makes people feel like they are in the spring breeze and flower petals are fluttering in the wind. This is just a fine wine, but it is worthy of ancestor personally giving it a name. This is such a great honor. With the name bestowed by ancestor, I believe this wine will become famous in the world and spread throughout the 5 regions. Ah. Qi Si ancestor laughed heartily, pointing at Zui Xianweng. This old man is an amazing person. The other clan's representatives agreed. All sorts of praises followed Zui Xianweng's example and flew towards Qi Si ancestor. These Gu immortals praised while criticizing silently. To think that Zui Xianweng had such a side to him. He is truly flattering. But it is not strange. He holds a banquet every year and invites all the forces to participate. This person has great social skills to begin with. Tang Clan's Gu immortal Tang Tang was about to raise his cup and drink when an information path mortal Gu flew over. His divine sense entered to take a look. What? The Variant Human Alliance actually made a move. His body shook. He was greatly shocked. But after reading the report clearly, he was slightly relieved. Fang Yuan only sent a dozen or so Gu immortals to various parts of Eastern Sea to kill innocent mortals. What is he trying to do? Not long ago, he invaded Fire Plain Grotto Heaven and slaughtered over 100 million humans inside. Tang Tang thought about it and thought of the incomplete human sea. After Fang Yuan invaded Eastern Sea Xia clan's territory, the information about this man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth was widely spread. Thus, the entire Righteous Qi Alliance knew about it. At this time, another information path Gu worm flew over. Gu Ming Su asked for reinforcements from my clan? Tang Tang's heart jumped. This warm sun immortal lord was a lone immortal who followed the rules. Tang clan had always wanted to recruit him, but he rejected them. Who could have thought that this time, while he was sitting at home, trouble would come out of nowhere? Gu Ming Su actually offended the Variant Human Alliance. In the request for reinforcements, Gu Ming Su directly expressed. If Tang clan could help, he would definitely join Tang clan. My Tang clan does not want to offend a person like Fang Yuan. Isn't this pushing my Tang clan into the fire? Tang Tang snickered to himself. It was impossible to ask for reinforcements. Tang Tang immediately crushed this information path mortal Gu, pretending that he had never seen it. Fang Yuan's target this time was only mortals. He avoided the clansmen of the super clans. Thus, Tang clan did not suffer much losses. As for their reputation, Tang clan did not retaliate. They lost some face. But the other clans were in the same situation. Fang Yuan's target was not only Tang clan. Thus, even if everyone lost face, it was equivalent to no one losing face. As long as the situation does not worsen, this is only a small matter. Let Fang Yuan kill as many as he wants. Tang Tang continued to raise his cup and drink. After receiving this news, he started to size up the surrounding Gu immortals. As expected, these people all received the information one after another. Fang Yuan's subordinates are slaughtering mortals? They are not our clansmen. Why should we offend Fang Yuan? Eastern Sea has so many mortals. If we kill some, they will grow back in 10 years. Let's drink, let's continue drinking. Ha ha, good wine. The atmosphere of the banquet became even more lively. As they toasted, these Gu immortals felt the effects of the wine. Their faces were flushed red as they laughed heartily. The tribulation clouds continued to rumble. Large amounts of water splashed around the Time Path clone's immortal aperture. They were jumping around like living fish. This was a grand tribulation, jumping time fish tribulation. The outcome is set. The Time Path clone had been watching quietly from the side. With the main body taking action, there was nothing for the clone to do. Jumping time fish tribulation was not strong, it was a very ordinary grand tribulation. Providence did not make things difficult for Fang Yuan, this was very rare. But the Time Path clone was not surprised at all. Recently, the main body has not only helped Gu Immortals undergo tribulations, he has also helped those Gu Immortal seeds undergo tribulations. With him around, unless it is a dream path calamity or tribulation, it is not a problem. Providence has already understood this, so each calamity or tribulation is ordinary in power, it does not increase the main body's heaven path Tao marks as much as possible. While the Time Path clone was thinking, the tribulation clouds in the sky were already very thin. Fang Yuan did not continue, he took out ability Gu and made an attempt. But the result was that ability Gu was almost destroyed. The legends of Ren Zhu clearly stated that ability Gu would continue to grow stronger in calamities and tribulations. But Fang Yuan could not find a way to strengthen it. According to common sense, the legends of Ren Zhu stated that calamities and tribulations were used as Gu materials to refine ability Gu. Fang Yuan made an attempt now, but found that calamities and tribulations were not qualified as Gu materials, they were hard to control. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had made preparations and protected ability Gu in time. After obtaining this result, Fang Yuan did not hold back, he easily destroyed the final lump of tribulation clouds. But this time he did not annex the heaven path Tao marks. Instead, he added the time path Tao marks left behind by the calamities and tribulations into the time path clone's immortal aperture. The clone's foundation was left for the clone. Now I have rank 8 cultivation level. The time path clone sighed, from now on, how about you call me Xianxia? Up to you. Fang Yuan's main body replied plainly. At this point, among Fang Yuan's 8 clones, Qi ancestor Wuxia time path clone Xianxia and Zhan Budu had already advanced to rank 8. But now, there was already a group of rank 8 Gu Immortals under Fang Yuan, it was not strange. Southern border. Human Smoke Mountain. This was Chai clan's headquarters. Almost all of Chai clan's Gu Immortals had gathered. Under the lead of Chai clan's first Supreme Elder, they welcomed 3 variant human Gu Immortals. These 3 were a snowman, a hairy man, and a rockman. They were Bing Yuan, Golden Fur Immortal Monarch, and Shizong. Everyone from Chai clan, the 3 of us have come here under Master's orders to discuss a transaction with Chai clan. As the leader of this trip, Bing Yuan spoke. Chai clan's immortals had solemn expressions. Not just because of Fang Yuan's fierce reputation, but also because of the auras of these 3 variant human Gu Immortals. Be it Bing Yuan, Golden Fur Immortal Monarch, or Shizong, they all had rank 8 cultivation level. What does Fang Yuan want? Does my Chai clan have something that he wants? Chai clan's first Supreme Elder asked. Lord Chai Gan is too humble. Bing Yuan smiled. My master is willing to purchase your clan's human path research results, including the killer move, this famous human path mountain, human smoke mountain, and the many mortals raised by Chai clan. What? Chai clan's immortals' expressions changed. Fang Yuan is going too far. He wants to dig up our Chai clan's foundation. Most importantly, if we cooperate with a demon like Fang Yuan, where will our righteous path Chai clan stand? Chai clan's immortals shouted. Chai clan's first Supreme Elder's expression was unsightly, he pondered for a while before asking. My Chai clan has indeed raised the most mortals. These people have been living very well on human smoke mountain, they live in peace and rarely face any threats. I wonder what use does Fang Yuan have for buying these people? Shizong sneered, to kill them all of course. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch had a zealous expression. These humans raised by your Chai clan have dense human chi, this is very good. My master's incomplete human chi is only 1 step away. With these people, the mission will be complete. Chai clan's immortals were shocked. Chapter 2156. Thousands of years ago. Southern border, human smoke mountain. The cave at the peak of the mountain quietly opened as an old and frail Gu Immortal walked out. He had a defeated expression. In the past he could not find lifespan Gu and could only use other methods to extend his lifespan. Now that his lifespan was up, even if he found lifespan Gu or used other methods, it would be useless. To think that I, the Grand Chai Fu, cultivated to rank 8 as a lone cultivator but in the end still lost to lifespan. How sad, how hateful. Chai Fu's heart was filled with anger, but also sorrow that was as deep as the sea. He walked down the mountain in a numb state, but the village at the foot of the mountain surprised him. Before I went into close cultivation there was no one here. Why is it so lively after so many years? I, the Grand Rank 8 Gu Immortal Chai Fu, whose name is spread throughout southern borders Gu Immortal world, do not have long to live. You mortals, on the other hand, are living a lively life. Looking at the men and women working in the village and the children playing around, Chai Fu's anger and hatred surged. He almost wanted to slaughter all the villagers. But at the next moment he forcefully closed his eyes, his body trembled for a while before gradually calming down. Chai Fu suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart, smiling bitterly. Although I, Chai Fu, am not a good person, I will not offend those who do not offend me. I have never slaughtered the innocent. So be it if I die. What else can I do? Even the 10 venerables could not escape death, right? It is easy for Gu immortals to live long, but how difficult is eternal life? Chai Fu had already recalled his life when he was in closed cultivation. He had no regrets in his life. Right now he was living a carefree life. Since he had nothing to do, Chai Fu disguised himself as an old Gu master passing by and went to the village. Is he an old doctor who travels the mountains? The villagers misunderstood Chai Fu's identity. Chai Fu naturally agreed, thus he was warmly welcomed by the villagers. Although there were Gu masters in the village, the highest cultivation was only rank 3, they were not proficient in healing. Many villagers asked Chai Fu for help, and with Chai Fu's ability he was able to heal their illnesses easily. Chai Fu thus gained even more respect, and at the same time he also found out the origin of this village. So these people are my bloodline from over 100 years ago. This discovery made Chai Fu feel a lingering fear and rejoice. Fortunately he didn't slaughter the innocent back then. Immediately after, Chai Fu started to think about the meaning of life. Perhaps fate has arranged for me to leave something behind. Chai Fu had long thought of leaving behind his inheritance, and now he had taken another step forward. While I was in close cultivation I gained inspiration and came up with a human path killer move. Looks like fate doesn't shoot randomly. It wants me to use this trick here. This killer move was virtuous person trapped. Chai Fu originally wanted to think of a method to extend his lifespan, but he didn't expect the final result to be like this. Talents in the urn was a human path immortal move. It could secretly gather most of the aptitudes of humans into a small group of people. Chai Fu used this as a foundation and the human smoke mountain as a geographical advantage to establish his own superpower, the Chai family. Since the establishment of the Chai family, they had been actively raising humans with other surnames. Next, he used the killer move Sage Entrapment to transfer a vast number of external clansmen's aptitudes to Chai clan's clansmen. Therefore, the Chai family's younger generation had always been full of geniuses. Meanwhile, those external humans had mediocre aptitudes and could not cause much trouble. Chai clan originally had such a huge advantage and could continue to rise to the throne of the number 1 superforce in southern border. But around Chai clan there were Ba clan and Xia clan. The 3 clans were too close to each other and had always been in conflict. When any clan was strong, the other 2 clans would work together to deal with them. Furthermore, Chai clan was once backed by the 5 regions' regional walls. Their territory was small and they lacked resources. Even though they had a large number of geniuses, they did not have sufficient resources to cultivate. The disappearance of the 5 regions' regional walls had once made Chai clan extremely excited, because they could march towards central continent. But not long after the regional walls disappeared, Qi tides swept the world again. After the Qi tides, inheritances appeared one after another. The super forces of the 5 regions, lone cultivators and demonic immortals were fighting for them. In fact, even if the storm calmed down, Chai clan was still in an awkward situation. Would they dare to attack Central Continent? Central Continent had 10 great ancient sects. In terms of strength they were stronger than Southern Border. What was even more terrifying was that Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had the same superior sect, Celestial Court. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects fought among themselves, but if there were external enemies they would unite and become one. And now Chai clan was facing its biggest crisis in recent years, Guyue Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sent 3 rank 8 variant humans to Chai clan to discuss the transaction. The conditions they proposed were extremely excessive. Fang Yuan pointed to the killer move Human Smoke Mountain, as well as the huge number of external mortals that Chai clan raised. This was to dig out Chai clan's foundation, Chai clan's most core foundation. No wonder Chai clan's expressions were unsightly. Chai clan's Gu Immortal Chai Kuqin even shouted in anger, "Fang Yuan deserves to die. Impudent! You dare to insult my master." It seems your Chai clan is facing a calamity of extermination. Zong shouted. No need to report to Master, let the three of us attack now and exterminate Chai clan. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch directly took out his two hammers, surging with killing intent. The expressions of Chai clan's immortals changed drastically, they activated their defensive killer moves and flew into the air, ready to fight. A chaotic battle seemed to be about to erupt. Everyone stop. Bing Yuan's expression was grim, but she stopped them. Lady Bing Yuan, this. Zong and Golden Fur Immortal Monarch looked at Bing Yuan. Bing Yuan was the last among the three to advance to rank 8 Gu Immortal. Of course, it was also because of Fang Yuan's help that she passed the tribulation safely. But Bing Yuan was Xue Er's great-grandmother, and Xue Er had an extremely terrifying identity that made countless Gu Immortals wary. She was Fang Yuan's fiancée. Thus, among the three, Zong and Golden Fur Immortal Monarch had never questioned Bing Yuan's position as the leader, they were very obedient. Keep your weapons first. Bing Yuan was the first to speak. Zong snorted coldly, completely restraining his aura. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch stared at these Chai clan Gu Immortals, reluctantly keeping his hammers. Seeing this, Chai clan's first Supreme Elder let out a sigh of relief. Under his lead, Chai clan's Gu Immortals also landed on the ground, showing their sincerity. Bing Yuan's expression was slightly grim. She said to Chai clan's immortals, "We are not here to become enemies with Chai clan, we are really here to make a transaction. My master is benevolent, the so-called demon is just a misunderstanding of him by the outside world. It is just that normally speaking, those who misunderstand my master do not have good endings. But what can my master do? Are you going to stretch out your neck and wait to be killed when others come to kill you? There is no such logic in this world. I believe everyone in Chai clan can understand. Moreover, we will not cause trouble for my master." Bing Yuan's words not only contained a hidden threat, they were also distorting the truth. Chaigan did not want to refute her, he only cupped his fists. "Earlier my clan spoke indiscriminately, I apologize to you first. But if my clan agrees to this condition, it is the same as giving away the foundation of our clan. Back then, when Fate Gu was still around, it was the foundation of Celestial Court. Will Lord Fang Yuan negotiate with Celestial Court and directly buy Fate Gu? Will Celestial Court sell it? Forcefully buying the foundation of a super force, there is no such logic in this world, is there?" Bing Yuan sneered, "How to establish oneself is your Chai clan's matter. Don't bully us variant humans and don't bully my master. My master is benevolent, but other than a fair transaction, do you want my master to consider how to establish himself?" Golden Fur Immortal Monarch chuckled. "Isn't it easy to establish oneself? Your Chai clan can directly join my master." Zong immediately agreed sincerely, "That's right. If you become my master's subordinate, your future is bright. But if you continue like this, there is no future for you." The three variant human rank 8s had proud expressions on their faces. They had been deeply affected recently. Chai clan was silent. They used this tactful method to express their rejection. The three variant human Gu Immortals did not try to persuade them or explain in detail. They wanted to have fewer and fewer competitors. Bing Yuan continued to persuade. Everyone knows clearly that if Master wanted to forcefully demand it, he might have already made a move. Why would he send us to negotiate? Isn't this an unnecessary move? You can rest assured about Master's sincerity, take a look. Bing Yuan opened her palm, revealing a rank 8 immortal Gu. Chai clan's immortals were dazed, feeling greatly surprised. They secretly transmitted their voices to discuss. Is Fang Yuan really willing to pay the price? I thought he was just forcefully demanding it. Be careful, this Gu is fake. Fang Yuan is crafty and sinister, we cannot be easily deceived by him. After a quick discussion, Chaigan shook his head. This Gu is a good Gu, we have all seen Lord Fang Yuan's sincerity. It is just that I am ashamed, although I am Chai clan's first Supreme Elder, my cultivation level is only rank 7, how can I be worthy of a rank 8 immortal Gu? Bing Yuan smiled, everyone don't be in a hurry to refuse, take a look. Bing Yuan opened her other palm, revealing another Gu. It was another rank 8 immortal Gu. This time many Chai clan Gu immortals were moved. Bing Yuan observed their expressions and smiled confidently, that's right, you did not see wrongly. This immortal Gu is suitable for your Chai clan, your immortal Gu house lacks this Gu. If you add it, it will become a rank 8 immortal Gu house. Chai Gan's stern face also showed some fluctuations. With a rank 8 immortal Gu house, Chai clan could fight against rank 8 Gu immortals, they could even participate in pseudo-venerable level battles. Their authority would rise to a whole new level. This was a qualitative breakthrough. Chapter 2157. Ha ha ha. Golden Fur Immortal Wangda laughed. You guessed wrong, little girl. Shizong continued, I am not afraid to tell you. Your Southern Alliance's alliance leader, Wu Yong, has already made many transactions with us. First, he bought the rank 9 Wind Path Immortal material from us, he even gave us the rank 7 Fan Wind Gu to raise it to rank 8. What? Chai Clan's Gu Immortals were shaken. Bing Yuan smiled lightly, demonic path, righteous path, what is the difference? If my master turns to righteous path, who would dare to deny it? In fact, not just Wu Clan. Western Desert's Fang Clan has also made a secret alliance with us. Currently, Fang Clan is developing Green Ghost Desert with all their strength, continuously providing Master with a vast number of soul cores. Chai Clan's Gu Immortals went into a commotion again. They had heard of Western Desert's Fang Clan, they also knew about their recent movements. What shocked them even more was that Wu Clan was actually secretly cooperating with Fang Yuan. How can this be? Chai Kuching suddenly shouted, even if you want to fabricate a lie, you need to make it believable. Lord Wu Yong is our Southern Alliance's alliance leader, how can he make peace with you? Everyone, don't listen to the nonsense of these variant human Gu Immortals, they think they can deceive us with just a few lies. But this time, Chai Clan's Gu Immortals were silent. Chai Kuching had just ascended to an immortal not long ago, and because of her connections, even though she had talent, she had always been taken care of by her Gu Immortal seniors, she did not know much about the world. In fact, her understanding of the Gu Immortal world was not as deep as Xianxia's. Since the variant human Gu Immortals said this, Chai Clan's Immortals believed it was likely to be true. After all, as long as he investigated these things, he would be able to find some clues. Since the variant human Gu Immortals said it, they were not afraid of being investigated, they could even provide the most direct evidence. Chai Kuching did not believe that Wu Yong would do such a thing, but Chai Clan's Immortals were people who had been in this world for a long time. Not long ago, Chai Clan had even secretly communicated with Lu Wei-yin to leave a way out. Bing Yuan continued, my master is determined to create a secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea. I'm afraid you all have some understanding of the Lord's temperament. Even if everyone in the world opposes it, he will still do it. He will not give up just because someone stops him. You can also inquire about what happened in the East Sea not long ago. We variant human Gu Immortals have been moving all over Eastern Sea, slaughtering humans on the islands to gather resources and complete human sea. Have you seen any of the superpowers of the Eastern Sea's righteous path come out and openly resist? The righteous Qi Alliance had a pseudo-venerable like Qi Si ancestor, but they ignored him. Let alone your Southern Alliance? The Chai Clan's Immortals' wills wavered as they transmitted their voices. Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world has indeed experienced many tragedies. Indeed, even though these variant human Gu Immortals are despicable, their words are not without reason. Eastern Sea's righteous Qi Alliance has pseudo-venerable Qi Si ancestor, but they are already in such a state. Furthermore, our Southern Alliance does not have such an expert. What's worse is that Wu Yong is secretly working with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's momentum is actually so strong. The enemy is strong while we are weak, it is better to preserve our strength for the future, that is the wisest move. Chai Clan's Immortals found out in grief and indignation that they were not Fang Yuan's match. They were not even the match of these 3 rank 8 variant humans. What made them feel even more despair was that even if they resisted, the Southern Alliance would not be able to provide them with any protection. Even if the Southern Alliance provided protection, it might not be able to protect them. Chai Clan's human Smoke Mountain had a vast number of humans. If they really fought, these humans were Chai Clan's weakness, they would not be able to protect them. In history, Ba Clan and Xia Clan made things difficult for Chai Clan because of this. As long as they threatened human Smoke Mountain, Chai Clan would not dare to attack them. At this point in the negotiations, Chai Clan was already leaning towards working with Fang Yuan. There was no other way. The enemy was too strong while they were too weak. Only one person, Chai Kuching, spoke, everyone listen to me, shut up. Chai Gan could not bear it anymore, he waved his hand and sealed Chai Kuching, making her unable to move. Chai Kuching had a shocked expression, she had never expected her clan's first supreme elder to do this. This method also caused the 3 variant human immortals' pupils to shrink. Chai Gan's move did not leak the slightest bit of aura during the whole process. Without being able to sense the aura, the 3 variant human Gu immortals could not determine what path this killer move was. Chai Clan was a super force of southern border after all, it had its foundation. Chai Gan's expression was cold as he stared at one of the Chai clan Gu immortals. Chai Dui Shan, take good care of this junior of yours. Yes. Chai Dui Shan immediately walked to Chai Kuching's side and placed his hand on the latter's shoulder. Instantly, the seal on Chai Kuching's body was strengthened again. Chai Kuching's heart shook, her face was filled with disbelief. She turned her eyes and looked at the ancestor who had once been so great in her heart. Soon her eyes turned red. Seeing this, the three variant human Gu immortals had the same thought at the same time. The situation was set. One day later, Human Smoke Mountain was suddenly attacked by a beast calamity that was rarely seen in 100 years. An earth path immemorial desolate beast drilled out of the ground, just when Chai clan's headquarters were empty. At this time, Chai clan's immortals were moving around, fighting for many blessed lands, inheritances and so on. Only a few rank 6 Gu immortals were left in the headquarters. In order to protect the common people, Chai clan's Gu immortals, led by Chai Kuching, brazenly used a killer move without caring about Chai clan's losses. This move dealt a heavy blow to the enemy. Although the immemorial desolate beast was eradicated, Human Smoke Mountain suffered heavy damage, almost turning into a huge pit. Fortunately, a portion of the clansmen were saved. Although there is a difference between mortals and immortals, in the eyes of my Chai clan, there is no difference. Human lives are of utmost importance. The lives of mortals and Gu immortals are equally precious. In order to save as many lives as possible, no matter how many sacrifices we make, it is worth it. This is my Chai clan's philosophy, our Chai clan's moral integrity as a righteous path member. Chai clan's first supreme elder Chai Gan gave his speech to Southern Borders Gu immortal world afterwards. His words were filled with righteousness. The three variant human immortals secretly returned. Human Smoke Mountain was naturally done by them. According to the alliance agreement between the three variant human immortals and Chai clan sold Human Smoke Mountain and most of the common people on it, only keeping their own clansmen, as well as some scattered commoners who came to put on a show. Chai clan's Gu immortals did not make a move personally. The three variant human immortals dug Human Smoke Mountain and slaughtered a vast number of mortals. Finally, the three immortals took away Chai clan's human path research results, leaving behind a fire path true inheritance and 3 rank 8 immortal Gu. Ha ha ha, master, the bottom line for this mission was 5 rank 8 immortal Gu. To think that we only used 3 to complete this mission. Zong laughed loudly. Even if Chai clan is a super clan that has been in Southern Border for a long time, they have not seen the world. 3 rank 8 immortal Gu knocked them unconscious. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch also expressed his disdain. Right now, there were more than 20 rank 8 immortal Gu on the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's exchange list. These rank 8 immortal Gu could be exchanged for with contribution points of all the paths. Fang Yuan had helped many Gu immortals undergo tribulations earlier. The number of rank 8 Gu immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture had increased sharply. Precisely so, Fang Yuan took out some rank 8 immortal Gu and put them on the exchange list. This move stimulated all the rank 8 Gu immortals like red-eyed bulls. They were all excited and even went crazy. Many Gu immortals were clear. This was the carrot that Fang Yuan dangled in front of the immortals. He wanted these Gu immortals to run around like a mule. But this carrot was too thick and too big, the color was too bright, it was too tempting. Rank 8 immortal Gu were so rare and hard to refine. Gu immortals could not resist such temptation. Congratulations Lady Bing Yuan, Master has saved 2 rank 8 immortal Gu. When we return, we will definitely reward you with a generous amount of contribution points. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch said respectfully. Fang Yuan's mission reward was not fixed, it would change according to the situation and increase or decrease the reward accordingly. Bing Yuan smiled reservedly. Actually, I don't care about the contribution points. I saved 2 rank 8 immortal Gu not because I want any contribution points, I purely want to help my own clansmen. You should know, my clan's Shui heir is Lord Fang Yuan's fiancé. This again. Bing Yuan is showing off her relationship with Master again. Zong and Golden Fur Immortal Monarch vaguely glanced at each other, seeing the complex expression in each other's eyes. Honestly speaking, they'd heard Bing Yuan mention this layer of relationship every few days, and their ears had long since grown calluses from hearing it. But even so, every time they heard this, Zong and Golden Fur Immortal Monarch could not help but feel envy and jealousy. Not wanting Bing Yuan to linger on this topic, Zong changed the topic. Tell me, our clan is clearly so powerful, why did Master still use huge benefits to tempt us and transact with Chai clan? Golden Fur Immortal Monarch immediately said, in my opinion Master has transacted with Wu clan, Chai clan and Fang clan. I'm afraid he wants to return to the righteous path. Zong sighed. If I had master status and strength, I would have slaughtered everyone long ago who could stop me. Ehe, just a mere Chai clan, I can destroy them with a flick of my finger. And he still wants to transact with these people? Bing Yuan snorted coldly. So, Zong, you will never become an existence like master. His lord's considerations have always been far-sighted. How can we easily guess it? If we recklessly guess it, it will be no different from ants trying to guess the sun and moon. That's right, that's right. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch quickly added. Actually, even if we turn to the righteous path, our days are still very good. Look at those Chai Clangu immortals, they are angry but do not dare to speak, it feels so good. I'm just a hairy man, but I've finally experienced what it feels like to be equal. Saying so, the three immortals looked at each other, smiles appearing on their faces. Bing Yuan concluded, regardless of whether Master walks the righteous path or the demonic path, we only need to understand one thing. That is, we must firmly follow Master's footsteps. If Master wants to negotiate and do business, then we will do business. Whoever Master wants to kill, whoever he wants to kill, we will go and kill that unlucky fellow. Of course. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch patted his chest with force. Zong also nodded, sighing. Throughout the history of humanity, other than Rinzhu, I only admire Master. During this period of time, the Gu immortals under Fang Yuan had gone through huge changes. On the surface, the change was that their cultivation base and strength had increased rapidly. And the internal psychological change was that their loyalty towards Fang Yuan continued to rise. The might of an expert, the strict alliance agreement, the terrifying battle achievements, these Gu immortals felt fear and did not dare to resist. On this basis, Fang Yuan only needed to give them some benefits to make these Gu immortals deeply grateful. And now, the treatment given by Fang Yuan was something that other forces could not give them. Chapter 2158. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. A huge butterfly was fluttering in the sky. This butterfly was pure white, it emitted a beautiful cloud light. Its speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. When it was fast, it was like teleportation. When it was slow, it was leisurely like a leaf fluttering in the wind. This was a totem killer move, Cloud Light Butterfly. The totem killer move that Jean Budu dug out from Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven was extremely valuable. These totem killer moves were divided into basic totems, special totems, and super totems according to their grades. There were thousands of basic totems. Among them were Dark Capital Strength Tiger Totem, Golden Bell Totem, Rain Eagle Totem, and others. After the Gu cultivators in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven finished cultivating basic totems, they could continue to advance to a special totem that suited them. These totems were different for different Gu immortals. For example, Jean Budu fused Rain Eagle and Thunderfish into Kuan Peng Totem. It was his special totem, others could not learn it. Because this type of totem was closely related to Jean Budu's own Dao marks, the size and distribution. Above special totems there were also super totems. These totems were very rare and few in number, they were almost like legends. In any case, Jean Budu had only heard of them, he had never seen them before. Many Gu cultivators in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven also doubted the existence of such totems. But according to Fang Yuan's deductions, they should exist. According to the rumors, super totems can exist independently of the Gu cultivator, they can cultivate on their own and have full spirituality. Isn't this Qingqiu? Qingqiu was a killer move by itself, but after Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangements, it turned into a legendary immemorial desolate beast. The great spectral soul died at Qingqiu's hands. All the great Tao led to the same destination in the end. When a totem killer move reached its limit, it would be like Qingqiu, it would turn from an inanimate object into a life form. From another perspective, Gu refinement was the same. Gu cultivators would refine many inanimate Gu materials into a Gu worm with life. And Gu worms and killer moves were the same in essence. Life, Gu worms, killer moves and so on, they were only manifestations of Tao. Unfortunately, currently, totem killer moves cannot be modified into compound killer moves. Fang Yuan felt regret. When the totem killer move was released, it would leave the sovereign immortal body and would not be protected by the unrestrained heavenly marks. Maybe in the future, when my heaven path attainment level increases, I will be able to use heaven path Tao marks to construct totem killer moves and form compound totem killer moves. Fang Yuan had already made some calculations. He needed to improve his heavenly Tao. In fact, his heavenly Tao realm was constantly improving. He continued to refine the heaven Tao marks, turning them into Mahasvara heaven marks. After coming into contact with and using heaven's envy immortal Gu, these experiences gave him deep insights into the heaven Tao. It was just that his heavenly Dao realm was still a huge distance away from the Grandmaster realm. The heavenly Dao realm as a Grandmaster was the first point of qualitative change. Fang Yuan continued to cultivate totem killer moves. Up until now, he had been accumulating totem killer moves. These totems were carefully chosen by Fang Yuan from the basic totems. After they were perfected, they were all rank 8 killer moves. A piece of information was transmitted, disturbing Fang Yuan's current cultivation. Fang Yuan stopped cultivating and checked this information. This information came from Lu Weiyin. It was the latter's reply. The letter emphasized on the method of creating artificial earth veins. My idea of modifying the sovereign immortal aperture is feasible after all. Fang Yuan looked at it and nodded with slight joy. Because during this period of time, Fang Yuan opened up the exchange list and invested a lot to nurture the Gu immortals under him. The strength of Fang Yuan's subordinates rose greatly. They became very active and took the initiative to attack everywhere. The sovereign immortal aperture's situation had already stabilized. Fang Yuan estimated that he could annex at least 3 more grotto heavens before reaching the brink of collapse again. But Fang Yuan was not satisfied with this situation. Because before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, it was best for him to annex all the grotto heavens and raise his strength to the limit. In the future, when he goes to Crazed Demon Cave and faces the Venerables, he would be able to face strong enemies with ease. However, even if Fang Yuan sent all of the Variant Human Alliance Gu immortals into the sovereign immortal aperture, and even sent Qi Si Ancestor inside, he could not annex all of the 2 heavens grotto heavens. Even if he could, Fang Yuan would not do it. Because if he did, the sovereign immortal aperture's ecology would be chaotic. It would be on the brink of collapse if he was not careful. Right now, when Fang Yuan was stable, it was already so troublesome. Once he fought with a Venerable and the Venerable found out about this weakness, they might use special methods to exploit this weakness of Fang Yuan's. In fact, Fang Yuan's silver luck pillar was very loose and not solid. It was already hinting that this weakness of Fang Yuan's could be exploited by Venerables. Manpower alone was not enough. Fang Yuan thought hard and finally thought of another method. That was to establish meridian. Heaven had heaven veins, earth had earth veins, and humans had human veins. The so-called meridian was very special. It was not only the accumulation of Dao marks, it also contained the nature of flow. Although heaven veins were formless, they contained abundant heaven path Dao marks. At the same time, these heaven path Dao marks were not constant, they were constantly flowing and changing. Thus, back then when the Qi tide swept through the world, almost every time the Qi tide subsided, Qi harvest fruits would be produced. And in the 2 heavens, because these grotto heavens were almost all placed on heaven vein nodes, the production of Qi harvest fruits was even more obvious. It was a disaster. The same was true for earth veins. After the pursuit battle with Fang Yuan, earth veins appeared and spread across the 5 regions. Fang Yuan, Lu Weiyin, and the rest made use of this characteristic of the earth vein flow to escape successfully. Why were there so many strange things happening in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture? What was the truth and source of this? What was the crux of the problem? After Fang Yuan investigated deeply, the answer he got was very thought-provoking. The answer was, the sovereign immortal aperture's Dao marks did not conflict. Different Dao marks were supposed to conflict with each other. But this was not the case in the sovereign immortal aperture. Dao marks of all paths could easily fuse together. Excessive harmony was not a good thing. There was no absolute good or bad in the world. Like the meteorite natural disaster that Ni clan faced. This meteorite natural disaster was of a high level. Fang Yuan had to personally take action to resolve it. And the source of this meteorite natural disaster was a fire rain in mini red heaven. Ever since Fang Yuan annexed Fire Plane and the other grotto heavens, his fire path Dao marks increased sharply, causing fire rain to occur frequently in mini red heaven. And among all the fire rain, there was one that kept growing and coincidentally pierced through a charcoal lake. The fire rain's Dao marks and charcoal lake's Dao marks easily fused together, forming a rank 6 killer move level meteorite fire rain. The meteorite fire rain entered mini orange heaven and fused with the Dao marks along the way. Its power rose to rank 7. It then penetrated mini yellow heaven and fused with the metal path Dao marks. Its power rose to rank 8. By the time it reached Ni clan's army, these meteorites had already expanded in scale. There were tens of thousands of them. The smallest one was an acre in size, some were as large as mountains. If the Dao marks conflicted, there would not be such a tribulation. It was likely that after the fire rain pierced through the charcoal lake, because of the earth path Dao marks in the lake, due to the conflict, the power of the fire rain fell sharply and stopped. And in the sovereign immortal aperture, because the Dao marks fused together, After the fire rain passed through the charcoal lake, it turned into a meteorite fire rain. After Fang Yuan understood this crucial point, he understood how to cure the sovereign immortal aperture. It was simple, that was to make the Tao marks in the sovereign immortal aperture conflict with each other. Once they did, the sovereign immortal aperture's biggest problem would be solved. It would be as stable as the 5 regions in the outside world. In Lu Weiyin's letter, he confirmed Fang Yuan's method of curing the root of the problem. He mentioned, back then when Shadow Sect refined sovereign immortal fetus goo, Mushroom Man Paradise had secretly helped them. Spectral Soul might have noticed something or he might not have. That was not important. Even though Spectral Soul and Paradise Earth opposed each other on the matter of fate goo, they had reached a tacit agreement through Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Lu Weiyin analyzed. The reason sovereign immortal fetus goo was rank 9 was because of the non-conflicting Tao marks. But to go further and raise it to rank 10, the Tao marks would have to conflict with each other. This conflict was not a step back, it was to make the Tao marks in the sovereign immortal body follow their master's will, fusing freely at times, or stably conflicting with each other at times. Letting the Tao marks freely conflict with each other would solve the sovereign immortal body's greatest flaw: strong offense but weak defense. However, to achieve this, Fang Yuan clearly did not have the ability. In fact, even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable might not be able to do this. After all, this was not a rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus goo, it was a rank 10 goo. Rank 9 immortal goo were rare and powerful enough, rank 10 immortal goo were legends. Fang Yuan had lived for hundreds of years, but he had only heard rumors of 2 rank 10 immortal goo. One was Destiny goo, one of the main refinement materials of rank 10 Destiny goo was rank 9 Fate goo. The second was Eternal goo. This rumor originated from the Legends of Ren Zhu. Right now, Fang Yuan learned from Lu Weiyin's letter that there was a third immortal goo that had hope of advancing to rank 10, Sovereign Immortal Fetus goo. Fang Yuan could not achieve conflicting Tao marks. What could he do? Easy. Since he could not make Tao marks conflict, Fang Yuan went to the extreme and made the Tao marks more harmonious. But this kind of cohesion and harmony was selective, it had to be within Fang Yuan's control. What good method was there? Fang Yuan did not need to think too much. The method of establishing the vein rapidly appeared in his mind like water flowing into a pond. There were many types of Tao veins. Heaven veins, earth veins, human veins, fire veins, water veins, and so on. There were undercurrents at the bottom of the Eastern Sea. They were natural transportation resources. Many Eastern Sea caravans used goo worms to drill into the bottom of the sea and use the undercurrents to move rapidly. In a short period of time, they could travel tens of thousands of li or even hundreds of thousands of li to carry out transactions. This was actually a manifestation of water veins. In Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance, there was a complete method to create artificial earth veins. But Fang Yuan still wanted to consult Lu Weiyin's suggestion for the specific implementation method. Towards him in Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, Fang Yuan was always on guard. For example, Fang Yuan did not let Lu Weiyin enter the sovereign immortal aperture. Or for example, Paradise Earth's Dream Realm and Mushroom Man Blessed Land, Fang Yuan did not touch them easily. Combined with Lu Weiyin's suggestion, I will modify my original idea and the general implementation method will be ready. I can let those goo immortals make arrangements first. I can also let Meng Qiuzhen explore Paradise Earth's Dream Realm and raise his Earth Path attainment level. This will be very beneficial for constructing the Earth Vein. Chapter 2159. Central Continent. Deep in the Earth Trench. In a dark and eerie cave, 2 cold lights suddenly shone. This was Bai Ningbing's gaze. She had ended her secluded cultivation. Not only did she cultivate an ice and snow killer move, she even gained some understanding of ice and snow path invisibility. I can clearly feel that my understanding of ice and snow has deepened. I am not far from Grandmaster Realm. Bai Ningbing muttered. It is a pity that ever since I turned into a dragon man, the efficiency of my ice and snow path comprehension has clearly fallen. My current master level attainment is mostly due to my previous accumulation. Bai Ningbing previously had the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. She had a great advantage in cultivating ice and snow path and soul path. Her attainment levels could rise rapidly. But after transforming into her body, this aspect was affected. Dragonmen were skilled in enslavement path. If Bai Ningbing switched to cultivating enslavement path, she would have an advantage as well. But this advantage could not compare to the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique's help in ice and snow path and soul path cultivation. Man was the spirit of all living beings. The aptitude of the 10 extreme physiques was definitely stronger than the aptitude of variant human races. Bai Ningbing carefully left the cave. This cave was naturally formed, it was on one side of the mountain wall of the earth trench. Bai Ningbing quietly activated her killer move Aura Concealment Ice Pearl, and soon, a thin thread of ice appeared on her neck, coiling around her elegant neck. This move was created by Bai Ningbing, it did not originate from Bai Xiang's true inheritance. The killer moves that Bai Ningbing used after this would not leak any aura. Because these auras were already stored, turning into tiny ice beads arranged on the ice thread. The weakness of this move was that it would sacrifice some of the killer move's power, and if there were too many of these ice beads, they would fuse into one and turn into a noose that would strangle Bai Ningbing's neck, injuring or even killing her. To explore this earth trench, I need a method to conceal my aura. Bai Ningbing had a calm expression. She quietly used an investigative killer move to look around. After she came out of Earth Treasury, she had been cultivating in the depths of the earth trench. She was chased by wild beasts and suffered a great loss. Fortunately, he had Bai Xiang, even a fragment could make Bai Ningbing immortal, otherwise Bai Ningbing would not have survived until now. There are 3 primordial desolate beasts and an ancient desolate beast horde in a radius of 50 kilometers. Bai Ningbing quickly understood the situation. She only had rank 7 cultivation level, and the environment here was very dangerous, even rank 8 Gu immortals would find it hard to explore. The other side of the huge risk was the huge reward. The cultivation resources here were at rank 8 level. Even if Bai Ningbing couldn't use it herself, she could sell it in jewel yellow skies and buy what she needed. Bai Ningbing was born to be adventurous. Most people would live such a life in fear, but she was immersed in it. She enjoyed the thrill of repeatedly going back and forth between life and death. Although it's dangerous to cultivate here, there's still a chance of survival. Returning to the 5 regions and 2 heavens would be even more dangerous. Whether it's Feng Yuan, the Shadow Sect, or the Celestial Court, they're all after me. Bai Ningbing also had a clear understanding of the situation. Just as Bai Ningbing was about to walk out of the cave, her expression changed. She sensed that most of the wild beasts in one area were like cats that smelled blood. They started to frantically move towards one direction. Although a portion of the wild beasts and beast groups were unmoved, they could not resist the will of most of the wild beasts, they were also swept away. Thereupon, a large-scale beast tide rapidly formed in front of Bai Ningbing's eyes. What's going on? These wild beasts seemed to be attracted by some mysterious object. They gave up on fighting and killing, they wanted to rush away in a frenzy. What is it? Bai Ningbing's curiosity was aroused. She did not hesitate, she immediately activated a movement killer move and entered the beast tide. The beast tide gradually gathered, densely packed ancient desolate beasts with conspicuous immemorial desolate beasts were surrounding a corner from time to time. This corner was also on the cliff of Earth Trench, it slowly protruded like a grave mound. At this moment, it was emitting a yellowish-brown and bright red radiance. The radiance flowed like water, it was dazzling. And at the top of the grave mound there was a tombstone. There seemed to be words on the tombstone, but they were covered by the radiance. Even when using killer moves to investigate, it could not be detected. Bai Ningbing had already turned into Bai Xiang, she was squeezed together with the beast group. What is this place? It has such dense earth path and fire path auras. What is hidden inside? Is it an immortal material? Or an immortal goo? But why is there a tombstone? There are words on the tombstone. Is that what you think? Who is buried here? Bai Ningbing looked at the wild beasts around her. She had a clear understanding, most of these beasts are earth path and fire path beasts, no wonder they were attracted here. The beasts of other paths are only a small portion, they were all swept here. Boom. Right at this time, the 2-colored radiance covering the grave mound suddenly soared into the sky, turning into a huge yellow and red light pillar. The wild beasts roared together, they were extremely excited. Some wild beasts started to charge towards the light pillar, seemingly wanting to take the lead, but they were soon trampled by the wild beasts behind them. The beast group fell into chaos and madness, they started to kill each other, trying to charge into the light pillar. But even if some wild beasts charged at the front and collided with the light pillar, they could not get what they wanted. Because the light pillar did not budge, it was heavily guarded, the beast group collided with the light pillar, it was like moving a mountain, they could not advance an inch. Bai Ningbing was a Gu immortal after all, her intelligence far surpassed wild beasts, she had been hiding at the periphery, although she was implicated, she mainly observed the situation. As time passed, the beast group suffered heavy casualties, corpses littered the ground, while the red and yellow light pillar shrunk, it seemed to have gone into the mound of graves. The fierce beasts became even more frenzied and bloodthirsty, their roars, cries of pain, and gnawing sounds filled Bai Ningbing's ears. In the boundless world, nature is truly mysterious. There are endless mysteries to explore. I want to see what is going on. Bai Ningbing started to move deeper into the mound from the periphery. When there were no more than 100 wild beasts left, and the remaining ones were covered in injuries, the yellow and red light was completely absorbed by the mound. The tombstone on the mound also shrunk into the mound. The mound seemed to have reached a crucial point. It suddenly cracked open. Crack, crack. Thin cracks spread out rapidly, covering the entire mound. Next, with a loud sound, the mound exploded from within. The aura of a Gu Immortal burst out. A naked male immortal opened his eyes. He looked around with a dazed expression. Who am I? But at the next moment he started to wake up. He recalled many things. I remember now, I am Fang Huan. The male immortal's pupils shrunk. He showed a shocked expression. Roar. The beast group roared. They seemed to be extremely angry as they attacked the naked male immortal. The male immortal opened his eyes wide. His body flew into the air as he shouted, I am alive again. I am Fang Huan, I am Lava Demon Lord. Rumble. With a loud sound, the male immortal's body suddenly emitted a red light wave. The light waves surged violently like the tide, rolling out in all directions. Everywhere it went, the red light wave incinerated everything. Most of the beast group was burned to death. The remaining beasts were already injured to begin with. They were now even more injured. Some were lying on the ground, half dead, while a small portion of them were completely enraged. They continued to attack the male immortal. The male immortal Fang Huan's expression turned grim. He sent out the red light wave again and again. The red light swept through the entire battlefield, causing a large number of casualties, but there were still several immemorial desolate beasts that reached Fang Huan. Fang Huan could no longer maintain his composure and yelled at Bai Ningbing, Fellow immortal, please lend me a hand quickly. I will reward you greatly after this is over. Okay. Bai Ningbing did not hesitate. She agreed and attacked at lightning speed. Soon she easily killed these immemorial desolate beasts. They were already heavily injured to begin with. Thank you. Thankfully, with your help, I could, Fang Huan was suddenly cut in half at the waist. Bai Ningbing grabbed his head and his upper body. She smiled coldly. I thought about it, soul searching is more direct and convenient. Fang Huan stared with wide eyes. He stared at Bai Ningbing. This female immortal had faint blue vertical dragon pupils, a pair of red coral dragon horns on her forehead. Her silver hair was translucent like tassels reaching her waist. Her skin was white as snow. Her peerless face was filled with insanity and coldness. Such a beauty. Fang Huan died with grievance. Bai Ningbing searched Fang Huan's soul, but did not obtain any valuable information. As the person involved, even though Fang Huan had revived from the mound, he was still muddle-headed. He did not know the inside story. Bai Ningbing landed on the shattered mound. She started to investigate the scene. She still found nothing. This place originally had large-scale earth path and fire path Dao marks, but now they have all disappeared. It is no different from normal ground. But Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Huan's body. No, more accurately speaking, these Dao marks have all condensed into the immortal body. Miraculous, truly miraculous. Bai Ningbing praised. Through soul searching she found out that this Fang Huan was a predecessor. He cultivated earth path, and because he inherited the heart fire true inheritance he also cultivated fire path. He managed the fire monster business, and was once one of the giants in Jewel Yellow Skies in this aspect. He had died long ago but for some reason he revived here. This mound that looks like a grave seems to have the same effect as the immortal graveyard in Celestial Court. It can allow Gu immortals to revive? Bai Ningbing was excited about this discovery. This time her gains were huge. Not only did she find the mysterious mound, she even captured Fang Huan's soul, obtaining his inheritance and all sorts of cultivation experiences. The most significant gains were the beast corpses that covered the entire battlefield. There were many rank 8 immortal materials here. There were even more rank 7 immortal materials. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Southern Border. Rumble. With a loud bang, a famous mountain fell heavily onto the ground like a huge seal. The famous mountain was red in color. It was Fangjing. There was no trace of soil on the mountain. It was made up of all kinds of copper. It was Copper Seal Mountain. Originally, Copper Seal Mountain had suffered the tribulation of 3,000 heaven path Dao marks. It was struck by lightning until it was half shorter. It was pitch black and was emitting smoke and lightning. Moreover, the entire mountain had completely melted, emitting an intense burnt smell. Chapter 2160. Alright, we finally moved this Copper Seal Mountain over. The Gu Immortals let out a breath of air, feeling very tired. One of the Rockman Gu immortals did not rest, he immediately started to prepare. After a long while he successfully activated an Earth Path killer move. Under the effect of this killer move, Copper Seal Mountain seemed to tremble slightly. At the bottom of the mountain, a faint earthy yellow radiance was emitted. Threads of light quickly condensed together, forming a translucent Earth Path mountain root that was tinged with gold. The mountain root pierced into the ground and spread rapidly. The Rockman Gu immortal maintained the killer move with a troubled expression. The immortal essence in his body fell rapidly. Finally he could not hold on any longer, he stopped using the killer move. The mountain root also stopped spreading rapidly, it took root deep in the ground and started to grow slowly. For a long time to come, this mountain root would communicate with the surrounding Dao marks, maintaining, and even boosting the Copper Seal Mountain. Trees had tree roots, mountains had mountain roots. If they were casually plucked, the roots would be destroyed. Thus, moving famous trees and mountains required specialized wood path and earth path methods. Otherwise, forcefully plucking would have more disadvantages than advantages. The Rockman Gu immortal sat cross-legged on the ground and started to rest. He was extremely tired, his immortal essence expenditure was also the highest among the immortals. Of course, after the mission was completed, he would obtain more contribution points. As for the other Gu immortals, they had finished resting and started to do the final inspection. After a while, the immortals gathered together again. Alright, this Copper Seal Mountain is in good condition. The mountain root is also in good condition. Such a famous mountain and mountain root can completely take on the responsibility of an earth vein node. Master is indeed majestic and magnanimous. He actually wants to plan and construct an earth vein in the mini 5 regions. This plan is too grand, it will take at least 10 years, I am truly in admiration. The immortals nodded, they had the same feeling. Alright, let's go. Let's continue to move the next famous mountain to the destination. There are not many Gu immortals who can move mountains, but such missions are getting fewer and fewer. The contribution points are so high, let's work harder and try to complete as many as possible. That's right, during this period of time if anyone can't hold on, go to the liver life formation. Don't be stingy with those contribution points. I've already been there before participating in this operation. Ah, is that so? I've also been there. The immortals discussed as they flew away from Copper Seal Mountain. If one looked down on the entire 5 regions, there were nearly 10 groups of people working hard to move mountains. Of course, it was not just the famous mountains. Other than the famed mountains, there were also the 10 lands that could serve as the nodes of the earth veins. In southern border paradise, Earth's true inheritance, there was a detailed description of the 10 lands. The 10 lands were Earth Abyss, Earth Trench, Underground Tunnel, Crypt, Dungeon, Production, Enclave, Front, Treasury and Cemetery. These 10 lands could all take on the responsibility of earth vein nodes. The first stage of Fang Yuan's man-made earth veins was to set up all kinds of earth vein nodes in the small 5 regions. Next, he used earth path methods to link the nodes together. Finally, adjustments were made on this basis. Currently, Fang Yuan could only create half of the 10 earths. They were the Earth Abyss, Earth Trench, Earth Tunnel, Production and Formation. As for the other 5, they were beyond his abilities. Case in point, cemeteries. Even Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable could not figure out the secret of this mysterious land's formation. Gu immortals could use this to revive. The gravestones in the cemeteries were also very mystical, they had the power of information path. They seemed to be condensed from the information of the Gu immortal's entire life in the river of time. The greater the reputation of the Gu immortal, the more detailed the information on the gravestone, it seemed to be more helpful to the Gu immortal's revival. The actual relationship had to be verified. Currently, Fang Yuan's subordinates were all moving mountains. Most of the earth vein nodes were mountains, not the 10 earths. These mountains were at least famed mountains. There are still too few famed mountains in the sovereign immortal aperture. In the first stage of the plan, I can only estimate 30% of the total number of earth vein nodes. The artificial earth vein plan was huge and required a lot of investment. Fang Yuan had devoured a large number of grotto heavens and obtained countless cultivation resources. He was finally starting to see his limits. Fang Yuan still had one famed mountain that he had not used. That was the newly obtained Human Smoke Mountain. I need to keep this mountain. My intuition tells me that if I follow Chai Clan's human path research, I will be able to condense the essence of Human Smoke Mountain and form the embryonic form of Human Mountain. Fang Yuan was a human path grandmaster. His intuition towards human path was far more accurate than human path masters. After slaughtering many of Chai Clan's people, Human Sea had been perfected, but Human Mountain had yet to form. The combination of human sea and human mountain would definitely be extremely powerful. Fang Yuan had not seen it in his 500 years of life. But this was a very long-term plan. Any secluded domain of heaven and earth would require a huge investment, even more than this artificial earth vein. The reason why the embryonic form of human sea was perfected was because of Eastern Sea Xia clan's hard work. The final part of the road required human path resources. Eastern Sea Xia clan had always been troubled by their righteous path identity. They could only gather resources secretly. How could they dare to openly slaughter like Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan first cleverly chose his targets and stepped on the edge of the bottom line, causing the entire righteous Qi alliance to give up and feign ignorance. Next, he targeted Chai clan's people. Fang Yuan decisively gave up a portion of the benefits and forcefully negotiated. This caused a super clan like Chai clan to submit to Fang Yuan's demonic might, lowering their heads and taking the initiative to cooperate. We are starting to run out of resources. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. He had this idea of constructing Human Mountain, but it was definitely far away in the foreseeable future. In fact, the accumulation of embryonic refinement C was almost completely used up by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had invested too much in this recent period of time. He had actually plundered a vast amount of cultivation resources. Most of these resources came from the two heavens grotto heavens. And these grotto heavens had a long history. They had accumulated for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. But they were still not enough. Fang Yuan had been refining rank 8 immortal goo on a large scale. At the same time, he used those rank 6 and rank 7 cultivation resources to nurture his subordinates. Fang Yuan had a huge number of goo immortals under him. Just Langya sect alone had many hairy man goo immortals, and the variant human alliance had even more goo immortals, not to mention Bing Yuan, Shizong, and Mo Tan Sang, these variant human goo immortals. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had close to 10 human goo immortals, led by Combat Beast King. Lady White Rabbit, Fairy Miao Yin, as well as Fang Yuan's clones Wu Shuai and Zhan Budu. Among the Mushroom Man goo immortals who joined not long ago, the strongest was Ku Xen Hong. The number of goo immortals under Fang Yuan far surpassed ordinary super forces. Even Longevity Heaven could not compare. Only Shadow Sect, which once had Zombie Alliance's lower sect, and Celestial Court, which now had the 10 great ancient sects' lower sects, could compare. If Wu clan had such powerful goo immortals, Wu Yong would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. Wu Yong was a formidable person who did not care about the difference in races as long as they were practical. Of course, if they were all human goo immortals, that would be even better. With Fang Yuan's huge expenditure, no matter how many cultivation resources he had, it would not be enough for him to use. Thankfully, his foundation was extremely solid. He could last for so long. But now he was starting to feel tired. It seems that I need to plunder resources. Even though his foundation was still there, Fang Yuan had already started to prepare for a rainy day. I've basically plundered all the resources in the Alliance of the Outsiders. Only a portion of the Grotto Heaven is left. Mushroom Man Paradise is also in the same situation. The Mushroom Men inside are almost all gone, not to mention the accumulated resources. Fang Yuan thought. He had placed his hopes on Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven, but ever since Zhan Budu returned and brought back crucial information, Fang Yuan knew that Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven also had the power of Longevity Heaven interfering. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven itself was very powerful and hard to conquer. Behind the scenes, other than Longevity Heaven, there were bound to be other forces interfering. Thus, even though this place was rich in resources, Fang Yuan did not want to make a move on it for now. Eastern Sea's Blue Dragon Whale was also rich in resources. But it was not feasible. Ever since the last time he left, Fang Yuan could not find any traces of the Blue Dragon Whale. He used heaven and earth travel to directly enter the Blue Dragon Whale's immortal aperture, but he failed mysteriously without any hope of success. There is still a group of people in the two heavens grotto heavens that joined Qi ancestor. They are all humans. These grotto heavens also have rich cultivation resources. They might be able to cooperate with the Qi clone. Fang Yuan did not want to invade super forces like Chai clan and Wu clan for the time being. This would damage his own luck. Any super force had a huge amount of luck. They had their own methods. Thus the gains might not be high, but the risks were also high. Most importantly, even if he annexed the super forces, Fang Yuan did not want to take too much of the territories of the outside world. It would be better to develop the sovereign immortal aperture. The territories would always be with him. It would be so convenient. Other goo immortals did not have the sovereign immortal aperture. To them, it was more beneficial to occupy territories. If they had the sovereign immortal aperture, they would probably make the same choice as Fang Yuan. A gust of wind suddenly flew out of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, charging towards the sky. He Chunqiu sent good news. Wu Clan's Fan Wen Gu had been successfully refined, even though it had failed twice. Rank 8 Fan Wen Gu. In the recent process of using it, 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool had gone through some adjustments. Its power had become even stronger. Including Fan Wen Gu, the number of immortal Gu that were successfully refined to rank 8 through 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool had already surpassed 50. I can sell true inheritances in jewel yellow skies on a large scale to exchange for cultivation resources. Or I can directly engage in the Gu refinement business. The profits will definitely be considerable. Fang Yuan immediately thought of 2 ways to gather resources. According to Fang Yuan's current refinement path strength, he could only refine rank 10 and 9 immortal Gu. He could not refine other rank 8 immortal Gu either. Chapter 2161. You only have 7 days left to live. When Meng Qiuzhen entered Paradise Earth's dream realm, he was greeted with this sentence. What? Meng Qiuzhen was stunned, asking. Standing in front of him was an old mushroom man granny. She sighed and said guiltily, Little me, granny is too useless, I really have no way to cure your illness. Using this time, Meng Qiuzhen quickly looked around. He found that not only the mushroom man in front of him, he had also become a mushroom man. Right now they were in a mushroom man thatched hut. This kind of thatched hut had dark green walls. It was built with special grass and mud. The roof was woven from golden straw. The furnishings in the house were simple, but it showed that this was the home of a doctor. Granny, is there really no hope for me? Is there really no other way? Meng Qiuzhen pretended to be unwilling as he tried to search for clues in this dream realm. The mushroom man granny hesitated for a moment before saying, There is another way. Meng Qiuzhen immediately asked, What way? The mushroom man granny shook her head. She turned around and walked to the table. The table was filled with medicine jars. Some were white, some were gray, but most were black. Some of these medicine jars were open, containing dried herbs or pitch-black medicinal liquids. Some medicine jars were tightly covered with lids. The mushroom man granny seemed to have a complex mood. She subconsciously moved these medicine jars and gradually calmed down. She turned her back to Meng Qiuzhen as she said, The only way I can think of to save you is not one method. More accurately speaking, it is one person. One person. Meng Qiuzhen walked closer to the old granny. He saw that these medicine jars contained Gu worms. The old granny sighed, Sigh, you should know her. How would Meng Qiuzhen know? But he was experienced and had a way with words. He immediately said, Is it her? That's right, it is her. My tribe's previous witch Huangwan. The old granny said. Every mushroom man tribe had a witch. Different from the mermaid tribe's saintess, witches did not have any authority, but they usually had high prestige. Because the witch had always been the most capable female doctor in the mushroom man tribe. Without the support and blessings of the witch, the next leader of the mushroom men would be doubted. Some of the leaders might not even be able to take the position. Only by finding the previous generation's witch Huangwan will you have any hope of surviving. The old granny emphasized. Meng Qiuzhen immediately asked, Then where is she? What mountain? The old granny looked at Meng Qiuzhen. Xiaomi, you are a good child. Granny has watched you grow up. Right now the plague is running rampant in the clan. Originally you wouldn't have been infected, but because you took the initiative to help mother-in-law treat others, you got infected. You know a thing or two about Huangwan. Although she is very strong, she betrayed the tribe, so you can only go in your own name. The tribe will not help you. Meng Qiuzhen nodded. He acutely sensed that the old lady seemed to have another request. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He immediately followed the inspiration in his mind and said, But Granny, with my strength, I can't reach there at all. I really want to see Huangwan and get her help. Not only do I want to live, I also want to bring the cure back to the tribe. Good child, good child. The old granny was greatly comforted. Your idea is exactly what I want you to do. Don't worry, this trip to Whip Mountain is not only dangerous, but Whip Mountain is also human territory. How can I let you take it so easily? The old granny turned around and opened the containers on the table. You can choose any 3 Gu worms here. They will be of great help to you. Thank you, Granny. Meng Qiuzhen said, as expected. He had explored dream realms many times. He had rich experience. With just a few words he had already understood the structure of this dream realm. The most crucial hidden point of this dream realm is the Gu selection segment. If I did not sense Granny's deep intention and suggested it, I might not have gotten the opportunity to choose Gu. Choosing 3 goo worms will definitely lower the difficulty of the dream realm exploration. But which 3 should I choose? Meng Qiuzhen carefully analyzed the goo worms in front of him while secretly using Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo to investigate. With the help of Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo, Meng Qiuzhen quickly observed the things in the second stage of the dream realm. Choose quickly, don't waste time. Cherish every breath of time you have. The old granny urged. Meng Qiuzhen gritted his teeth. Granny, let me think about it. The old granny had a cold expression. Humph, you are already in this situation, you cannot be overcautious, you need to be decisive. You need to immediately choose 3 goo worms, and then leave the valley through that hidden path. Once the time is up, that path will be closed for 7 days. Choose quickly. Meng Qiuzhen could not waste time. Fortunately, he had already obtained a lot of information in this short period of time. I choose these 3 goo. Meng Qiuzhen quickly picked 3 goo from the dozens of containers. Good. They are all good choices. Huang Xiaomi, time is pressing, this is all I can do for you, go. The old granny had just finished speaking when Meng Qiuzhen's vision turned dark. The dream realm entered the second stage of the dream realm. He had rank 3 cultivation level. Using his original goo worms as well as the 3 newly obtained goo worms, he moved quickly in the wilderness, trekking with great difficulty. He crossed the treacherous man-eating jungle, rushed through the layers of fog, crossed the swamp filled with death, and the last obstacle was a black bear of the 1000 Beast King level. Meng Qiuzhen and the black bear fought bitterly for a long time. Finally, the black bear fell to the ground with a loud thud. Its huge body shrunk in a few breaths of time, like a punctured balloon. In a short period of time, its flesh and organs turned into purple poisonous liquid, flowing out of its wounds and orifices. Meng Qiuzhen carefully squatted down and took out tiger poison goo. This rank 3 tiger poison goo was one of the 3 goo he chose in the first stage of the dream realm. Once it was activated, it could release tiger poison. Tiger poison goo was like a black scorpion, but there was a golden king character on its head. After it came out of the white-silver aperture, it landed on the ground and started to absorb the poisonous liquid. Soon, the poisonous liquid was completely absorbed and its body expanded slightly. Meng Qiuzhen willed and tiger poison goo obediently flew back into his aperture. In the first stage of the dream realm, there were many poisonous goo. For example, snake poison goo, dove poison goo, bee poison goo, and so on. Against a 1000 Beast King level black bear, bee poison goo is countered by the bear's body, it is not a good choice. Snake poison goo and dove poison goo are also slow to take effect. Only tiger poison goo is best at dealing with these large beasts, its effect is very fast. Moreover, together with poison goo, the tiger poison can take human form, it is very useful in battle. In the battle between Meng Qiuzhen and the Black Bear King, he used poison goo and tiger poison goo to form a poison tiger. The battle between the poison tiger and the Black Bear King greatly made up for Meng Qiuzhen's weakness in direct combat. Meng Qiuzhen was at the back, constantly using poison path goo worms to help poison liquid tiger, finally obtaining this difficult victory. Of course, tiger poison goo had its drawbacks. It was a huge disadvantage. As the saying goes, even a vicious tiger does not eat its cubs. Tiger poison goo had no effect on young targets. According to Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo's investigation, Meng Qiuzhen already knew that the Black Bear King was the last and most difficult round in the first stage of the Dream Realm. He chose the most crucial tiger poison goo according to the situation. After this battle, tiger poison goo's toxicity and poison quantity have fallen by a lot, even after I collected the remaining poison after the battle. Tiger poison goo needs time to recuperate, its overall strength has fallen by a lot. But thankfully this is the final round, this is a dream realm and not the real wilderness. What's going on? Meng Qiuzhen's expression changed. The second stage of the dream realm was still very stable, it did not dissipate like he expected. Is there another difficulty? That was impossible. Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo has already investigated everything. Wait, when I investigated earlier, there was a mortal. This mortal did not have any Goo Master cultivation level. Meng Qiuzhen had thought that this was secondary. Or if Tiger Poison Goo was not chosen, the mortal would provide some help to the Goo cultivator exploring the dream realm. But now Meng Qiuzhen felt that this mortal was a crucial factor. According to the information he gathered, Meng Qiuzhen naturally knew the location of that mortal. He immediately moved and got closer. But along the way his strength started to weaken rapidly. What's going on? Meng Qiuzhen immediately inspected his body, his expression turning pale. The plague is acting up. There are still around 2 days left. Don't tell me the battle with the black bear expended too much mental energy that my body could not bear it, causing the plague to act up early? This plague was unique to mushroom men. Once it acted up, mushrooms would grow from all parts of their bodies. The more mushrooms grew, the more life force would be extracted from the mushroom man. The plague was so intense, Meng Qiuzhen had only just discovered it when he lost all his strength and fell to the ground. Is this the end of this dream realm exploration? I have not even seen Paradise Earth. In order to cooperate with the main body's plan to construct the Earth vein, Meng Qiuzhen explored Paradise Earth's dream realm in advance. Now I still have some hope. Persevere, I need to persevere. This place is not far from that mortal's location. Even though Meng Qiuzhen had no strength left and could only fall to the ground, he was not at his limit yet. At least, he still had the strength to breathe and could use the goo worms in his aperture. He immediately activated healing goo worms to stall for time. Healing goo masters could only slow down the severity of the plague and not the root cause. But it was like a child trying to stop a car, the effect was minimal. Damn it, I expended most of my primeval essence in the battle with the Black Bear King. My primeval essence is about to run dry. Meng Qiuzhen was forced into a desperate situation again. But at that moment he heard a rustling sound. It's that mortal's footsteps. Very good. Meng Qiuzhen's eyes shined as he shouted with all his strength, "Save me, save me." P.S. Congratulations to Cleansing Soul Extreme Frost for becoming the leader of this book. I owe you an update. This way I owe you 6 updates. I need to use them at the climax. Chapter 2162. Even though he was calling with all his strength, Meng Qiuzhen's voice was still very weak. Who is calling for help? A mortal girl peeled away the brambles and arrived here. Here, look down. Meng Qiuzhen said, his voice was very weak as if he was whispering. The mortal girl did not hear him, she muttered, "Did I hear wrongly? Sai, it is getting late, I need to quickly gather mushrooms and sell them in Clan Village. There are so many mushrooms here." The mortal girl discovered Meng Qiuzhen. But right now, Meng Qiuzhen's body was covered in mushrooms, he was unrecognizable. The mortal girl squatted down and plucked the mushrooms off Meng Qiuzhen's body. With each mushroom she plucked, Meng Qiuzhen's life force would leak out one less channel. His condition was quickly alleviated, his strength was gradually recovering. That's right, there are still 2 days before my illness flares up. At least right now, my life is not fated to die. Meng Qiuzhen quickly realized. Then he said, "Little girl, the mushrooms on my body are very delicious, it is fine if you pluck them all." The mortal girl jumped in fright. Meng Qiuzhen said, "Don't be afraid, I am also human. I was the one who asked for help just now. Thank you, kind lady, you saved me. But I did not do anything." Meng Qiuzhen forced a smile. "You plucked all the mushrooms on my body, that is saving me. These mushrooms are only harmful to us mushroom men, they are harmless to other races, they are even beneficial." After the shock, the young girl smiled. "So you are a mushroom man, I have heard rumors about you since young, you are gentle and never harm people. Before meeting you, I have never seen a living mushroom man." Meng Qiuzhen quickly said, "Quickly pluck my mushrooms, I cannot hold on anymore." The young girl was very agile, she quickly plucked the mushrooms on Meng Qiuzhen's body. He escaped from the desperate situation, he was saved from the brink of failure. There is one last mushroom left. The young girl was very serious. Wait. Meng Qiuzhen's expression changed. That mushroom does not need to be plucked. Ah. The young girl blinked her large eyes, her face was a little red. "I can't pluck it, is it hurting you?" Meng Qiuzhen's face was pale, he took a deep breath and said with difficulty, "Don't pull any more." But the little girl shook her head and stubbornly said, "That won't do. Big brother mushroom man, you just said that I have to pull out all the mushrooms in your body to cure you. Don't. The little girl rolled up her sleeves and revealed a very serious and adorable expression. "If you haven't pulled it out yet. I don't believe it." Meng Qiuzhen, ah. As Meng Qiuzhen screamed, the second stage of the dream realm was finally cleared. His vision gradually changed from a chaotic swirl of colors to a clear view. This was a bustling market and the people around were bustling with activity. This is Clan Village? Behind Meng Qiuzhen, Mushroom Man Huang Xiaomi was wrapped tightly as he asked softly. Meng Qiuzhen took a glance and was slightly shocked. He was acting as the Mushroom Man Huang Xiaomi in the first 2 scenes, he did not expect to change his identity in the 3rd scene. This kind of situation was rare. Meng Qiuzhen quickly inspected himself. "Alright, I have become that little human girl." Meng Qiuzhen sighed internally. Huang Xiaomi's strength was already insufficient, now that Meng Qiuzhen had become immortal and a young girl at that. The change in identity made Meng Qiuzhen feel some doubts. What was the main plot of this Paradise Earth Dream Realm? Originally, in the first two scenes he was Huang Xiaomi, and his initial guess was that the main plot of the Dream Realm was to save the Mushroom Man tribe and cure the plague. But now that his identity had changed, Meng Qiuzhen's heart started to shake intensely. No matter what, since Huang Xiaomi followed the human girl into Two Clan Village, I should still help Huang Xiaomi find the shaman of the Mushroom Man tribe. Meng Qiuzhen decided to continue following the previous clues. Fang Tu girl, you are here? Quick, uncle, the stall next to me is also very good, quickly occupy it. The evening market is not the same as the morning market, the duration is very short. A middle-aged uncle took the initiative to greet Meng Qiuzhen. Thank you, uncle. Meng Qiuzhen thought about it and placed his basket full of mushrooms at the stall next to the uncle. Huang Xiaomi silently helped Meng Qiuzhen place the mushrooms. The middle-aged uncle took a glance and praised, "These mushrooms are really fresh." Of course. Huang Xiaomi said proudly. The middle-aged uncle's gaze stopped on him. This is my distant relative, he came to help me. Meng Qiuzhen quickly answered. The middle-aged uncle did not ask any more. The evening market had already started, people were moving about, everyone was busy. Some were buying, some were selling. The things being bought and sold were basically mortal goods like mushrooms, vegetables, bean cakes, and so on. This was a mortal market, it was used to satisfy daily needs. What goo worms were sold, unless it was a caravan that passed by Two Clan Village. After a few minutes, the number of people in the market started to thin out. At this time there was a commotion ahead. Move aside, move aside. Move aside, can't you see Lord Green Beast is here? A group of youths shouted, there were 5 to 6 of them, they were walking on the narrow walkway. Everywhere they went, the passers-by gave way, showing fear, nervousness, or even disdain and disgust. Girl Fang Tu, quickly hide. Don't let that beast see you again. The middle-aged uncle quickly reminded. Meng Qiuzhen was stunned. Lady Fang Tu. At the next moment, the leader of those 5 to 6 people, the bald youngster walking at the front, shouted. His eyes shined as he saw Meng Qiuzhen from afar. What's going on? Meng Qiuzhen narrowed his eyes as he saw the bald youngster walking over quickly. The bald youngster had thick eyebrows and big eyes, but there was no hair on his head, there was even a tattoo of a green beast's head. The bald youngster touched the green beast tattoo on his head as he grinned at Meng Qiuzhen. Lady Fang Tu, you are here to sell mushrooms again. I want to buy them. Meng Qiuzhen was vigilant, he asked, how much do you want to buy? The bald youngster raised 2 fingers, just 1 kilogram. Help me pick some big ones that look good. Meng Qiuzhen started to choose. This is good, that is good, I want them too. The bald youngster nicknamed Green Beast gestured with his hands. I said this one and that one. The bald youngster spoke again and again. Which one is it? Meng Qiuzhen frowned, feeling that the other party was toying with him. The bald youngster grinned. Never mind, Sister Fang, let me help you, let's pick together. The bald youngster said as he started. Tender, so tender. He picked a few and said. Meng Qiuzhen answered, these are all fresh, I just picked them today. Slippery, it's really slippery, the bald youth praised again. Meng Qiuzhen slowly looked up at him with a frown. You are touching my hand. Sorry. The bald youngster quickly laughed. Meng Qiuzhen stared. Then why did you touch? It was an accident. The bald youngster quickly said. Meng Qiuzhen was speechless, he found that he was being teased. Hey shameless scoundrel, you dare to tease an innocent girl in broad daylight. The mushroom man Huang Xiaomi could not take it anymore, he shouted. Who are you? Why are you standing beside my Lady Fang? The bald youngster was furious, he had been staring at Huang Xiaomi for a long time. The two started to argue, anger was rising. This is the limitation of Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo. Meng Qiuzhen sighed internally. Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo could inspect the following scene and objects in the dream realm, but it could not inspect what the owner of the dream butterfly would encounter in the dream realm. Because the changes in the dream realm would only occur when the Goo cultivator enters the dream realm for them to interact with the dream realm and produce changes. Before Meng Qiuzhen came here, he had already inspected the bald youngster and Two Clan Village's market in the previous scene of the dream realm. But he could not predict what would happen in advance. The two argued intensely in front of Meng Qiuzhen, they were on the verge of fighting. Meng Qiuzhen was about to persuade them, but he suddenly had a thought and shut his mouth. Oh my, look at my bad temper. Brat, you are asking for a beating. The bald youngster rubbed his head as he gritted his teeth and attacked. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Huang Xiaomi did not back down, he also attacked. The two started to fight. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Meng Qiuzhen shouted as he retreated rapidly. He was immortal now, he could not resist the Gu Master's battle. But thankfully, be it Huang Xiaomi or the bald youngster, they cared about Meng Qiuzhen. When Meng Qiuzhen retreated to a safe distance, they used their Gu cultivation methods. After a few rounds, Huang Xiaomi fell into a disadvantage, he was not the bald youngster's match. This ruffian is so strong. Meng Qiuzhen was slightly surprised. He knew Huang Xiaomi's strength, after all, he had impersonated him in the first and second scenes of the Dream Realm. But to think that the bald youngster was so strong, he was already suppressing Huang Xiaomi. Wait, you are not a human, you are a variant human. The bald youngster suddenly shouted. The battle was too intense, Huang Xiaomi's identity was exposed. Great, you spy, why did you sneak into my two-clan village? You must be up to no good. Ha ha ha, I am going to make a huge contribution this time. The bald youngster continued to shout. All of you attack, he is a mushroom man, there is no need to talk about human morality with him. Shameless and despicable. If you are a man, fight me alone. Huang Xiaomi was outnumbered. After being captured, he shouted unwillingly. Ah! If you capture me, I will be two clans' hero. The bald youngster laughed as he kicked the immobile Huang Xiaomi. You variant human, just lie there obediently. Chapter 2163. Meng Qiuzhen shook his head, purposely saying anxiously, Brother Xiaomi is a good person. Before he finished, the bald youngster interrupted him, shouting in a hurry. It was indeed the mushroom man that threatened Lady Xiaofang. We will go to the village now and report to the elders. Let's go. Under everyone's gazes, Meng Qiuzhen went with the flow, going deep into two-clan village with the bald youngster and Huang Xiaomi. Along the way, the bald youngster whispered to Meng Qiuzhen, Sister Xiaofang, you have to report later, otherwise even you will be implicated. The mushroom man is not a good person, he is dead for sure. Meng Qiuzhen did not speak. Huang Xiaomi, who was tied up and unable to move, shouted, That's right, I lied to Fang Tu and forced her. If you capture me, it will bring huge trouble to your two clan. Someone will definitely come and save me. Huang Xiaomi was saved by Fang Tu, he clearly did not want to implicate his benefactor, thus he purposely said this. The bald youngster eventually sent Huang Xiaomi to two clan villages prison, receiving praise and encouragement from two clans' elders. After everyone dispersed, the bald youngster invited Meng Qiuzhen to his house. It is late, Sister Xiaofang, come to our house for dinner and stay here temporarily. When we were neighbors we often played together. Also, if my mother sees you, she will definitely be very happy. So this green beast has such a relationship with Fang Tu? Meng Qiuzhen nodded, following the development of the plot. Soon Meng Qiuzhen followed the bald youngster to his house. This was an ordinary two-storied bamboo house. Only the bald youngster and his mother lived here. Pushing open the kitchen door, the bald youngster shouted, Mother, who did I bring back for you? It's you, Lady Xiaofang. It has been many days. Are your parents well? The bald youngster's mother was very enthusiastic. They're doing well, thank you, Auntie. Meng Qiuzhen said perfunctorily. The bald youngster's mother nodded, smiling brightly. Since Xiaofang is here, you can go and have a seat, I will cook some dishes. The bald youngster could not wait to show off. Mother, you have to cook more delicious food today. This is your son's celebration feast. You stinking brat, what are you up to now? The bald youth's mother frowned. The bald youth patted his chest. Mother, your son have really made a great contribution this time. I caught a mushroom man on the streets and sent him to the clan's prison. What? The bald youth's mother paused. The bald youth hurriedly recounted the incident. The bald youngster's mother frowned as she looked at Meng Qiuzhen. Little Fang, this rascal likes to talk nonsense, is what he said true? It is true. Meng Qiuzhen nodded before adding, but Big Brother Mushroom Man Huang Xiaomi is really a good person. She hadn't finished speaking when she was interrupted by the bald young man once more. Alright Lil Fang, I've already warned you many times. You can say this at home but don't whisper it outside. Alright. The bald youth's mother waved her hand. Brat, we've run out of soy sauce. Go to the shop on the corner and buy some soy sauce. Go quickly, how can we cook without soy sauce? Oh, alright. After the bald youngster left, Aunt walked to Meng Qiuzhen. Come Xiaofang, tell Aunt what is going on? Thus, the Dream Realm's third scene passed like this. The fourth scene arrived. Late at night, in the underground prison. Changed identities again? Meng Qiuzhen regained his senses and immediately discovered this abnormality. He broke away from his mortal Fang Tu identity and became a Gu master again. Moreover, his cultivation had reached rank 4. You are actually the bald youth's mother? Meng Qiuzhen soon discovered that the bald youth's mother was a mushroom man. Meng Qiuzhen immediately guessed, I'm afraid my current identity is that Huang Wan. This dream realm came from Paradise Earth. The unique thing was that the identities in each scene were not fixed. Maybe I can even act as Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable in the following dream realms. Meng Qiuzhen smiled. Until now he had not seen Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable in the dream realm. In the first scene, Meng Qiuzhen learned that Huang Xiaomi's Mushroom Man tribe had a former witch, Huang Wan. She was very strong and was the only doctor who had hope of curing the Mushroom Man plague. However, he learned from the Mushroom Man granny that this former witch, Huang Wan, seemed to have been expelled from the tribe for some reason. This Mushroom Man Huang Wan concealed her identity and lived in a human force 2 clan village. To conceal her identity perfectly, she even adopted a human youngster. If that bald youth knew that his mother was also a mushroom man, I wonder what expression he would have? Meng Qiuzhen smiled. He used a short period of time to familiarize himself with the Gu worms on him. He had a complete set of Gu worms. They covered offense, defense, movement, healing and other aspects. From some of the supplementary Gu worms, Meng Qiuzhen acutely sensed that these Gu worms could be used together to form mortal killer moves. Unfortunately, the current situation did not allow it. Meng Qiuzhen could not test the combination of killer moves. The third scene has already given us a clear clue. Even though this Mushroom Man Huang Wan was expelled from the tribe, she clearly cares about the Mushroom Man tribe. She came to save Huang Xiaomi that night. I need to act quickly. Meng Qiuzhen immediately set off, entering the underground prison. The structure of the underground prison was very simple, it could be seen at a glance. Soon he found Huang Xiaomi, who was chained to the wall at the deepest part of the prison. Meng Qiuzhen activated his Gu worms and silently melted the lock on the door. Huang Xiaomi, wake up. Meng Qiuzhen quickly arrived in front of Huang Xiaomi, wanting to check his condition. Suddenly, Huang Xiaomi self-detonated, turning into dust that covered Meng Qiuzhen's body. Soon after, the clanging of the alarm bell caused the guards to shout out. Moreover, the entire prison started to shine with dark yellow light. A concealed Gu formation activated, sealing the surroundings. Oh no, it is a trap. Meng Qiuzhen helplessly found that Huang Xiaomi had already vanished. He quickly retreated and used poison Gu to corrode the Gu formation, but there was little effect. Audacious. You dare to break into my 2 clan village. Just like that captive said, someone will definitely come to save him. Surrender obediently and I can spare your life. The 2 elders had similar faces. They were twins. They moved along the Gu formation and arrived in front of Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen smiled coldly and started fighting. After fighting for 60 rounds, he was defeated and captured by the 2 elders. The dream realm dissipated at this point. I failed. Meng Qiuzhen's soul returned to his body as he sighed. Paradise Earth's dream realm was not easy to explore, but Meng Qiuzhen was very experienced. He only failed when he reached the 4th stage. His soul was heavily injured. Meng Qiuzhen healed his injuries as he reflected. Those 2 elders are very strong. Not only do they have rank 4 cultivation level, they also have great coordination when fighting. It is like they are one person. Not only do I have to fight these 2 elders, I also have to deal with the Gu formation. I am at a disadvantage. Of course, there is another reason. I am not familiar with the poison path Gu worms in my hands. Using this chance, I might as well deduce it and find the hidden poison path killer move. There is another reason. Meng Qiuzhen reflected deeply. He realized his restlessness in the dream realm. Although that fake Huang Xiaomi had managed to hide from his preliminary detection method, but if he had a normal mentality he would not have rashly entered the cell, he would have used Gu worms to investigate the situation. Back then Huang Wan must have been very restless. Thus, I was unknowingly infected by this restlessness and lost my usual judgment. The previous 3 stages of the dream realm also had emotional disturbances, but Meng Qiuzhen suppressed them. At the 4th stage, the dream realm's emotions were far more natural than the previous 3 stages. This was also one of the difficulties in exploring dream realms. Using this time to rest, Meng Qiuzhen quickly deduced 5 poison path killer moves. Most of them used Be Poison Gu as the core. After entering the dream realm again, Meng Qiuzhen inspected patiently. He was surprised to find that not only was Huang Xiaomi fake, the entire underground prison was fake as well. This is a fake prison. The real cell is 1 floor below. The main part of the Gu formation is also 1 floor below. Meng Qiuzhen carefully entered the real prison. Two clan villages' true prison was unexpectedly complex. It had a grand aura to it. The prison was like an ant's nest. There were countless tunnels that intersected with each other. Meng Qiuzhen felt like he was in a fog. He was dazzled. The entire mountain seems to have been penetrated. It has turned into a prison. This two-clan village is clearly an ordinary force. How could they do this? No, there are traces of a tunnel here. Meng Qiuzhen explored carefully. He soon found traces of a tunnel in one of the 10 earths. This mountain is definitely a famous mountain. It actually contains a natural tunnel. Two-clan village made use of the tunnel to develop it slightly and gain a lot of resources. No wonder they could nurture 2 rank 4 elders. Meng Qiuzhen wandered around Two Clan's underground prison. 9 out of 10 rooms in the underground prison were empty. There were far more beasts than mortals. After spending some time, Meng Qiuzhen still could not find any clues. During this process, the Dream Realm expended a lot of his soul foundation. It's those 2 Gu masters. Meng Qiuzhen suddenly heard the sounds of Gu cultivators moving through the tunnel ahead. He quickly dodged to the side, hiding. Swoosh swoosh. 2 Gu masters flew out of the tunnel. It's those 2 rank 4 elders. Meng Qiuzhen was observing secretly. He immediately recognized them. It turned out that they had been in the underground prison all along. That was why they were the first to arrive at the fake prison. The 2 elders talked as they walked. This Mushroom Man prisoner is quite tight-lipped. He actually endured so much torture. Even if he did not say it, we already knew that there was a Mushroom Man tribe around Two Clan village. It is just that we did not know their exact location. Right, we must get the exact location of the Mushroom Man tribe from this prisoner and eliminate them. Chapter 2164. The 2 elders gradually stopped, and both of them went into another tunnel. Swoosh swoosh, the 2 quickly left this place. Meng Qiuzhen's eyes flickered. The scene in front of him made him recall a scene in his mind. In the 500 years of my previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, a super clan had appeared in southern border. They were called Two Clan. This clan's Gu immortals were most skilled at digging tunnels and using them to roam around and fight. Is it related to this Two Clan village? There were several possibilities. Firstly, Two Clan village's inheritance was excavated by someone. Secondly, Two Clan village's descendant bloodline was passed down. They ascended during the era of Dream Realms, or they already had Gu immortals who were living in seclusion. Thirdly, someone from Two Clan village revived in the graveyard. Meng Qiuzhen followed the 2 rank 4 elders and successfully found Huang Xiaomi. Huang Xiaomi was curled up in a corner of the cell. He had already fallen asleep. This time, Meng Qiuzhen was still vigilant. After finding no signs of traps, he quietly entered the cell. He immediately found that Huang Xiaomi was in a terrible state. He was on the verge of death. Huang Xiaomi had the Mushroom Man plague to begin with. It was very fatal. If his resistance was not strong enough, he would die from the disease. Today he fought with the bald youngster and was interrogated by the 2 elders. His body was already covered in mushrooms. If Meng Qiuzhen had not arrived in time, Huang Xiaomi would have died in a few breaths of time. Meng Qiuzhen thought to himself, it was a close shave. If he had been any later, his Dream Realm exploration might have ended in failure again. He immediately tried to save him. Thankfully he was prepared. The mushrooms on Huang Xiaomi's body shrunk until they all went back into Huang Xiaomi's body. Who are you? Huang Xiaomi opened his eyes with difficulty. His vision was still blurry. Meng Qiuzhen answered directly, I am Huang Wan. I have already used a killer move to suppress the Mushroom Man plague in your body. Your situation is too bad. Your vitality is almost depleted. You cannot rashly pluck out the mushrooms. It will cost you your life. Huang Xiaomi quickly thanked. Thank you, senior, for saving my life. Sai, it is still too early to say this. Let's go out first. I will research this plague. You do not have much time. Meng Qiuzhen said. Currently he had not developed a poison path killer move that could cure Huang Xiaomi's illness. Maybe the next scene would be him curing the Mushroom Man plague. Of course this was only his guess. Earlier he had been searching for Huang Xiaomi. Meng Qiuzhen did not have the chance to use Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu, thus he did not know about the following Dream Realm. You have to persevere, let's go. Meng Qiuzhen immediately helped Huang Xiaomi up and left stealthily. Who would have thought that he would bump into the bald young man on his way? Stop right there. Just as I expected, someone has come to save you. The bald youth roared. The 2 clan elders followed behind him, both shocked and furious. How dare you? Despicable thief, you actually dare to break into a prison. Quickly activate the formation and capture this person as well. The moment he said that, the Gu formation activated. The 2 elders attacked while the bald youngster assisted from the side. Meng Qiuzhen sighed. He could only fight. He had many poison path killer moves this time. He could fight evenly with the other party. But very quickly the bald young man saw through Huang Xiaomi's weakness and attacked Huang Xiaomi. Huang Xiaomi could not resist at all. He became a huge burden to Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen could only grit his teeth and continue to help Huang Xiaomi, but he lost the initiative and was suppressed by the two elders. Eventually Huang Xiaomi was killed by the bald young man. He breathed his last. Variant human mushroom men, everyone has the right to kill them. The bald young man shouted. He was filled with righteousness and excitement. At the next moment the dream realm shattered. Meng Qiuzhen returned to the sovereign immortal aperture, healing his injuries as he summarized. I used dream butterfly immortal goo earlier to investigate this dream realm, but I did not find the bald young man. To think that when I explored this dream realm to a certain stage, the dream realm would change and form a new person. Why did the bald young man come to the underground prison? Judging from his tone, it seems like he has discovered my tracks. What method did he use to find me? Don't tell me he already discovered the secret of his birth, that his mother is a mushroom man variant human? So he played along with me? After his soul injuries healed, Meng Qiuzhen explored the dream realm again with doubts. The route did not change. Meng Qiuzhen arrived at the prison cell very early. He hid in a corner, listening to Huang Xiaomi's screams and curses as he was tortured. These two rank 4 elders had great strength and most importantly they had the help of a goo formation. Meng Qiuzhen did not intend to use force. After the previous 2 failures, after accumulating experience, his strength was probably even higher than the main character, Huang Wan. But his greatest weakness was still Huang Xiaomi. The previous failures had proven that as long as Huang Xiaomi died, the dream realm exploration would fail. It seemed that this dream realm wanted him to rescue Huang Xiaomi. Meng Qiuzhen waited patiently. After the 2 elders left, he went to Huang Xiaomi's side. Without waking him up, Meng Qiuzhen directly used a poison path killer move to get rid of the mushroom man plague in Huang Xiaomi. Next, Meng Qiuzhen woke Huang Xiaomi up. Huang Xiaomi learned that he was cured. He was overjoyed. Thank you, Senior. Senior, please save the mushroom man tribe. Many tribesmen are infected with this plague. Meng Qiuzhen nodded. He gave Huang Xiaomi some poison goo so that he could fight. Huang Xiaomi did not need Meng Qiuzhen's help. He managed to sneak away with Meng Qiuzhen. But this time he was still discovered by the bald youngster. Stop. As I expected, someone is here to save you. The bald youngster was very excited. Meng Qiuzhen had a strange expression. He asked, I used many methods to conceal my traces. How did you find out? The bald youngster chuckled. I'm not afraid to tell you, I have great talent. I created a move called Rustic Chi. After this mushroom man was captured by me, I secretly used this tracking killer move. How could you unravel it in such a short time? Not bad, not bad. Even though you have an outsider surname, you have talent. Very good. It's all thanks to you today that we brothers discovered this dangerous situation. We will remember your great merit. The 2 rank 4 elders had a whole new level of respect for the bald youngster. Thank you, lords. The bald youngster was extremely excited. He acted like a lackey. I will definitely perform well. Meng Qiuzhen. After a huge battle, Huang Xiaomi still died. Meng Qiuzhen's 3rd exploration failed again. After a deep reflection he went for the 4th exploration. This time he sneaked in ahead of time and hid in a corner. After the 2 elders left, he immediately entered the prison cell and cured Huang Xiaomi of the plague. He even gave him a healing goo worm. Stay here and heal yourself. Remember not to step out of the prison cell. There is a tracking method on you. If you move carelessly, the enemy will find out. Meng Qiuzhen said, after I get rid of the crucial goo master and you see this healing goo worm flying in the air, immediately leave. Huang Xiaomi was very obedient. He quickly nodded. I will listen to Senior's arrangements. Meng Qiuzhen made the necessary arrangements and immediately left the prison cell. On the other side, the dream realm changed. A bald youngster appeared. The bald youngster was summoned by the 2 elders. He was on his way when Meng Qiuzhen suddenly attacked him. Even though the bald youngster had high strength, he was not Meng Qiuzhen's match. Not to mention this was a sneak attack that Meng Qiuzhen had planned for a long time. The bald youngster died on the spot. But Meng Qiuzhen found that he could not move. An intense feeling of sorrow, guilt, and regret filled his heart. He could not control himself. What is going on? It seems that the bald youngster cannot be killed. Maybe because they have been together for a long time, this mushroom man Huang Wan has already treated her fake son as her real son. This emotion was so intense that even with Meng Qiuzhen's nature, he could not suppress it. Mushroom man Huang Wan's body was shaking, tears were flowing down her face. She could not stop them. Clang 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 clang. The alarm suddenly rang, the goo formation activated again, the two elders charged towards Meng Qiuzhen. They definitely did not see the bald youngster, they became suspicious after a long time, thus they rushed over to investigate. Eventually Meng Qiuzhen's exploration also ended in failure. So this son cannot be killed? Meng Qiuzhen was troubled. Because Meng Qiuzhen could not unravel that earthy chi killer move. Even though this killer move was a mortal killer move, Meng Qiuzhen did not know what goo worms were used. And most importantly, even if he knew, would the goo worms he had be effective against it? If only I knew how many goo worms the bald youngster has. Unfortunately, I have already missed the best time to investigate. In the third scene, Fang Yuan was Fang Tu's identity. If he tried to probe around, since the bald youngster was interested in Fang Tu, he should be able to get some clues. Earlier, when Fang Tu was selling mushrooms, the bald youngster was teasing her, it was a good opportunity. But back then Meng Qiuzhen did not realize this. Because through Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo he could not see this scene. After all, the bald youngster did not exist beforehand, it was only after Meng Qiuzhen successfully rescued Huang Xiaomi that the dream realm changed and the bald youngster appeared. Right now, Meng Qiuzhen had already probed this scene, the previous few scenes had already disappeared. After careful consideration, Meng Qiuzhen stepped into the dream realm again. This time he did not get close to the prison cell, he hid at the side. It was useless even if he got there in advance. Because Meng Qiuzhen had to wait for the two elders to leave before he could enter and save Huang Xiaomi. Meng Qiuzhen made arrangements on the path that the two elders had to pass. He used Create Dream Immortal Goo to create a new complex tunnel along the way. After making the arrangements, Meng Qiuzhen came to the prison cell, the two elders had just left. He immediately saved Huang Xiaomi, but he did not leave him in the cell, he brought him away. The two elders were about to meet the bald youngster, but they lost their way. With this crucial buffer time, Meng Qiuzhen successfully brought Huang Xiaomi away. During this period, the bald youngster chased after them and wanted to stop them. Chapter 2165. The Goo Masters reacted and quickly retreated. Meng Qiuzhen stomped his foot, with a loud sound the ground caved in. A Goo Master was caught off guard, he fell into the trap. You want to control me with this method? He was just about to fly out of the pit when he saw Meng Qiuzhen holding a huge rock the size of a horse carriage, throwing it down. Don't, bam. The huge rock smashed down, smashing the Goo Master into the pit, he lost all signs of life. Soon, blood started to flow out from the bottom of the rock. What are you doing? Are you crazy? You are actually trying to kill a clan member? The remaining two Goo Masters witnessed all of this, their hearts palpitating in fear. Weren't you guys unconvinced? Meng Qiuzhen smiled maliciously, getting closer. Even though the bald youngster had limited goo worms, with Meng Qiuzhen's battle attainment, how could these mortal Goo Masters be his match? In just a few moves they were all beaten to the ground by him. Stop, stop, I surrender. The Goo Masters quickly begged for mercy. The sixth scene of the Dream Realm. Meng Qiuzhen became the Mushroom Man Huang Xiaomi again. His injuries had healed, the Mushroom Man plague was also successfully cured by Huang Wan's secret treatment. Huang Xiaomi obtained some poison goo from Huang Wan. Using these poison goo to form killer moves, he could completely get rid of the plague that was harming the Mushroom Man tribe. Huang Xiaomi sneaked away secretly. There were Goo Masters patrolling the surroundings of clan village. A group of rank 2 Goo Masters, a total of 5 people, were advancing in the forest. Stop, rest here. The leader suddenly stretched out his hand, instructing. The group had just rested when a colorless and odorless poison gas spread. Bam bam bam. These 5 Goo Masters immediately fell to the ground, unconscious. Huang Wan's Poison Path Killer move is only effective against rank 3 and below Goo Masters. But in battle there is no aura, it is very valuable. Meng Qiuzhen evaluated in his mind before setting off again. He could not kill these 2 clan Goo Masters, even if they had no strength to resist. Once he killed them, 2 clan village would be alerted and chase after them. But a change happened right in front of Meng Qiuzhen. The dream realm suddenly changed, the bald youngster led a group of Goo Masters. They encountered Meng Qiuzhen. Variant human scoundrel, you are still here? Stop right there. Where do you think you're going? The bald young man was taken aback for a moment before he roared and led his team in pursuit. It seems that such a thing also happened in history. Meng Qiuzhen was helpless. Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo could not detect this change. In fact, even if Meng Qiuzhen detected this change, he could not do anything about it. Because no matter what route he chose under the transformation of the dream realm, the bald youngsters group would always appear in front of Meng Qiuzhen. From another point of view, This was also a necessary process in exploring dreams. Only by getting rid of the bald youth's pursuit would he be able to successfully pass through this dream. An exciting battle of pursuit and killing unfolded between the two sides. The bald youngster chased them all the way, but Huang Xiaomi had recovered his strength. He did not linger. He escaped from time to time and set up ambushes to kill the other Gu masters in the trapping group. The bald youngster was Huang Wan's son. For the sake of safety, Meng Qiuzhen did not attack him. Eventually, Meng Qiuzhen successfully got rid of the pursuers. The bald youth stood behind him and could not catch up. He shouted, "Mushroom Man thief, I will remember you. Sooner or later, I will kill you." The enmity between the two of them deepened. 7th scene of the Dream Realm. 8th scene of the Dream Realm. 9th scene of the Dream Realm. Meng Qiuzhen acted as the bald youngster, Green Beast. At other times he acted as Huang Xiaomi. With the poison path killer move that Huang Xiaomi brought back, the Mushroom Man tribe finally got rid of the plague. But war came. Even though the Mushroom Man tribe's gathering place was not discovered, under two clan villages' forceful search, they could not hide for long. Both sides sent their own Gu masters to engage in small-scale battles. Both sides suffered heavy losses, but heroes also emerged as a result. Two clan village had the bald youngster, Huang Wan's godson. And the Mushroom Man side had Huang Xiaomi, Huang Wan's clansman. The two often interacted and fought against each other. As they competed, their strength rose rapidly. They advanced to rank 4 at the same time. Many of their clansmen and comrades died in each other's hands. They became each other's greatest enemies. Finally, it was the 12th scene of the Dream Realm. Meng Qiuzhen acted as Huang Xiaomi and set up a trap. Using the tactic of sowing discord, two clan villages' higher-ups became wary of the bald youngster. Green Beast did not have the surname Tu after all. He was not a true Tu clan member. The Mushroom Man side set up an inconspicuous trap. It seemed to be the Mushroom Man tribe's true gathering place. Two clan villages' higher-ups immediately sent the bald youngster to probe the danger. Even though the bald youngster knew something was amiss, he was not sure. After investigating, the bald youngster was ambushed and fell into a life-and-death situation. "Green Beast, today will be the day of your death," Huang Xiaomi roared. He commanded his troops to encircle and annihilate the human race, which had only a few people left. "Even if I die, I will drag 10 times the number of mushroom men down with me," the bald youngster screamed. He was bathed in blood and injuries, but his fighting spirit was high. Even the surrounding Mushroom Man Gu masters recognized that this person was a brave warrior of the enemy. Finally, the bald youngster lost all his strength. His primeval essence was expended. He was alone. And there were dozens of Mushroom Man corpses around him. "You variant humans won't live for long. Damn it. I have the will to kill the enemy, but I have no strength." The bald youngster smiled coldly. He knelt on the ground but still held his head high. He shouted at Meng Qiuzhen, "Huang Xiaomi, come and kill me. Even though I will die in your hands today, I was defeated by two clans' elders' scheme. You finally understand." Meng Qiuzhen smiled coldly. He walked forward and was about to kill when a change occurred. Huang Wan covered her face and suddenly appeared. A wave of white poisonous smoke spread out, successfully saving the bald youngster. But at the next moment, another human Gu master attacked. He had rank 5 cultivation level. Boom. With a loud sound, the human Gu master not only dispersed the white smoke, everyone's vision cleared up. He even obstructed Huang Wan. Huang Wan supported the bald youngster as they landed at the edge of the battlefield. Village leader. The bald youngster saw the rank 5 human Gu master and was overjoyed. He looked at the female Gu master who saved him. Chapter 2166. At this time, two clan villages' Gu masters came from all directions, surrounding the Mushroom Men and Huang Wan and her son. The Mushroom Men were surrounded. They panicked. Huang Xiaomi shouted, "Don't panic. I have already asked for reinforcements from the tribe. They will stop us soon. Before that, we need to hold on." The Mushroom Man Gu masters forced themselves to calm down. Two clan villages' leader did not attack. He took a few steps forward as he looked at Huang Wan with a complex expression. "Wan heir, it is you after all." Huang Wan snorted coldly. "What do you want?" Once she said that, the bald young man heard it. His heart and mind shook as he cried out, "Mother?" Her identity was exposed. Huang Wan removed her disguise and returned to her original appearance. "At this point, I can't hide it from you anymore, rascal." Huang Wan looked at the bald young man as she sighed deeply. Her expression was bleak. The Mushroom Man Gu masters were shocked. "This is the previous generation witch? Why did the previous generation witch save the human Gu master Green Beast?" From their words, they seemed to be mother and son. So Huang Wan was chased out of the tribe because she had an affair with two clan villages' leader. She even gave birth to a son. The truth was displayed in front of everyone. Soon the cause and effect was revealed by everyone. Mother. Are you really my mother? Are they speaking the truth? The bald young man's heart and mind shook. He could not control himself. For a long time he had been a pure human. To think that he was a mixed blood of a mushroom man and a human. Huang Wan sighed deeply. They are speaking the truth. Mother has let you down. I hid it from you for so long. The bald young man took in a deep breath as he took a few steps back, looking at Huang Wan with wide eyes. He had never seen his mother who looked like a mushroom man. Because the secret of his birth was exposed, he could not accept it immediately. Two clan villages' leader looked at the bald young man deeply before turning to Huang Wan. Wan heir, is he really our son? I did not expect that after you left me back then, you stayed and hid in two clan village. You even raised our son. It has been hard on you all these years. Huang Wan snorted coldly. You are two clan villages' leader. I am the witch of the mushroom man tribe. We cannot be together. But the child is innocent. There is only one reason why I stayed in two clan village. That is for my son. He is of mixed blood and the tribe cannot accept him. Thus all these years I have been thinking of letting him grow in two clan village and finally reveal my cards to you, allowing you to take him in. At this point, Huang Wan looked at the bald young man and said softly, when you were young didn't you always ask who my father was? Now you know. Xianxia has Xianxia's plans, but man proposes and God disposes. Today's situation is absolutely not what Xianxia had imagined. Child, no matter what the result is, no matter how much you hate me, no matter how much you hate your father, mother wants you to remember one thing. Living in this world, no matter if you are a human, a mushroom man, or a mixed blood, you have to be happy. Don't be entangled in hatred. Only with an open mind will you be able to see the vast world. So I named you Paradise. Meng Qiuzhen's heart shook. What? Green beast? Is Paradise Earth immortal venerable? He's actually a mixed blood, but how could a mixed blood become one of the 10 great venerables of the human race? No wonder when I acted as Huang Wan and killed Paradise Earth, my emotions overwhelmed me and caused the exploration to fail. It turns out that my previous deduction was wrong. They really are mother and son. Mother, don't say any more. Paradise Earth shook his head, retreating again as he looked at Huang Wan in disbelief. Why are you a mushroom man? Huang Wan's heart shook. Alu, you have been living among humans since you were young. I know you cannot accept it, but, boom. The ground behind Huang Wan broke open as a two-clan rank 4 elder broke out of the ground and attacked Huang Wan's back. Huang Wan was caught off guard. She was sent flying and coughed out blood in the air. This two-clan rank 4 elder used this move but had no strength to chase after her. He said with a ruthless expression, Huang Wan. Back then, it was you who rescued Huang Xiaomi and my own brother died tragically in your hands. For today, I painstakingly cultivated this move breaking earth-shattering life. How does it feel? Ah. Mother. Paradise Earth subconsciously ran towards Huang Wan. It was Lady Huang Wan who resolved the plague of our mushroom man tribe. Quickly save her. Meng Qiuzhen shouted. It's too late. Two clan villages men, kill them all. Two clan villages leader shouted as he unleashed an all-out attack. The mushroom man Gu masters quickly faced the enemy. They could not even take care of themselves. Lord village leader. Paradise Earth could not call out father in his urgency. He protected Huang Wan as he looked at two clan villages leader in disbelief. Paradise Earth was not a 3-year-old child. He was experienced in battles and knew people's hearts. Earlier, two clan villages leader used words to distract Huang Wan. He used Paradise Earth to distract her and protect the two clan elder, allowing the latter to succeed in his sneak attack. You still made this choice. Huang Wan stared at two clan villages leader, her former lover, with a cold expression. The situation was urgent. There was no time to heal her. She decisively suppressed her injuries and quickly stood up. I am two clan villages leader. I need to be responsible for all of my clansmen. Furthermore, exterminating variant humans is the righteous cause of humanity. Two clan villages leader snorted coldly as he charged over. You are so ruthless. Huang Wan shouted as she pushed Paradise Earth away, fighting against two clan villages leader. Bam bam bam. The two fought with a huge commotion. The shockwave spread out as Gu masters who could not dodge in time died. Thus, the surrounding Gu masters immediately took a detour, creating a huge battlefield for these two people. Stop fighting. Paradise Earth was extremely anxious. He lost his head out of fear and shouted repeatedly. His condition was at rock bottom. He could not participate in this. Alu, quickly leave. Huangwan shouted. Alu, you are a mixed blood, but you are also my son. I have seen all of your battle achievements. Hurry up and help the stockade village. These mushroom men deserve to die. Two clan villages' leaders shouted. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Paradise Earth's body was shaking, he was completely out of his wits. A cold light flashed in two clan village heads' eyes as he thought of a plan. His cultivation level was higher than Huangwan, and the latter was ambushed and injured, allowing two clan village head to have the upper hand and control the battle. Two clan villages head purposely pressured Huangwan to get close to a certain two clan Gu master. This two tribe Gu master had unfortunately fallen into Huangwan's attack range, but his cultivation was only rank 2. Huangwan did not think much, she struck this two clan Gu master and killed him on the spot. No! Paradise screamed and subconsciously ran over. It turned out that this two clan Gu master was his close comrade, they had gone through life and death together many times. Go away, Alu. Seeing Lutu barge in, Huangwan turned pale with fright. Two clan village head took the chance to attack, bang bang bang, 3 strikes landed on Huangwan, causing her to faint on the spot. Mother! Lutu shouted as he used his body to block two clan village heads' path, protecting Huangwan behind him. Don't hurt my mother. Killing intent surged in two clan village heads' eyes, just as he was about to attack, a battle cry resounded from afar. It's the Mushroom Man tribe's reinforcements. Their tribe leader is here too. Two clan village heads squinted as he thought to himself, we did not bring many people this time, they are all elites, it is not worth it to exchange blows with these Mushroom Man army. Furthermore, so what if we win? As long as the Mushroom Man tribe's base is not found, they will not lose. Thinking of this, two clan village head ordered, retreat. What are you doing? Seeing that two clan village head was getting closer, the bald young man Lutu asked nervously. Two clan village head sighed as a gentle expression flashed across his face. Lutu, I will not attack you. You are my son after all. But your mother is a mushroom man. It's the foreign races. Two clan village head's voice suddenly rose. Do you want to join the variant humans? Two clan village head asked again. Lutu gritted his teeth and did not speak. All these years, how many mushroom men have you killed? Even if you want to join them, will they take you in? Two clan village head sneered. Lutu snorted coldly as he stared at two clan village head. I want my mother to live. If you do anything to her, I will not let you off. Two clan village head chuckled. You are still protecting your mother now, any later and she will die from her injuries. Lutu was at a loss. Two clan village head suddenly attacked, knocking Lutu unconscious with one palm strike and bringing the mother and son away. Kill these humans. Get Huangwan back, she knows the secret of the tribe's living area. The Mushroom Man Gu masters chased relentlessly. Meng Qiuzhen, who was acting as Huang Xiaomi, was among them, but he was only cheering them on, he did not do anything. Because he had already used Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu to investigate the next scene. The Mushroom Man Gu master's pursuit was futile. Meng Qiuzhen successfully arrived at the next scene. This time he became Huangwan again. He was chained to his shoulder blades, his primeval essence was completely depleted, he had no strength left. In the dark cell, the door was suddenly opened. Two clan villages had walked in. Meng Qiuzhen squinted. From the previous scene, this was clearly a formidable character. Two clan villages had laughed, he came prepared. You know my motive, but don't reject me. Let me show you this first. Two clan villages head took out an information path Gu worm. Immediately, a scene floated in the air as it started to appear vividly. In a luxuriously decorated bedroom, two clan villages head opened the door and saw Tuesday. I heard from my subordinates that you woke up, so I came to see you immediately. My son. Two clan villages head had a warm expression. Lutu was covered in bandages, he stood up from the bed, but his body shook as he sat down on the bed. How's my mother now? Paradise Earth blurted out with an anxious expression. P.S. A portion of the previous chapter was missing yesterday, it was uploaded by mistake, it has been fixed. Please remember this book's domain name. Writing Pen Chinese mobile version website. Chapter 2167. Two clan villages head sighed deeply. Your mother is a great mother. For your sake she took the risk to live in two clan village. Two clan villages head changed the topic. But I cannot let her go, she is a mushroom man, a foreign race. You know that these mushroom men are. Those who are not of the same race have different intentions. The best outcome for these mushroom men is death. But you are different, you are my son. You know that I have no children, you are my only son. Alok, come and help father. Only father can accept you, this two-clan village is your home. Father owes you a lot, father will do his best to make it up to you. After this battle you have already accumulated enough merits. I know that you want the two surname. Originally the village still needs to be examined, but father will allow it. From today onwards you are a true two-clan member. You have the two surname, you are no longer Lu, you are Tu Lu. Child, father is proud of you. This is your new life. Lu laughed, his laughter was filled with mockery and sorrow. The goal that he once yearned for was finally realized, but he did not feel happy at all. I do not want the two surname, all the merits that I have made for two-clan village over these years, I will use them to exchange for my mother's life. Lu shouted. But two-clan village's head was expressionless, he shook his head with a firm attitude. Lu gritted his teeth, blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth, he pointed at two-clan village's head. If you kill my mother, I will not live alone. Moreover, I will fight you to the death. Allo. Two-clan village's head shouted coldly. Lu did not speak, he only stared at two-clan village's head. The atmosphere in the room was extremely tense. The father and son stared at each other, finally, two-clan village's head's expression relaxed. He shifted his gaze to the top of his head and let out a deep sigh. The sigh was filled with complicated emotions. There was anger, hatred, helplessness, and sorrow. Two-clan village's head looked deeply at Lu as he sighed. All these years, father did not notice you at all. Father has let you down, my son. If father took care of you, I would not have ended up like this. Fine. Since it's father's fault, father will satisfy your request this time. Father will let your mother go. He will only let her go secretly. However, the Mushroom Man tribe must be eradicated, not a single one shall be left alive. This is father's bottom line, it is also father's biggest concession as two-clan village head. Alu, you have to understand my difficulties. Paradise Earth's expression immediately relaxed, he swallowed his saliva. Lord, as long as you let my mother go, I don't care about those Mushroom Man tribes. All these years, Paradise Earth had been fighting with the Mushroom Man tribe, the hatred between the two sides was as deep as the sea. The only person he cared about was Huang Wan. Good boy. Two-clan village head became excited, he patted Lutu's shoulder. But father cannot let your mother go now. You also know that although we have the advantage, as long as we cannot find the Mushroom Man tribe's settlement, we cannot truly win. But your mother knows the secret of the Mushroom Man tribe, she knows how to find the Mushroom Man tribe. Alud, Dad, you have to help me. Persuade your mother, let her tell us this secret. Dad promises you, as long as we eradicate the Mushroom Man tribe and get rid of two-clan village's greatest threat, I will definitely let your mother go and let her live happily. This. Paradise Earth hesitated. Even though he wanted to eradicate the Mushroom Man tribe, he understood his mother's feelings towards the Mushroom Man tribe. Two-clan village head patted Paradise Earth's shoulder, he said in an understanding tone, Dad will not force you, think about it. You are still injured, recuperate. Dad will give you enough time to think about it, I believe in you. The video ended. Two-clan village head sneered, he approached Huang Wan. Are you going to say it now? Or do you want your son to persuade you personally? Think about it, Wan Air. You can disregard your own life, but what about your son's life? If we really fall out, the two of you will not have a good time. I might not kill him either. I just need to send him to the front lines and let him fight with your tribesmen, what do you think? Meng Qiuzhen looked at two-clan village head with an appreciative gaze. You are truly despicable and shameless, you are quite a character. Aha, those who achieve great things do not bother with trifles. You only saw through me now, it's too late. One air. Two-clan village head laughed loudly, but he felt that Huang Wan's gaze was not quite right. Meng Qiuzhen nodded with a serious expression. That is why I admire you. The laughter stopped abruptly, two-clan village head had an expression of doubt. What did you just say? Meng Qiuzhen's attitude was straightforward, his gaze was bright and energetic. You do not need to go through so much trouble, don't you want to know the location of the tribe? I will tell you directly. Two-clan village head was stunned. Meng Qiuzhen shrugged. During this period of time he had used Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo to investigate the next scene, and even the scene after that he obtained crucial information. In any case, when two-clan village's army attacked the Mushroom Man base, it was definitely because two-clan village head found out the secret location of the Mushroom Man tribe. Or maybe, in history, Huang Wan was tortured and even threatened by two-clan village head using Paradise Earth, she did not reveal this secret. But this was the dream realm, Huang Wan was not the real Huang Wan, she was Meng Qiuzhen. Not only will I tell you the location of the tribe, I will also tell you that there is a small path in the tribe that is very secretive. You can use the main force to attack while sending elites to sneak attack through the small path. Meng Qiuzhen suggested. Two clan village head, however, had a look of doubt on his face. Meng Qiuzhen was so cooperative he did not believe him at all. Two clan village head was silent for a while before smiling coldly. You are already a prisoner, you dare to play with me like this? Good, very good, you do not care about your own son but have such a cold heart. Now listen to me. I really want to tell you the answer. Meng Qiuzhen had a sincere expression. But Two clan village head shook his head, his smile becoming colder. I won't listen. Do you really think I will believe you? Can you verify it if I say it? Meng Qiuzhen rolled his eyes. Two clan village head continued to smile coldly. Do you think I am stupid? Wasn't the previous battle a trap set by your Mushroom Man tribe? This time it must be a trap as well. You want to make me lose my elites. Meng Qiuzhen sighed deeply. If you do not verify it, what will you do next? If you do not know the Mushroom Man tribe's location, how will you attack it? Two clan village head laughed loudly. I am prepared. Clap, clap, clap. He clapped a few times before saying, Master Wu Xiao, please come out. Wu Xiao greets Two clan village head. A tall and thin Gu master with a grim expression appeared from the dream realm. I will let you know this is Southern Border's famous great doctor, Wu Xiao. Do you think I am unprepared? Two clan village head introduced. Meng Qiuzhen sighed. Why go through so much trouble? Wu Xiao walked forward and used his Gu worms to inspect Meng Qiuzhen. Reporting to village leader, this captive has tight defenses. If we soul search her, not only will her soul die, it will also cause a backlash and poison to the person who used it. Two clan village head nodded. Precisely so, I invited you here. Master Wu, you cultivate soul path, you use the soul to heal injuries, you are one of the 6 great doctors of Southern Border. In the current Southern Border, you are probably the only one who can counter the Mushroomman's poison path while preserving their souls. Wu Xiao smiled proudly. Village head is overpraising me, please watch me do it now. Wu Xiao started to use his killer move against Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen grunted, pain assaulted him continuously, his body trembled as he broke out in cold sweat. The dream realm activated at this moment, his soul foundation fell rapidly. Don't attack, don't you want to know the location? Can't I tell you directly? Meng Qiuzhen shouted. You think I will believe you? One air, I know you too well, saying such words is an insult to me. Two clan village head waved his sleeves and snorted coldly. Ah! Meng Qiuzhen purposely screamed, I am telling the truth. Two clan village head was furious. You still dare to be stubborn. Ah! Meng Qiuzhen showed an expression of having his guard down. I can't take it anymore, I will tell you everything. Two clan village head waved his hand. Don't say it, I will soul search you even if you tell me. Meng Qiuzhen kept quiet. He understood now. This was the test of the dream realm that he had to endure. Some dream realms were like this, one had to expend their soul foundation to pass it. If the soul foundation was slightly weaker, the exploring Gu cultivator would die in this round. Suddenly Dr. Wu Xiao coughed out blood. He took a few steps back, his forehead was covered in sweat as he breathed roughly, purple blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. So amazing, so amazing. Poison hidden within poison, to think that there was such an exquisite method in this world. I fell for it accidentally. It seems that I have to use my final method. Wu Xiao turned to Two clan village head as he reported, but there is a huge flaw in this method. What flaw? This method is considered a forceful soul search. The victim will go insane, but the words they say will be the truth. Two clan village head did not even look at Huang Wan, he said without hesitation. Master, please use your method, there is no need to hold back. Okay. Wu Xiao immediately started. A moment later Huang Wan went insane, she lost her rationality. This was the first time that Meng Qiuzhen encountered such a situation. Such a state also directly affected his thinking. Tell me the location of the Mushroom Man tribe. Two clan village head asked. Meng Qiuzhen wanted to tell him the truth, but he said it instead. Oh my hometown is in my heart. Huang Wan started to laugh foolishly. How do I enter the Mushroom Man tribe's gathering place? Two clan village head continued to interrogate. Use your legs to walk over, of course you can crawl over too. Ah. Huang Wan started to laugh foolishly again. Please remember this book's domain name. Writing Pen Chinese website mobile version. Chapter 2168. The Two clan stronghold head became anxious and interrogated. However, although Huang Wan spoke the truth every time, her answers were irrelevant. Two clan village head did not get what he wanted, so he looked at Dr. Wuxia with an unfriendly gaze. Dr. Wuxia was also shocked. Impressive, impressive. This mushroom's will was really too strong, even though she had completely lost her rationality and was in a state of complete insanity. However, it was precisely because of this that she became even purer, and her every action was based on her heart. In her heart, she would never betray the tribe even if the tribe expelled her. Two clan village head, forgive me for being powerless. You. Two clan stronghold head was extremely angry, but he forcefully held it in. Then I shall invite Grandmaster Wu Xiao to rest first. In the cell, only two clan village head and Huang Wan were left. Two clan village head sneered at Huang Wan. Don't worry, even if you are crazy, I can still make use of you. It's fine if I can't get you to speak. I'll capture more Mushroom Man higher-ups and let Master Wu Xiao take action. I don't believe that I can't find the location of your Mushroom Man tribe. Thus, in the next scene, Meng Qiuzhen turned into Huang Xiaomi. Beside him were the elite Gu masters of the Mushroom Man tribe. In the deep night, they had already infiltrated Two Clan village. Big brother little me. Fang Tu secretly responded. These years, Fang Tu had been taken care of by Huang Wan in Paradise Earth. He started his cultivation path and was now a rank 2 Gu master. She had benefited a lot from Huang Wan, and because of her fortuitous encounters, she always had a good impression of the Mushroom Man race. How is the situation? Meng Qiuzhen immediately asked. Fang Tu answered, Zhaiju's side has already prepared everything. Early tomorrow morning he will publicly execute anti-Huang Wan on the execution ground. On the other side, I've already scouted out the place where Paradise is imprisoned. All right. We'll split into two groups. One group will go to the execution ground and lay in ambush. The other way is to save Paradise Earth and give him the set of Gu worms. Meng Qiuzhen instructed. The sky gradually brightened. Right when Huang Wan was about to be beheaded, Meng Qiuzhen led the Mushroom Man Gu masters to attack the execution ground. You guys really came. Two Clan Stronghold head laughed. Everything is within the Stronghold master's expectations. The clan elders praised. Mother. On the other side, Paradise brought people to help. Two Clan village head frowned. In the end, you still chose that side. Fine, today I will place righteousness before family and correct all my past mistakes. Kill that mother and son. Try to capture as many of the other mushroom men as possible. A chaotic battle unfolded. Two Clan village quickly gained the upper hand. This was a trap that they had set. The Mushroom Man tribe also expected this situation, but there was nothing they could do. Huang Wan was the shaman of the previous generation. She knew too many secrets of the tribe. She must not be allowed to stay in Two Clan village. Huang Xiaomi and Paradise Earth sank into a bitter battle. There were strong enemies everywhere. Never would I have expected that there would be a time where we would have to fight side by side. Letu looked to Huang Xiaomi and laughed bitterly. Meng Qiuzhen suddenly smiled. Don't worry, our reinforcements have arrived. At the crucial moment, the dream realm changed again. Large numbers of Mushroom Man Gu masters entered the battlefield. It turned out that the Mushroom Man tribe leader decided to stake it all on one throw. He led the entire tribe to launch a frenzied attack on Two Clan village. Succeed or die trying. Cut off all means of retreat. Most of Two Clan village's higher-ups were at the execution ground. Two Clan village's defenses were not up to scratch. The Mushroom Man army actually broke through the checkpoints and charged straight into Two Clan village. A fierce battle broke out. The village leader and tribe leader were both rank 5, they fought against each other. Lu Tu and Huang Xiaomi's cooperation became the crucial factor in breaking the stalemate. They were too familiar with each other. Even though this was their first time working together, they had great teamwork. The two had rank 4 cultivation level. Once they worked together, their strength rose sharply. Even Two Clan village's leader could not resist them. Eventually, the Mushroom Man tribe won. Two Clan village lost miserably. The surviving Gu masters escaped to the dungeon, resisting and struggling at death's door. Meanwhile, Two Clan village's leader was heavily injured. On the verge of death, he was captured by the Mushroom Man tribe. Mother, what happened to you? Why are you like this? In the chaotic battle, Letu did not hesitate to get injured. He finally saved his mother. But he found out that Huang Wan had gone completely insane. Huang Wan looked at Huang Xiaomi. Son, you must live a happy and safe life. That is why I named you Tuesday. Come, give your mother a smile, a smile. Mother. Lutu's face was covered in tears. It is all my fault. If I did not barge in, you would not have been taken advantage of by the village leader. You would not have ended up like this. At this time Wuxia was brought over. he quickly begged, "Don't kill me, don't kill me. I know what is going on with your mother." But Lutu shouted. Two clan villages leader, who was heavily injured, laughed coldly. "Haha, your mother is hopeless, she has gone completely insane. That's right, I am the one behind this great Dr. Wuxiao is the main culprit. All of you will die." Lutu's expression was twisted, he was about to attack. Huang Wan suddenly stopped him. Don't kill, don't kill. This is not good, you need to be kind to others. You rascal. Mother, you finally recognized me. Lutu cried loudly. Slap. Huang Wan suddenly slapped Lutu, stunning him. Who is your mother? My son is here. She pulled Huang Xiaomi and patted his chest. This is my son. Look at my son. Huang Wan flaunted in satisfaction. My son is so handsome, so tall. What a great lad. Son. Huang Wan was smiling and flaunting a moment ago, but now she was crying. Mother has let you down. Mother hid your identity. Mother shaved your head because I was afraid that your hair would grow out and form a mushroom crown. You won't blame mother, right? Lutu howled, his tears falling like rain. Huang Wan ignored him, she only looked at Huang Xiaomi. For the first time, Lutu looked at Huang Xiaomi with a pleading gaze. Huang Xiaomi nodded, he played along. Mother, I won't blame you. You will always be my good mother. Huang Wan shed tears of joy. Rascal, thank you for understanding mother. Don't kill your father, don't kill anyone else. Mother hopes that you will be safe and happy. Let them go, fighting and killing will only worsen the conflict and hatred. It will make you feel empty, it will make you suffer, it will make you unhappy. If you are not happy, you are not Alu. Everyone was silent. Even Two Clan village head was the same. You want me to not kill these people? Lutu's eyes were bloodshot, he clenched his fists tightly, his expression was sinister. How is that possible? He squeezed out this sentence. Two Clan village head sneered, he had already suffered a crushing defeat, he was disheartened, he was not afraid of death. But great Dr. Wu Xiao suddenly shouted, there is hope, there is hope. Your mother regains her sanity, there is hope. Lutu grabbed Wu Xiao's collar and lifted him up. Tell me, what is the solution? Wu Xiao quickly said, even though your mother has gone mad, she still has a trace of spirituality. Look at her actions and words, they are all sincere, they are the purest of her heart. As long as you do not go against your mother's heart as time passes, your mother's condition will not worsen, her spirituality will continue to grow. Then, under my care she will definitely recover, there is hope. Wu Xiao shouted, for the sake of survival he did not want to give up any chance. Bam! Lutu threw Wu Xiao to the ground. He roared at the sky, he was in great pain. Two enemies were right in front of him, he could not retaliate but he could not take revenge. For his mother, he had to listen to Huang Wan's intentions. Alright, for my mother, I will spare the two of you today. Lutu gritted his teeth, he used so much force that blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. The dream realm ended here. Meng Qiuzhen's soul returned to his body, he sighed. To think that Lutu's life was so full of twists and turns. Heroes often encounter strangers. It's no wonder that his image in history was also hairless. It's just that the green beast tattoo has disappeared. Lutu is actually a mixed blood of a mushroom man and a human? How did he become a venerable? After that, did he manage to save his mother? When he was young he had a bad temper and deep killing intent, he was no different from a normal person. How did he become like this now? The dream realm gave Meng Qiuzhen even more questions. These questions could not be answered for the time being. But the increase in attainment level was real. Fang Yuan's Earth Path attainment level also rose to Great Grandmaster level. Not just that, his Poison Path attainment level also rose to Great Grandmaster level. Before this, Fang Yuan's Poison Path attainment level was already at Grandmaster level. And this dream realm left behind by Lutu contained the true meaning of both Earth Path and Poison Path. Ever since Fang Yuan took the risk to help the Dream Path clone ascend, his gains were clear. Not just Food Path, Poison Path and Earth Path attainment levels, Luck Path and Ice Path were also at Grandmaster level. Space Path, Metal Path, Wind Path, Cloud Path, Lightning Path, Information Path, Light Path, Dark Path, and others were all at Grandmaster level. After conquering Lutu's Dream Realm, there were only a few Dream Realms left. Before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan would definitely be able to digest all of the Dream Realms. Basically, Fang Yuan no longer had any shortcomings in terms of paths. However, the Painting Dao, the Military Dao, and the Alchemy Dao were completely blank. There was no helping it. Spectral Soul's Dream Realms that Fang Yuan obtained did not have any of these paths. Maybe Spectral Soul had some reservations, but the more likely reason was that spectral soul could not grasp them. After all, Weapon Path and Pill Path were created after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Painting Path had always been purposely hidden by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It had never spread. It was even more limited than Giant Sun Immortal's Luck Path Inheritance. Don't forget, a portion of these spectral souls' dream realms were obtained by Feng Kim Hong during the pursuit of Feng Yuan. But the portion that she obtained was actually very small. It was not worth Feng Yuan searching for it. After all, Feng Kim Hong had a lot of luck. After becoming Great Grandmaster in Earth Path, Feng Yuan immediately modified the original Earth Vein plan. He saved a lot of costs and shortened the time needed. Looking at the time, Koexan Hong should have already reached southern borders Wu Clan and met Wu Yong. Feng Yuan plotted and schemed. Chapter 2169. Southern Border. Wuyi Mountain Wu Clan Headquarters. In the guest hall. Koexan Hong smiled as he greeted calmly. Koexan Hong greets Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder. Wu Yong sat down and smiled. Envoy, you are too polite. Koexan Hong went straight to the point. I am here to bring Fan Wind Gu. It has already been successfully refined, please inspect it. Wu Yong could not help but feel surprised. So fast? Don't tell me that Feng Yuan has some method to refine fake Immortal Gu and is here to deceive me? He received it and inspected it carefully but did not find any flaws. It is a genuine rank 8 Immortal Gu indeed. But how can Feng Yuan refine a rank 8 Immortal Gu in such a short period of time? Thinking of this, Wu Yong did not dare to be too sure. In his mind, Feng Yuan was crafty, sinister, despicable, shameless, vicious, and all sorts of other traits. This number one demon in the world could not be evaluated with common sense. Envoy, please wait for a moment, my Wu Clan's Gu Immortals will inspect it. Wu Yong said. Wu Clan had Refinement Path Gu Immortals, but they were not strong. Wu Clan was not skilled in Refinement Path, they were most skilled in Wind Path. Not just in Southern Border, even in the 5 regions, Wu Clan was a top-tier expert in Wind Path. 15 minutes later, Wu Yong received news that the rank 8 Fan Wind Gu was verified. It was genuine. Wu Yong had a complex feeling. Immortal Gu were unique, rank 8 Immortal Gu were too hard to refine, they had a huge significance. Ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortals did not even have a single rank 8 Immortal Gu. For example, old ancestor Xue Hu, in order to refine fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu, he destroyed his Xue Hu blessed land that he had been managing for many years. Of course, this was also because his ambitions involved the benefits of the celestial court and longevity heaven. In recent years, heaven and earth have changed, the 5 regions have fused into one, earth veins are moving, chi tides are surging, a vast number of immortal materials are appearing. It is very likely that the number of rank 8 Immortal Gu will increase. But for ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortals, especially those lone Immortals, even one Gu rank 8, is hard to find. To think that my Wu Clan gained another rank 8 Immortal Gu. While Wu Yong was happy, he was even more afraid of Feng Yuan. Although I already knew that Feng Yuan had swallowed the entire Langya sect, I did not expect that he would be able to do so. But his refinement path strength is so amazing, refining a rank 8 Fan Wind Gu gave me a feeling of ease. Koexan Hong continued. Since the verification is over, which 2 Immortal Gu do you want to refine next? This time I can bring them all back. Wu Yong hesitated. Should he give the 7-faced Prestige Wind Gu to Kushinhong? If he could refine 8-faced Prestige Wind Gu, it would be a huge boost to Wu Yong. But precisely because of this, the 7-faced Prestige Wind Gu was very important. If he gave it to Feng Yuan, what would he do if he took it for granted? Actually, there are many choices. At once, Wu Yong felt that 3 Immortal Gu was too little. He wanted to raise all of Wu Clan's Immortal Gu to rank 8 level. I did not expect you to act so quickly. I cannot make a decision now, I need to think about it carefully. Envoy, why don't you stay in Wu Clan and wait for me for 3 days? Wu Yong said. Wu Ba Chong heard this and immediately added, persuading Koexan Hong. Speaking of which, this is your 3rd time coming to Wu Clan, let us show our hospitality as a host. All right. Koexan Hong nodded with a smile. I am very interested in Wu Clan's style, I will not disturb you. As for First Supreme Elder's feelings, I understand. The truth is, I have another mission. I wonder if your clan wants to make another transaction with us? What business do you have this time? Wu Yong immediately became alert. He thought of the secluded domain of heaven and earth, whose land could be seen as a quasi-rank 9 Immortal Gu, but Feng Yuan forcefully bought it. Thinking of this, Wu Yong's heart started to ache again. Koexan Hong explained in detail as Wu Yong fell into deep thought. Wu Ba Chong shouted, What, Fang Yuan wants to take away all of Wu Clan's famous mountains? The price is to refine rank 8 immortal goo for Wu Clan? Precisely. Xianxia nodded. Wu Bachong sneered, how can we do that? Any famous mountain is at least a large resource point. Most are giant resource points, a few are super resource points, they can produce rank 8 immortal materials. Even though you can refine rank 8 immortal goo, it is on the basis of Wu Clan's immortal goo, it is not to give Wu Clan more immortal goo. Moreover, immortal goo are hard to feed, rank 8 immortal goo are even more so. Even if they are refined, they will only expend resources. Meanwhile, the famous mountain's resource points are constantly producing resources, they are almost inexhaustible. You want to take away our Wu Clan's famous mountains, you are trying to destroy our foundation, what is your motive for doing this? Towards the end, Wu Bachong was almost scolding him. Xianxia was already prepared, he spoke calmly, No. Elder Wu Bachong, you're thinking too seriously. Think about it calmly. Many Gu immortal seeds in your clan have succeeded in their immortal ascension. But only 6 of them have been added and most of them are outsiders. The number of Gu immortals has increased, but Wu Clan's territory is too big, it is not enough to defend it. Since that is the case, we might as well sell some of our territories. That way Wu Clan will not only have higher ranked immortal Gu, we will also have more manpower. Furthermore, Xianxia continued, immortal Gu are unique, rank 8 immortal Gu are very rare, Elder Wu Bachong should know this. Immortal materials can be exchanged, but can immortal Gu be bought and sold casually? Immortal Gu are unique, they can only be exchanged with each other. Even so, Jewel Yellow Skies is the #1 market in the world, may I ask, how many immortal Gu transactions have there been over the years? The 5 regions are 1, chaotic battles are unavoidable in the future. Gu immortal battle strength is the most important. Only by protecting oneself can we talk about other things. Rank 8 immortal Gu can raise your clan's strength, not only can it protect yourself, you can even invade the surrounding areas, it is a huge windfall from war. This? Wu Bachong hesitated. Xianxia looked at Wu Bachong, he glanced at Wu Yong without leaving a trace, he continued to increase the stakes. Human Smoke Mountain is Chai Clan's headquarters, not long ago, Chai Clan sold it to us. What? There is such a secret? Wu Bachong was very surprised. Xianxia did not harp on this matter, he retreated in order to advance. If Wu Clan does not want to do this transaction, we will not force you. This time, other than bringing back immortal Gu to advance, I will also go to other clans to do this transaction. Wu Bachong's expression changed slightly. If Wu Clan did not cooperate with Fang Yuan, but the other clans cooperated with Fang Yuan, their battle strength would definitely rise sharply. Even if they lacked resources and lost momentum, what if these clans took the chance to expand? By then, if Wu Clan did not cooperate with Fang Yuan, they would instead be overtaken by other clans in terms of battle strength. By then, would Wu Clan fall from the throne of the #1 force in southern border and be bullied by other forces? Wu Yong tapped on the table as he fell into deep thought. Fang Yuan is so domineering even when doing business, he is forcing people to do things against their will. However, even though Xianxia is trying to persuade us, his words are not without reason. This transaction can be done, but we need to strictly control the extent of it. Almost at the same time, in Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Gan and I greets Master. Earth Extremity of the 8 Extremities knelt in front of Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. Earth Extremity Gan and I was a female immortal. She cultivated Earth Path and Refinement Path, her Refinement Path attainment was very deep. At this moment she held 4 rank 8 immortal Gu with both hands and presented them respectfully. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun took a look and was very satisfied. Gan and I, as expected of my Longevity Heaven's Refinement Path Master. From the Fate War until now, you have received my orders and refined 4 rank 8 immortal Gu, you have made a huge contribution. Gan and I quickly said, everything is because of Master's luck path methods, otherwise with my meager talent, I would not have been able to refine so many rank 8 immortal Gu in just a few years. But because of this, Longevity Heaven's luck fell. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun waved his hand to interrupt her. There are gains and losses in everything in this world. To refine these immortal Gu, some luck is necessary. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun took out one of these 4 immortal Gu and inspected it carefully. This Gu had a strange appearance, it was square and fanging like a wooden block. This was Imitation Gu, ranked 8th on the current mystical Gu list, it originated from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. If any other immortal Gu in the world were in contact with this Gu for a period of time, The goo cultivator could use imitation goo to turn this goo into the corresponding immortal goo. Immortal goo were unique, but imitation goo could take a different path and slightly break this convention. But the imitation goo's power could not compare to the original. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal had sought human chi immortal goo from Celestial Court, but failed. Giant Sun Immortal settled for the next best thing, refining imitation goo and turning it into human chi immortal goo. Next, he used the transformed human chi immortal goo as one of the cores to construct 88-point Jianghu Tower. And other than this imitation goo, the other 3 rank 8 immortal goo were all blood path immortal goo. Divine Emperor City. Light flickered as the 10 children of human path left the painting world and returned to the real world. We are finally out. It is a pity that we did not manage to take down the 2 newly added painting territories. We were nurtured by Celestial Court this time. Now that time is up, we can only leave. What are you worried about? Even though we did not take them down, the situation is set. Not only did beast tamers appear in the painting world, chi refinement warriors also appeared. Together with our solid foundation, we will not fail. That's right. After the 10 children of human path talked for a while, goo immortals from their sects came to receive them and bring them away. Qin Ding Ling and the rest concealed themselves and hid at the side, watching the entire process. These 10 are the human immortal seeds of my celestial court. No matter what the result of our trip to Crazed Demon Cave is, we need to support and nurture these people. Qin Ding Ling said with concern. Yes, Lord. The celestial court goo immortal in charge of guarding the place remembered Qin Ding Ling's words. Let's go. Qin Ding Ling turned around and said to Genesis Lotus Will. Genesis Lotus Will nodded. At the next moment, Divine Emperor City activated. The huge city flew up again and charged towards Central Continent with an indomitable momentum. Its gaze was directed towards Crazed Demon Cave. Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2170. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Several variant human men were gathered in a circle. They were doing something important. Slow down, slow down. Take it easy over there, don't be so anxious. Hurry up, I can't hold on anymore. Bam. A loud sound echoed. A mountain range that occupied a vast area was located on the ground. This mountain range was not tall, it was not very beautiful either. The mountain rocks were mostly dust rocks, ironclad rocks, and so on, causing the mountain range to be gray and hazy. The strange thing was, this mountain range was completely silent. Even though there were many living beings, even if goo immortals spoke here, their voices could not be heard. Unless they used special methods. This was Silent Hill. It was as famous as Western Desert's anti-sound desert. It was famous in the world. Here, any sound path killer move would be greatly suppressed. Silent Hill was one of the famous mountains in southern border, but because it produced few resources, it was of little value. This time, Fang Yuan sent envoys everywhere to discuss business. Silent Hill was sold to Fang Yuan like this, and these variant human goo immortals were a group of people responsible for moving this Silent Hill to a specific location in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. But the relocation was only the first step. The next step was to nurture its mountain roots. The person in charge of this was the Rockman Goo Immortal. He used his method. The mountain roots of Silent Hill grew rapidly, taking root in the surroundings. Deeper, deeper. The leader kept instructing and suddenly sighed. Hey, why did you stop? You can't do it again? The Rockman Goo Immortal was impatient. Leader, can you not speak? I want to go deeper too, but I only have rank 7 cultivation level. This is a famous mountain. I don't know how tiring it is to manipulate the mountain roots for such a mountain range. The leader, however, said, that's why I said you need to work harder. Your cultivation level is too low, when can you advance to rank 8? The Rockman Goo Immortal rolled his eyes. Leader, I was only rank 6 not long ago, thanks to Master, I was able to advance to rank 7. You asked me to advance to rank 8, I want to, but it is too difficult. The other Goo Immortals spoke. Leader is right. In our team only you can make mountain roots and make them thick and long. If you're stronger, we'll be able to complete the mission better and get more contribution points. You're in charge of the mountain roots. Your contribution has always been the highest. Hurry up. I heard that you've been sleeping recently? I haven't slept for 2 months. I've been doing mountain moving missions. Master's breadth of mind is as vast as the heavens and the sea, incomparably vast. But this plan will be completed one day. How can we not seize this rare opportunity? Look at the other teams. The more they complete, the less we have. The Goo Immortals stared at the Rockman Goo Immortal with a look of disappointment. The Rockman Goo Immortal was helpless. Don't you know? We stonemen have never lacked sleep since we were young. Our bodies are too heavy, and for our souls, it's a very heavy burden. I need to sleep to nurture my soul. Then let's use the liver life formation. I've already used it. Isn't there a soul path method in Master's contribution board that can increase your soul foundation? But I cultivate earth path, soul path methods have little effect on me. If I use my contribution points to exchange for these, I might as well increase my earth path attainment. The leader gritted his teeth. Stop arguing, let's work together and help our little brother Rockman. Everyone, gather some contribution points and increase his soul foundation. The other Gu Immortals nodded in agreement. Right now, the Rockman Gu Immortal was their team's weakness. If he got stronger, the whole team would benefit greatly. Fang Yuan's missions were all made through wisdom path deductions. The contents were simple, but they were very meticulous. Be it the difficulty of the missions or the content, they often required the Gu Immortals to cooperate with others. It was hard to complete them alone. This was why the Gu Immortals of the various races cooperated closely. After working together for a long time, they would naturally develop friendship. Thus, in the entire sovereign immortal aperture, all the tribes were subtly merging into one. Humans, rockmen, feathermen, inkmen, snowmen, and others were all working together. They were working hard to build their beautiful homes. Very good, Silent Hill has also been settled. The famous mountains are scattered in the mini 5 regions. The number has reached the most basic requirement. We can start constructing the earth vein. Fang Yuan had been paying attention to the relocation of the famous mountains. Now that he found out about the situation at Silent Hill, he started to take action personally. In order to construct the earth vein, he had already set up immortal Gu formations in all the important areas of the mini 5 regions. At this moment, Fang Yuan willed as his immortal essence began to be expended intensely. The immortal formations buzzed and activated. The entire mini 5 region started to tremble. The tremors were getting stronger and stronger. Some of the variant humans living in the different regions were panicking, while others showed expressions of joy. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? Most mortal Gu masters did not know what was going on. Master is starting to make a move. Oh heavens, he is making a huge move in the entire mini 5 regions. The Gu immortals sensed this situation and were overjoyed. They felt even more reverence towards Fang Yuan. Rumble. The ground continued to shake, but the tremors were not huge. There were not many losses. An earth vein was being pushed by the Gu formations of various regions. With each famous mountain as the hub, it gradually formed. This earth vein passed through the entire mini 5 regions, covering mini southern border, mini central continent, mini eastern sea, mini western desert, and Kokitahara. If one looked from above, this earth vein was like an irregular geometric figure. The lines were very simple. It barely covered half of the mini 5 regions. After the earth vein was constructed, the ground calmed down again. All the immortal formations stopped working. They all used immortal materials as the cores. The immortal materials were almost used up, causing many immortal formations to be extremely damaged. They could not be activated again. Fang Yuan started to inspect carefully. He was very patient. After a while, he nodded in satisfaction. Just like the plan, the entire earth vein was constructed perfectly. There were no mistakes. Of course, this was also because the initial artificial earth vein structure was very simple. It could even be said to be crude. In fact, the biggest difficulty of the artificial earth vein plan was not the construction of the earth vein. It was how to gather enough famous mountains to act as the hub of the earth vein of the various regions. The second difficulty was the method to construct the artificial earth vein. The initial construction of the earth vein is complete, but it is quite crude. The effect on the entire sovereign immortal aperture is not instantaneous. In fact, at the start, there might even be abnormal situations that occur frequently. But after some time, when everything calms down, the sovereign immortal aperture will definitely be more stable than before. Fang Yuan estimated in his mind. He retracted his consciousness from the sovereign immortal aperture and used cooking luck pot to check his luck. Immediately, Fang Yuan's eyes shined. He showed a look of joy. Once the artificial earth vein was formed, it was a huge help to his luck. His original silver light pillar was huge, but it gave off a feeling of being loose, like clouds and mud that could crumble with a touch. But now, his silver light pillar had shrunk slightly, becoming more solid. This was a change that made him feel at ease. But the luck of the other venerables seems to have increased as well. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. At the top of the silver light pillar, there were 3 layers of clouds. They represented Star Constellation, Spectral Soul, and Giant Sun Immortal. Star Constellation's cloud was still firmly in control of the first layer, but it had expanded slightly. Spectral Soul was in the second layer, while Giant Sun Immortal was in the third layer. But there was a strange scene. Star Constellation's cloud was actually devouring Spectral Soul's cloud. This made Fang Yuan feel puzzled. He had many guesses in his mind, but he could not be sure of any of them. There was another change. At the bottom of the silver light pillar, there was yellow-brown dust again. The dust seemed to be protecting and stabilizing the silver pillar of light. Fang Yuan had confirmed through luck inspection that the artificial earth vein plan was very beneficial to him. He was even more determined to carry out this plan. But with the earth vein, myriad beings assimilation transformation cannot be used anymore. Fang Yuan was wary of himself. Myriad beings assimilation transformation was a supreme method of beast calamity immortal. It was the highest profundity of transformation path. It could turn the Dao marks of other paths into transformation path Dao marks. Even heaven path Dao marks could be affected. Thus, all sorts of calamities and tribulations could be turned into beast calamities. Fang Yuan's main body could not be used. This move's Dao mark transformation had a huge impact on the sovereign immortal aperture's ecology. Fang Yuan had a terrifying number of Dao marks now, not counting the total, just the refinement path Dao marks alone numbered more than 6 million. If these 6 million Dao marks suddenly changed into other Dao marks, the sovereign immortal aperture would not be able to adapt. By then, a huge anomaly would occur, a severe calamity and tribulation would occur, the consequences would be unimaginable. For example, it was like a fish swimming in water suddenly turning into lava. The fish's outcome could be easily imagined. In the past, when Fang Yuan used myriad beings assimilation transformation, that was because the sovereign immortal aperture's development was relatively low. There were very few living beings inside. At that time, Fang Yuan had far fewer Dao marks than now. If he used myriad beings assimilation transformation now, he would not be able to transform too many Dao marks. Taking into account the sovereign immortal aperture, the transformation of Dao marks would be few. If there were too few, there would not be much meaning in fighting against venerables. Immortal killer move, heaven and earth travel. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's main body moved from eastern sea to southern border. A tall mountain peak that pierced the clouds was overflowing with frost energy. Its roots had already been cut and taken care of. All that was left was for Fang Yuan to take over. This was Frosty Peak. Back then, when Fang Yuan disguised as Wu Yi and stayed in Wu Clan and Xia Clan had a conflict over this peak. Frosty Peak was a famous mountain, of course. It produced ice and snow path resources. But the picturesque Frosty Peak that was covered in snow was now filled with holes due to excessive harvesting. Not only did it ruin the scenery, its production in recent years was also greatly affected. Thus, this Frosty Peak was sold to Fang Yuan by Wu Clan. Right now there were many Gu Immortals surrounding Frosty Peak. Other than the variant human Gu Immortals sent by Fang Yuan, there were also Wu Clan's Gu Immortals, including Wu Yong. Fang Yuan, how have you been? Wu Yong took the initiative to greet with a complex expression. Chapter 2171. On the 15th of December 2012, the first chapter of Gu Dao Master went viral on Qidian's website. On the 6th of January 2013, Gu Dao Master was featured on the cover. On the 16th of May 2016, Gu Dao Master was included in the premium channel. On the 13th of April 2018, Gu Dao Master had its first Silver Alliance Master. On the 11th of November 2018, Gu Dao Master logo selection results were released. On the 8th of December 2018, Gu Dao Master S-Book Group, Gu World, was officially established. 6 years of trials and tribulations. We walked through it together. The indignation of many reports, the happiness of new results, and the problems of water and mathematics. Whether you loved it in the past or love it now, everyone witnessed each other. In these 6 years we grew up together. Many primary school students became high school students, many high school students became university students, and many university students had wives and children. After reading the latest chapter, many friends started to read it again. Read it a second time, a third time, a fourth time. We watched as Fang Yuan went through hardships and dangers step by step, persevering and moving forward. At the same time we went through hardships in our own lives, tasting the tears and sweat of youth. We grew old together. Gu Dao Master S-Book Group, Gu World, will always open its doors, welcoming friends with similar interests to communicate, discuss the plot, criticize the author, participate in all kinds of book group activities, urge for updates and vote together. The prize for winning the logo was sent out the day before yesterday, and there were already some book friends who received it. Gu Dao Master Black Sky Group and Gu Dao Master White Sky Group will be renamed to Gu World Black Sky Group and Gu World White Sky Group. To celebrate the establishment of Gu World, there will be an additional chapter. Gu Dao Master Activity Group. Gu World, 7227472201. Gu World Black Sky Group, 4972666624. Gu World White Sky Group, 3369363326. Gu Dao Master VIP Group, 2509063315. Gu Dao Master winners can join any official group, and after successful certification, they will receive the corresponding title. Finally, thank you for your support. From now on, let us work together. Chapter 2172. Wu Yong wanted to meet Fang Yuan personally. If this was right after the pursuit battle with Fang Yuan ended, Wu Yong would not dare to get close to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was the #1 demon in the world. If Wu Yong got close to him, he might be killed by Fang Yuan. This was very dangerous. But it was different now. After Fang Yuan's series of diplomatic methods, he was able to conduct large transactions with all the super forces without abusing his strength. There might have been little effect at the start, but after so much, including Wu clan, Fang clan and Chai clan, all the super forces could see the orderly side of Fang Yuan. After these super forces re-evaluated Fang Yuan, they started to cooperate with Fang Yuan. It was actually not easy to achieve this. Would a little rabbit feel at ease doing business with a big bad wolf? But this man in front of me has done this. Wu Yong looked at Fang Yuan with complex emotions. He was a formidable character of the current era. His aptitude and talent were among the top among rank 8 Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan's recent actions made Wu Yong sigh inwardly. He even felt a trace of admiration. He had strength, but he did not use it. He did not bully the weak. This was not an easy thing to do. On the surface, this was self-discipline. He understood the logic of those who are good at water drowning. But in essence, he was not greedy. He was not influenced by his desires. Looking at the entire world, no, looking at the river of time, looking at the history of humanity, how many people could do this? And Fang Yuan was able to make all sorts of weak forces feel at ease working with him. Initially, it was only Wu clan, but now Wu Yong realized that almost all of Southern Border's super forces had made transactions with Fang Yuan. They sold some useless mountains in exchange for refining rank 8 Immortal Gu. This was not easy. This showed Fang Yuan's superb methods. Be it threats or promises or other methods, he managed to achieve this. Fang Yuan, this person is really amazing. Although he comes from the Devil Dao, his actions and thoughts have never been bound by such a shallow faction. He can be righteous, he can be evil, he can rule the world, he can be in chaos. All of these are his methods. Throughout the ages, this kind of demon is the most terrifying. To be able to live in the same world as such a person, I, Wu Yong, am really lucky. Wu Yong was afraid of Fang Yuan, disappointed because of Fang Yuan, and angry because of Fang Yuan. However, because of Fang Yuan, his fighting spirit was high, and he even felt that life was beautiful. Because in Fang Yuan he saw himself, he was witnessing himself. There were too many similarities between him and Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's actions during this period of time allowed Wu Yong to see Fang Yuan's breadth of mind. He could see his grand strategy of taking one step at a time. Since people's hearts have already been changed by Fang Yuan, why can't I cooperate more closely with Fang Yuan? After losing Hu Land, Wu Yong had this thought. What if he could not defeat the enemy? Then he would cooperate with the enemy and turn the enemy into a friend. Cooperating with Fang Yuan was completely profitable. It would be a huge help to Wu clan. Wu Yong did not lack forbearance, he also had the shame of the righteous path. It was just that the shame of an ambitious person was even thinner than a piece of paper. As long as there were enough benefits, Wu Yong could casually tear this piece of paper into pieces. Therefore, Wu Yong took the initiative to come over this time to personally meet and talk with Fang Yuan. It was to deepen the cooperation between Wu clan and Fang Yuan. Looking at Wu Yong, a smile appeared on Fang Yuan's face. Wu Yong once chased after him, but so what? If you can kill me, you Wu Yong have the ability. This world is the law of the jungle. If I die because of you, it is my weakness, my incompetence, my fault. The weak are devoured by the strong, isn't this a matter of course? Therefore, in Fang Yuan's heart, there was never this kind of meaningless hatred. Wu Yong took the initiative to appear here. The intention of cooperation was clear, then it was cooperation. As far as Fang Yuan was concerned, cooperating with Wu clan was absolutely beneficial. Wu Yong was the Southern Alliance Lord, and Wu clan had long sat on the throne of Southern Border's #1 force. Cooperating with Wu clan was a model for others. Like this time, when Fang Yuan transacted famous mountains with the other forces, he relied on Wu clan's transaction records to open up the situation. But right when Fang Yuan wanted to chat with Wu Yong, a Gu Immortal flew over from the sky. This Gu Immortal wore a gray hemp robe, he wore a conical hat, his body was muscular like a bear, his chin was wide and thick. It was Lu Weiyin. It was just that he, who had always been steady, was showing an anxious expression at this moment. Lu Weiyin saw Fang Yuan and shouted from afar, "Lord Fang Yuan, I finally found you. Friend Lu, what are you here for?" Fang Yuan smiled. Lu Weiyin flew towards Fang Yuan and glanced at Wu Yong. He had no intention of greeting him. Wu Yong could not help but feel curious. He had never seen Lu Weiyin show such an anxious side. Lu Weiyin looked at Fang Yuan and said, "Lord Fang Yuan, did you know that yesterday Divine Emperor City brought the immortals of the Celestial Court from Central Continent to Northern Plains Crazed Demon Cave?" Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. Lu Weiyin continued, "Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has likely revived. If she works together with the Celestial Court, the situation in Crazed Demon Cave will be very bad. There is no time to lose, we need to go there and take control of the situation." What? Wu Yong couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. What was going on? How did they get involved with the Celestial Court and Crazed Demon Cave? Wu Yong was very sharp, and almost instantly realized that this was going to be an extremely important confrontation. No matter what the outcome was, it would affect the entire Gu Immortal world, it would affect the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Fang Yuan was not anxious, he consoled Lu Weiyin. "Lu Wei, you are really well informed. But there is no rush, I still have matters to attend to." Saying so, Fang Yuan used a method to store Frosty Peak in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. "How can I not be anxious?" Lu Weiyin took off his hat and stared with wide eyes, urging, "The other party is the Celestial Court, there is also Longevity Heaven, Limitless Demon Venerables Crazed Demon Cave, and the secluded domain of Heaven and Earth, Primordial Domain. Lord Fang Yuan, we cannot delay this opportunity." What? Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, Limitless Demon Venerable, and Primordial Domain. The secluded domain of Heaven and Earth recorded in the Legends of Rinzhu? Wu Yong had many questions in his mind, he became anxious. He wanted to know everything. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. "Lu Wei, I know you want to make contributions, I have already promised you. If Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wants to revive, I will definitely help him. However, I have my own judgment of the situation. If I do not use every second to increase my strength, how can I fight against a Venerable? You don't have to rush me for this." Lu Weiyin did not speak. Fang Yuan turned to Wu Yong and smiled again. "Wu Yong, regarding the sale of famous mountains, I think we can increase the scale. For example, Moon Bowl, Fake Corpse Mountain, Phoenix Peak, Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, and so on." Wu Yong had a difficult expression. "These are all famous mountains, they are worth more than Frosty Peak. Phoenix Peak's true value lies in the time every year, all kinds of phoenixes will head to Phoenix Peak to lay eggs. If you want this mountain, it will not be worth it. And Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian and Fake Corpse Mountain are things that my Wu clan needs. Not long ago, my clan obtained the Corpse Emperor's enslavement path true inheritance. We are preparing to develop it. These 2 mountains are not for sale. As for Moon Bowl, as long as your price is reasonable, we can consider the transaction." Wu Yong said with a sincere tone, but his mind was elsewhere. He had been waiting for this meeting and conversation for a long time. But because of Lu Weiyin's words earlier, Wu Yong's attention was elsewhere. Fang Yuan and Wu Yong conversed for a while. Lu Weiyin was ignored. Fang Yuan indeed needed more famous mountains. Even though the previous transactions were effective, most of them were useless mountains. If Wu clan took the lead, this huge transaction that would affect the whole of southern borders Gu Immortal world would take a step further. After the conversation, Fang Yuan waved his sleeves. "All right, we shall part ways here." Lu Weiyin stretched out his hand. "Lord Fang Yuan?" Before Fang Yuan left, he glanced at him with a cold gaze. "I still have matters to attend to." Lu Weiyin's words were stuck in his mouth. At the next moment, Fang Yuan activated Heaven and Earth travel, vanishing on the spot. He really had matters to attend to. This time he was going to Rotten Mud Mountain to take over this mountain. Sigh. Lu Weiyin sighed deeply. Wu Yong smiled. "Lu Weiyin, we have not seen each other for a long time. Why don't we?" Lu Weiyin waved his hand. "Wu Yong, I have matters to attend to. If I am free, I will visit Wu Yi Mountain." Saying this, Lu Weiyin left. He did not have the mood to explain anything to Wu Yong. Wu Yong's questions were stuck in his mouth, he felt extremely uncomfortable. His gaze turned towards the variant human Gu immortals present. His smile did not change as he probed these people. But what did these variant human Gu immortals know? The leader said calmly, "Without the permission of the Lord, how can we subordinates speak nonsense? Please don't blame us, Lord Wu Yong, we still need to go to the next location, Moving Mountain." Wu Yong was helpless, he could only watch as these people flew away. Even though he had negotiated some matters with Fang Yuan and achieved his original goal. But Wu Yong was not happy. He acutely sensed that he was already being left behind by Fang Yuan and the rest. He did not know anything about this battle in Crazed Demon Cave. No wonder Fang Yuan wants to cooperate with the other forces. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable Rebirth? His pressure is unimaginable. Maybe I should negotiate with Fang Yuan? Wu Yong understood Fang Yuan's difficulties, he felt a little melancholic. Wait. Suddenly, his eyes shined with bright light. Lu Weiyin could have transmitted to Fang Yuan, why did he do it in front of me? Maybe I can find out more information from him. His refusal just now was just to loosen the reins only to grasp them better and take the opportunity to raise the price. Wu Yong smiled bitterly in his mind. He had a premonition that if he contacted Lu Weiyin now, he would be extorted by the latter. But if he did not ask about this, how would he know if there were benefits to be gained from this? Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2173. Immemorial White Heaven. Intense winds blew, causing Fang Yuan's long hair to flutter in the wind. He prepared for a moment before using his killer move. A rank 8 Earth Path Grotto Heaven was continuously devoured by the Sovereign Immortal Aperture under Fang Yuan's method. Like when he devoured the aperture earlier, Fang Yuan did not devour the entire Grotto Heaven, he selectively split it into parts and placed them in different parts of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Of course, because this was a Rockman's Earth Path Grotto Heaven, most of it landed in the Mini 5 regions, the Mini 9 heavens only got a small portion. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. As the profound light faded, a mountain range appeared out of nowhere in Mini Central Continent. We are in, this is our tribe's Myriad Ravine Mountain Range. Sanbai was extremely excited. Yes, this was our former sacred mountain. But in the current Sovereign Immortal Aperture, it has become ordinary. Guabai had a complex expression, he was disappointed but also gratified. These Rockman Gu Immortals gathered together for this moment. They were originally the Gu Immortals of this Grotto Heaven, but Fang Yuan arranged for them to enter the Sovereign Immortal Aperture in advance. During this period of time, their cultivation levels rose rapidly, they also gained many immortal Gu. He was on a completely different level compared to before. Let's go in. The Rockman Gu Immortals flew towards Myriad Ravine Mountain Range. Welcome back, Supreme Ancestor. The old ancestors are finally back. There were still a large number of Rockman Gu Masters in Myriad Ravine Mountain Range, they cheered when they saw the Rockman Gu Immortals. Yes, this is our new home. Living here, our future is bright. After the Rockman Gu Immortals gave a few words of advice, they started to move. They had a mission. This Myriad Ravine Mountain Range was a famous mountain, it was the center of the Earth Vein. Fang Yuan spent several hours annexing this Earth Path Grotto Heaven. During this process, some areas of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture underwent a huge change. In Star Collection City, Combat Beast King and many other Gu Immortals were paying close attention to the movements of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. During this period of time, Master annexed several Grotto Heavens, his Dao marks increased rapidly. I can foresee that the abnormal situations in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture will become more frequent and intense. Isn't that a good thing? The more anomalies there are, the more missions we have. Sigh, when will our clan's heavenly abode be annexed by our Lord? The Gu Immortals discussed they were looking forward to the future. Their mentality had undergone a huge change. In the past he was very opposed to Fang Yuan annexing his own paradise. But now things were different. Instead he was looking forward to it. It was as if his heavenly Grotto Heaven had not been devoured, and that was why he had not obtained the Lord's approval. Many of the Gu Immortals whose Grotto Heavens were annexed and fused into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture felt that they were superior to those Gu Immortals whose Grotto Heavens were still in the immemorial Two Heavens. Lord Fang Yuan, Lord Fang Yuan. Lu Weiyin shouted. He flew over from the horizon. Fang Yuan turned his head and smiled. Celestial friend Lu, it must have been hard on you to come all the way to Grand Earth White Heaven. Lu Weiyin smiled bitterly, saying in an anxious tone, Lord Fang Yuan, you know why I am here. Quickly set off, do you know that yesterday, a rank 8 immortal Gu house descended from immemorial Black Heaven and went to Crazed Demon Cave? Fang Yuan nodded. Many people saw this, that Immortal Gu house should be the luck suppression heavenly palace left behind by giant son Immortal, right? That's right. Lu Weiyi nodded as he stared at Fang Yuan. Right now, Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven have already made their move. If we do not make a move now, we might really lose this opportunity. Fang Yuan nodded. Alright, let's set off. Really? Lu Weiyi heard the answer he wanted the most, but he found it hard to believe. These last days he had been using information path methods to urge Fang Yuan to set off, but Fang Yuan kept rejecting him. To think that this time Fang Yuan was finally going to set off. I wonder when Lord Fang Yuan will set off? Lu Weiyi was still a little worried. Fang Yuan smiled. How about we set off now? Lu Weiyi was overjoyed. Lord Fang Yuan is truly decisive. This is great, let's go together. In fact, Fang Yuan really wanted to go to Crazed Demon Cave. He had already used up all of the dream realms, his attainment levels had risen immensely. Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster attainment levels were still Refinement Path, Time Path and Enslavement Path. Great Grandmaster attainment levels were Theft Path, Transformation Path, Rule Path, Chi Path, Fire Path, Wisdom Path, Water Path, Earth Path and Poison Path. Grandmaster attainment levels were Blood Path, Strength Path, Star Path, Dark Path, Formation Path, Soul Path, Sword Path, Human Path, Wood Path, Food Path, Phantom Path, Luck Path and Ice and Snow Path. Master attainment levels were Dream Path, Space Path, Metal Path, Wind Path, Cloud Path, Lightning Path, Information Path, Light Path and Sound Path. The remaining paths like Bone Path had not reached master level, but they still had gains. Heaven Path was the same. Even though he had not reached Spectral Soul's level, Fang Yuan's attainment level was already top-notch. He was the #1 person in the current world in terms of attainment level and breadth. After all, Spectral Soul's dream realm fell after leaving behind a dream realm, while Star Constellation and Giant Sun were not Supreme Grandmasters even after being reborn. Of course, there were areas that were lacking. For example, Painting Path, Weapon Path and so on were still blank. These paths were few in number. Painting Path was purposely hidden by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Meanwhile, Weapon Path was created by Celestial Court Gu Immortal Che Wei not long ago. With the increase in attainment levels, Fang Yuan could annex more Grotto Heavens, causing the Sovereign Immortal Aperture to reach its limit again. If he had more time to digest them, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture would be even more stable. But the timing was not right. Fang Yuan used luck inspection and found that the situation was worsening again. Even though there was still room for improvement, it was already very bad. Without hesitation, Fang Yuan set off on the spot, going to Northern Plains with Lu Weiyi. Ever since the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, he had been using every second he had to recuperate and strengthen himself. Now he was finally going to fight against a venerable. After so many years, Fang Yuan came to Crazed Demon Cave again. Back then, when he came here for the first time, he only had rank 7 cultivation level and was restricted by the alliance agreement. Now he looked down at Crazed Demon Cave. He was going to fight against a venerable. On a flat yellow land, was the first layer of Crazed Demon Cave. This was a huge cave. The cave entrance was round and had a radius of 100,000 feet, it was exposed to the world. Inside the cave, there was a dense rainforest, yellow and green intertwined. Desolate beasts moved in groups, tree vines coiled around as they roared, it was a scene of wilderness. Let's go down. Lu Weiyi said. No rush. Fang Yuan waved his hand. These immortal materials are useful to me. He opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance and let out many variant human Gu Immortals. These Gu Immortals roared as they flew down in groups, creating a huge commotion in the first layer. Quick, there are desolate plants here. Dig them up and take them away. Oh, there is a large group of desolate beast monkeys here, let's attack together. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The monkeys screamed. Rocks, these are immortal materials, take them away, take them away. These are all contribution points. The Gu Immortals worked intensely, they were like a group of bandits that had entered a small village. Crazed Demon Cave's first layer naturally had ferocious beasts and plants, but Fang Yuan's subordinates had the advantage in numbers. There were also many rank 8 Gu Immortals with rank 8 Immortal Gu and rank 8 killer moves. The first layer of Crazed Demon Cave was ransacked just like that. Lu Weiyi stared with wide eyes. In just a short period of time, how did Fang Yuan's subordinates become so strong? Wasn't their strength rising too quickly? We have many businesses, our resources are being expended rapidly, especially when creating the Earth Vein recently. Sorry for the embarrassment. Fang Yuan smiled. Lu Weiyi waved his hand. Don't mention it, don't mention it. I am quite envious of you, Lord. In the current world, only you, Lord Fang Yuan, can use these immortal materials with chaotic Dao marks. Because every once in a while, a demonic sound would appear in Crazed Demon Cave, causing the Dao marks to be chaotic, all immortal materials would become useless. Living beings would go crazy and do whatever they wanted. There was once a rank 8 Gu immortal who went crazy because of this. After a while, the first layer, which was originally full of vitality, was only left with a bare surface. The variant human Gu immortals were not done yet, they brought the mountain of resources back to the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin entered the second layer together. Crazed Demon Cave's second layer was an incomparably hot volcanic rock beach. A vast number of volcanic rocks were piled up, some were big and some were small. The big ones were like giant elephants while the small ones were like small rocks. The Gu materials here also had chaotic Dao marks, it was just that Fire Path and Earth Path had the most Dao marks. Move them away. Fang Yuan ordered, the variant human Gu immortals moved out again. They looted the area like locusts, leaving behind an almost empty second layer. Thereupon, Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin entered the third layer. Crazed Demon Cave's third layer was shrouded in thick fog, there were a vast number of fog worms and cloud bamboos. These living beings had chaotic minds, they were all killed and collected by the variant human Gu immortals. There was also Fog Capital here. A ghost city of the dead. The vengeful souls of the Gu immortals who died in Crazed Demon Cave gathered together, forming Fog Capital Ghost City. Fang Yuan had once come here and avoided it, after all he only had rank 7 cultivation level, if he entered Fog Capital, he would definitely die, there was no way to escape. But it was different now. Fog Capital? My god. Take it away. Like this, Fang Yuan finally arrived at Crazed Demon Cave's 7th layer. It took much less time than before. Back then, when Fang Yuan came here he was led by the Northern Plains lone cultivator not immortal, they had to take detours. The deeper they went, the more twisted the route, sometimes a straight line was very short but they had to take a huge detour. According to their strength back then, taking a detour was indeed faster than taking a straight line. But now Fang Yuan had swept through all of them. Even if he encountered any obstacles, he would stuff them into his sovereign immortal aperture. Crazed Demon Cave's 7th layer was filled with dazzling light. The rocks, soil, grass and trees were all shining brightly. Every piece of soil and rock here was a quasi-rank 9 immortal material. But the Dao marks were too dense and chaotic, they had no value. Of course this was only for most Gu immortals. Chapter 2174. Fang Yuan was an exception. The demonic sounds resounded, but Fang Yuan was already prepared. Back then he could deal with the demonic sounds, it was even easier for him now. Under the influence of the demonic sounds, the Dao marks of the same path in the 7th layer started to gather, forming a large area of dazzling colors, it was no longer as messy as before. Such a grand scene. Lu Weiyin praised sincerely. At the next moment he saw Fang Yuan taking out Thieves' Den Immortal Gu House. Theft Dao Killer move activated. Large amounts of Dao marks were stolen and turned into the corresponding rank 9 immortal materials in Thieves' Den Immortal Gu. These rank 9 immortal materials were very pure, they only had one type of Dao mark, they had huge value. Lu Weiyin looked at them and could not help but click his tongue. He estimated conservatively, in just a dozen or so breaths of time Fang Yuan obtained at least 3 rank 9 immortal materials. Rank 9 immortal materials. Wasn't it a little too easy to obtain? Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin moved forward, everywhere they went, large amounts of Dao marks vanished. The dazzling scene was like a huge rat that was gnawing away at it. Everywhere Fang Yuan went, there was only emptiness and darkness. Lu Weiyin's eyes turned slightly red. Fang Yuan's gains were bountiful, the benefits were so great that even he felt jealous. I'm rich, I'm completely rich. This is the first time I've seen someone obtain so many rank 9 immortal materials so easily. Lu Weiyin muttered in his mind. He could not estimate how many rank 9 immortal materials Fang Yuan had obtained. In short, it was a lot. As they moved forward, the two finally arrived at the entrance to the 8th layer. Fang Yuan's expression was slightly pale, he had been controlling Thieves' Den to activate Theft Dao Killer move, the burden was not small. Especially in terms of immortal essence, the expenditure was huge. Lu Weiyin was a little worried. Lord Fang Yuan, please pay attention to your immortal essence reserves. It's fine. Fang Yuan smiled, I have the rank 8 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. Lu Weiyin's expression froze before he said, impressive as expected of Lord Fang Yuan. At the entrance, Fang Yuan once again carved out 3 paths. One path shone with golden light, luck surging. This was the path of luck left behind by the giant son Immortal. One path was dark and terrifying, filled with killing intent. This was a soul path remnant left behind by spectral soul demon Venerable when he entered the 8th layer. One road was simple and unadorned, but it was virtuous. It was the path of paradise earth Immortal Venerable. Lu Weiyin had prepared a method to let him step on the path to paradise. However, Feng Yuan waved his hand and activated the thieves' lair. These 3 paths were completely devoured and disappeared. Large numbers of rank 9 immortal materials were produced. Lu Weiyin moved his lips but did not say anything in the end. He silently followed Feng Yuan into the 8th floor. Nothingness. The vast and boundless void was like a vast ocean. Feng Yuan and Lu Weiyin, who entered this place, were like 2 insects in the ocean. They were extremely minuscule. Feng Yuan had come here once before. This place left a deep impression on him. Within the boundless void, countless worlds were created and destroyed, creating brand new heaven path Dao marks. He had once tried to enter the 9th layer but did not succeed. This void was clearly the profundity of Phantom Path. Feng Yuan did not have Phantom Path attainment back then. He could not deduce the entrance to the 9th layer. But this time he came prepared. His Phantom Path attainment level had already reached Grandmaster. Immediately, Feng Yuan tried to use Phantom Path methods. At the next moment, Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. The void here seems to be different from the one I saw before. But Feng Yuan could not tell what the difference was. Even though he had made great progress in Phantom Path, he was still far from unraveling Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements in the 8th layer. Please follow me. Lu Weiyin used a certain killer move to determine the direction and lead the way. Feng Yuan followed Lu Weiyin and flew quickly. Along the way he saw worlds that were being created and destroyed. They were extraordinary and mysterious. But unlike before, these worlds were also floating in the void at the same time. Regardless of which world it was, they were all moving in the same direction. Feng Yuan's deductions finally bore fruit. His expression changed as he said, "I understand now. This void is shrinking. At the final moment, all of the worlds and all of the heaven path Dao marks will be compressed and fused together. Is this Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangement?" Lu Weiyin shook his head. "I only know the location of Yellow Earth Great World. We need to go there as soon as possible." The 2 immortals flew for another half a day before they saw their destination. "This is..." Lu Weiyin revealed a shocked expression because he saw not only Yellow Earth Great World, but also the great worlds left behind by Reckless Savage and Genesis Lotus. Feng Yuan narrowed his eyes. The 3 great worlds have merged. Not just that, there are also many small worlds around the 3 great worlds. These worlds were floating in the void. They were motionless. Each world was like a bubble. The 3 great worlds were the largest bubbles. They were green, yellow, and red. The 3 great worlds were connected to each other at the center. At the periphery, there were large numbers of small bubbles attached to the surface of the 3 great worlds' bubbles. "Oh no, Lord, please look." Lu Weiyin pointed at the large yellow bubble with an anxious expression. Feng Yuan looked over and saw that Yellow Earth Great World was being attacked by the other 2 great worlds. Even though the periphery of the bubble was blurry, Feng Yuan and Lu Weiyin could sense that the battle inside was very intense. Especially at the border of the 3 great worlds, there were corpses everywhere. It was the most intense area of the battle. "Lord, with my method, Yellow Earth Great World will not separate us. Let's go and reinforce them." Lu Weiyin charged in like a meteor. Feng Yuan followed closely behind. He was also covered in a layer of yellow light like Lu Weiyin. It was this layer of yellow light that allowed the 2 to easily pass through the bubble and enter Yellow Earth Great World. Looking at the entire Great World, the first thing that attracted Feng Yuan's gaze was the huge mound at the center. This mound was like a small mountain. It was very flat and orderly. It seemed to be man-made. But Feng Yuan saw through the nature of this mountain. This is the graveyard of one of the 10 Earths. What a huge graveyard. There was also a huge monument on top of this unprecedented huge graveyard. There were only 6 words on the monument: Tomb of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. As if sensing Lu Weiyin and Feng Yuan, Paradise Earth's tomb shot out a grand pillar of light. The pillar of light shot into the sky like a huge pillar that supported heaven and earth. At once, the battlefield froze as countless gazes were drawn over. The sacred graveyard is shining. Heaven and earth can witness it. Our sage has arrived. After a few breaths of silence, a huge wave of cheers erupted in Yellow Earth Great World. It was like a tsunami. The morale of Yellow Earth Great World's troops rose. They roared as they launched a counterattack. Green Lotus Great World. This was the Tao field created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Looking at it, There were forests and vegetation everywhere. It was lush and unfathomable. In this lush world there was a black and white mountain range. There were rows of high-back seats at the peak of the mountain range. They were arranged in order. The two highest seats were empty. Celestial Court Qin Dingling was only sitting on the fourth seat. Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin, they appeared after all. After receiving the information, Qin Dingling snorted coldly. During the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, Lu Weiyin had helped Fang Yuan. Not only did he kill Spectral Soul, he even helped Fang Yuan escape successfully. Lu Weiyin was Southern Border's Paradise Earth inheritor. This meant that Paradise Earth and Fang Yuan's intention of cooperating was completely exposed. Paradise Earth's tomb was located at the center of Yellow Earth Great World. It was known to all three Great World's Gu Immortals. Thus, it was not strange for Lu Weiyin and Fang Yuan to appear here. Qin Dingling gritted her teeth and said softly, "Right now we have two main armies. One is the main force attacking the Yellow Earth Great World, and the other is using the Demon Judgment Board to hold the line against the Savage Wilderness Great World, trying to restrain the power of the Longevity Heaven. As for the other Gu Immortals, they are attacking other small worlds in groups of 2s and 3s. Originally, we in Longevity Heaven were trying to annex Yellow Earth Great World, but now that Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin have arrived, Yellow Earth Great World is no longer a juicy piece of meat. If we are not careful, we might suffer a huge loss." Saying so, Qin Dingling stood up and bowed to the Gu Immortal on the third seat. "Lady Minghao, please allow me to bring Divine Emperor City to Yellow Earth Great World and lead the main forces to resist Fang Yuan." Qin Dingling was the leader of Celestial Court, but here she was only the fourth. She had to obey the three fairies above her. But right now the first and second fairies were not here. Only the third fairy Minghao was controlling the situation. This fairy Minghao looked like a 3 or 4-year-old girl. She looked like she was carved from jade. Her large eyes shined with starlight. She blinked her bright and beautiful eyes, thinking for a while before saying in a childish voice, "I have heard of Fang Yuan's name long ago, but why do you need to go personally to probe him? Let them go." Saying so, she waved her small hand. A Gu worm flew out. This information path Gu worm flew to the middle of the mountain, landing in front of two Gu Immortals. These two Gu Immortals were not humans. They were not variant humans either. One was a withered tree. Its trunk was thin, its branches were thick and uneven, but it did not have any green leaves. Its roots were thin and long. There were 100 of them. The withered tree was called Mu Cha Lang. The other was a long bamboo pole. It was jade green like jade. It was called Qinghaozi. Qinghaozi floated in the air. It was swaying. It was sleeping. Mu Cha Lang was lying in a cave. It looked like he was lying on a chair. The tree roots were entangled, resting on a rock. It was like a human's leg resting on a chair. It was very comfortable. Mu Cha Lang received the information path Gu worm first. He immediately got up. He stretched out a branch and patted Qinghaozi. "Stop sleeping, the sage has sent an order." Qinghaozi was swaying from the pat. It did not fall to the ground. It was woken up by the pat. It straightened its body and floated in the air. "To think that it is time for us to move out." Immediately, the two immortals left the mountain, each leading a group of people to the front lines. Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2175. Savage Wilderness Great World. A grand and ancient dark golden palace was floating in the sky. It was Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. In the palace hall, Bing Sichuan was sitting on a cushion. An information path Immortal Gu was quietly lying on the table. Several Gu Immortals were standing on his left and right. Bing Sichuan stared at the information path Immortal Gu on the table, frowning slightly. Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin came together. They were a huge variable in the battle of the three great worlds. Longevity Heaven occupied Savage Wilderness Great World. What should they do? Should they retreat first, or should they send more forces to probe Fang Yuan's strength? Bing Sichuan could not make up his mind. He thought for a while before looking at the first seat on his left. There was a fatty sitting there. The fatty was sprawled on the table. He was already asleep. His saliva was dripping from the corner of his mouth, onto his sleeves and onto the table. Bam bam bam. Bing Sichuan used his knuckles to knock on the table. The fatty was woken up by this sound. He opened his eyes and asked in a daze, "What is it?" Bing Sichuan held in his anger. "Gai Mei, you are a heaven extremity. You cultivate wisdom path. The latest information is here. I want you to deduce what we should do next." Saying so, the information path Immortal Gu flew up and landed on the fatty's head. The fatty did not take it. He sent his consciousness into the Immortal Gu in his hair, and his pupils shrunk. "Ah, that demon Fang Yuan is here?" The fatty shrugged. "See, my deduction was correct, right? Bing Sichuan knocked on the table again. I want you to deduce how we should deal with this variable. Originally, Yellow Earth Great World was the weakest. We controlled Savage Wilderness Great World, while Celestial Court controlled Green Lotus Great World. They wanted to take over Yellow Earth Great World and strengthen themselves before competing against each other. But now, Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin have appeared in Yellow Earth Great World. If we attack now, they will retaliate and expend too much of our strength. Bing Sichuan was not afraid of Fang Yuan's counterattack. He was worried about the overall situation. After all, the current situation was even more complicated than before, and the three great worlds were intertwined. If the two sides fought too fiercely, a third party would benefit from it. Then let me calculate it. The fat heaven extremity Gu Immortal Guy Mei shook his wide sleeves. He stretched out 5 fat fingers and pretended to make a deduction. Oh, I figured it out. Let's just continue as before, Guy Mei said. Bing Sichuan was dumbfounded. Use your Immortal Gu killer move and try to deduce it for real. Gale blinked. Huh. How did you know I was faking it? You found out. You're so smart. You are the one cultivating wisdom path, right? Veins popped out on Bing Sichuan's forehead. You think your southern borders Wu Yong? You don't even have a way to conceal your aura. Quick, calculate for me. Guy Mei shook his wide sleeves again, revealing his 5 thick and tender fingers. Just as he was about to pinch his fingers, he suddenly sighed and said, Alas! Forget it, activating a killer move is too tiring. Why don't we just ask for Master's opinion? Bing Sichuan's eyes were twitching from anger. He shouted in a low voice, Absolutely not. Master is working together with Earth Extremity, Black Extremity, and Space Extremity to deduce limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements. How can we disturb Master? Right now, that Celestial Court has already gained the upper hand. They have obtained Book Mountain. We are relying on Master to have hope of catching up to Celestial Court. Heaven Extremity, can't you look at the big picture? Guy Mei grumbled in dissatisfaction. Don't call me Heaven Extremity, I don't want to be Heaven Extremity at all, it was you who forced me to do so. Yellow Extremity Jianghu, who was sitting beside Guy Mei, could not stand it anymore. He urged, Brother Guy, why don't you make a deduction? This is not just a problem of Yellow Earth Great World strength, it is also Fang Yuan's actions. This demon Fang Yuan has no awareness of being a human at all. What I am worried about now is that he will capture Yellow Earth Great World's indigenous Gu Immortals, or even Celestial Court's indigenous Gu Immortals as captives, before keeping them in his sovereign immortal aperture. Look at what he did in the 5 regions. He recruited variant humans as his subordinates. He did not reject anyone. In my opinion, it is very likely that he will do that. In that case, we might ruin Master's plan. Jianghu urged. He sounded like he was trying to persuade Guy Mei, but Guy Mei still shook his head. He smiled. Actually, we don't need to worry too much. We are worried, but isn't Celestial Court worried as well? Why don't we look at Celestial Court's actions? Celestial Court has star constellation Immortal Venerable guarding it. She is the #1 wisdom path expert in history. Her deductions are definitely more accurate than mine. Jiaohua's expression froze. Even so, Celestial Court has deduced that they will gain the upper hand. If we use their actions as a reference, we will fall behind again. I am not one of them. Guy Mei rolled his eyes. He sprawled on the table and went back to sleep. Jiaohu, Bing Sichuan, and the rest stared at him, but he pretended not to notice. Charge with me. Chase these guys back. Kill. Thousands of Gu masters fought on the ground. The battle lines were uneven, blood flowed everywhere. In the sky, that was the battlefield of the Gu Immortals. More than 10 Gu Immortals fought in a chaotic battle. On the ground, Yellow Earth Great World's Gu Master Army launched a counterattack. But in the sky, Yellow Earth Great World's Gu Immortals were still suppressed. Yellow Earth Great World's Sage had already descended. The Gu Masters could activate their courage, but in a battle between Gu Immortals, just a moment of determination could not make up for the difference in strength. After all, Yellow Earth Great World had fewer Gu Immortals than Green Lotus Great World. There was no helping it. The 3 Great Worlds were created one after another. Savage Wilderness Great World had the longest history, but this Great World had a lot of internal strife. Green Lotus Great World was second, Yellow Earth Great World was last. Because Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the last venerable. Yellow Earth Great World had few Gu Immortals to begin with. They were also being targeted by the other 2 Great Worlds. Their Gu Immortal battle strength dwindled. They were in a terrible situation. Our sage is here, there is still hope. I want to protect Yellow Earth Great World, I want to protect my home. Yellow Earth Great World's Gu Immortals shouted and encouraged each other. Green Lotus sighed, sneered. Even if your sage is here, You cannot stop me from killing you. You have a sage, but we have one already. The result of this battle will not change. We do not want to do that. But our sage has decreed that only by killing all of you and annexing all the worlds can we avoid the calamity of the apocalypse. Green Lotus Gu Immortals continued to attack. Yellow Earth's Gu Immortals specialized in defense. Even though the situation was dangerous, they were barely holding on, struggling on the brink of collapse. Right at this time, from the huge tunnel connecting Green Lotus Great World and Yellow Earth Great World, two armies appeared. The leading Gu Immortals were Xianxia and Wuxia Lang. Immortal killer move, withered tree gives spring. Wuxia Lang shouted, and green spots suddenly grew on the trunk of the withered tree. Tender green sprouts flew out and landed on the Green Lotus Gu Immortals. The Green Lotus Gu Immortals did not have heavy injuries to begin with. Now that their injuries were reduced to minor injuries, their minor injuries were completely healed. The Green Lotus Gu Immortals' condition immediately rose. Immortal killer move, green targeting life. Xianxia flew with extreme speed, drawing a green light in the sky as it pierced through a Yellow Earth Gu Immortal's body. Yellow Earth Great World's Gu Immortal was a black iron bear. It suddenly clutched its empty chest. Next, it whimpered as it fell from the sky. The Yellow Earth Gu Immortals were in great pain. After Xianxia dealt the fatal blow, he looked down at these Gu Immortals and smiled coldly. The sacred mountain has decreed that you will all die. Wuxia Lang laughed loudly. So what if a sage is here? The final victor will be our Green Lotus Great World. Another battlefield. Savage Wilderness Great World's main force was fighting against another group from Yellow Earth Great World. Kill, kill, kill. A mountain-like six-legged black tiger charged around in the sky, finally grabbing the Yellow Earth Great World's Gu Immortal. I finally caught you. The six-legged black tiger laughed sinisterly as it exerted strength with its claws. Swoosh. With a soft sound, the Yellow Earth Gu Immortal was also a giant, but he was torn into two by the six-legged black tiger, dying on the spot. Ah! The six-legged black tiger laughed loudly. The giant's blood was all over the black tiger's face. It licked it with its tongue. It was bloodthirsty to the extreme. Little Rock Lord was also killed by the black six tiger. Let's retreat, we are not their match. That's right, our sage is here. Let's retreat and ask the sage to avenge us. The Gu Master army on the ground was still fighting intensely, but in the sky the Yellow Earth Great World's Gu Immortals had already lost their will to fight. They wanted to retreat. Suddenly, there was an eagle's cry as white light flashed in the sky. The Immortals quickly looked over. A snow-winged eagle was holding a Yellow Earth Gu Immortal in its mouth, swallowing him whole. It surely do. He ate another person. The Yellow Earth Gu Immortals were shocked and furious. Snow-winged eagle surely do shrieked. Want to run? With me here, none of you can escape. The Yellow Earth Gu Immortals' morale was on the verge of collapse. Below Paradise Earth's sacred tomb, King Kula pays respects to the two sages. Big Rock Lord pays respects to the sages. Please save our Yellow Earth Great World. A group of Gu Immortals knelt on the ground. They had beasts and trees. Some had strange appearances. Some looked like they were casually made from mud. Some looked like children's scribbles. None of them looked like humans. These Yellow Earth Gu Immortals were all injured. Some had severe injuries. Some were even on the verge of death. But because Fang Yuan and Lu Wei Yin's arrival caused a huge commotion, these injured Gu Immortals were attracted here. Fang Yuan took a glance and saw a familiar person. This was a large white fish. It looked like a goldfish, but its size was like a whale. When Fang Yuan first entered the 8th layer, he encountered this fish and forcefully enslaved it. He even named it Xiaohua. Right now, Xiaohua saw Fang Yuan and had an excited expression. She wanted to say something but felt that it was not the right time. She forcefully held back her words. Fang Yuan nodded, saying plainly, I want to meet the mastermind of Green Lotus Dao Field. Lord Fang Yuan, don't attack casually. Lu Weiyin suddenly transmitted. Fang Yuan looked at Lu Weiyin strangely as if saying, didn't you invite me here to rely on my battle strength? Please remember this book's domain name. Writing Pen Chinese website mobile version website.